The scene opens in the dead of night, where Vikir Van Baskerville, the Hound of House Baskerville, appears to be unconscious. He has two long scars on his face, one cutting across it, the other slashing his left cheek. The camera pans out. Oh, it turns out he's waiting for his own execution. His body is chained down, his head locked into a wooden stock. You're probably familiar with the design of an old-fashioned guillotine. Above him, a chillingly sharp blade is held in place by a thin steel wire. Standing beside it, two executioners face one another, each holding a long, thin sword at the ready. True to his title, he served his family and his father with everything he had, but in return, he was framed for colluding with demons and sentenced to death. And then, the hour of death arrives, and the cold, sharp blade fulfills its duty. As he faced the guillotine, he swore that if he could live again, he would never again live the life of a hunting dog after tearing his prey to shreds. In the moment his head was severed from his neck, the faces of his family members flashed through his mind. He also reflected on his life. A true hunting dog. His mouth was always bared in a terrifying snarl, but from his eyes streamed tears of blood, as if mourning his own cruel fate. They flowed endlessly into the darkness, and then suddenly, a strange scene appeared before his eyes. He seemed to be in a wooden crib. Outside, the moonlight streamed in through a window. The sound of crying babies surrounded him. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Where was he? Who was he? Well, what do you know? Our protagonist has gone from a tall, handsome man and has been reborn in the past as a newborn baby. But we, the readers, know that. He still hasn't gotten his bearings. His body feels heavy, and it's noisy all around him. He wonders to himself, could he be in hell? Let's pull the camera back a bit so we can get a better sense of the location. This is the Baskerville family estate, with the familiar architecture of European castles. In a room filled with the loud cries of children, a man stands observing with an incredibly annoyed expression. A bunch of worthless runts. This is the patriarch of the Baskerville family, Hugo Le Baskerville. He walks around, inspecting them as if he's choosing something. In front of him and behind him are two nannies who care for the children in this room. Are there any special children here? I think there's nothing but rejects in here. Passing by a crib, he seems to notice something different and glances down. This one's awfully quiet. Yep, that's right. He picked the one crib where Vikir is busy trying to figure out who he is. This piece of trash seems quieter than the rest. The baby in the crib also looks up at him. Their eyes meet. The old man turns and orders the nanny, "Take this child to the sword sieve." "Yes, my lord," the nanny replies with a bow. Vikir, on the other hand, has realized who this is, and his eyes burn with rage. This is the very man who framed and executed him, his own father, Hugo Le Baskerville, and he, Hugo's descendant, Vikir Van Baskerville, had returned as a child. In his past life, he had lived like a hunting dog, an illegitimate child. He was forced to train under the worst possible conditions. A dog that had to do whatever it took to complete missions of assassination, espionage, ambush, and intimidation. A dog that handled the filthiest jobs in the world, doing everything to help House Baskerville become one of the 7 great families. He remembered Hugo's face. His reason for being so loyal was pathetically simple. All Vikir ever wanted was to be acknowledged by his family and by Hugo. 10 years after the gate to the demon world opened, the war against the demon race ended with humanity's victory. The reward given to the dog that had devoted everything to the family was to be thrown away. He remembered the guillotine. He remembered his tragic death in his previous life. The reason he was executed was because he knew too much. Clenching his tiny fists, he swore he would never live that kind of life again. Vikir tried to roll over, but he used too much force and ended up flat on his stomach. He couldn't get back up. He wanted revenge right now, but in this newborn body, there was nothing he could do. He looked up, his face blazing with determination, his hands gripping the blanket tightly. Being taken to the sword sieve was a good opportunity to get strong. Right now, what I need is to become stronger. The sword sieve is described as a plot of land filled with countless blood-red swords sticking out of it. A child born into the Baskerville family must pass through it in a single attempt. The babies are thrown into this labyrinth of swords. And after they get through, they must go to the River Styx to have their aptitude tested. The River Styx is a legendary river that turns a child's body into steel. A supervisor will hold each child by the ankle and dip them into the river. However, only a few children can withstand it. So, the path is to first get through the maze of 1,000 blades, and then head to the River Styx. Vikir crawls slowly through the maze, his hands and knees already covered in blood. Still, he doesn't give up, using one hand to grab a blade and pull himself forward. He thinks to himself, "In my past life, I failed. I had to compete with my siblings to receive the blessing, but this time will be different. I will monopolize the blessing of the river Styx for myself. He finally did it. Waiting for him at the finish line was a group from the Baskerville family. All of their jaws were on the floor. For this child, the deep trench before him was the river Styx. In the blink of an eye, Vikir was thrown right in. They say pressure makes diamonds, but this family's trials were monstrous, especially for a child. An infant, no less. The water seeped into Vikir's body and bones through the cuts and wounds he'd just received in the sword maze. Who would have thought it would be this effective? He sealed his lips, holding every last bit of air inside. I have to endure this for as long as possible. No matter how much it hurts, I have to take it. On the riverbank, the butler screamed, "Young master, you have to get out. You'll die if you stay in there any longer. Get him out. We have to get him out." But unlike the panicked servants, his father, Hugo, wore a satisfied grin. "Barry, how long has the boy been in the river?" "It's been 7 minutes, sir." Standing behind him, the head butler of the Baskerville family, John Barry, answered calmly. Hugo approached the river. 7 minutes? He must be dead already. Then, he called out, "Son, you can come out now." But Vikir kept holding his breath. That's Hugo's voice. "You think I'd give up that easily? I need to absorb this until the very last second." And so, he opened his mouth. He drank as much of the river water as he could, and immediately started to choke. His vision began to blur. He kept telling himself, "I have to endure it. I have to endure it." Then he sank deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his leg and dragged him out of the river. Hugo stared at Vikir's bloated stomach. Look at this kid. As if being in the water wasn't enough, he had to drink it too. "What's this child's name?" "It's the young master, Vikir Van Baskerville, sir," John replied. Hugo chuckled, his eyebrows furrowed as he gazed at his unconscious son. "Vikir, looks like I've got a proper one this time." A resolve formed in Vikir's heart. "Go on and celebrate while you still can, Hugo. For now, I need time to sharpen my fangs. And when the time comes, I will sever your head from your neck. The Baskerville family will be erased from history by my own hand." The hand of Vikir Van Baskerville. A familiar figure emerged from the darkness. The illegitimate son of Hugo Le Baskerville, Vikir Van Baskerville, now 8 years old. He possessed a talent worthy of being called a genius, but in his family, that was considered merely acceptable. By the age of 20, he was already being assigned missions like assassinations, intelligence gathering, and taking down rival factions. At 29, his growth began to stagnate compared to the other prodigies, and he started to hit the limits of his swordsmanship. When he turned 30, the gates to the demon world opened, and the demon invasion began. At 35, he had survived the Age of Ruin and killed countless demons. By 39, the long, grueling war finally ended with humanity's victory. And at the age of 40, he was rewarded for his loyalty with the title of Hunting Dog. But those rewards couldn't save him from a barrage of false accusations. And in the end, his head was placed on the guillotine. Slice! Vikir jolted awake from the nightmare. He looked around. Is this the nursery? Does this mean I succeeded in absorbing the waters of the Styx? He tried to roll over. It seems his body is already stronger. With this, I can get a much better start than before. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Good heavens, the madam is so cruel. Why would she tell me to put this in the young master's crib? Vikir turned to look at the box. The madam? Why would anyone suddenly give a gift to an illegitimate child like me? Placing the box in front of the young master, the nanny turned and left. The box opened on its own. A cloud of black gas billowed out, and a pair of crimson blood snakes slithered out from within. They stared at the child before them, their crimson eyes glowing, baring sharp fangs as if they'd found a delicious meal. Vikir was already in a ready stance. He looked unnaturally calm. No way. 2 rare beasts like this just to assassinate me? There aren't many people called Madam in the Baskerville household. She must be trying to eliminate the competition for her own child. It's possible she's even trying to murder the other children in the nurseries. The 2 snakes crept closer and closer. With his bare hands, Vikir snatched them both by the neck, a demonic smile spreading across his face. Just what I'd expect from the Baskerville family. I'll end your lives with my own 2 hands. His grip tightened and tightened until a spray of blood splattered across the bedsheets. The next morning, the Baskerville household was utterly horrified when they witnessed an infant sleeping peacefully next to the corpses of 2 blood snakes. The snakes' bodies had been torn to shreds. That day, the nanny who had been ordered to watch over the child was tortured and executed. In the end, the mystery behind the dead blood snakes remained unsolved. Of course, only one person knew the truth, a young hunting dog. 8 years after that incident, Vikir was now attending classes. His teacher was in the middle of an enthusiastic lecture. All right, young masters, today we will be learning about the stages of a swordsman. Once they can channel even a little bit of their mana into a sword, they are called a sword expert. And once the mana on their blade can be projected outward as an aura, they are called expert swordsmen. And finally, when that aura can be condensed and reshaped at the swordsman's will, they are granted the title of Sword Master. The best of the Baskervilles, Lord Hugo, is also a sword master. The children below gasped in admiration. Vicky thought to himself, Hugo is already a sword master. I'll have to recover all my strength from before my regression to stand a chance. The professor on the podium noticed that the young master, Vicky, was once again lost in thought. With the enhanced body he received from soaking in the river Styx for 7 minutes, combined with a genius analytical mind that far surpasses his peers, his talent is on a completely different level from the other young masters. The head of the family will be thrilled when he hears about the achievements young master Vicky has made. Oblivious, Vicky was still calculating just how long it would take for him to kill Hugo. To one side, 3 identical blonde-haired boys were staring at him with blood-red eyes, the same wicked smile spreading across all 3 of their faces. Hey, you worthless half-breed. One of the 3 blondes shoved Vicky. You're just an illegitimate half-breed, but there are some strange rumors going around about you, you know? As he finished, the other 2 chimed in. You know, the other brother continued, they say you soaked in the river Styx for 7 minutes and even killed 2 highly venomous blood serpents right after you were born. Vicky looked at them calmly. He knew these guys all too well. They were the ones who falsely accused and stabbed him while he was trying to escape. They were known as Hugo Les Baskerville's Trident. The only way to tell them apart was by the tufts of hair on their heads. The one with 1 tuft of hair was named High Bro Les Baskerville. The one with 2 tufts was Mid Bro Les Baskerville. And finally, the one with 3 tufts was Low Bro Les Baskerville. All 3 were 9 years old, and they were a real piece of work. Whenever one spoke, the other 2 would just echo him. Even their names were a joke. High Bro said, I don't think I like you one bit, and the other 2 chimed in, me neither. Vicky calculated that in just 10 years, they would become incredibly annoying enemies for him to deal with. I'd better put them in their place now to prevent trouble down the line. As he was thinking, a knife was held up in front of his face. After soaking in the waters of the river Styx, your body becomes as hard as tempered steel. It can no longer be harmed by swords or knives. That's what I've been told. So, that means you won't die if I stab you just once, right? High Bro turned and ordered his brother. Low Bro, with a cruel smile, stepped behind Vicky and clamped his hands tightly over his nose and mouth. You really endured 7 minutes in the river Styx? I'll eat my own hand if you can even last 3 minutes. It's true what they say. Kids can be crueler than adults. He figured he might as well play with these little brats for a while. 1 minute passed, and the other 2 still looked confident. 3 minutes passed, and they looked a little impressed. But after 10 minutes, their faces were filled with utter terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could the rumors actually be true? Although children are crueler than adults, they're also far more cowardly. High Bro said, this isn't fun anymore. Let him go. Low Bro was about to release his grip when his hand was suddenly covered in blood. He clutched his hand and screamed in agony. Vicky spat out the finger he had just bitten off of Low Bro's hand. The other 2 were completely horrified. What are you doing? Why? Didn't you just say you'd eat your own hand? Vicky sneered. Even if you did that, we're not afraid of you. No way. While the 2 older brothers tried to act calm, the youngest one cried out, I'm scared. The 2 older brothers looked annoyed. Breaking the chain isn't cool. Low Bro kept screaming, my hand's been cut off. Calm down, little brother. Let's go see a cleric to get it reattached. High Bro reassured him. Vicky spoke slowly. And who said you could leave? Hearing this, High Bro lost his composure and swung the knife, trying to stab Vicky. Did you forget we're a year older than you? But then his eyes widened in shock. Why couldn't he stab Vicky? Vicky replied nonchalantly, I think you're the one who's forgotten, brother. This is Baskerville. If you have enough strength and talent, something like age doesn't matter. He grabbed High Bro's hand, twisting it backwards and making him scream in pain. Shall we play this game to the end, my dear brothers? He grinned as he spoke, his eyes glowing crimson. High Bro screamed in both pain and terror. Are the rumors true? Before he could even process it, Vicky sent a punch straight to his face, knocking him flat on his back with a nosebleed like a waterfall. Mid-Bro, furious, lunged to avenge his brother, but bam, a devastating kick landed squarely on his knee. It looked like the bone had shattered. Don't be afraid. You'll heal just fine if you get treated in time, but I'm not letting you leave this room, and at this rate, you'll be crippled for the rest of your life. He picked up the knife, smiling. So, I'll be generous and let one of you leave. Low bro asked in disbelief. Really? You'll let one of us go? Vicky tossed the knife on the floor in front of them. That's for you to decide. I'm not going to wait long, so decide quickly. At least one of you should live, shouldn't you? The door closed, and the three of them turned to look at each other, their eyes filled with conflict. From behind the door, a series of noises erupted, and along with them, Baskerville's trident shattered into pieces. In the study, Butler Zahn was reporting that the Patriarch had another clash with the Moore family at the Ruby Mine. The Moore family is now demanding the Ruby Mine in their territory. He figured there'd be a chance to discuss it with them soon enough. The Moore family would be the one to approach them first. Even so, do you have anything else to report? Regarding the most recent midterm evaluation at the Children's Castle, Zahn continued that young Master Vikir had placed number 1 on the written exam. Is that so? When is the practical exam? It will begin in 5 days. The night guards of the Children's Castle are preparing for the trip. Then the Children's Castle will be completely empty right now. My lord, there is something I must tell you about the Children's Castle. There was a rather large fight among the young masters recently. A large fight? How many died? No one died, but young Master HRO's teeth were completely destroyed. Young Master Midbro's jaw was smashed in, and young Master LR's left finger was severed. They've been treated and are recovering, but they've suffered significant mental trauma. Weren't those three supposed to be close? I was suspicious about them fighting amongst themselves, since they've always ganged up on their other brothers. The one who reduced the three brothers to that state was their younger brother, by 1 year. The same young master who placed number 1 on the exam I just mentioned. Young Master Vikir. Hugo was utterly astonished. A moment later, Vikir was summoned. You've grown a lot. Vikir trembled as he spoke. Good afternoon, my lord. Vikir smiled brightly. My lord, I suppose I am the head of a family. I heard you crippled the trio from the advanced class. Hugo got straight to the point. I heard they've already received special treatment. Vikir wondered. I'm not talking about their physical state. I'm talking about how you've broken their spirits. Since that day, they've started eating separately and have stopped speaking to one another. Their three-pronged combination attack was a work of art. But since you've created such a massive rift between them, don't you think you've done something wrong? Wrong? What did I do wrong? Did you not turn your own brothers into invalids? Hugo replied, observing Vikir's every expression. But I'm stronger than them. How can the strong one be at fault? Vikir answered confidently. My brothers came to me before I came here and generously forgave me. And you still feel no remorse? Forgave me? Vikir sneered. He remembered the time before his regression, when the last child of a fallen noble house came to the Baskerville estate to see Hugo in person. She had become a nun after all those years, and came to tell him that she had forgiven him. And after hearing that, Hugo had replied by saying, I believe forgiveness is nothing more than an apology from the weak who cannot take revenge. Now, he used those exact same words to answer his father's question. Hugo smiled, satisfied. Strength is justice, which also means that to be weak is a sin. It seems you understand the Baskerville family motto well. He turned to his butler, Barrior. Go to the food storage and give this boy whatever he wants to eat. But don't be too greedy. Only give him what he can carry. Can I have some chocolate? Thank you, my lord. Vikir smiled brightly and turned to follow the butler. Hugo suddenly called out to him, reminding his son to do well in the upcoming midterm evaluation and not to lose to anyone from the main house. Vikir clenched his teeth. Yes, my lord. Once in the food storage, Zahn introduced him to a delicacy. This is the kind of chocolate enjoyed by the young ladies of the Moore family, who are rumored to have refined tastes. This is the highest quality product, which was very difficult for us to acquire this time. I don't need anything processed. I want cacao beans, the kind with a very strong spice, Vikir demanded. Are you talking about the unprocessed beans? Zahn was taken aback. A moment later, a package of red cacao beans was placed before him. These are blood beans, a type of cacao with an extremely potent flavor. The chef introduced them to him. Just a single bean is enough to make 100 liters of chocolate. Vikir tried one, his face scrunching up from the bitterness. Butler Zahn observed from the side. I can't believe he can eat those bitter beans raw. He must really like chocolate. Young Master Vikir. He's calculating the Patriarch's words to only give him what he can carry. Therefore, he devised a plan to get as much chocolate as possible within those parameters. How cunning. Young master, shall we bring these to your room after we've processed them? The chef asked. You don't need to process them. Just give them to me, Vikir replied. Isn't he a unique character? Zahn thought to himself. Vikir doesn't want chocolate because he wants to eat it. The purpose of these blood beans will be revealed during the practical exam 5 days from now. Vikir smiled confidently. On that day, an unprecedented incident was about to unfold within the Baskerville family, a family the world knows as the Clan of Madmen. Every child born into this family undergoes a rigorous education. As soon as they learn to walk, they're forced to climb steep mountains to build their basic stamina, with no rest allowed outside of their scheduled breaks. At night, they sleep with the corpses of monsters and demons to acclimate them to the harshest environments. By the time this phase is over, they are only 8 years old. These young hounds must then face a series of evaluations, each one more grueling than the last. This is precisely why the Baskerville family earned their name as the Clan of Madmen, and today is the day of their practical survival assessment. The young hounds gather at Mount Leru, a mountain teeming with demonic creatures captured from the borders of their territory. The Baskerville family's instructor, Captain of the Hounds Vikir Van Baskerville, is in charge of this trial. Young masters, the rules of this practical assessment are quite simple. You will survive here for 1 month, and you will hunt powerful monsters. You need only remember those 2 things. You'll earn 10 points for successfully saving someone's life, and 30 points if you save them without sustaining any serious injuries. You'll get 50 points for surviving by eliminating another young master, 70 points for hunting down a monster and surviving, and a full 90 points for meeting all of the previously mentioned conditions. Additionally, any badge you obtain by stealing it from someone else will count as bonus points. You get 0 points if you die, and there is no way to achieve a perfect 100-point score. I expect all of you to remember the teachings of Lord Hugo. Let your guard down, and you die instantly. I advise you not to leave the restricted zone. Mount Leru has many dangerous, unexplored areas, so I recommend you stay within the region containing the monsters we have already subdued. The hounds, our guardian knights, will be secretly scoring your performance throughout the test. As he speaks, a few people glance over at Vikir, whispering, "Isn't that the kid who was submerged in the river Styx for a full 7 minutes? There are also rumors he strangled 2 vipers in his own cradle. I heard he aced the written exam too. Let's see if he's any good in a real-world assessment." But Vikir looked on with complete confidence, as if this was his own private domain. Mount Leru. It's been a while, he thought. On the other side, a trio of boys looked completely bewildered as Bavio raised a bell. This bell will signal the start of the assessment. I pray for your success. With that, he rang the bell, and in an instant, everyone charged up the mountain, leaving the clearing completely empty. Vikir darted off, a plan already forming in his mind. First, I need to secure an advantageous position. I'll head to that spot that got so much attention in last year's exam. 2 others tailed him from behind. There's no rule that says you have to survive alone. We'll just follow him and leech off his points. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers were still arguing amongst themselves, unable to agree on a plan. Bavio casually lit a cigarette, a long scar over his left eye standing out clearly. Have they started yet, I wonder? This test doesn't encourage killing others, nor is it forbidden. It's simply discouraged because there's a point deduction for murder, so they'll do their best to avoid killing anyone with their own hands. With a few hounds watching over them, everything can at least be kept to a minimum. Elsewhere, one of the hounds was observing Vikir, only to find him wandering around, waving a tree branch everywhere. This place is near the unexplored region. Just how far are you planning to go, young Master Vikir? Then again, he's a genius who's shown exceptional skill since he was a child. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's capable of. Vikir, meanwhile, seemed to be searching for something. Coming to a leafless tree, he wondered to himself, is it around here? He poked the branch into the surrounding earth. This ground should be soft enough. All right, I'll make my camp here for the time being. It's about time I enjoyed my vacation, don't you think? The observing hound couldn't believe his ears. A vacation? And so, while his peers were fighting each other and battling monsters, our protagonist was chopping wood and building a house. The hound was utterly baffled. All he did was sleep and spend several days digging a hole. Other than that, he just hunted for food and gathered firewood. Is he just planning to hide here and kill time? Weren't there rumors about him being a genius? Maybe I don't need to watch him. He clearly doesn't have any grand ambitions. With that, the hound moved on to another area. Vikir watched him go, a smirk playing on his lips. He's finally gone. Staring into the campfire at his feet, Vikir recalled a memory. Camping. It brings back old times. Hey, Captain. Cacao beans are the best for removing the gamey smell of meat, especially the kind that has a lot of blood beans. A subordinate from his team had once told him that. Lost in thought, Vikir tossed a few of the so-called blood beans into the fire. The obstacles are gone, and my preparations are complete. Now then. Shall I begin the hunt? The pits Vikir had been digging were filled with sharpened spikes, but they were hidden so deep that the hound never saw them. And so, a few days later, Vikir was venturing deep into an unexplored region. Vikir looked around. To others, this was uncharted territory, but to him, it was just the backyard he used to patrol back in his days as a scout. Suddenly, he caught a scent, a burning odor that stung his nose. Flammable? A flickering light in a corner caught his eye. Was that dung? On fire? Found it. Only one type of monster around here produces excrement like that. A pair of razor-sharp teeth surrounded by fire appeared. He'd gotten sick of these things back in his scouting days, but seeing one now was a welcome sight. Facing him in the darkness was a hellhound, its entire body wreathed in roaring flames, its eyes glowing. It glared at the uninvited guest, opened its jaws, and launched a fireball. A quick briefing on hellhounds. Danger level, B+. Size, 3 meters. Habitat, Mount Elileno. Second slope, a dog that carries hell in its mouth. This creature is a walking disaster for anyone who encounters it. Even a single bite brings a slow, agonizing death. The sulfurous fire spewing from its eyes and mouth is from the very depths of hell, and it cannot be extinguished until the life force designated as its fuel has been completely burned away. Vikir remembered from his past life, these demonic creatures shrouded in hellfire were known as the Hounds of Baskerville. Before he regressed, he could only take on one of these when he was 18 years old. So, naturally, a direct confrontation would be too much for his current 8-year-old body. However, he knew a way for a child to defeat a hellhound. The two of them began to charge at each other. The hound pounced, but Vikir deftly ducked and slid right past it. Hellhounds can only move in a straight line. It takes them a considerable amount of time to change direction. The hound landed, turned, and growled at him. Once they were at a distance, Vikir opened a vial of water, the hellhound's second weakness. For some reason, these demonic creatures cannot cross a stream of water, no matter how small. He poured the water out in front of him. In this situation, the hellhound would be slowed down, making it difficult for it to approach him. This would expose the fatal weakness common to all dog-like monsters. Just then, the hellhound managed to get around the puddle of water. It charged relentlessly at Vikir. In one move, the dog leaped into the air and opened its massive jaws. Vikir quickly tossed a small bean into its mouth. The dog stopped to chew, then dropped dead on the spot. That's right, for the canine species, chocolate is a fatal poison. And if it's a red cocoa bean, which can produce 100 liters of chocolate from a single seed, its effect on these dogs is, of course, even more potent. The hellhound was now foaming at the mouth, lying weakly on the ground. Vikir drew his sword with a triumphant smirk. It seems these hellhounds really can't handle chocolate after all. It probably affects their heart and stomach first. Those parts are protected by a very sturdy rib cage, so I have to aim for a spot where there are no ribs. That would probably be their kidneys. As he spoke, he plunged his sword deep into the targeted spot. One down. He pulled out his sword, and a stream of blue smoke flowed from the wound. When someone defeats a monster, experience points or karma are absorbed into their body, making them stronger. The blue smoke enveloped Vikir's arm. He gave a few practice swings. It seemed the sword had absorbed most of it. At this rate, my power will increase quickly. It won't be long before I'm as strong as I was as an adult in my past life. I wonder what kind of face Hugo will make when he finds out an 8-year-old took down a B-rank hellhound. He thought gleefully, with this achievement, I've secured the top spot for sure. I guess it's time to think about the reward. A reward I couldn't even dream of in my past life. Something whose true value no one in this era knows yet. Now then, time to take its head. Suddenly, he heard a noise from behind him. 2 more hellhounds were approaching. No, wait, there are 4 of them. It seems the other hounds heard the howl and came to avenge their packmate. Then, with one decisive slash, he cut off the dead hound's head. What a strong pack bond you all have. In any case, I wasn't planning on stopping at just one. Come on, then. I've got plenty more cocoa beans for all of you. A pair of purple eyes flashed in the darkness, causing the 4 hounds to freeze in terror. Vikir was surprised to see them backing away, looking confused and panicked. Were they seriously scared by the aura of an 8-year-old child? Hellhounds never retreat, not even in the face of death. Could there be another reason? He turned his head. A massive, 3-headed mastiff, pitch black and covered in purple flames, was drawing near. It's a 3-headed Cerberus, a monster with a danger level of A+. Why would a creature that belongs on the 7th floor be here on the 1st? He had to take it down, even if it meant using everything he had. Vikir mentally calculated. In his past life, he had hidden his true skills from the Baskerville clan. His swordsmanship had already reached the level of a high-grade master, and his proficiency with the Baskerville trident had completely surpassed what the other hounds could only achieve in their prime. Vikir swung his sword in a wide arc towards his opponent, just as another head lunged out to attack. Vikir fluidly redirected his blade, slashing at the new threat. He smirked. He could do this. It was entirely possible, especially if it was in injured times Cerberus. Before his regression, during the war against the monsters, Vikir's sword techniques were honed to the point where there wasn't a single wasted movement in his killing blows. On top of that, his body had been enhanced by the river Styx. The weapons Vikir had were more than enough to damage a Cerberus. The Cerberus went berserk, its eyes glowing a deep purple. Vikir had miscalculated. With a single bite, his sword shattered into pieces. A moment of carelessness gave the Cerberus an opening to strike with its claws, sending Vikir flying backward into a tree trunk. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed from his lips. A little background on the Cerberus. Danger level A+, size 7 meters. Location the 7th floor of Mount Leroux Eleno. Nickname, the Hound of Hell. It wasn't interested in souls that were descending into hell, but the moment a soul tried to leave, it would tear them to shreds. What? Does it have multiple personalities or something? It resides in the deepest pit of hell, the final destination for all souls. It's the strongest of all canine-type monsters. Vikir passed out for a moment before jolting awake, realizing he'd lost consciousness from the Cerberus's attack. The dog was now right in front of him. His entire left arm was in agony. Was it broken? He looked down to check his arm. Where the sleeve of his shirt was ripped open, a deep gash was visible. Vikir was astonished. Even if the Cerberus was injured, a single blow from it should have been lethal. Was the fact that he only sustained this much damage due to the effects of the river Styx? While he was lost in thought, the Cerberus lunged at him again. Vikir dodged while calculating his options. If I keep taking hits like that, there's no way I'll survive. This was a tough spot, but even in a situation like this, a veteran hunter always finds the best way out. The best thing I can do right now is run for it. Pretty smart, I gotta say. And here I thought the main character was just some battle-crazed maniac. The three-headed dog immediately gave chase, hot on his heels. If the Cerberus hadn't been injured, it would have already caught him and torn him to pieces. He supposed he should thank those mountain savages. After running for a while, he reached the barrier fence. Beyond that wall was the outer boundary. If he could just make it there in time, he might succeed. Vikir leaped over the fence with ease, but it was pointless. The dog simply smashed through the gate. Running for his life, he scanned the area for his secret trap, finally spotting it at the base of a tree. Vikir picked up the pace, with the Cerberus closing in right behind him. The monster got closer and closer, until Vikir pushed off his toes, flipping over the trap's trigger mechanism. The Cerberus opened its jaws, thinking it was about to bite his head clean off. Just then, its paw landed right on the trap below. Vikir landed perfectly and looked back over his shoulder. "Welcome to my horn sword trap, Cerberus." The mechanism activated, and a series of razor-sharp swords shot up from the ground, piercing the Cerberus's body. Vikir wiped the sweat pouring down his face. Who would have thought the trap I set for the Hellhounds would end up catching a Cerberus? Just like the hounds, a Cerberus is still a dog. The hemostatic agent I coated the spear tips with acts as a poison to them. The Cerberus's two side heads began vomiting uncontrollably, but the central head seemed perfectly lucid. It knew exactly what was happening to its body. It stared at its enemy, filled with hatred. Vikir picked up a spear. "I'm guessing a high-level monster like you won't die from just one hit, right?" Then he hurled the spear, plunging it deep into the Cerberus's back. It roared in agony and charged toward him. Vikir calmly stood and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The monster was right in his face. On the 8th step, the Cerberus powered down, collapsing to the ground. "It's finally over." He looked at the monster's corpse. Exactly 7 steps. The rumors were true. The wooden spear I just threw was a little different. A normal bite victim can barely take 7 steps. That spear was coated in the venom of a blood serpent. Lucky I held onto it since I was a kid. The familiar blue light once again enveloped Vikir. I can feel the energy from the Cerberus. It seems all 3 heads are dead. Now, how do I carry this thing? The cause of the Cerberus's death is obvious. The Guardian Knights will probably suspect me soon, but there's something I need to do first. Vikir scouted the forest. The Cerberus is a gatekeeper-type monster with a habit of protecting its territory. There must be a dungeon around here somewhere. It's a strange place filled with treasure, and sometimes it's the lair of a powerful demon beast. There's a high chance the dungeon is empty now, that its gatekeeper is gone. If I disguise myself with the Cerberus's scent, I can avoid confronting most of the other monsters. As he considered this, He began smearing the monster's blood all over his body. Once that was done, he covered himself in humus and dry leaves. He broke branches, hid his tracks, and used what was left of his spit to mark the way. In just a moment, he arrived at the dungeon entrance, which was pitch black inside. He remembered coming here before his regression. Vikir had discovered it 10 years later, but by then, the cave was already empty. But things were different now. Mixed with the smell of decay, Vikir could sense the scent of demonic energy. This place was definitely untouched. He observed the cave. The light couldn't reach the end of the path. It seemed deeper than he thought. I wonder what kind of treasure is waiting for me in here. With an excited grin, Vikir headed straight into the cave. A red glow emanated from the cave walls. There were quite a few ruby veins in various places along these walls. It seemed this place was connected to the Red Fang Mountains, a branch of the Leru Elano mountain range. Gradually, a blinding red light appeared. That must be the inside of the dungeon. In the middle of the room stood a crumbling stone pillar, and on top of it, a crystal block glowed with a brilliant red light. Vikir stepped closer. It was illuminating the dungeon. It must be an artifact that emits light by absorbing mana and channeling it into the ruby. All of a sudden, he saw a skeleton leaning against the wall next to it. Had someone been here before him? Examining the skeleton's condition, Vikir guessed the wounds all over its body came from being hacked at randomly with a knife. The blood had long since dried up. It looked like a long time had passed. There was a letter next to it, right there and then. My name no longer matters, so it can be anything. I shall call myself Ken. I see no need to soil this clean paper with my real name, Vikir analyzed. This style of writing has been passed down through the Baskerville bloodline for generations. Could this person also be a member of the Baskerville family? He continued reading the letter. I am writing this down because I want those who come after me to not make the same mistake I did. A family legend told that this place was an ancient dungeon, and my brother, Aben, stumbled upon it by chance. We tried countless times to explore this dungeon. We slaughtered countless monsters and reached this stone chamber, only to be met with a riddle. The ultimate one, at that. This riddle held us captive for a long time, for 3 whole years, Vikir surmised. 3 years? They must have desperately craved the treasure inside. This ultimate riddle must be somewhere in this chamber. Is that it? He looked at the inscription carved into the stone pillar. What? When you enter, you are one, but inside, you become 2. Only when you are one again can you leave. Returning to the letter, it read, with our limited understanding of the riddle on the pillar, my brother and I thought long and hard, and we both came to the same conclusion. We are twins. In our mother's womb, we were once one, but when we were born, we were separated into 2. Does that mean only one of us can leave with the treasure we found? Right? That could only mean one thing. A fight to the death between brothers erupted. In the end, after a long and brutal battle, I killed my own brother. Now, there is only one person left in this place. But even so, nothing has changed. The 2 of us are now one, so why haven't I received anything? I killed my brother. I killed him. Overcome with endless regret, I decided to leave this place. If anyone is brave enough to make it here, I want to tell you one thing. Leave this place immediately. All this place does is drive people mad with greed. There's nothing to take from this damned cave. After reading the letter, Vikir tossed it to the ground. So, in short, he's saying that even after overcoming everything to get here, there's no reward? But since I'm not a twin, the riddle is still the same. That means Ken and Aben deciphered it wrong. Looking back at the riddle, he pondered, what could it be? A dungeon that can't be conquered, doesn't exist. Observing the skeleton, Vikir seemed to realize something. He smiled. Ah, so that's what this is. Ken and Aben were just a pair of unlucky brothers. Because there were 2 of them, they were trapped by their own situation and couldn't solve the puzzle. The dark tunnel contrasted with the brightly lit stone chamber. The answer to the riddle was the dungeon itself. When we enter, we are one with the dark tunnel. But the moment we reach this place, we become 2 because of the light from the ruby. So, if I make it dark again, the final area of the dungeon will open. With that, he reached out and shattered the ruby. The answer was my shadow. From the shattered fragments, the ruby released one last surge of red light. The dungeon's true door slowly opened before Vikir's eyes. So, this is what those 2 brothers killed each other for? A pitch-black sword embedded in another stone pillar appeared before him. Could this be a demonic relic? An ancient, seal-carved sword was emitting a powerful red glow. The inscription below it read, only one with the blood of Baskerville may draw Beelzebub. Vikir was astonished. This is Beelzebub. This is the relic that was found in this place? I remember seeing an illustration of this sword in a mythology book I read in my past life. Then the gluttonous demon Beelzebub. Ancient myths never spoke of the great demons who conquered the land, 7 great plagues corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. To stop those 7 plagues, the leaders of 7 great families rose up to fight each and every one of the demons of the 7 deadly sins. In that era, the demon the Baskerville clan faced was none other than Beelzebub, the demon fly of gluttony. And ever since, what remained of Beelzebub was sealed away deep within the Baskerville territory. The demonic energy that Beelzebub released attracted monsters, or at least, that's what the myths claimed, but no one ever actually believed them. However, that legend was true, and in the future, this very sword would fall into the hands of a demon, bringing death to countless human warriors on the battlefield. But that's not going to happen again in this lifetime. After all, it belongs to me now. As Vikir spoke, he touched the sword's hilt. A red energy pulsed out, flowing into his hand as if it were being sucked in. Just like that, a sword suddenly grew from his hand, surrounded by a powerful red glow. He and the sword had become one, a blade crystallized from the very remains of a demon. Getting my hands on Beelzebub was completely unexpected. I wonder, just how much stronger will I become in this life? I can't wait to find out. Looking at the sword in his hand, a wicked smile crept across his face. He glanced around the cave. It seemed there was nothing left to take. As he was debating whether to head back, something strange happened inside his body. Vikir collapsed to his knees, feeling dizzy. Was this a symptom of hunger? The sword wanted him to feed it. Right, the fly of gluttony. Staggering out of the cave, Vikir clutched his stomach. A ravenous hunger made him feel like his stomach was being ripped apart. His sense of smell, sharpened by the hunger, seemed to be more sensitive than usual. Something smelled absolutely incredible. From his hand, the sword's blade squirmed like a long tongue, pointing in one direction. Are you trying to tell me there's something to eat over there? After walking a short distance, he was back where he started. It was the corpse of the 3-headed dog he had just killed. What was a tongue, a moment ago, had now turned back into a sharp blade. It plunged straight into the monster's flesh, greedily sucking up its blood. As the blood flowed through Beelzebub, I felt my stomach roar back to life. I guess it's been starving for a long time. The withered trees and barren land, could all of it be because of Beelzebub's insane hunger? Just how much do I have to feed it to satisfy it? Once it finished drinking, Beelzebub satisfyingly retracted the blade. Beelzebub's hunger still has 2 empty slots. Is this Beelzebub's unique skill? I heard it can steal an opponent's skills and make them its own. It can absorb skills infinitely, and those whose skills are taken are completely annihilated. Just as he'd guessed, there was a limit to the skills he could absorb from a corpse. The 3-headed dog's blood had a skill that caused even the slightest scratch to bleed profusely. Vikir was thinking that if he could just take that skill. But before he could finish the thought, the blade shot out again. Continuing its mukbang session, Vikir scratched his head. You can't just eat the whole thing. It'll be hard to explain when they inspect it later, if the corpse is completely mangled. Of course, he said that, without making any real move to stop it. A moment later, he tapped the sword as a reminder. Eat a little less, or you'll get fat. Beelzebub seemed to complain as it announced it had acquired 2 more skills. Cerberus's Incineration, A+ rank, and Hellhound's Blood, B+ rank, and a brown rat's Rapid Regeneration, F rank. Vikir looked down in surprise. So it ate the rat corpse that was underneath it too. Vikir was satisfied. Getting incineration from a Cerberus was a huge win, and with the skill he absorbed from the Hellhound, anyone hit by it was guaranteed to die. That sensation would be even more horrifying than being burned alive. I've already prepared a demonic creature for the practical test, so I just need to relax until the evaluation is over. The evaluation ended, and the young hounds of Baskerville returned after completing their practical assessment. Every single one of them, who had left in perfect condition, came back battered and bruised. The evaluation continued, as the corpses of the demonic creatures caught by the young hounds were forged into shields, swords, and necklaces, and returned to them as spoils of war. And one of the corpses, brought back by a young hound, sent a shockwave through all the Baskervilles present. After hearing the report, Hugo looked up and asked again, who caught? What? Young Master Vikir of House Baskerville, age 8, happened to pass through an unexplored area during the exam and hunted a dangerous A-rank monster. The butler reported, Are you referring to the 3-headed Cerberus that our own knight's order struggled against? I was informed that it had been previously wounded by some barbarian tribes and had also been poisoned. What kind of poison is strong enough to take down a Cerberus? And how in the world did it get poisoned? There was nothing else recorded in the hunting log. I tried to ask the young master about it, but he just said he was tired and returned to his dormitory. This kid knows how to play the game. Knowledge is power, and power has value. A satisfied smile spread across Hugo's face. To be honest, sir, I am quite surprised to think that a talent like him came from the Van line and not Law or Lee. You don't understand me at all. I'm different from the past patriarchs. I don't care about bloodlines when I'm raising a hunting dog. It doesn't matter to me which family it comes from, royal family or whatever. All I care about is talent and determination. I'm saying that even the weak can come from good bloodlines, and vice versa. Do you understand me? John thought to himself. Is he even aware of his second son training in some remote place? Nevertheless, the old man simply said, I apologize. No matter. I need something to improve my mood. Call the boy here. John obeyed. A moment later, Vikir was all smiles in front of Hugo. The patriarch got straight to the point. I heard you killed the Cerberus during the practical exam. How did you do it? I fed it chocolate to kill it. Chocolate is a lethal poison to hellhounds, Vikir said casually. I see. Is that why you requested chocolate? Yes, Vikir confirmed. John, standing to the side, thought to himself. They just exchanged questions and answers without so much as a greeting. Is this really how a father and son should talk? Just then, Hugo asked again. I heard you didn't answer him properly when he asked for the specifics of the hunt. Why is that? Because he is not my master. Then who is? I am a member of this house. The patriarch is my master. Who else could it be? You've learned your lessons well. Hugo's praise was like a reward. The corpse of the beast you hunted is yours, and since you placed first, I will grant you one wish. Just as I predicted, Vikir thought to himself. I wish to enter the Great Library. The answer made both Hugo and John flinch slightly. The Great Library, a massive archive in the deepest part of the main Baskerville fortress. The library is one of the largest in the Empire. Hugo stared intently at his son. The Great Library. Do you realize that only the Patriarch, the Vice Patriarch, and core members are allowed inside? If I am not permitted, I will give up. He wanted to say that, but in his mind, he was already thinking he'd have no choice but to sneak in later. You may enter. Hugo's answer stunned him. In the deepest part of the library, I want you to read the 6th fang of the Baskerville sword style, located in the 6th restricted area. Vikir was even more astonished. The 6th fang of the Baskerville sword style. Hugo was allowing an illegitimate child to read it? There's never been a case of an illegitimate child with the middle name Van reading past the 4th fang. But I shouldn't get so worked up. After all, it's only the 6th fang. Right now, Hugo has mastered the 7th. In my past life, he managed to reach the 9th fang. I still haven't forgotten the contempt I received for being Hugo's bastard son. In this life, I will surpass Hugo because I can obtain the sword scripture that contains the true, pure essence of the Baskervilles. It was discovered much later in my previous life and was written by the very first patriarch, the one who helped eradicate the 7 calamities. And you are going to hand that sword scripture to me. Hugo Le Baskerville, you will be the one to give it to me. Hugo propped his chin on his hands, smiling at his son. I'm looking forward to it. Good luck. Thank you, sir. I will do my best to live up to your expectations, and you have no idea the value of what you're giving away, Vikir thought. A short while later, Vikir arrived at the Great Library. 2 knights stood guard on either side of the entrance. This was the first time he'd seen this place with his own eyes. Vikir read the titles of the books: The Severing Fang Sword Technique, The Grinding Demon Fang Sword Technique, The Piercing Fang Sword Technique, The Twin Thrust Enveloping Fang Sword Technique, and The Fatal Fang Sword Technique. Every scripture containing the sword techniques I yearned to learn before my regression. They're all here. In the Baskerville family, no matter how much mana an illegitimate child possesses, they are forbidden from learning any sword technique beyond the 4th fang. This is an internal policy to ensure that the disposable pawns, destined to be hunting dogs, can never bare their fangs at the direct descendants of the family, the ones who are meant to be masters. He arrived at a place where a securely locked book was kept. This was the book Hugo mentioned. I can't believe that bastard Hugo would recommend a sword technique of the 6th fang to me. Before my regression, I couldn't have even dreamed of being allowed to do this. He unlocked the book. Well, I'm sure Hugo gave his permission, because he thinks it's impossible for an 8-year-old kid to memorize all of this in a single day. However, before I regressed, I studied the theories and principles behind the sword techniques from the 1st to the 4th fang like a madman, to the point where I could even accurately predict the principles behind the 5th fang, which I had never even learned before. After drawing out the 4th fang, I once had to break my mana circuit. That's precisely why I was never able to use the 5th fang. The Baskerville family's swordsmanship. Each level is classified by the number of fangs. So, level 1 is 1 fang, Level 2 is two fangs. It's characterized by a crimson aura that runs along the blade as the fangs appear. I don't care about the sixth fang. I came here today with a different goal. What I'm after is a level that's much, much higher. The two knights were surprised to see Vikir walking out. You're leaving already, sir? The sword scriptures here are much more profound. If you're leaving because you forgot something, please allow us to retrieve it for you. I'm done. My work here is done. Are you finished already? You can still read more before you go. I'm going to browse through a few more scriptures before I leave, so you can all just ignore me and get back to your duties. Seeing Vicky head towards the stairs to go up, the two soldiers whispered to each other. There's nothing up there but a bunch of miscellaneous, jumbled scriptures. Yeah, if it were me, I'd read the ones stored deeper inside. Is he too young to understand their value? Vicky couldn't care less about the soldiers' gossip. Think whatever you want. There's no way you could ever know that within that dusty pile of miscellaneous scriptures lies a treasure waiting to be discovered. Vicky walked straight to a bookshelf and pulled out a tattered, ancient-looking book. This was it. The book he was looking for was The Hidden Fang, a simple scripture about the first fang that not even the children of House Baskerville would bother to read. That's because all the clean pages had been torn from the middle of the scripture, so it's no wonder it was classified among the low-grade, miscellaneous scriptures. However, he knew the true value of this book. Before his regression, the pack of hounds he was a part of had found a strange relic on the borderlands, near the peak of the Black-Red Mountain. It was a page on tactics, a page torn from a scripture, a page from a sacred sword manual, written in the Baskerville family's own handwriting. Sensing something was off about this, Hugo had ordered his men to find the original book from within the entire great library of scriptures. That book was a sacred sword manual called The Hidden Fang. This scripture was written by a Baskerville ancestor himself. It detailed the method to achieve the 10th fang of House Baskerville. Driven mad by the thought of the 10th fang, Hugo unleashed the family's hounds to track down the 6 remaining pages. Knowing that the remaining pages were carefully hidden among the 7 other great and powerful families, Hugo nearly declared war, unleashing his hounds to attack anyone who dared to resist. After countless hounds had sacrificed their lives, we finally found and presented the remaining pages to Hugo. And our reward for all of that was. The thought alone made Vicky's hatred flare up. Thanks to that, Hugo surpassed the 7th fang and reached the 9th, using the blood and flesh of his hounds as stepping stones. But in this lifetime, that's not going to happen. The hound who hunted down and offered up all those pages was me. I still remember the information on the missing pages clearly. But the reason I could never climb higher than the 4th fang was because I never once got my hands on the scripture containing the original text. The first step of the 10th fang is the same as the essence of the first fang. The moment you show your aggression, draw your sword, and create an arc with the blade, every sword path ends with the same limitation. No wonder most people would treat this book as a low-grade piece of work filled with nonsense. But when the missing pages are put back in their place, the information that once seemed like boastful lies becomes a puzzle, each stroke painting a magnificent masterpiece. Before I regressed, I was at the 4th fang in swordsmanship and a high-ranking graduate among Aura swordsmen. I will become as strong as I was before, but at the age of 15, Vicky sat, poring over the book. From late at night until the crack of dawn, he finally closed the book. That was enough reading. Then he turned to the window. Have I been focused all day? But thanks to that, I've committed the book to memory so well, I could probably recite it backward. I don't sense the presence of any guards. I probably can't reach the 10th fang with this child's body, but I might just be able to reach the 5th fang, something I could never touch in my past life. He took a breath, focused his power, and imagined an opponent before him. He swung his hand in a flash, slicing that body in two, the 1st fang of House Baskerville. Then, he continued to the 2nd fang, the 3rd fang. The strikes grew stronger and more numerous. Then, the 4th fang. Before his regression, he had lived such a shallow life. He had managed to achieve the title of high-ranking master swordsman after training relentlessly, but he was scorned by his own family because he couldn't learn their proper sword style. And the only reason he couldn't reach the 5th fang or higher was because he was an illegitimate child. He would not live a life like that a second time. As he thought this, Vicky attempted to execute the 5th fang. He pictured the body as Hugo's face. Rage boiled over. With an intricate form, he diced the body into 100 pieces. After finishing, he panted heavily, looking at the hand that had just executed the form. Vicky thought to himself, it's still a little lacking, but I was able to use the 5th fang. A warm feeling spread from deep within his core, a lump forming in his throat. Vicky wanted to cry tears of happiness after reaching the 5th fang. He turned. He looked around. There were no swords here. Throughout the entire history of the Baskerville family, the fangs of a young hound were growing, faster than ever before, and those fangs were aimed at its own master's throat. Thinking back on the entire process, Vikir smiled with satisfaction. I've successfully manifested the fifth fang. If I can increase my mana from now on, I'll reach the same level of power I had before I regressed. My mana is still growing steadily, but this time, through this enlightenment, it's going to grow on a whole new level. Right now, this liquid aura is the sign of a swordmaster. It looks like I've leveled up from a high-grade elite swordsman to a low-grade swordmaster, a level I didn't reach until I was 30 in my past life. And now, I've achieved it at just 8 years old. A swordmaster is on a completely different level than an elite swordsman. Because the aura has turned into a liquid state, its density is enhanced, and there are fewer restrictions on changing its form. I've also acquired a better sword art than the one I used before I regressed. This sword art won't stop at the 5th state. It can even reach the 10th fang. It possesses limitless potential. The fang strike, I learned before, let me get stronger faster, but it capped my growth potential. Compared to that, the hidden fang is a perfect sword art that combines both offense and defense, with no growth limit whatsoever. If I focus on mastering it, I could even take on a mid-level sword master. I'd have a 100% win rate if I assassinated them, 50% in a head-on fight. The problem is how much I should reveal to Hugo. The power I show can't be too great, nor can it be too small. I need to give him something he needs so I can get as many benefits from him as possible. Vikir quietly placed the book by the window, took out a lens, and adjusted it slightly to catch the sunlight. The tattered old book burst into flames. With this, the chance for Hugo and his hounds to reach the 10th fang was gone forever. Except for me, of course. Just then, 2 guards walked up. What's that smell? Young master, what have you done? My apologies. I accidentally burned the book by carelessly leaving a magnifying glass on it. I will go to the butler if this needs to be reported. Seeing the tattered old book, the 2 guards laughed it off. Goodness, young master, you don't need to feel bad about this. It's our fault for not paying closer attention to you. Besides, it's a relief that only 1 book burned. Right, I saw the book was a mess anyway. Aren't the knights busy with the conflict against the Mog family at the gem mine? You two probably don't have the spare time to worry about little things like this, do you? So it's best we just pretend this never happened. If the young master can overlook it, then, Vikir replied, then let's keep this a secret between us. You must be very busy. My apologies for taking up your time. Yes, young master, the 2 soldiers replied in unison. The soldiers marveled. The young master is truly a good person. He even considers the feelings of servants like us. What a respectable young man. Hearing those words, Vikir had achieved his goal. He smiled brightly. Arriving at Hugo's room, the old man asked, well, have you had an epiphany? A little one? Yes, Vikir answered humbly. What did you feel and realize in the library? Something warm and sharp, but also soft like ocean waves. You felt something like that. Could it be the overwhelming aura? The aura that proves one has truly set foot into the world of swordsmanship. Even geniuses who train relentlessly need to be at least 15 years old to enter the realm of a low-grade elite swordsman. Hugo calmed himself. What am I thinking? The boy is only 8. Can you show this father of yours what you were just talking about? Hugo asked. Of course. A short while later, they arrived at the training arena. The trainees all stirred, looking around. Vikir stood confidently in the middle of the arena, holding a sword. Patriarch, is it really all right to test the young master like this? Xian asked, a little worried. I'm just going to bring out a monster that's a suitable match for him. A monster? Xian repeated, thinking he'd misheard. An iron gate slowly began to rise. Yes, I've starved this monster to make it a little more on edge. A monster, standing at least 2 meters tall, was led out by a warden, its body rippling with muscle and bound by a cluster of iron chains. A large muzzle was strapped around its mouth. This was an orc, a C-rank danger-level monster. Everyone started whispering, an orc. Yeah, isn't it a bit much to have an 8-year-old face an orc? Normally, you have to be at least 15 to have a chance. Well, if anything happens, I'm sure the Guardian Knights won't just stand by and watch. From the observation deck, Hugo waved his hand, and the warden immediately unchained the orc. Having been starved for days, the orc let out a furious roar, then charged toward the boy with terrifying speed. Vikir calmly swung his sword in a single arc, severing one of the monster's arms. Everyone was stunned by the sight, including the orc itself. Without a second's delay, he ducked low and, with another slash, took off its leg. The monster collapsed in agony, shocked to its very core for the first time. It realized it was bleeding. The orc's rare skill, super regeneration, wasn't even activating. There's no way a C-rank monster can take on a B-rank beast like Himareza's Hellhound. Vikir was secretly using Bilb's power. Everyone watching the match was baffled. Is he really an 8-year-old boy? How can a kid's body do something like that? He hasn't even used any mana. How is that possible? Hugo, observing the fight intently, glanced at Vikir, deep in thought. He's probably thinking I haven't shown him what I learned in the library yet. Well, in that case, I'll give him exactly the show he's hoping for. Hugo's expression shifted subtly, and Zion was stunned. Vikir focused, enveloping his sword in aura. Across the arena, the orc, still reeling from the first 2 blows, suddenly felt an oppressive force as a surge of red power rushed toward him. Vikir charged forward, sword in hand, and cleaved the beast in 2 with a single strike. Hugo shot up from his seat, and Zion adjusted his glasses. That's the aura of a low-rank elite swordsman. Congratulations, my lord. The greatest genius of this generation has appeared. Do you really think so? Even if you scoured every family in the empire, you would never find a genius like him. Wait a moment. Look at that orc. There's something strange. An orc's special ability is super regeneration, yet this one is bleeding non-stop. The boy only won because this orc was already severely weakened. Zion thought to himself, can't he be a little more honest and just act happy for once? Hold on, father. Vikir was now standing right below the old man. He looked up with a smile and made a suggestion. Do you have anything stronger than that orc? A quick summary on the orc. Danger level C, 2 meters tall, found in the lowlands of Mount Leroux. The Eleno are a humanoid species, with human-like forms and brains. They have strong bodies, but low intelligence. They possess an exceptional reproductive rate and live in villages. Their danger level is on par with the savage tribes. Wait, father. Vikir was now standing right below the old man. He looked up with a smile and proposed, do you have anything stronger than that orc? The surrounding students stared with wide-eyed astonishment as the murmuring grew louder and louder. Vikir thought to himself, it's best if I reveal just the right amount of my power. If I'm lucky, my achievements will be recognized, and I'll get a chance to get away from Hugo. Maybe I'll be dispatched to the wilderness or recruited into an academy. At that moment, Hugo gazed down in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke to his butler, Zion. It seems the orc we went to such great lengths to capture in the remote regions isn't enough to satisfy my son's hunger, is it? What Vikir said makes sense. The boy is still at an age where he needs real combat experience. Butler, during our recent conquest of the savage tribes, didn't we capture something for an experiment? Yes, there is one left, my lord, Zion replied. It appears to be very agitated, as it hasn't been fed in a long time. Bring it here, Hugo commanded. From the shadows, a monster with glowing red eyes began to crawl out as the iron gate was raised. The onlookers were terrified. Vikir looked up, genuinely surprised by its sheer size. It was a giant troll. It had to be 10 times Vikir's height, with an enormous body wrapped in heavy iron chains. As it walked, it emitted strange, guttural sounds. Vikir calmly asked, Father, may I begin now? Yes, go ahead, Hugo agreed. The moment the iron chains were released, the troll let out an ear-splitting roar, and the 2 combatants shot toward each other like arrows. The troll swung its arm, bringing down a devastating blow on Vikir. Its punch was so powerful it sent dirt and rock flying everywhere. Vikir nimbly dodged to the side, frowning at his opponent. Because of its massive size, the troll was quite slow to turn around. To find his opponent, Vikir leaped behind it. Everyone in the audience held their breath, following every single move. Some of them wondered aloud. He was so close. There was an opening. Why didn't he attack? Hugo smiled with satisfaction. A good decision. The troll's regenerative ability is remarkably high. So, if you can't inflict a fatal wound in a single blow, you're just wasting your energy. That's why you need a strategy to hunt a troll. Down in the arena, the troll was continuously throwing punches at Vikir. Everywhere it struck, the ground rumbled. Vikir was just as agile, dodging every attack. After swinging and punching for a while, the troll began to tire, letting out heavy, ragged breaths. The crowd in the stands was still buzzing about the fight. He's dodging every move by a hair's breadth. Is he trying to wear the troll out? Can an 8-year-old really have that kind of judgment? So this is what a true genius looks like? Vikir was also breathing heavily, silently calculating. This thing is pretty slow, so I don't feel much pressure, but I need to put on a good show. I could easily kill a creature like this troll if I revealed my true power, but that would just make things more complicated. I need to kill it in the most natural way possible. The best method would be to use the troll's own force against it when it attacks me. And so, just as the troll charged at him, Vikir leaped up and unleashed a flurry of attacks, landing several slashes on its body. The aura-coated sword amplified his power to great effect. The troll collapsed to its knees, clutching its left arm, which had been nearly severed. It roared in agony. The crowd started whispering again. The troll's been cut. Even so, it'll just regenerate in a moment. One shot it instantly. Just as I thought, there's no way to kill a troll using just the first fang of the Baskerville sword style. But for an 8-year-old to do this, much is still pretty impressive. Glancing at the troll's regenerating arm, Vikir calculated his next move. There was no way to cut through its thick hide with the first fang. If I use the continuous damage from my gluttony skill, it'll die if I just wait a bit. But that would be meaningless. From the observation deck, Hugo spoke up. You can stop now. It'll be dangerous if you continue. You're almost there. So, Vikir didn't let the old man finish. I think if I fight a little longer, I'll figure something out. If I can't take it down in the next move, I'll give up. After a moment's thought, Hugo agreed. Continue. The troll had already healed back to normal. It turned to face its opponent with bloodshot eyes. It was ready to fight again. As Vikir channeled aura into his sword, he thought, just how much power should I reveal? The answer was already decided. What he wanted to show them was the vision he had awakened and how he had leveled up during combat. The troll charged forward like a multi-ton container truck, speeding at 100 kilometers per hour. As it closed in, Vikir prepared for the decisive blow. I can't wait to see Hugo's face after this. A crimson energy began to radiate from around him. His eyes also slowly turned a deep red. Gradually, that energy enveloped the troll. Vikir leaped up and delivered a fatal slash, sending the troll's head flying. Everyone present stared with wide eyes. In the Baskerville family of the iron-blooded sword, a person's life follows a set formula. At around 15 years old, they learn to infuse mana into a sword. At that time, most of the hounds would learn the first fang of the Baskerville sword style. But for the first time in the Baskerville family's history, an 8-year-old child had achieved what his brothers only do at 18. The second fang. Quote, an anomaly had been born. With the fight over, Vikir scratched his head as if it were just a lucky win. Haha, whoops, looks like I won. Hugo was just as stunned as everyone else in the stands. The crowd was so shocked that the arena fell into a dead silence. What did we just witness? A week later, during lunch at the children's castle, Vikir looked at his food in disgust, stirring his bowl with utter contempt. No matter how many times I eat it, I can never get used to this random mystery stew. It tastes just as bad as always. Looking to the side, the other children were all scrambling for seats, turning in every direction. Meanwhile, the table where Vikir sat had plenty of empty space. Vikir sighed. They've been keeping their distance from me ever since that day. I guess this is normal in the Baskerville family, where strength is everything. Still, thinking back on Hugo's bewildered face was a real treat. Vikir smiled with satisfaction, remembering the old man's wide-eyed stare. The power I revealed publicly was the Baskerville's second fang. That's the power of a mid-tier sword expert. My times real times power is the Baskerville's fifth fang. Although it's still pretty weak, it's roughly equivalent to the power of a low-tier swordmaster. If I include the troll skill I acquired, I'm definitely stronger than your average renowned swordsman. That was fast. The gluttony skill has already absorbed the troll. Vikir had gained the C+ rank troll's super regeneration ability. It seems his appetite has grown larger after acquiring the gluttony skill. Lost in thought, he didn't notice 3 people standing behind him. Vikir turned around cautiously. It was the 3 bro triplets. Was I too easy on you guys before? You looking for another beating? The 3 of them immediately panicked, waving their hands frantically. No, that's not it. We just wanted to say you looked so cool when you killed Cerberus and the troll. Asterisk. Pff. Asterisk. Vikir did a spit take, spraying out the food he'd just put in his mouth after hearing the unexpected compliment. The 3 boys panicked even more. Are you okay? Are you all right? You good? Vikir trembled slightly. What is this? Are they trying to be two-faced? Or is this some kind of trick? He clenched his fists, scowling over his shoulder. Getting goosebumps like this is really unpleasant. Maybe I should just punch them first and think later. Because of some bad experiences in his past life, our protagonist doesn't trust a single soul in this one. He has fans coming to express their admiration, yet he assumes they're mocking him and considers punching them out. While he was debating whether or not to act, the butler, Ron, spoke up. Young Master Vikir, everyone in this place moves like a ghost. Can't you appear like a normal person for once? Always gotta be completely silent and pop up from behind someone. Vikir, of course, jumped, having no idea when the old man arrived. It was clearly the bro triplets just a second ago. The butler, Ron, pushed up his glasses with a serious expression. Young master, the patriarch requires your presence immediately. And on a gloomy, windy afternoon, a horse-drawn carriage sped towards the Baskerville family's domain. A white flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the crest of the Morgue family. Sitting across from old man Hugo was the vice-patriarch of the Morgue family. Adon Morgue spoke first. It's been a while, Lord Hugo. You look the same as ever. I trust the incident. This year's annual training won't end with a lot of problems. I mean, this joint session is wrapping up without much happening, right? Correct. Hugo replied casually, crossing his arms. Last year, both families had people who were seriously injured, didn't they? If that's not a problem, then what is? Around here, a minor scratch gets called a serious injury. It seems the children of House Moore tend to exaggerate a bit too much. Hugo was starting to lose his patience. Well, that's probably because we of House Moore are a prestigious and elegant family. Adob was clearly irritated by the jab. On the surface, they appeared cordial, but inwardly, neither of them felt that way at all. The prestigious mage family, House Moore, and the iron-blooded swordsman of House Baskerville. Initially, these two families weren't so hostile. The emperor from 2 generations ago once said, "Magic and swordsmanship exist to complement one another." Following the emperor's words, House Baskerville and House Moore began to hold joint training sessions. Only children between the ages of 8 and 15 were allowed to participate, and the annual event started off in a very positive atmosphere. But at some point, a dispute arose. The issue of sovereignty over a ruby mine emerged between the territories of House Baskerville and House Moore, and so, the relationship between the two patriarchs went sour. But because of the Emperor's command, the joint training had to continue. Therefore, someone other than the Moore patriarch, his younger brother, Adob, met with the Baskervilles as the acting vice-patriarch. The vice-patriarch began to probe about a story he'd heard. "Ah, that's right. I heard there's a rising star in House Baskerville. A once-in-a-century genius from House Baskerville would be a great fortune for the Empire. That's not something you should be focusing on." Hugo bowed his head with a slight smile. "Do you really think you can play these little mind games with me? This venomous bastard actually reacts when his son is praised? That's a rare sight," Adob thought to himself. Then he turned around and continued. "We could call this a double blessing. A genius has appeared in our House Moore as well. Come now, Camus. Come in and greet our host." The door opened, and the figure of a girl with shoulder-length hair, dressed in the House Moore uniform, stepped inside. The clacking of her shoes echoed on the stone floor. Hugo observed her in silence. She was a red-haired girl. Though young, you could already tell she was a beautiful child, with a cold, arrogant air about her. She sat down, hands on her lap, her gaze fixed on the head of House Baskerville. "This is my sister's daughter. Her name is Camus." Adob turned, putting an arm around her shoulder to remind the girl. "You should greet the patriarch, shouldn't you?" After a brief pause, Camus offered her greeting, in the most memorable way possible. "Sir, are you the thief who stole our family's ruby mine? Please return it to us, that ruby mine." Hugo glared. "A thief?" Adob broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to her again. "What is this brat suddenly talking about? But, that's what you said. Uncle, you said that despicable, bearded man stole our ruby mine like a common thief," Camus replied nonchalantly, as if she were just speaking the truth. "When did I say that?" Adob was now in a full-blown panic. "In the carriage. Before we got out. Approximately 1 hour and 42 minutes ago. Genius or not, this kid had just created a disaster of epic proportions. This so-called genius seemed to have a rather low EQ. Hugo ground his teeth. A despicable, bearded man. Work like a thief. Ahem. It seems there's been some kind of misunderstanding." Adob was still trying to do damage control. What does a naive little puppy know? Hugo put a hand to his forehead. "You don't need to try and defend House Moore's teaching methods to me." Seemingly oblivious to the situation, Camus continued to demand the mine back. "Return the ruby mine to me. I can't even conduct my research without it." Camus. Adob felt like crying. It was a huge mistake bringing this weirdo here. She's ruined everything. "That's enough." Hugo finally snapped, his voice low and threatening. "It seems House Moore has forgotten to teach things like manners to its children." Adob immediately realized the situation was taking a turn for the worse. He pulled the girl into his arms, accusingly. "What are you saying to a child? Is the holy sword of the Empire really going to pressure an 8-year-old girl?" Hugo was seething, unsure of what to do, when a voice rang out. "I would assume House Moore teaches its children not to covet things that belong to others. Wouldn't you?" The main door burst open, and Vikir stepped inside. The butler stood beside him and announced, "Sir, I have brought young Master Vikir. Adob glanced over. So that's times the rising star of House Baskerville? Then he noticed his arms were empty. The girl who had just been in his embrace had vanished, instantly leaping out to stand right in front of Vikir. She crossed her arms and challenged him. Hey, what did you just say? Kamu, Vikir asked with uncertainty, thinking to himself. Kamu. No way. The Queen of House Moore. Could this be a young Kamus Moore? Even among the countless archmages from that prestigious family of magic, she was known as a genius among geniuses. In her prime, she single-handedly conquered all the monsters and demonic energies of the mountain peak, Leru Elenoa, and the tales of how she scorched and incinerated them into blood and dust were spread far and wide. Not only that, her stunning beauty captivated high society, enough to manipulate the royal family to the point she was called their official representative. However, this is a story for the distant future. Right now, she was nothing more than an 8-year-old child. Across from her, Kamu stood with her arms crossed, questioning him. What's with that despicable look on your face? Since when did the ruby ore belong to you people? It's ours. You must have struggled to get all the way here, only to throw a tantrum like a child. Huh? Vikir said mockingly. That sharp-tongued remark caught the attention of the two patriarchs and their second-in-commands. Kamu's temper flared. Did you just say I'm throwing a tantrum? That's right. You're throwing one right now, Vikir replied leisurely. So, I'll teach you why that ruby ore belongs to the Morgue family, in a way that's simple enough for your shit-for-brains to understand. As she spoke, a sphere of ice and snow materialized in her hand, its faint blue light bathing the room. Vikir shoved his hands in his pockets, observing the situation. This looked like it could be fun. Everyone expected a world-shaking battle between the two geniuses of their families. But no. From her ice magic, Camus created an ice table. On top of it was a model of two castles facing each other, separated by a deep ravine in the middle. Everyone in the room was still completely clueless. Camus smiled confidently, pointing at her model. Now I'll do my best to explain it so even an idiot like you can understand. Vikir's face was emotionless. An ice model, huh? And here I thought we were going to fight or something. Camus began her geography lesson. First, the border between the Morgue and Baskerville families. She pointed to a dark spot in the middle of the border, also known as the Joint Security Area. You must know that the mine here produces high-grade rubies, correct? The problem is, the entrance to this mine is on the surface of the Morgue family's territory. Meanwhile, the subterranean part of the mine is located within Baskerville territory. As you can see, the structure of the mine makes it impossible for the Baskerville family to mine the rubies themselves, which means the ruby ore should belong to us, the Morgue family. However, your family has stubbornly insisted that we have encroached on your territory and has interfered with our mining operations. And on top of that, you've refused our proposal to lease the relevant land. Adolf stroked his beard in satisfaction, looking smugly at Hugo's darkening expression. That's 1-0. Oh, my niece is just so well-spoken, Vikir countered. The mineral known as ruby is indeed often used as a magical ingredient, and it's true, the Baskervilles have no real need for the rubies mined there. Camus smiled. Had she actually convinced him? But Vikir's next sentence wiped that smile clean off her face. But, lease our territory? It seems your greatest tragedy is that no one in the Baskerville family is stupid enough to lease their land for a bit of pocket change. What? Camus snapped. You just said the Baskervilles have no interest in those rubies. That's right. We're only interested in our territory, and that's why we told you people not to trespass. After all, the ones who are so upset about not having those rubies are you, right? This rebuttal left Hugo immensely satisfied, and the score is 1-1. Camus ground her teeth, glaring at Vikir. Fine, I'll show you, in much more precise terms, why we have a right to those rubies. She pointed to her ice model. This is your family's land, and this side is my family's land. Then she reached her hand across the border. Now, whose hand is this? Are you asking whose hand it is when it's extended over our territory? Vikir smirked and grabbed her hand. It obviously belongs to me now. Having her hand suddenly grabbed and hearing those words, Camus' face turned beet red. She became flustered, completely losing her composure. What? What are you talking about? How could I be yours? You're so stupid. Who said you belong to me? Vikir slowly drew the dagger from his hip. I said, your hand times belongs to me. Vikir flashed a cruel smile. The adults in the room stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Camus couldn't believe what she was hearing. What are you spacing out for? With that, he held up her hand, the blade pressed right against it. Utterly terrified, Camus burst into tears. Uncle, save me. Adolf shot forward, appearing behind Vikir in an instant. You ignorant fool, get away from my niece, now. Vikir was startled by the sudden wave of energy. He turned to look behind him. Seizing the chance, Camus yanked her hand back and ran into her uncle's arms, crying, Uncle, he was going to cut off my hand. Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Adolf spun around furiously to confront Hugo. With a complicated expression, Hugo turned to warn Vikir. That's enough joking around, son. Vikir casually fiddled with the dagger. Under his fingers, the blade bent in an arc. My bad. Back home, when we play like this, we're used to killing for real. A fake dagger? What kind of toy is this for a child? Realizing he'd been intimidated by a fake knife made Adolf even more furious. Vikir bowed his head in apology to Adolf. I was just trying to tease her a little. I didn't think she'd actually cry. I'm so sorry. Sir, children in the Baskerville family have been playing with toys like this since they were young. How can you even joke like that? It was just children playing around. Don't you think you're the one overreacting? Hugo finally spoke up. He was seething. He gritted his teeth, unable to say a word. Hugo continued, I have a few things to discuss with you about the ruby mine. I'm sure you'll want to sit down for this conversation. So, why don't you just let the two kids settle this themselves? Camus had stopped crying by now, but her eyes were still watery. She raised a fist toward Vikia. This is far from over. You just watch your back. Vikia simply smiled and nodded. A few days later, the friendly match between the Baskov and Morg families began. On the field, 4 square, chessboard-like fighting stages were set up in a row. On each stage, 2 people would face off. To the left, there were 4 judges' tables, split into 2 sides, with 4 people each. This was an occasion for children from 8 to 15 years old to gather and fight one another. The children around 8 years old would compete in mana theory or mana sensing, but most of the attention would be focused on the survival-style battle of the 15-year-olds. However, in this year's friendly match, all the spectators' eyes were fixed on one place. Representing the renowned mage family, Morg, was Camus, and on this side, representing the iron-blooded sword clan, the Baskov family, was Vikir Van Baskerville. The match between the 2 geniuses of the 2 clans would be conducted under real training rules. On the stage, the 2 stood facing each other. A bell rang, signaling the official start of the match. Camus began, Prepare yourself. When I get serious, there will be no holding back. After speaking, Camus chanted a spell, summoning a magic circle in her hand. The judging panel was surprised. Is that 4th-tier magic? Camus slowly approached Vikia. From one circle, she had somehow produced 3 more. The circles were all mesmerizing. Adolf stroked his beard, turning to Hugo with a smile. I thought the girl would only be able to cast a single spell fitting for a 15-year-old, but to cast 4 spells at once. She truly lives up to her name as the genius mage of the Morg clan. Hugo didn't say a word. The old man continued to watch the match intently. On the stage, Camus launched 3 elements, ice, fire, and water at Vikia all at once. He dodged each attack with agility, a confident smile still on his face. You're putting on too much of a show. It would be better if you focused your power into a single spell to attack, don't you think? Why should I listen to you? You're just an idiot who knows nothing about magic, Camus shouted. Seeing Vikia charge closer, Camus conjured a sand wall to block him. Vikia shattered the sand wall with a single kick, looking completely calm. An idiot? Hearing you say that really hurts my feelings. Camus was startled. He broke through the wall like it was nothing. Is this the power of the Baskov clan after being immersed in the river Styx? I was careless. Camus squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for a vicious blow. After a moment, she opened her eyes, feeling that something was wrong. By now, Vikia was right in front of her. He raised his hand and flicked Camus on the forehead. It was a simple flick, but it was enough to send Camus flying backward. Adolf roared from the side. How is a finger flick that strong? By doing that, he's clearly showing his contempt for his opponent. How infuriating. Hugo finally cracked a faint smile. Camus scrambled to her feet, holding her forehead. The flick was clearly painful enough to raise a bump on her forehead. Why did you flick my forehead? Are you going easy on me because I'm a girl? I won't let this go. Vikia smiled and pointed at her forehead to remind her. You've got a lump growing up there. Let's end it here, before something unexpected happens. Camus was furious now. How could she let it end like this? She immediately summoned a double-layered sand wall. Haha, now there are 2 layers. Let's see you get through this. Vikia was at a loss for words with this kid. What's the point of doing that? I can just walk around it to get to you. All right then, Have it your way. Vikia smiled, dropped his sword, braced himself, and threw a powerful punch at the sand wall. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and in an instant, his arm had pierced through, stopping right in front of a horrified Camus. Vikia said mockingly, "Now I have a question for you. Whose hand just broke through the wall?" Before Camus could even recover, he drew his hand back and flicked her again in the exact same spot. The answer is the hand of the stronger person. The flick sent Camus flying backward again, the already swollen spot on her forehead growing even bigger. Camus was obviously driven mad with rage. She launched fire magic at Vikia. He tilted his head to dodge, surprised she could still fight after a hit like that. Kids these days are so stubborn. Camus got up and attacked Vikia relentlessly with both lightning and fire. Vikia dodged while backing away. He could snap her neck in 0.1 seconds if he wanted to, but doing so would cause a disaster. I don't know what to do to calm her down. He poked the bear and now had to figure out how to tame it. As Vikia dodged, he glanced behind him. It's better to just let someone else handle this. On the stage behind him, another intense battle was taking place. On this stage, a swordsman from the Baskov clan was standing back to back with Vikia. The swordsman was sneering at his opponent. What pathetic magic is this? I'll slice through spells like that all day, Vikia thought to himself. That idiot mage keeps casting fire spells, and the swordsman isn't much smarter, endlessly slashing at them. I can use those two idiots. Camus, meanwhile, was furious that Vikia was only dodging and not fighting back at all. 2 direct hits, and they were both forehead flicks, which made her feel utterly humiliated. You bastard, stop running away. Fight me properly. Vikia didn't care. He glanced back, waiting for the right moment. The mage in the other arena was channeling his energy, creating a massive fireball. This was his chance. He backed up to the edge of the ring and said, "You should probably get a defensive spell ready." He retreated backward. At the same moment, the fireball from the other side erupted before Camus' eyes. Adob shot to his feet, crying out in alarm, "No!" And then the fireball flew forward, engulfing the entire arena. The entire stadium stood up at this unexpected incident. Everyone was extremely worried for Camus. Everyone could see the fireball was aimed directly at her position. Adob screamed in terror, "Camus!" Amidst the thick, billowing smoke, Camus vaguely heard her uncle's voice. The young girl was in a complete panic, not knowing what to do. She had avoided injury with a defense spell, but the fire magic had burned all her clothes off. The smoke was hiding her for now, but if it cleared and everyone saw her, they would laugh. She would die of shame. The more she thought, the more frantic she became. Clutching the last scraps of her clothing, Camus burst into tears. In her distress, someone approached and draped a coat over her. Camus looked up. It was Vikia, now shirtless, who told her, "Put this on. Why would you protect your opponent?" Though Camus' mouth said that, her hands were already gripping the jacket tightly out of shame. "Should I take the coat back then? That's not what I meant. But if you give me your coat, you won't have one. I don't care about things like that." Camus' face was now bright red. Why would this idiot care about me? Then she looked at his arm. "Hey, your arm is bleeding." Hearing that, he looked down at a rather deep gash on his left forearm, which was still oozing blood. A scratch on a body that had been bathed in the river Styx. That damn swordsman must have infused his blade with a little aura. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, and everyone could now clearly see Camus wrapped in a coat with Vikia standing beside her. Adob let out a sigh of relief. She's safe. Thank God. If something had happened to her, I'd have no idea how to face my sister. Beside him, Hugo was lost in thought, his expression serious. People began to murmur. But the one who's bleeding is the kid from the Baskerville family. It's hard to decide who the winner is, another person added. But damn, look at his physique. You can probably thank the river Styx for that. Just looking at those muscles, you can tell how hard he's trained. An 8-year-old prodigy, Camus was now safely in her uncle's arms. She glanced over at Vikia with a complicated expression. Back at the castle, walking down a corridor, Hugo and Vikia were discussing the match. "So, how was the battle with the young lady of the Morgue family?" the old man asked. "It was very interesting. I've once again come to understand the meaning of this event," Vikia replied. "A fight with a mage is very different from a fight with a swordsman." "Then why didn't you finish her?" Hugo wondered. "I was a little flustered facing a lady. Letting your guard down in a battle will get you hurt. Use that wound as a lesson for the future," Hugo reminded him. Vikia was surprised. Was Hugo actually worried about him? Did I suddenly get a father's warmth, as bright as the sun, in this life? In his past life, when he was young, he didn't remember much about Hugo. He was always cold, irritable, and very violent. People used to say his personality was so terrible because he had lost his wife and eldest daughter. Anyway, that's not my problem. After walking a bit further, Hugo asked again, "What do you think we should do with our ruby mine?" I think we should abandon it. Vikir stated his thoughts plainly. Give up control of the ruby mine? Why would you think that? Hugo was quite surprised by the answer. The main goal of the Baskerville family is to build a vast territory. Our ruby mine is located downstream from the Black Blood Mountains. The monsters and savages, there are a major obstacle for us. If we skillfully manipulate the Morgue family, we can minimize our losses in the process of developing that land. Hugo smiled in agreement. That's right. Once the Morgue family controls the ruby mine, they will have to station people in that area. We just need to push the monsters and savages to attack that area. And just like that, we've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The rubies will be bathed in the blood of our enemies. A cunning, devilish look flashed across Hugo's face. If that happens, the Morgue family will have to think twice before daring to enter our territory. Your thoughts align with mine about 90%. As he spoke, the old man patted Vikir's head. Vikir thought to himself, of course, that's how it would turn out. It was your idea from the start, after all. Are you putting me in charge of pushing the monsters and savages to attack them? After a moment's thought, he continued. Even so, we should be cautious of the Morgue family. No need. I've already placed my people all around this area. As the 2 of them reached a corridor, they saw the vice head of the Morgue family approaching, with little Camus hiding behind him, a shy look on her face. There you are, Patriarch Adob began. Could we have a word before I return? Seeing Vikir turn to look at her, Camus became even more timid, pressing closer to her uncle. Inside the room, Hugo sat leisurely with his arms crossed and asked, Is there something you need to say? Sir, there's something I need to discuss. We've been thinking. Perhaps we should settle the matter of the ruby mine peacefully. A usage fee is one possible solution, Adob suggested. What? A usage fee for entering our territory? What do you think of a political marriage? The suggestion was a bit of a shock. A marriage proposal? Hugo asked again. Yes. A betrothal between House Mo and House Baskerville. Glancing at Vicky, Camus blushed again. Who do you have in mind? Hugo pressed. What do you think of the firstborn son of House Baskerville and the firstborn daughter of House Mo? My niece. My niece is a child prodigy. She has both the looks and the intellect. She lacks nothing. I am certain this child will be a worthy match for the genius of House Baskerville. Camus' face was filled with confusion. It seemed things weren't going as she had imagined. My eldest son is 25 this year. You don't see any issue with the age gap? 8 and 25. It's only a 17-year difference. That's not much. A 17-year gap isn't much? Camus clutched her dress and spoke up. That's not an issue. I will not accept anyone weaker than my mother. Adob tried to reason with his niece. Camus, my dear, if you're set on marrying someone stronger than your mother, you'll be single for the rest of your life. Camus stubbornly turned her head away. That's my condition. And I also don't like such a large age gap. I want someone my age, or maybe a little younger. Hugo frowned. Listen, kid, this isn't a buffet for you to pick and choose from. Camus stated, I know, and I have no intention of playing games here. With that, she turned to look at Vicky, her face bright red. Following her gaze, both clan elders turned to look at Vicky. He also noticed the look on Camus' face. Adob was stunned. How could he not understand? He turned and whispered to Camus. Absolutely not. That kid is an illegitimate child of the patriarch. No matter what happens later, he's just a small fry in a big pond. Hugo was deeply displeased. This man was starting to get on his nerves. After a moment's thought, he asked Vicky, besides, a marriage is an important matter, and it's a decision for the people involved. Son, what are you thinking? On the side, Camus was also listening intently, waiting for Vicky's answer. He looked at Camus, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, I accept. The Mo family was completely shocked, and Camus' eyes went wide. Adob gritted his teeth. What is this little rat saying? Did he just say he'd agree if it's what time she times wants? How dare he act so presumptuously before the only direct daughter of our clan? But Camus wasn't thinking about any of that. She was lost in her own embarrassment, her mind racing. Wait, does that mean he doesn't dislike me? Is he the type that gets embarrassed easily? Hugo said. Direct line and branch family mean nothing in Baskerville. Sometimes, the main line produces inferior children, and the branch family produces superior ones. The patriarch thinks very highly of him. Is he really that talented? Adob thought to himself. Vicky crossed his arms and walked up to him, calmly looking at Adob Mo, the 6th-ranked elder of his clan. He was an extremely powerful man among the leaders of the Mo, a prestigious and prominent family of magic users. He was also known for being an uncle who foolishly doted on his niece. The old man leaned in close to Vicky's ear and whispered a threat. Listen here, kid. I won't say this to you every time, but talent alone is nowhere near enough to become Camus' husband. Hey, uncle. What are you getting so high and mighty about? Your niece was the one who just proposed to me. Adab thought to himself. In truth, this arranged marriage was a proposal from the clan, not my own idea. Personally, I don't think any of the Baskerville children are suitable for Camus. But why does this kid seem so composed? He placed a hand on Vicky's shoulder, frowning as he asked, "Why aren't you answering me? Are you even listening to me?" "I stopped listening because you said you weren't talking to me," Vicky replied coldly. Camus was astonished. How can he be so bold in front of my uncle? On the other side, Hugo burst out laughing. This boy's demeanor was incredibly satisfying to him. Adab turned back and made a request. "Lord Baskerville, may I speak with this child in private? Is the great sorcerer of the Empire planning to interrogate an 8-year-old boy? He is the boy who will one day become my niece's husband. I'm not asking this as a representative of the Mo family, but as her uncle." Camus frantically gestured. "You don't have to do this." Adab turned back, and though he was smiling, his voice was now tinged with a sinister aura. "Hush now, my dear niece. Sometimes, things like this are necessary." He then turned to Hugo. "So, what is your answer, Lord Baskerville?" "Fine, if you insist," Hugo agreed. A moment later, the four of them moved to the dueling grounds from earlier. The expressions on Hugo and Camus' faces were quite tense. Adab put his hands on his hips and said with a smirk, "All right, Baskerville boy, I'm going to test your abilities. So, show me everything you've got." Vicky had already drawn his sword. "Ready?" "Yes, I understand," he said. Then he thought to himself, "You'll be in for a world of hurt if I show you everything. I'll go easy on you." With that, the old man raised his hand and began to cast a spell. A column of yellow smoke began to gather from the magic circle below, concentrated in the old man's hand. Gradually, the smoke took the shape of an earthen pot. Camus was thrilled. He's creating a pot, just as I'd expect from my uncle. He's a master of earth, fire, and water magic. After creating the pot, Adab used his magic to fill it with water. The old man then placed the pot on his head. "I will duel you with a pot full of water on my head. If you can make me spill a single drop, you win." Vikir thought Adab Mog was an incredibly strong person. "I couldn't even hope to get near him in my past life. This is a great opportunity to experience a fraction of his power. I'm sure Hugo would think the same. What would my chances of winning be if I fought him with my full strength before I regressed? An assassination by ambush would have a 50% chance, maybe 10% in a direct confrontation. On the other side, Adab issued his challenge. "Now, come at me." Vikir pushed off his toes and launched forward. "I don't need to fight with all my strength. I just need to show enough to satisfy Hugo. It's time to test the skills of a grand mage." Vikir swung his sword. From the sidelines, Camus realized something and shouted, "You can't just charge my uncle head on. Damn, this girl is already so whipped," taking the guy's side immediately. Vikir also realized just in time that his slash was aimed right at Adab's protective barrier, not at the old man himself. Adab turned to affectionately scold his niece. "Why would you tell him that, my dear? A magic shield is the best response to a swordsman. This shield would be hard to break without a special aura." Vikir frowned. "This old man is going to be a real handful." Adab flicked his hand, creating a series of fireballs. "Now it's my turn to attack." With that, a barrage of fireballs flew towards Vikir. He jumped back in surprise. Camus was absolutely furious. Was her uncle trying to roast her fiancé? "You're going too far. You don't even use that kind of magic when you spar with me." "Camus, whose side are you on right now?" Her uncle felt a pang of sadness in his heart. "I loved her. I raised her, and now some boy comes along and she completely forgets about me." The more he thought about it, the more hurt he felt. He roared, "You bastard! I will not forgive you." Hugo stood watching the fight with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, "He attacks with a speed that's difficult to dodge. It seems I won't need to interfere. Let's see what this young hound will reveal against the Grand Mage." Meanwhile, Vikir was still looking for a way to execute his plan. "So, this is the level of his skill? The truth is, I've only regressed into the body of a 6-year-old, but I can still use all the combat experience from my past life. I could lure him into lowering his shield. I could even kill him." On the other side, Adab was still completely relaxed. He cast a spell for his defensive layer. Vikir thrust his sword directly into the shield, and the two colliding created a blinding light. Adab reminded him, "It won't change a thing, even if you do that 100 times. Your sword cannot break my shield." But Vikir ignored the old man's words, swinging his sword over and over again at the exact same spot. On the shield, small lightning-like sparks began to appear from that point. Adab also realized Vikir's objective. Is he attacking the same spot repeatedly? He's like a machine of absolute precision. His concentration and swordsmanship deserve recognition. However, by now, Vikir's sword was cracked and chipped in many places. He used all his strength to slash at the shield one more time, causing the sword to break in half. A piece of the blade went flying, and Adob smiled. This is no different from trying to break a stone wall by throwing an egg at it. You should have calculated the durability of my wall against the durability of your sword. There's something to be praised in being stubborn and trying to break through, but you should consider your opponent carefully before using such a tactic. Standing on the sidelines, both Hugo and Camus were stunned. Adob was still roaring with laughter. You've got some tricks, but you're still lacking a lot to be engaged to my niece. Just then, a stream of water trickled down the old man's face. He was so caught up in the fight that he seemed to have forgotten the condition about the pot on his head. The piece of sword that had just flown off had landed right in the middle of the pot, causing the water inside to pour out. The old man panicked. What? A piece of my sword shattered my pot. I think that should be enough. Or do I need to make the pot drip some more? Vikir smiled triumphantly. His main character aura was practically radiating off him. Camus' face turned beet red, and she covered her face with her hands. It was a coincidence, but he defeated my uncle. That means the engagement. Hearing this, Hugo thought, a coincidence? A broken piece of a sword just happened to shatter the pot? Vikir Van Baskerville. The man looked at his son. Perhaps I've raised a more cunning hound than I ever imagined. Time flew by, and 7 years later, at the Baskerville family's training grounds, a monster that looked like a wild boar with 2 sharp horns appeared. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it let out a ferocious growl from its mouth. A group of trainees stared it down, each of them with their hands already on their swords. It let out a roar and charged straight towards the trainees. 4 of them leaped up at the same time, launching their attacks at it. One of them slashed. Some slashed at its horns, others at its face and body. The giant beast just roared and swung its sharp claws at the cadets. A man stood observing from the sidelines. He was an agent of the Baskerville family, the instructor for this training session. He shouted in a booming voice, guiding the cadets engaged in the battle. If you're forced to fight a stronger opponent, your best bet is to find a chance to run. Don't get greedy trying to kill them. It's far more effective to aim for the back of their legs. From behind, the 3 bro brothers leaped forward in unison to attack the beast. A crimson aura of power radiated from their bodies. The 3 brothers combined their attacks, leaving the beast in agony and utterly exhausted. They may despise each other, but their combat synergy is flawless. The instructor thought to himself with quiet admiration, just as expected of the young masters, high bro, mid bro, and low bro. As hoped, their auras have matured to a deep crimson. After a moment of catching its breath, the monster was ready to get back into the fight. Another group of cadets leaped in to attack it. A moment later, they finished the monster off. The instructor clapped in praise. Well done, everyone. With that performance, all of you have reached the level of elite swordsman. Through diligent training, you have all mastered the first fang of the Baskerville swordsmanship. As of now, your 7 long years of training are complete. But this is nothing like the orc bears caged up here. The orc bears on Mount Leru Eleno are far stronger than these. Even I can't be sure I could handle one of them. I want every single one of you to burn the memory of today's fight into your minds. It's nothing compared to what you're about to face on your journey. Death is always closer than you think. With your talent and passion, I'm sure you will overcome the coming hardships, or you'll gain experience and try to survive with everything you've got. Now, the instructor raised his hand in a military-style salute. I congratulate all of you on your successful graduation. I wish you all good fortune in the wars to come. The ceremony is over. The cadets sat around, asking each other about their future plans. Hey, which knight order are you thinking of joining? I've got 3 options. First is the Dobermans, second is the Pit Bulls, and my third choice is the Rottweilers. Looks like we're going our separate ways then. I want to join the Wolf Fang, my own personal knight order. There are a total of 7 duties for the knights of the Baskerville family. Each mission will forge our minds. Right now, the missions we can take are investigation, protection, assassination, suppression, and direct confrontation. Hey, where do you think Time's gonna go? Who? The other guy looked confused. Whoa, changing the subject much? It's obvious, isn't it? Vikir Van Baskerville. At that moment, Vikir had just finished off the massive beast. He was sitting perched on top of it, lost in thought. Hearing his name, he turned to look in their direction. The cadets kept talking. He took down an orc bear even bigger than the one we all just handled. I'm guessing he's a high-ranking elite swordsman. I heard he's already achieved the 3rd fang. The 3rd fang? So he's on the same level as the family's hounds. Vikir thought to himself, this took longer than I expected. The truth is, I'm currently at the 5th fang of the intermediate swordmaster level. It took me 7 whole years just to level up from a low-level swordmaster to an intermediate one. In terms of pure swordsmanship, I've already surpassed the level I was at before my regression. But this growth is still slower than I anticipated. As he was thinking, the butler Johnberry appeared behind him. Young Master Vikir, the Patriarch is looking for you. It seems your post has been decided. I understand, Vikir replied, his expression unreadable. After a short walk, they arrived at Hugo's study. He entered and bowed his head. It has been a while. Are you well, my lord? The Patriarch Hugo's hair had grown longer and had turned much grayer. The old man stared at him, seemingly lost in thought. Vikir noticed something different about his face and asked, "What happened to your nose, sir? That scar. When I was confronting the barbarian tribes on Mount Leru Eleno, I was attacked by an archer." Hugo touched the scar. "Did you catch them?" "No. However, I made sure to leave a matching scar on that bastard's face. Anyway," the old man changed the subject. "I congratulate you on completing your training." "Thank you, sir," Vikir replied. "From here on out, it only gets harder," Hugo continued. Vikir speculated. "He's talking about my military assignment. Now that I think about it, at this point in my past life, I became an apprentice knight for the Pitbull Order and was sent to Mount Leru Eleno for 21 months. I faced countless life or death situations. Like a piece of rotten meat being thrown away, I was immediately tossed onto real battlefields. The children of the Baskerville family are divided into either the elite group or the expendables once they turn 15. While the expendables die on the battlefield, the elites are taught about politics and how to rule. After accumulating countless experiences on the battlefield, the expendables begin to serve the elites, helping them grow in politics and governance. And the one thing that makes the gap between the elites and the expendables absolute. The line between a swordsman and a professional mercenary is the fifth fang of the Baskerville sword style. That's why my swordsmanship in my past life never got past the fourth fang. There was no way Hugo would let a genius like me waste my talent in the elite track. Just as he was thinking this, Hugo suddenly spoke. "Son, I want you to try becoming a councilman." "A councilman?" Vikir was stunned. "A councilman who governs and legislates within Baskerville territory, maintains justice, and attracts businesses to the land. To put it simply, you'll be in charge of all matters, big and small, within our family. What you achieve will put you ahead of all the other geniuses, at least for the next decade, wouldn't it? That's why I'm giving you a fitting assignment. You will be the deputy consul for a city called Underdog, the city of the weak. Currently, both the consul and deputy consul positions are vacant. Do you accept this offer?" Vikir was pretty surprised. He never expected Hugo to actually let a prodigy like him become one of the elites. He replied, "I will do as you wish, but there's something I want to say first." "What is it?" Hugo asked. "It's about the gem mine dispute with the Mogg family." What's your issue with the Mogg family? I never said I'd give you a reward." "Are you asking for a reward now? If this request is too difficult, you don't have to bother. It's no trouble at all." "I trust you won't do anything ridiculous, son," Hugo agreed in an instant. The old man stamped a piece of paper and smiled. "I won't do anything to disappoint you," Vikir replied with a look of determination. No matter how many times he heard it, he could never get used to the way this bastard called him son. Hugo said he would give him a stipend. Unlike in his past life, he never could have imagined any of this would happen. Leaving the study, Butler Joe suddenly spoke up. "Young master, the Patriarch is very fond of you. He didn't immediately throw you onto a real battlefield and even gave you the position of consul. Isn't that the path of a future ruler? I'm sure he thinks very highly of you." Vikir showed no sign of joy. His expression darkened. "Only if I perform my duties as a deputy consul well." As he said this, he began calculating his next steps. "Even better, if I can use the authority of the deputy consul effectively, I can safely elevate my skills to a whole new level. I don't care about this current job. It can't erase my memories. I still remember the feeling of my head leaving my neck on the execution block. I will make you feel that exact same sensation, Hugo Le Baskerville." A few days later, in Underdog City, within Baskerville territory, in a magnificent mansion, a bald man was frowning as he ordered the servants. "My goodness. The new deputy consul arrives tomorrow. You all need to scrub this place clean. He's coming from the main castle, so pay special attention." "Yes, sir," the two servants replied. As soon as the bald man was out of sight, the two began their gossip session. "What do you think the new deputy consul will be like?" "I hope he's someone with experience in trade and business." "Huh, you haven't heard? I heard he's only 15 years old." "What? 15? The other guy panicked. "What can we expect from a 15-year-old? We're screwed this time. Just our luck." Just as they were bad-mouthing him, the man himself happened to walk by. One of them approached and placed a hand on Vikir's shoulder. "Hey, you're not allowed in here." Vikir turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Take your hand off me, now." Seeing the suit Vikir was wearing and considering his age, the two servants instantly understood. He laughed awkwardly. "I see you've arrived a bit early, Deputy Consul." Why did he have to arrive a day early? The other one thought to himself, not daring to say it out loud. "You there, prepare some wine and women immediately," Vikir demanded, then turned and walked into the building with his briefcase. "I need to throw a party." He left the two servants standing there, completely dumbfounded. A party? Very quickly, a lavish party was organized, with a huge spread of delicious, beautifully arranged food. The courtyard was already filled with nobles, all drinking and chatting happily. A man with disheveled hair stood watching from a second-floor window. He was Chihuahua Baskerville. Seriously, did they run out of names or something? He was the office manager in Underdog City, and he was already growing to hate this new deputy consul. "I can't believe this. He's throwing a drinking party on his very first day in the position. They've chosen an absolute fool." Everyone had a hard time with the previous consul, who was dismissed for taking bribes. But throwing a boisterous party in a sacred place of work is just too much. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he started shouting in frustration. How much of a bastard can he be? That's right, just ruin everything. I bet the whole city will be destroyed before he sobers up. This building must be cursed. There's no way it's just bad luck, that whoever you're bad-mouthing appears right behind you. As he was screaming and cursing, a cold voice rang out from behind him. "Are you the manager?" Chihuahua jumped, startled, and turned around, stammering. Of course he would, having just been caught bad-mouthing his boss. "Greetings, Deputy Consul. I am the newly appointed Deputy Consul, Vikir Van Baskerville. My name is Chihuahua Baskerville. Chihuahua Baskerville. You have no middle name." Hearing this, Chihuahua clenched his fists. Not this again. If someone doesn't have a middle name, it means they're from outside the clan. Simply put, they aren't related by blood, they're just an employee. I can't believe these bastards are treating me the same way, even out here, all because of that. Suddenly, Vikir walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and smiled warmly. "I like it, you know?" Chihuahua was stunned. "What did the boss just say?" "I looked over your personnel file before I arrived. You're from this city, aren't you?" Vikir turned and opened a book. "Yes. I was born and raised here," he confirmed. "That means you know the situation here very well then?" "I'm well aware of the hard work you men on the ground have been putting in. I have no intention of interfering with your work, so I hope you'll continue to do a good job." "Ah. Yes, sir." Chihuahua looked completely bewildered. Is this some new way to harass someone? Why is he still here after the party? As he was thinking, Vikir continued. "There's no problem with the federal laws, but there are some strange points in the judicial system." Vikir closed the book. He read all of that in such a short amount of time. The problem with the underprivileged is that there are quite a few black market businesses in operation, and that entire economy is slipping through legal loopholes. The problem won't be solved just by shutting them down. We'll have to eliminate every single core leader of those underground markets. The role of a deputy consul is to create and enforce laws. I must also respect the laws that were created before me, but I'm going to add a new law to the existing ones. You're going to enact a new law? It will completely drain the black market dry within a week. But if I want to create a new law and enforce it, I need a pretext. Why do you need a pretext when they're already doing something illegal? Chihuahua didn't understand. I'm young, and I'm still a newcomer who will only be officially appointed tomorrow. To persuade them, I need to put on a show. Vikir looked out the window, watching the nobles laughing and talking. So I'm going to lay out a little bait to attract the flies. He gave a cunning smile. Chihuahua broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my God, what is he planning? The next morning, on DM Street, the main street of Underdog, a crowd was gathering at the bulletin board. The air was buzzing with noise, but no one understood what was going on. Vikir stood majestically on the bulletin board platform, holding a wooden staff. Chihuahua's men, standing in the wings, whispered among themselves. What's the deputy consul's plan? He's been standing there since dawn. How am I supposed to know? But a huge crowd has gathered. Just then, Vikir spoke. Listen carefully. I am your newly appointed deputy consul. The crowd, of course, began to murmur. He looks so young. He's kind of cute. What can a kid like that possibly do? I'm sure you have all read the public notices, Vikir continued. Although the deputy consul has changed, these autonomous laws of the Baskerville clan remain in effect. The Baskerville Autonomous Constitution, Section 20, and all that follows will remain as is. I doubt they'll keep all of them. People sneered. They were all too used to this. The people in power were always the same. I bet it won't be long before he starts lobbying to protect his own territory. Standing in the back, Chihuahua grew extremely impatient with the crowd. You fools! Have you forgotten who's responsible for your safety? He's from the main castle of the Baskerville family. Do I have to hold a sword to your necks to get you to shut up? Tisk, tisk. If Chihuahua says so, we should probably stop. It'd be better if Chihuahua were the deputy consul. How is a kid like that supposed to enforce the law? The murmurs grew louder, and of course, the vast majority doubted Vikir's abilities. After all, he was just too young. Suddenly, Vikir grabbed the wooden staff and raised it high. Before the crowd knew what was happening, bam, he slammed the staff deep into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. The single move successfully silenced the entire crowd in an instant, leaving even Chihuahua and his men gawking with their mouths wide open. With the staff planted firmly, Vikir calmly continued, "By my authority as deputy consul, I will now announce a new special ordinance. The Vikir Special Ordinance, Clause 1, Article 1. Whoever can pull this stake from the ground will receive 100 million gold." At his words, the entire street fell silent in shock. But a moment later, the crowd erupted. The atmosphere absolutely exploded when they heard the sum of 100 million gold. The people obviously couldn't believe this new law. 100 million is a colossal sum of money, equal to what a person earns in 4 whole years. Who would give away 100 million to someone for pulling out a piece of firewood? This law is insane. Chihuahua and his staff were also dumbfounded. Vikir looked around for a moment. No one? Is no one coming to claim the money? Very well. Then I have no other choice. And so, the second special ordinance was born. The Vikir Special Ordinance, Clause 1, Article 2. Whoever pulls this stake from the ground will immediately receive 1 billion gold. The crowd still didn't move. Vikir continued. Still no one? A laugh rippled through the crowd. How ridiculous. A large, burly man crossed his arms and sneered. Are you trying to make a joke out of us? It just goes to show, no matter how scared people are, if one person dares to speak up, the whole crowd will follow. After the man spoke, the crowd erupted. That's right. Stop messing around and go home to sleep. 1 billion isn't chicken feed. Chihuahua clutched his head and groaned internally. Why are we the ones who should feel ashamed? Vikir didn't care about the commotion. He continued. So you're saying no one will step forward? In that case, the third special decree is now in effect. House Vikir's Special Law, Article 3, Clause 1. Whoever pulls this stake from the ground will immediately receive 10 billion gold. Still no one? The crowd was now bewildered. It seemed the situation before them was no joke. What is this? Is he actually serious? Should I give it a try? A few people began to waver. Are you crazy? Who knows what would happen to you? Look at the sword on his hip. What if he executes you for being greedy? It's probably super heavy. Besides, I think it's leaning a little more than it was a second ago. I'm sure he's got some other trick up his sleeve. It's best not to go up there. 10 people, 10 different opinions. In the end, paralyzed by their own overthinking, not a single person dared to try and pull the sword. They were already imagining all sorts of fears without even trying. Vikir crossed his arms and looked around. So, still no one. All right then. Chihuahua leaned in and whispered, Vice Consul, that amount of money in our city. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand shot up. Can I try? It was a little girl with blonde hair in ragged clothes, holding a large basket of roses. The little girl raised her hand, volunteering to try. An old man approached to warn her. Hey kid, you're Judy, aren't you? The little flower girl? What do you think this is? Why are you trying to go up there? Is it because your mom is sick and you feel like you have to do something? The little girl smiled and replied, You're so naive. You'll get your head chopped off for stepping up at a time like this. Heh heh. If that happens, please take care of my mother for me. She smiled brightly, stunning the crowd and the old man into silence. Judy stepped forward and stood before the wooden stake. Perhaps because of the threat she just heard, she looked quite timid. The girl thought to herself, will he really kill me? I'll become a laughingstock for everyone. So he'll probably give me at least a few coins, right? I hope I can get at least as much as this basket of flowers is worth. Vikir pointed to the stake. Go on, try and pull it up. Judy knelt and grabbed the stake. It looked like it was driven deep into the ground, which made her nervous. Judy braced herself and pulled with all her might. Asterisk. Pop. Asterisk. The stake lifted out. To the little girl's absolute astonishment, the crowd held its breath, watching. She actually did it. At that moment, Judy looked at Vikir, trembling with fear. Why did the stake come out so easily? The Vikir, standing before her, now looked terrifying. He's raising his hand. Judy squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the horrible punishment everyone had spoken of. Is it because I defied a nobleman, an unforgivable sin? Or was I just too greedy? If I die, who will take care of Mom? Mom, I'm so sorry. 1,000 thoughts raced through Judy's mind. As the girl trembled, she felt something gently touch her forehead. Opening her eyes, she saw Vikir half kneeling, holding a large bag in his hand. Here, this is 100 million gold to start. Judy and everyone else gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Where is your house, little one? 10 billion gold will be very heavy, so I'll have it delivered to you. I will have my guards escort you home with your reward. After speaking, he stood up and patted the little girl's head. This is the law, and the law must be obeyed. Witnessing this scene, everyone's jaw dropped. Chiwa now understood exactly why the vice-consul had done this. This demonstration was an opportunity for House Vikir's special law to become more renowned than the autonomous laws of the Baskerville family. If you break the law, you will be punished, but if you obey it, you will be rewarded. This simple method was now deeply engraved in the hearts of the people. A short time later, the streets were filled with praise. Do you know the vice-consul? He's really different. I heard that vice-consul Vikir carries his sword with him at all times. Since the enactment of House Vikir's special law, illegal activities have dropped significantly, and the crime rate has been cut in half. Inside the consulate's administrative building, a sweating Chiwa hung up a special decoration, a calligraphed plaque. Vikir praised it. Is that the essence of the East? You write very well, Manager Chiwa. I don't think that's a trivial task at all. In my 20 years of service, I've never been allowed to touch it. We can't get angry at people who don't trust or respect the law. I was just thinking about how to grab their attention and leave a strong impression. Vikir crossed his arms as Chiwa spoke. I, Chiwa, will follow you for the rest of my life. I now realize that the hardships I once faced were not in vain after meeting you, Vice-Consul. The manager suddenly became emotional. Calm down, Vikir consoled him. Thinking back, everything he was doing now was what Camus had done in his past life. When she became the matriarch, the crime rate dropped to nearly 0%. Of course, because she forced the politicians into submission with brute force, she wasn't particularly loved by the people. The problems are starting now. As he spoke, Vikir unrolled a map. Because we just gave away 10 billion gold, so we need to think of a way to earn it back, right? He marked a few places on the map. This is where illegal organizations usually hide out. I'll clean out that den and confiscate their dirty money. Chiwa was stunned. Sir, how did you know about that place? I can smell it. Vikir pointed to his nose. Of course I know. It's an area I've investigated before, and beat them to a pulp before my regression, he thought to himself. Just how thorough was his investigation? He's always on top of the situation, Chiwa thought, deeply impressed. Just then, the main door flew open, and an employee peeked his head in to make an announcement. Vice Lord, there's a request for an audience from the city's Autonomous Youth Council. Just as expected, sweat started pouring down Chiwa's face. So, the windbag nobles on the council want to see me? In stark contrast to the flustered manager, Vikir just smirked casually. Chiwa turned to explain. The Autonomous Youth Council consists of members from the Menblang family, the Peer family, and the LVI family. The Chen family, the Ferragamu family, the Hermers family, and the Bran family. They're the second and third generations of the native clans in the Baskerville territory, sir. What's with all these families being rip-offs of famous fashion brands from my old world? Although it's called the Autonomous Youth Council, it's actually just a social club, sir. It seems the young masters have something to say about the special law. Vikir mused for a moment. So the flies are starting to smell the filth, are they? Chiwa and the employee flinched when they heard that. Vikir smiled. It was time for his game to begin. Well then, shall we go exterminate the pests that are gnawing away at this city's dignity? At a luxurious hotel club, the city of Underdog was no stranger to extravagance. In the deepest part of the club was a VIP room that cost 10 million gold for 6 hours. A party was in full swing there, with the 7 key members of the town's youth council in attendance. They were the precious sons of the 7 native clans of the Baskerville territory. One of them was continuously pouring wine into a tower of glasses as tall as a man. Build the tower. Bring everything you've got. We're gonna party all night again. The others roared with excitement. And with that, the pyramid known as Don Perignon 666 was complete. And you know what? Every single bottle here costs 10 million gold. The blonde-haired man turned to the servants, who were licking spilled wine off the table. You can drink whatever spills on the table. Thank you, sir. Thanks to your generosity, we get to taste such a priceless drink. We will serve you with all our hearts, the orange-haired servant said gratefully. No matter how much I spend, my fortune never seems to shrink. The blonde man sank into his chair, speaking with arrogance. It's all thanks to the Baskervilles that we can live like this. A man with brown hair nearby spoke up. The slave trade is still going strong, and capturing those barbarians to be slaves is going swimmingly. He raised his glass, smiling in satisfaction. It's all because the Baskervilles only care about expanding their borders. And since there are no royal eyes around here, it's really the perfect playground. The clubs here are even more extravagant than the ones in the capital. Not to mention the Baskerville family is protecting us. It's so safe. The other young masters chimed in. To be honest, doesn't this just make the Baskervilles our hunting dogs? The Baskervilles are just a bunch of sword-obsessed idiots. Just look at what happened to Messi Madrano. The blonde man laughed and said, they don't even know we framed them. The Baskervilles themselves slaughtered the Messi Madrano family, the most loyal of the 8 families. And thanks to that, the 8 families became 7. All because they got in the way of our fun. By the way, have you guys heard about the new Vice Lord? I asked an acquaintance. And apparently, he's just some illegal upstart. I think his name is Vikir. Have you heard of him? Nope. First time I'm hearing it. He's only 15 years old. I heard he threw a huge party the second he got here. He must be a complete moron. I bet we'd get along great. Why don't we mess with him a bit and put him in his place? We'll throw a huge party with the most expensive liquor and tons of women. But when the party's over, we'll stick him with the bill. Sounds good, another one agreed. How much money could a 15-year-old public servant possibly have? I bet he wouldn't even dare send a report to his family, afraid he'd get an earful. Then we'll just say it was a joke and pay for it. He'll never be able to look us in the eye again. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. A waiter led in a group of scantily clad girls. Sirs, the ladies have arrived. The group immediately started dividing the women among themselves. One of the orange-haired guys turned and saw an unfamiliar face. He asked, "Who's this? Did someone call for a male waiter?" "Sir, isn't he an acquaintance of yours?" "I have no idea who he is," the orange-haired man denied. "You guessed it. Our protagonist has made his grand entrance." The clueless waiter grabbed a handful of Vikir's hair. He said, "I didn't even notice anything strange, since he walked in so brazenly. Hey kid, where do you think you are?" Vikir smiled and said. Vikia frowned, and with a sharp times crack asterisk, everyone was stunned. The servant froze. His hand had been snapped in two, his broken arm hanging limply. Once the shock wore off, he clutched his arm and shrieked in agony. The orange-haired guy from before watched in horror as Vikia approached. He stared at him coldly. "Vikir Van Baskerville, that's my name." "Vikia? You mean?" The orange-haired man flinched. That name sounded so familiar. "The vice consul. Why are you here?" one of them blurted out in a panic. "You're the ones who called me," Vikia replied calmly. "Huh. Oh, Mr. Vice Consul, you work so quickly. We didn't think you'd come here in person," the blonde one said with a phony laugh. Then, the two turned and whispered to each other. "Should we go ahead and initiate the new guy?" "Yeah, let's make him pay the bill. We'll drag him over to sit with us. And when the party's over, we'll tell him to pay for everything." Vikia contemptuously placed a hand on the table. "Let's stop this pathetic conversation right here." Almost instantly, the tower of wine glasses exploded into pieces, leaving the whole group in utter shock. The blonde man was speechless. Did he just destroy the champagne tower with mana resonance, just by touching the table? Does that mean he's a masterclass mage? The two, now drenched in wine, continued to whisper. "Damn it, I thought you said he was a 15-year-old kid. You're an intermediate-level elite swordsman. Do something." "Shut up. If I fought him, I wouldn't even last a second." Vikia grabbed one of the men nearby. "Hey, you." The man jumped, hastily explaining, "I swear we'll pay for the wine ourselves." "Of course you should pay for the wine you drank. Did you also expect me to clean up after you've enjoyed your little party?" Vikia leaned in, his eyes glowing red as he glared at him. The group scrambled to make excuses. Who would do something so despicable? "We would never dare do that to a member of the Baskerville family. We just wanted to test your qualifications as vice consul. As you know, the city of Underdog has fallen on hard times. We needed to know if you could easily resist temptation, sir." "Yes, that's right. You are more than worthy to lead us. We will follow you." Vikia, of course, didn't listen to a single word of their filthy lies. He said coldly, "A master is allowed to test his dogs as he pleases, isn't he?" He then slammed his fist into the orange-haired man, his 5 fingers sinking straight into his body. However, the reverse is not true. No matter the situation, a dog is never allowed to test its master. It seems a little money and power have made you forget what fear is. Everyone else in the room didn't even dare to breathe as they watched. The orange-haired man roared in agony. "That's because you've never known true terror." With that, Vikia pulled his hand out, and blood spurted from the 5 holes his fingertips had left. He threw the orange-haired man to the floor. Do you know why he ended up like this? Planting a foot on the man's face, Vikia turned and looked at each of them. If you still don't understand, then you deserve the exact same fate. I know. I think I know why, sir, the young masters replied, drenched in cold sweat. Is that so? He ground his foot into the man's face. If you really understand, then you need to be taught a proper lesson. And with that, Vikir stomped down hard. A spray of blood erupted, and the orange-haired man's head was completely obliterated. The remaining 6 stood up, their eyes filled with malice. You bastard! You think you can get away with this? In the blink of an eye, Vikir was right in front of the one who dared to question him, a demonic grin spreading across his face. See, you don't get it either. Kidnapping, illegal slave trading, disrespecting the Baskerville family. You've committed far too many filthy acts. Vikir listed their crimes one by one, and the color drained from every one of their faces. You can't tame an animal without teaching it a lesson. With a flash, blood splattered again. It's time to punish these filthy animals who don't know the meaning of fear. A demonic smile formed on Vikir's blood-soaked face, his eyes glowing crimson. I'm getting goosebumps just looking at him. A short while later, in a large, spacious dungeon, Vikir and Chihuahua stood before a cell. Their expressions were complete opposites. One was clenching his teeth with worry and a hint of fear, while the other was as calm as could be. Inside the cell, a man gripped the iron bars, screaming, "Hey, you son of a bitch, you think you can just run away? I'm gonna tell my father." Since they've all been beaten to a pulp, none of them can speak properly. Everything they say is just garbled nonsense, so I'll translate for you. That's the blonde-haired guy. Just a moment ago, he was sitting majestically, sipping wine. Look how pathetic he is now. Behind him, the other young masters were lying scattered on the floor. Every single one of them had their faces and bodies completely mangled. Take this one for example. His face is swollen shut, he's missing teeth, and his bruised eyelid is drooping over his eye. Even after a beating like this, he still hasn't learned what fear is. He opened his mouth to make another threat. You just wait till I get out of here. I'll kill you. I'll never forgive you. Let me out. The manager standing nearby looked worried. Oh my, what were you thinking? Why did you have to beat them up this badly? You think I went a little too far? Vikir asked. Of course you did. You should have been gentler. Look, you've turned them into slabs of meat. Don't be so dramatic. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Vikir was unconcerned. The other markets wanted to stop the corruption in certain regions and improve life there. But now, they themselves have become so tainted that they're even encroaching on the power of the Baskerville family. Look at how they're struggling. It just proves they still haven't learned their lesson. At sunset, I will personally execute every last one of these animals. Hearing this, the once arrogant blonde-haired man froze, sweat beading on his forehead. And while I'm at it, I'll purge anyone connected to you as well, Vikir said, his eyes scanning the entire group. You can't be serious, can you? Chihuahua was starting to panic. Of course, that's when the whole group rushed forward, apologizing over and over. They reached their hands through the iron bars, grabbing for Vikir. I'll give you everything we have. Please, just don't kill me. Do you really think the families behind them will just stand by and do nothing? They're usually cowardly and cautious, but they can be bold when they need to be. They'll stop supporting the businesses you're controlling, and they'll get their revenge one way or another. Chihuahua tried to remind him that their families were notorious, powerful houses in the territory. Don't worry, Vikir replied. Their families won't be able to complain at all. As he spoke, he flung off the hand of a man who had grabbed him. Because these men all have ties to low-level criminal organizations in the city's underworld. But do we have any proof? Sir, I have my ways. You don't need to worry so much, Vikir reassured him. In reality, he couldn't care less about the consequences. If I can't find any evidence, then I'll just have to create it. Soon, an age of chaos will be upon us. I'll be preparing for the battles in the near future, and even if that weren't the case, I'd still be accepted into the academy and continue to survive. Vikir looked at the young masters in their cells and slowly pronounced their judgment. Let me tell you your crimes. Kidnapping and the illegal trafficking of women. On top of that, you've engaged in bribery, extortion, assault, and even the assassination of public officials. I never did any of those things. If you can show me proof, I'll accept my punishment. The blonde man screamed, surprisingly loud for someone in so much pain. You'll accept your punishment if there's proof, you say? Vikir looked down on him with contempt. You say that as if you committed the crimes, but are just confident there's no evidence. Isn't that right? The words hit their mark. The blonde man froze, flustered and unable to speak. Vikir guessed that he didn't want to tarnish his family's reputation, even if it meant facing his own death. Just then, a shirtless man carrying a large, heavy sack walked over. He called out to the vice consul. You're finally here. Vikir smiled, as if he'd been waiting for him. I've completed the task you assigned me, sir, the man reported with a grin. Looking closer, He was bald, and one of his eyes seemed to be damaged. His body was covered in scars, some of which were still bleeding. He was shirtless, wearing gloves, and dragged the bag closer to Vikir. A sharp blade peeked out from inside the sack. Right on time. Good work, Vikir praised him. The man scratched his head, laughed, and then opened the bag. Inside was an array of weapons: saws, pliers, knives, machetes, picks, and a few other things. All of them were splattered with bloodstains, some dry, some still wet. The bald man spoke with excitement. I've been a torturer for 30 years, but this is the first time I've ever seen toys like these. How did you ever think of such interesting tools? I didn't invent them. These things are pretty common where I'm from. Vikir picked up a tool to inspect it, pleased with its sharpness. Are you from hell or somewhere like it? Something like that. Want me to teach you a few fun tricks? I think I'll pass. The bald man quickly refused. Just watching the way you handle those tools is enough to make me sick. Looking at the torture instruments spread out on the table, Vikir was reminded of his past life. How nostalgic. With these tools, even political prisoners would spill their military secrets during the Age of Destruction. Torture techniques had rapidly evolved in the process of dealing with demons. Vikir leisurely took off his outer coat. Now then, what happens if you refuse to open your mouths? The young masters were horrified, as if they finally realized the terrible fate that awaited them. They stared at Vikir as if they were looking at a demon. Please, don't say anything, he said, rolling up his sleeves with an excited smile. That way I'll have more time to reminisce about the good old days. Rumors spread quickly through the city. The 7 scumbags who had lived in wealth and sin had all been captured. That was the only thing the organized groups in Underdog City could talk about. The citizens gossiped amongst themselves. Aren't those the brats who treat commoners like insects? With the vice-consul's personality, I doubt they'll be getting out anytime soon. They're the children of powerful families. I think at most, they'll be humiliated for a few days and then let go. But according to the law, the sentence for their crimes is death. There's no way he can actually execute the children of the 7 great families. You idiot, do you not know what the new vice-consul is like? He's the man who spent 10 billion just to pull up some stakes. Even so, the consequences of killing them would be enormous. I bet it won't go that far. It wasn't an execution. The entire city was in an uproar. This was a power play between the new politician and the native clans. It would only end when the local families bowed their heads to him. Just as everyone expected, the Mablang, Belovi, Chenferagamu, Hermes, and Prada clans all sent a few small tokens of apology to the new vice-consul. The local tycoons decided to offer entire suitcases full of gold bars. Those scumbags would be released on bail and would only have to endure a scolding from their fathers, the heads of the clans. Or at least, that's how everyone thought things would go, until 7 heads were displayed in the middle of the city square. The heads were preserved in salt, their faces twisted in agony, showing just how much they had suffered before their deaths. Notices hanging from the heads detailed the crimes for which they had been sentenced to death. There was a board posted right next to them, citing Baskerville Family Law, Article 10, Section Y. The prohibition of illegal adult entertainment, with the punishment of a facial tattoo. By law, the word pervert was tattooed on their faces. Second, Baskerville Family Law, Article 10, Section Y, prohibits illegal gambling, with the punishment of severing the hands. By law, both hands were to be cut off, and based on the number of violations, more were periodically severed over time, for a total of 72 amputations. Third, Baskerville Family Law, Article 10, Section Y, prohibits illegal loan sharking, with the punishment of a facial tattoo. Based on the damages suffered by the victims, the punishment was carried out to the fullest extent. Fourth, Baskerville Family Law, Article 10, Section Y, prohibits lobbying, with the punishment of exile. Since the criminals were no longer showing signs of life, their bodies, minus their heads, were expelled from the city walls. The city's inhabitants stared at the scene in silent terror. Vikir looked out the window and smirked. There was no question that these laws already existed. But in reality, since the criminals were well-known local nobles, the laws needed a slight adjustment. After receiving this declaration of war, they would undoubtedly start planning something. Once this war breaks out, it will only end when one side is completely wiped out. This city of Underdog will become a bloodbath. You'd best prepare yourself, Manager Chiwa. You will be part of the next plan. What? Chiwa froze, not understanding what was happening. On the next page, the manager was in the exact same position, but he was wearing a new outfit. With a mask on, the surrounding scenery had also changed. He whispered softly to the cage behind him, "Vice-Consul, is this really the plan? Don't you trust me?" Vikir sat inside the cage, looking completely different. "It's not that, sir. The manager was still worried if this was a good idea. The vice consul himself was posing as a slave. The place they were heading to was a giant tent set up right next to the city wall, surrounded by a massive crowd. The group entering the tent included nobles in lavish clothes and masks, as well as slaves with their hands and feet bound. Vikir sat in the cage, a devilish smile spreading across his face. He was perfectly disguised as a slave, with long, waist-length hair, shirtless, wearing nothing but tattered pants, barefoot, and with his hands tightly chained. As night fell, the large tent was pitched in a spot near the wall outside Underdog City. High-end carriages began to gather near the large tent. Today was the day of the slave auction. Normally, this was an underground auction that House Baskerville did not participate in. Captured barbarians, nobles, and even commoners were bought and sold here. A man in a suit, wearing a clown mask, suddenly spoke up. "Welcome, everyone. We are deeply honored to have our esteemed guests at the circus today." He looked down at a business card and then said to the person in front of him, "Oh, you're from the Wildling family, aren't you? This beautiful insignia and handwriting can only represent the Wildling family. Your certificate. It seems you have something to sell here, HM?" This was Chiwa's first time doing this, so he was inexperienced and a bit flustered. "That's right. We're here to sell." Vikir sat quietly in the cage, observing. The man in charge of the auction was enthusiastic. The Wildling family has always been a valued client, bringing us many fine slaves. I only ask in case you were disappointed with your last purchase. Not at all. We are always satisfied with the slaves here. Black hair and red eyes. You've brought us a rare item indeed. I assure you, it will sell for a good price. The man in charge gave the product in the cage a very high appraisal. "We're counting on you," Chiwa replied. "Well then, I hope you have a wonderful time at the circus." Sir Chiwa Wildling's first step went off without a hitch. The manager gulped softly. The main event was next. Night had fallen, and it was time for the show to begin. The entire hall was packed with people, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. The man in charge stood in the center of the stage to conduct the auction. Up in the stands, the nobles chatted excitedly. "I hear the big trend is exotic slaves. I'm not interested in trends. Slaves need to be beautiful. Haha, I'm actually quite excited. Among the slaves in Grimm's history, I recall the finest was always acquired by a noble. I can only hope everyone here finds a quality item for themselves today." The man in charge began the introductions. "All right, our first item is a knight captured from one of the guilds hunted by House Baskerville. An A-rank monster, it's called a Merci Lagu. This is a hell buffalo, standing 3 meters tall. It lives on the second peak of Mount Leroux Aleno. This type of buffalo dwells deep in the underworld, and rumor has it they have 19 hearts and will never stop a pursuit until death. Its hide, flesh, bones, and organs. Nothing goes to waste, everyone. The starting bid is 100 million gold. The noble houses began raising their paddles to bid, starting from 100 million, then 140 million, 200 million, and 250 million. The man in charge repeatedly struck his gavel. "We have 250 million. Do I hear any higher bids?" And just like that, the buffalo was sold. More items and slaves continued to be brought out for auction. A male slave was sold for 200 million, and a female slave was auctioned off for 100 million. When it was time for the next item, a man ran up and whispered something to the auctioneer. He glanced over, confused. "This item is for sale, too? I'll try to sell it, but don't get your hopes up. Ladies and gentlemen, a special item has arrived from the slave traders deep within the dark forest, from the warrior tribe deep in the Leroux Aleno Mountains. A savage. Isn't it exciting? The thought of training a slave who knows no obedience? This is your chance to show off your training skills." The savage woman was furious, her eyes glaring straight ahead, radiating pure killing intent. The savage was bound tightly, a wooden bit gagging her mouth, revealing sharp fangs. She thrashed relentlessly, trying to break free from her chains, screaming in a language no one could understand. The auctioneer began the bidding. "All right, our starting price is 5 million. The air grew completely silent. Clearly, no one wanted this item. No one? Then we'll lower the starting bid to 3 million. Another moment passed, still with no takers. "I'll drop the price to just 1 million this time," the auctioneer said, flustered. Some of the nobles had already started yawning. The auctioneer turned to speak to a tall, powerfully built man whose face was completely covered. This was one of the men in charge of controlling the slaves. "It's over. This thing won't sell. I told you so. Only bring things up here that can actually be sold. Get rid of it. We'll use it as bait next time." The savage thrashed about madly. The large man punched her hard in the stomach, causing her to spit blood and pass out. He slung her over his shoulder and trudged back inside. The flustered auctioneer quickly tried to restore the mood of the auction. It seems we've had a minor disruption, everyone. To show our sincerity, we will now begin the auction for today's finest item. As the next item was presented, a noblewoman's eyes lit up with excitement. The man walked slowly onto the stage, his long hair flowing in the wind, revealing a chiseled six-pack and cold, red eyes. The auctioneer put an arm around his shoulder, introducing him as a special item with black hair and red eyes, adding that this one clearly wouldn't require much effort to train. Excellent quality. I'm eager to get this started. The noblewoman from before raised her paddle. 600 million. We haven't even started, and we already have a bid of 600 million, the auctioneer exclaimed in delight. 800 million. A man from behind raised his paddle, driving the price up further. What? But you're a man, the noblewoman said, turning around angrily to confront him. What does me being a man have to do with you? 800 million, the man snapped back. What would a man even do with him? That's none of your business. I plan to use him as a warrior slave. While the two were arguing loudly, another person spoke up. 900 million, 6 billion. Paddle number 99 shot up, along with an astronomical price. The auctioneer couldn't believe his ears, and everyone turned to see who would make such an insane bid. Someone recognized the bidder as Baron Gambino from the Granary territory. He was a fat, incredibly flamboyant man. He wore 6 gold rings on his hands, leaving only his pinky fingers bare. He was dressed in a purple suit with yellow fur over a red undershirt. People started whispering, 6 billion in one go? What a waste. I heard he devoured all the underground forces and is rapidly expanding his influence. His finances are no joke. The assistant beside him tried to reason with his master. My lord Baron, isn't spending money like this a bit excessive? For a slave this beautiful, it's still a bargain. If I take him to the capital, I could make a fortune reselling him. Even so, I feel that 6 billion is a bit much, and that's assuming you can even sell him in the first place. Shut your mouth, Gambino roared, losing his patience. Silence, Wendy. I took you in when you had nowhere else to go. How dare you talk back to your master? Down below, the auctioneer announced that if there were no other bids, the item would be sold to guest number 99. The man was led over to Gambino's side. He looked him over with a lecherous, ecstatic gaze. Now that I see him up close, isn't he even better than I thought? He mused to himself. Now you belong to me. Oh, I can't wait. At that moment, his face was truly that of a despicable pervert. The man held his chains out in front of Gambino. Gambino laughed. Are you asking me to take off these cuffs? No, you don't have to. Suddenly, the chains pulled taut and then shattered to pieces right before Gambino's eyes. His assistant's jaw dropped in shock. Playing around? Sounds like fun. As he spoke, he sent the fat man flying into the air with a single kick, the very ground beneath his feet, shattering and flying everywhere. The Baron landed face first on the ground. Vikir drew closer, his hand digging into the man's flab. How about a little game? The theme is spear and shield. I'll be the spear. And if you, the shield, can survive, you win. Vikir's eyes glowed red as a scarlet aura radiated from his body. He squeezed hard, sending blood flying everywhere. Gambino couldn't even breathe from the pain. He weakly called for his guards, but before he could finish, Vikir squeezed again, and another spray of blood erupted. Gambino foamed at the mouth and passed out. Baron Gambino, you've lost consciousness. I guess that means I win this game. Vikir stood up. Pulling off his wig, Cindy, who was standing nearby, stared in disbelief. You're Vikir Van Baskerville? Oh, wait a minute. Is he dead? As she spoke, she leaned down to check on the fat noble. If he's Vikir, isn't he the vice-consul of this city? Why is a Hound of Baskerville here? Someone recognized the name. The crowd began to panic and murmur. Chi-Hoa could only sit in stunned silence. Vice-consul, you've really stirred things up again. Vikir walked slowly to the center of the stage, approaching the stairs. They led down below the stage. A circus. What a fitting name for tonight's events. Every single one of you here. Don't think for a second you're safe. Vikir flashed a savage grin, his eyes glaring at every person in the audience. They watched as Vikir stood there casually after wrecking the auction. The auctioneer flew into a rage and ordered his subordinates. Who cares if he's the vice-consul? He's unarmed, kill him. Immediately, a group of thugs in unbuttoned vests charged forward, brandishing their swords. 3 of them leaped at Vikir at once. The sword Beowulf instantly materialized, and with a single slash, Vikir easily sent all 3 heads flying from their necks. The auctioneer was stunned speechless. That brilliant red aura. No way. Vikir now faced the slave driver. He stood waiting, brandishing his iron mace. Vikir charged at him with a devilish smile. It sent a shiver down the man's spine. A single, clean strike sliced through both the iron mace and the man, splitting him in two. The auctioneer finally understood. He's a Grand Master. Even if he's a Baskerville, how can he be a Grand Master at his age? A Grand Master is a weapon that represents a nation's strength. At this rate, he was going to lose. Just then, his eyes fell upon the manager. He was standing there in awe, saying, "Who would have thought the consul's swordsmanship was this incredible?" In a classic move, the auctioneer grabbed Chihoa and shouted threats at Vikir. "Ha ha, look at this. Vice Consul, drop your weapon and surrender." He pressed a knife to Chihoa's throat. "If you don't want your subordinate to die." Seeing Vikir just standing there looking at him, he grew impatient. "Hurry up, didn't you hear what I said?" Though terrified, Chihoa was incredibly brave. He yelled, "Vice Consul, don't worry about me. You old dog, what do you think you're doing? Stop struggling." With that, he pressed the knife harder against his neck, drawing a bit of blood. "Things like injustice and compromise are not in my vocabulary. I would rather die than bring harm to my master," Chihoa roared. "Your words and your expression don't match at all." Vikir chuckled. "Office Manager Chihoa, I appreciate your loyalty. Don't worry. When I left the Baskerville domain, I received a gift from the Patriarch." Vikir rolled up his pant leg, revealing a whistle strapped to his calf. The auctioneer panicked. "A whistle? What are you going to do with that?" Vikir picked it up, examined it, and blew into it. A piercing whistle echoed, so loud that everyone had to cover their ears. After he finished, the people around looked on, confused. The auctioneer waited a moment, and when nothing happened, he started laughing contemptuously. "Nothing? Is that it? Was that whistle just for show? Just as I thought. Even a Grand Master is helpless here." As he said that, a knife came from behind and stabbed him through the neck. Before he could even process it, another swing of the blade sliced his head clean off. A mysterious, hooded figure had appeared behind him. Chihoa was utterly horrified by the scene. Another man charged the figure in a rage, swinging his sword. "What? Who are you?" The mysterious figure didn't even bother to turn around, simply swinging his sword to the side in a few slashes, dicing the attacker into several pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The circus lackeys looked on, scared out of their wits, while Vikir just smiled victoriously. A moment later, an army of hooded figures appeared, surrounding every exit of the circus. Every last one of them radiated pure killing intent. Their eyes glowed red. Some people in the crowd began to recognize them, stammering, "Don't tell me it's them. It can't be, right? Please say, it's not them." From above, Cindy observed the fang symbol on the mysterious figures' chests. She had heard of it. This was the Empire's most savage night order, known as the Engines of Destruction. They are all Grand Masters. They are the Mastiffs of House Baskerville. Her feet instinctively took a step back. She suddenly bumped into one of the knights. Hearing him begin to draw his sword, she trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. She braced herself for the death that awaited her. Just then, Vikir rushed in to stop him. "Let this one live." Cindy was completely shocked by this rescue. Upon seeing Vikir, the knight immediately jumped back and knelt in salute. Cindy was so frightened, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. Vikir coldly gave his orders. "Take care of the rest. Don't kill anyone who has completely surrendered. However, if there's any resistance, act without hesitation." The knight replied, "Yes, sir," and immediately flew off to carry out his orders. Vikir thought Hugo had a sharp military mind. Thankfully, he'd be able to get the hounds without any issues. Below the stands, a bloody purge was underway. The knights cut down everyone they met, like weeds, and bodies littered the ground. A nobleman cowered, clutching his head and trembling. "I'll just lie here for now. Once things calm down, I'll find a chance to run." But life isn't so simple. The knight's hood was on his head, not over his eyes, so of course he saw the man trembling there. A knight had been standing before him for who knows how long, coldly watching his every move. The nobleman raised his hands to surrender, adding, "Hey, I'll put on the cuffs myself." "We didn't bring any of those," the knight replied coldly. With a single swing, he sliced off the nobleman's legs, making him scream in agony. "Those sentenced to execution don't need legs." Standing off to the side, the commander of the Baskerville Hounds, Boston Terrier, approached with a smile. "Nephew, how does it feel to command the hounds? Are you satisfied?" "I'm very satisfied," Boston Terrier said as he put on his shirt. "Just let me know if you need anything else." The old man adjusted his glasses, glancing at his nephew. "So that's Vikir. I see now why Hugo is so interested in this kid. He's far more decisive and ruthless than a typical 15-year-old. He ruffled the boy's hair, suggesting he join the hounds in the future. "I'll be sure to guide you personally," Vikir replied, buttoning his shirt with a look of reluctance. "I'll consider it." He then stepped away from the hand on his head and turned, saying, "I have urgent business to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Vikir left, leaving his uncle stroking his chin. "He dares to refuse me? That just makes me want him even more." Vikir arrived at a place filled with cages. He looked around as if searching for something. "I'm sure it's around here somewhere." He glanced to the side and saw a safe. Is this how they stored the money the nobles paid? It'll all be sent to City Hall. This year's taxes are considered settled. It's a shame that the Baskerville family had to provide this much funding. But that's not what's important right now. I came here for another reason. Then, Vikir saw a cage completely covered by a cloth. He reached out and pulled it down. The person inside the cage was none other than the mutant, Balak. She was lying unconscious in the cage, her body covered in wounds, and she was crying. Vikir knelt to examine the wildling's condition. It looks like she was punished for trying to escape. She seems very weak. Vikir frowned. "Tch, you're lucky." He then pulled a vial of red liquid from his side. "I'm only giving you this because I received it from the Night Order. There." With that, Vikir poured the red liquid into the wildling's mouth. A moment later, all the injuries on her body healed completely. Balak's eyes flew open. Seeing a stranger behind her, she scrambled back in fear. Vikir calmly pushed open the iron cage door, surprising the wildling who couldn't understand what was happening. He spoke in her native tongue, "Go." The wildling woman slowly crawled towards the opening, her eyes fixed on Vikir, studying him. Having fought many wildlings in his past life, he could speak a few of their words. Vikir pointed to the exit once more and said, "Run." Balak suddenly let out a stream of words. 1 second, our hero was looking cool, confidently speaking a foreign language, and the next, he was completely speechless, unable to understand a thing she was saying. Balak walked to the exit, then turned to look back at her savior, muttering something else. Vikir guessed it was probably a thank you. With that done, he returned to his main objective. Lifting the cloth next to him, he revealed the corpse of the Mercy Lago beast, the very thing he was looking for. Good thing they haven't dismantled it yet. The Vildabath in Vikir's hand began to react strongly. It had scented a delicious meal. Vikir spoke to it. "This is your first A-class monster. I'll let you eat, so calm down. The hounds will be here soon, so eat quickly." The next day, news that the new vice-consul had dealt with a criminal organization spread like wildfire. By the end of the day, rumors began to circulate that nobles involved in an illegal slave auction and the event's organizers had been sent to prison with their hands and feet severed. And on that day, the largest den of evil, in Underdog City, the Inferno, was burned to the ground along with its guild and vanished. The heads of the VIP guests were displayed in the middle of the public square as a grim warning against any criminal activity. The 7 families whose children never returned sent letters of complaint to the consul, but the answer was already prepared. The criminals who participated in the forbidden act of illegal slave trading had one outcome: execution. The testimony of the 7 criminals, their accounts, as well as statements of their assets, were all recorded. The Baskerville family has investigated this incident and will soon report to the palace. Immediately after, the protests from the 7 families stopped. The arrogant family heads had to go to the consulate and bow their heads, begging the man who had killed their children. However, Vikir's answer was simple. "We have investigated the black ledger hidden in the Inferno. You have violated the Baskerville autonomy laws. Therefore, your assets will be confiscated, and to pay the price for this treason, your bloodline will be purged down to the 3rd generation." Under the new vice-consul's law, for several days, blood flowed endlessly on the floor of the execution grounds. Done. The city has been cleansed of its parasitic filth. Afterwards, the constant staff shortages at City Hall helped lower the unemployment rate in Underdog. With the funds seized from illegal operations, the city's welfare was restored, and public support for Vikir in Underdog grew day by day. In the office, the manager smiled brightly, holding a cup of coffee. "Vice Consul, I've brought you some coffee. Just focus on managing the office. You don't need to bring me coffee." Vikir was busy concentrating on his paperwork. "This is my way of thanking you. You saved me from losing my head that day." "A cup of coffee seems like a cheap price for your life, doesn't it?" "Not at all. 2 sugars, 2 creams, and just a splash of water." "So, is your writing practice going well, sir? Could you check this for me?" Vikir asked, handing him a stack of manuscripts covered in dense writing. "You only started learning to write a short time ago, but you've already reached this level." Chihua exclaimed in awe. "I still have a long way to go to reach your level." Vikir replied humbly. Chihua thought to himself, he's truly astonishing, creating an incredibly effective new set of laws with just the little he's learned. He has a deep understanding of how the law works. If the vice consul keeps this up, could the city of Underdog develop even further? Night fell, and moonlight shone into a certain prison cell. A person was chained up inside. "I'm sorry I couldn't come see you sooner. I've been very busy lately." She said her name was Cindy Wendy Senza, the blonde assistant of that scoundrel, Baron Gambino from the circus. Although she was in chains, her hair and clothes were still neat, and she wore a black blindfold over her eyes. "Why did you let me live?" Cindy asked. "Simple. I have a few questions for you." Vikir ripped the black blindfold from Cindy's face. "Is that question the thing that's keeping me alive?" She frowned at the man before her. The reason Baron Gambino, a nobody from some backwater region, was able to rise in power so quickly, was that because of you? The results of our investigation show you have an excellent talent for making money. Vikir grabbed a chair. "If you were to apply your talents elsewhere, you could become a great merchant or investor." He sat down in front of her. "I promise you, if you answer my questions, I will let you go. But if you don't, you will live to regret this day." Cindy gritted her teeth. "No one enjoys being forced into a corner with no choice. I'll tell you what I know." "Good. What do you think? Do you think I'm doing a good job?" "I think you're doing an excellent job right now." "I can't keep my promise if you're not going to be honest with me," Vikir threatened. Did she really think he couldn't see through such a painfully obvious piece of flattery? "I think you're heading in the wrong direction," Cindy replied. Hearing this, Vikir stood up, a smirk playing on his lips. He moved closer, lifted Cindy's face, and stared her down, his gaze turning savage. "The reason is..." Then, as if an idea struck him, he released her chin, his demeanor returning to normal. Sitting back down, he asked, "Let's hear it. Tell me what I'm doing wrong." Cindy clenched her jaw and said, "A while ago, for a consul, one of the main principles in making important decisions was etiquette. When you create laws to deal with criminals and increase your own prestige, many people will die or be harmed by those very laws. In the long run, you'll only earn hatred and resentment from the people. Furthermore, House Baskerville won't welcome you if you become more powerful than the patriarch here in Underdog. In short, you'll be hated by the people and become a dangerous target for House Baskerville. So what do you think I should do from now on? Return every privilege you've received from the Baskerville family, including the honor you gained from this recent event. You should give it all to the patriarch. And to avoid attracting attention, you should go to Mount LaRue Eleno or the Central Imperial Academy. Those are places where your age and background are common, where you can hide your power and your identity. When the time comes, the Baskerville patriarch will be the one to take all the responsibility for you." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifted. "So what you're saying is, you're advising a hunting dog to bite its own master?" Vikir asked again, his voice laced with menace, his crimson eyes locked on the woman before him. Cindy frowned and replied, "As a hunting dog, that is the only way for you to avoid becoming an enemy of the patriarch." After hearing her out, a mysterious smile spread across Vikir's face. "I'll remember that. It's good advice. You and I think alike." With that, he held out a key and unlocked Cindy's chains. "As promised, you're free to go." "You're really letting me go?" Cindy asked, skeptical. "I'm a man who always keeps his word." "Well then, I hope you never come to regret this." Cindy slowly walked out. "Do you know of a family called Messi Maturano?" Vikir suddenly asked. There used to be many great families, not just the 7 great families in the city of Underdog. Among them was a powerful merchant family, the 8th great family, House Messi Maturano. However, this family disappeared after an unfortunate incident. Vikir glanced at Cindy's tightly clenched fist. The youngest son of Messi Maturano. On his birthday, he performed a new sword style he had learned. The performance began, and the members of House Baskerville couldn't believe what they were witnessing with their own eyes. The sword style that kid demonstrated was the secret art of House Baskerville, known only to members of the family, and news of this breach eventually reached the ears of the Baskerville patriarch. They determined that a military secret had been leaked, and House Baskerville unleashed their hounds to annihilate House Messi Maturano. However, the truth is, someone else was pulling all the strings. The devils from the 7 great families stole the Baskerville's sword art and had the youngest child of House Messi Maturano learn it. Is this about the 8th family? What does that have to do with me? Cindy turned back with a forced smile. However, in reality, someone from House Messi Maturano had survived the massacre. The 7 families managed to smuggle out a 1-year-old girl, and merely for her beauty, that child was forced to endure endless abuse and torture. Cindy quietly gritted her teeth as she listened to the story. What they did is indescribable. I don't want to hear any more. Cindy turned and walked away, as if trying to escape her painful past. But the story wasn't over. Time passed, and a new vice-consul arrived in the city. This vice-consul uncovered the city's dark secrets and brought the perpetrators to justice. The ones responsible for everything were 7 absolute scumbags. The new vice-consul subjected those bastards to torture, making them pay for their crimes until their very last breath. And it was then that they confessed, "I'm sorry for committing such heinous crimes," or something along those lines. Cindy turned back around, her eyes already welling up with tears. She screamed in fury. Sorry? Who were they apologizing to? Who? To the girl using the alias Cindy Wendy Senzos, the sole survivor of House Messi Madurano. How can I possibly believe you? You're the one who captured them and tortured them. How can I trust their apology? Then what about trusting me? Vikir grabbed a torch from the wall and led her to a cell. I think it'll be easier if you see for yourself. Turning to the cell right next to them, Cindy was completely floored by the sight before her. It was a dark prison cell, with blood splattered all over the walls. On the floor, 7 headless corpses of those despicable young masters were kneeling on the ground, and written in blood were the words, "We are the ones who caused the fall of House Messi Madurano. Forgive us for our sins. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so scared. I don't want to die." Cindy clamped a hand over her mouth before collapsing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Vikir approached her. But no matter how painfully they died, the revenge of House Messi Madurano isn't over yet. There is still one family left to deal with, House Baskerville. Cindy Wendy S. Messi Madurano, you still have much to do. You're a member of House Baskerville, so why are you helping me? Cindy asked, wiping her tears and looking up with eyes full of suspicion. That's the wrong question, Vikir said, tilting his head with a smirk. But I understand what you mean. Vikir Van Baskerville, I will repay this debt starting now. Whatever you do, I will make sure you never have to worry about money again. Cindy turned and left the prison. This is a promise I will surely remember. Vikir smiled as he watched her leave. The next morning at the consulate, Chihuahua excitedly ran to Vikir's room to wake him up. Vice Consul, the sun is up. It's time to work. As he opened the door, he froze, horrified by the scene before him. Vikir was lying in bed, but the sheets, the walls, and the floor were all covered in blood, and the bodies of 2 strangers were lying face down on the ground. Vikir woke up, rubbing his eyes. Good morning. Even his white shirt was splattered with blood. What's with all the bodies? Chihuahua stammered. I'm not sure. It seems I killed them in my sleep. Really? Of course not. I'm just kidding. You have quite the sense of humor, Mr. Vice Consul. Was your childhood that rough? What? Not funny? No, that's not the issue here. Looks like a lot of things are trying to get in my way, Vikir mused. 2 poison darts, 4 attempts with poison drinks, an acid attack, a sniper, an arson attempt, getting hit by a car, and more. A lot has happened. It seems I've really caught their attention. You just list off all those assassination attempts so casually. Of course, none of those pathetic attempts could ever harm you. I think you're actually insane. The skills from the illegal auction house, the resilience of a hellhound, and a bit of danger are better than you think. Thanks to the river sticks and my own resilience, my body has become hardened. Even a master-level assassin can't pierce my skin. They come to assassinate me, but their swords shatter the moment they make contact. What's the point? But they are starting to get annoying. I need to take care of this. A wise decision, Chihuahua agreed. Arriving at the consulate for work, they saw a luxurious carriage parked in front of the gate. A flag bearing a familiar family crest fluttered in the wind. That flag, is House Baskerville here? It seems they're from the main family, Vikir replied. A man stepped out of the carriage. Upon seeing him, Chihuahua flinched and immediately stood at attention. The visitor was the patriarch's butler, Joe Barriori. He stepped down from the carriage and bowed to Vikir. It has been a while, young master. You look well, butler. Haha, really? I had faith you would do well even after leaving the estate. It was merely luck. Stand and observe. Chihuahua thought to himself. He is the finest head butler of the Barrior family, a family that has held that position for 4 generations. In a place like the Baskerville family, even a small mistake could lead to death. I never thought I'd be able to meet him. Chihuahua's eyes lit up as if he were looking at his idol. In any case, your presence here means? Yes, that's right. The patriarch greatly values your work, and he has ordered you to return to the domain. He seemed very pleased. Vikir shuddered, imagining Hugo's happy face. That old man knows how to be happy? In the blink of an eye, they had returned to the Baskerville domain. In his study, Hugo was reading articles from the city of Underdog. They were all articles praising the deputy consul, Vikir, the role model most respected by the residents of Underdog. Along with that, Deputy Consul Vikir also received several titles such as the most trusted by merchants, the most trusted by farmers, the most respected by children, the most respected by scholars, and the one assassins most want to kill. That last title sounds a little weird though. Definitely not something to be happy about. Hugo was satisfied. The Baskervilles are a bunch of muscleheads. We've finally been able to shed that image. Well done, my son. I was only doing my duty. Looking at his face, I can't tell if that old man is actually happy or not. That's right. Rewards and punishments must be given appropriately. You will be attending the academy this year. Vikir was surprised. Just as he predicted, it was the top-tier Colosseo Academy, a place where the Empire's upper class gathered, where the children of nobles and royalty enrolled. To ensure security, students were required to stay in the dormitories. This was his chance to grow stronger, while escaping Hugo's watchful eye. Hugo continued, I plan on sending a few people with you, but I haven't decided who yet. Do you have any brothers you'd like to take with you? I'm close with highbro, midbro, and lowbro. Vikir said that, but in his heart, he thought, I'll use those three as punching bags. Then I will send that trio with you. And do you remember the plan from when you were 8? You mean, during the training with the Mu family, the plan to lend them the ruby mine and use it to confront the Manji forces. That plan was a success. Hugo smiled with satisfaction. You mean the Mu family has proposed a subjugation? They're very eager for it too. So why don't you go survey their territory before you enroll? Perhaps you should check on how the laws you amended have turned out. It will be a good experience for you. Yes, father. Vikir bowed his head and replied. That very afternoon, Vikir packed his belongings and left the city of Underdog. Chiwa escorted him all the way to the exit gate. He waved farewell with tears in his eyes. Take care, Deputy Consul. I will do my best to manage things in your absence. Vikir rode straight ahead on his horse, glancing back slightly and thinking to himself, I'll be parting ways with Butler Chiwa soon enough. After riding some distance, Vikir gave a command. You can all show yourselves now. Instantly, from among the nearby trees, knights from the Mastiff squad appeared. Vikir spoke to the knight, Starfor Baskerville, who had just appeared beside him. Sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't want the farewell to get chaotic. It's no problem, young master. We will ensure your safety on the way to the Mu family's fortress. Is Uncle Boston Terrier doing all right? He asked about his great-uncle. The Count is well. After the slave auction incident, he has been extremely eager for you to return to the Mastiff clan. Remembering his great-uncle's detestable face, Vikir sighed internally at what a nuisance the man was. Before they knew it, dusk had fallen. They finally arrived in a mountainous region, with farmers working the fields below. Is this the place we're lending to the Mu family? It seems no one is breaking the law. Vikir observed both sides of the road as he rode. The reconnaissance team has already scouted the territory, but I know the problem lies with the Manji forces, Vikir added. From what I've heard, the Mu family has organized a team consisting of the 3 largest families, 30 members from smaller families, and hundreds of mages from nameless clans. It seems the Mu family is very serious about this. In other words, the Baskerville family is only sending a group of knights and me, a member of a minor branch, more than the upper-class folks on the other side of the mountain. Like Hugo said, observing the life of the Manji might not be a bad idea. After riding for a while, they reached the gate of the Mu domain's fortress. Outside, the fortress was a desolate area, with thorny trees sprouting everywhere. There was no greenery in this region. The trees were covered with dried skeletons, their sharp branches piercing through the bodies of the unfortunate souls. A mage did this. Probably a message from the Manji to the Mu clan. That's one hell of a warning, the knight commented. An image of Camus from his past life surfaced in Vikir's mind, reminding him of her. She's probably very strong by now. On the fortress wall stood the figures of 3 girls. They called out, "Who goes there?" Vikir and Starfor looked up to see 3 girls who looked exactly alike. The one in the middle spoke, "No one may pass without permission." The other 2 echoed, "No one." This scene is so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The Baskerville and Mu families are really cut from the same cloth. Vikir remembered. I know them. The 3 flowers of the Mu family, the trio of Hysis, Middlesis, and Losis. I'm just saying, the author is really lazy and uncreative when it comes to naming. Just hearing the trio's names, you already know what's coming. So, who are your future husbands now? If the bro trio showed up, this place would be an absolute madhouse. One of them is crazy enough, but when they're together, the insanity hits a whole new level. Vicky replied, "We are the team dispatched from the Baskerville family. We're here to survey the territory and maintain a friendly relationship." The man at the fortress gate opened it just a crack. "Not right now. I'll report this to my superiors, so you'll have to wait. I'm sure we'll have an answer for you by tomorrow." The trio shot back. "Are you blocking me from my own land?" "Oh, I see. Are you looking down on us just because we're borrowing this place?" The 3 of them smirked. "Don't you know about the Tenant Protection Act? That's a law from your own family." "Well, I'm changing that law right now. Vicky pressed his forehead. I can evict any tenant I don't like. I'll say this one last time. Open the gate. Vicky looked up, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. You could have done this the easy way, but you insisted on doing it the hard way. The cis trio suddenly tensed up under Vicky's gaze. One of them gritted her teeth and unleashed her magic. I heard some psycho kid was running Underdog City, but we've dealt with plenty of psychos like you before. As she spoke, she fired a blast of energy at Vicky. The attack landed right under his horse's hooves as they stood on the wall, yelling down. When I tell you to wait, you wait. How dare a stupid swordsman like you talk back? You can't enter the Mo family's territory without permission. Or, why don't you show us what this so-called rising talent of the Baskerville family is made of? You're truly blind to who you're dealing with. Safer drew his sword. I don't think we can solve this by talking. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind them. Such stupid girls, who don't know their place, accompanied by two more stupids for emphasis. Why does that voice sound so familiar? On the fortress wall, the cis trio yelled back. You're just underlings. You think you have a higher status than us? You people need to learn your place. The three who had just spoken leaped in front of Vicky's horse and replied in unison. Not us. As they spoke, they threw off their hoods. And yes, you guessed it. The three brothers from the bro trio appeared. Speak of the devil. I just mentioned them. If all 6 of these people get together, it's going to be louder than a marketplace. 2 of the bros pointed at Vicky. He's the symbol of Baskerville. Keep disrespecting him, and we'll show you what a real party looks like. With that, the trio turned and winked at Vicky. Leave everything to us. At this point, our main character just looked completely dumbfounded. When the hell did these 3 demons start following me? And they were silent the entire way. Vicky's list of problems just got longer. Sitting on his horse, Vicky wondered, why are these punks doing this? Hero turned and explained their sudden appearance. We're repaying the favor for recommending us to the academy. Just leave this place to us. Vicky. Ah, so it was about the academy. If these 3 knew he planned on using them as human punching bags, I wonder what faces they'd make. In the future, this trio will become stone-cold killers. They're not smart enough to make their own decisions, but they can follow orders without question. If trained properly, they'll be incredibly useful. With that thought, Vicky flashed a completely genuine-looking smile and said to the trio, I'm counting on you guys. Hearing that, the trio's faces lit up. Up on the fortress wall, we have the cis trio hurling insults. A bunch of idiots who only know how to flock together, plus 2 more idiots. And down below the wall, the bro trio responded with equal solemnity. You're the real idiots? Plus 2 more idiots, while simultaneously flipping the bird in unison. The 3 girls were furious now, screaming, You disrespectful punks, we're going to teach you a lesson. As they spoke, they began casting a magic circle. While Vicky watched this childish shouting match, he recalled something from before his regression. The 3 sisters of the Mo family were known as mages, who had mastered 3 different elements. The youngest, Little Sis, was proficient in the water element. The middle sister, Middle Sis, controlled the earth element, and the eldest, High Sis, was the master of the nature attribute. The combination of these 3 compatible attributes amplified their magical power tenfold, earning them the title, the 3 Flowers of the Mo clan. After the 3 cast their spell, a small sprout emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a colossal, ceiling-high vine. Its tentacles spread out in all directions. The 3 standing on the wall let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, how about this? You Baskerville punks, think you can get past this? Hero drew his sword and laughed confidently as red mana radiated from his body. They're just a few plants. What can you possibly do with them? With that, he leaped forward, unleashing the Baskerville sword style. First form, he sliced clean through one of the plant's tentacles. Safer was quite pleased, complimenting him. Oh, a perfect first form. Suddenly, Hero sensed something. He glanced to the side just in time to block another tentacle hurtling towards him. The force of the attack was so strong it sent him flying backward. The 3 sisters seized the chance to run their mouths again. You think that turtle slow sword of yours can even touch us? Anyone would be pissed off by an insult like that, and the 3 brothers were no exception. Glaring, they all jumped in to attack together. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, Safer turned to Vicky and asked, Isn't this interesting? What's interesting? Vicky didn't understand. Magic. When it comes to combat, the question of what's stronger has been debated for a long time. Magic uses the surrounding mana to simulate and amplify the power of the elements many times over. Meanwhile, swordsmanship uses the mana within one's body as energy to create an explosive burst of power. The families of mages and swordsmen will lead the future. Isn't it exciting to witness their talent and potential? While one side fought an earth-shattering battle, over here, two people were leisurely chatting on horseback. It's probably fine, since they're just two relaxed men, and I happen to be one of them, Vikir replied. Young master, you've already far surpassed them. Vikir watched the battle before him, wearily thinking how much easier his life would be if all these lunatics just dropped dead and got out of his way. What a waste of time. I need to get through this place quickly. As a supervisor, I've got a mountain of work to do. I'm swamped, yet I have to stand here and watch 6 brats go from arguing to throwing punches. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear on the castle gate. In that person's hand was a fireball pulsing with immense power. What do you think you're doing in front of my domain? Just then, as Hero was clashing with the eldest sister, Sis, a massive fireball suddenly shot toward them. With a world-shaking boom, the explosion hit like a bomb right in front of the castle gate. Seeing this, Vikir grinned like he'd hit the jackpot. Are they all dead? But his joy didn't last long. The figures of the 3 guys appeared through the smoke, their hair burnt into the tightest curls imaginable. The 2 bros exclaimed in shock. What? Such a surprise fire attack? The middle bro then yelled toward the 3 figures in the smoke. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? But as the smoke cleared, the 3 cis sisters emerged, their hair just as curly as the bros. The 3 of them were bawling their eyes out. I almost died. If you hadn't dodged in time, we would have been killed. I was so scared. Sis. A familiar face appeared through the smoke, the master of that fire spell. What are these things? Only then did Vikir notice the figure on the castle wall. The fire magic was still blazing in her hand. I will not forgive anyone who causes a disturbance in the territory I manage. After speaking, she leaped down in front of the 3 sisters. The 3 scrambled to explain. Camus, we were just trying to stop the intruders. They attacked first. Camus glared at them. Camus, are you addressing me so informally? Don't think you can be disrespectful just because we're the same age, eldest sister. Of course not, Commander. They flinched, clearly terrified of her. You all should be careful if you don't want to end up like that. Camus pointed to a pile of dried bones on a treetop, scaring the souls right out of the 3 girls. After dealing with her own people, she turned to look at the group of strangers below. Seeing a familiar face, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly jumped down from the wall. Our eyes met, and I just wanted to gaze at you forever. That's right. The woman who was like a roaring tiger on the gate just moments ago was now like a shy little kitten, bashfully tucking her hair behind her ear. It's been a long time, Vikir Van Baskerville. 7 years, hasn't it? It has been a while, Camus. Vikir replied with a bright smile, looking the girl up and down, not missing a single detail. In that time, she'd certainly hit puberty. She looks much better than before. Her figure was stunning, perfectly proportioned, and smoking hot. So this was the beauty of Camus Moore, the woman who held the hearts of countless men in high society. Countless married men had also been seduced by her, and rumors were everywhere. But why hasn't anything happened in this life? Behind him, the other men were also captivated by Camus' beauty. Every single one of them was red-faced with their jaws hanging open, but our protagonist couldn't care less. He got straight to the point. Open the gate. Those 3 crazy women wouldn't listen to a word I said. Camus was annoyed by his attitude. She had taken such care to look beautiful for their reunion, and her crush couldn't even manage a single romantic word. Why are you being so cold? What? We haven't seen each other in forever, and that's all you have to say? What else am I supposed to say? Vikir had no idea what was going on. What? Camus got even angrier. This blockhead. Was he really this dense, or was he just pretending? A fight between the stars of 2 great families? This is the kind of juicy drama you only see once in 1,000 years. Camus was fuming, her eyes welling up as she pointed a finger at Vikir. 0 points. Is that any way to treat your future wife? Negative points, even. You heartless, thoughtless man. Now that's a fiery accusation, isn't it? The 2 groups of 3, one from each family, just looked completely bored by the whole thing. You know, looking at them, these 3 pairs really look like they're meant to be. Meanwhile, Vikir and Starfer were just dumbfounded. What did she just say? Future wife? A moment later, Vikir and Camus were riding out together to survey the land. Camus said, "It seems the Baskerville family doesn't know much about the Manji, do you?" "Of course we do. We've been fighting them for ages. We know a lot more than you think. Then why did you bring these idiots with you? Aren't they all too young and stupid?" Camus questioned. "We already agreed with the Morgia clan that the main force would be on the other side of the mountain. Why are you asking when you already know this?" "I just thought you didn't know," Camus said with a mischievous grin. "I'm the representative. Of course I have to know that. You seem like the type who'd be cast out by your family, yet somehow, they trust you, don't they?" It was hard to tell if that was a compliment or a backhanded insult. "So, What's the most troublesome part of the Manji tribe? Vikir looked completely fed up. Why does this girl ask so many questions? Still, he answered. The Bake warrior tribe and the Rokon shaman tribe. The archery skills of the Bake tribe are on a completely different level than the Empire's, and the reason for that is still unknown. Since you have such a deep understanding of the Manji tribe's culture, I'll give you 8 points. 8 out of 1, that is. Does this girl have a problem with scoring? Why is she grading everything? Why is my score so low when I answered so well? Vikir grumbled. It's because you answered so well, Kamuz replied. This girl is truly something else. What am I supposed to do with a man as smart as you? I hate smart men. A man is much more interesting if he's a little clueless. She continued to scan Vikir from head to toe as he rode his horse. 6 points. You're shorter than me, aren't you? And you're riding a horse that's way too big for you. Fashion. 4 points. Your clothes look like rags, and don't even get me started on that arrogant attitude. 1 point. Your face, however, gets a 99. You grew up handsome. However, your expression is terrible, so I'm deducting 1 point. See? Everyone's a sucker for a handsome face. Even our female lead gave him a 99. Stop this nonsense, Vikir said flatly. Why is it nonsense? I'm grading my future husband. How am I your future husband? What do you mean, how? You already passed my uncle's test. That's when it finally dawned on Vikir. Kamuz was talking about what happened 7 years ago, the duel between him and the vice chief, Adob Morger. No wonder she kept bringing up the future wife thing. At this, Kamuz started fuming all over again. How dare he decide who my future husband is based on one little test? This is so frustrating. Because of his decision, my love life is basically over. This is insane. Since I made that promise back then, it's like I'm already married. But what can I do? A promise is a promise. No matter how much I hate it, I have to follow through. I'm forced to accept it. This girl is just flustered because she likes him so much. She's totally into him, but she's just playing hard to get. But of course, our block-headed main character would never understand something like that. He takes everything completely literally. Hearing her words, Vikir spoke up. I forgot about what happened that day. I'll make sure it never happens. Kamuz froze. Who knew this blockhead could be so stupid? Completely embarrassed, she threw a piece of cloth in Vikir's face. How can you change something that already happened? You idiot. I'm a genius. Once I make a promise, I never forget it. Then she rode off ahead of him. Vikir picked up the cloth, wondering, what did she just throw at me? This is. Then he realized it was the same shirt he had given her all those years ago to cover her clothes after they were burned. It's nothing, Kamuz said, blushing. Now, at this point, you'd think our main character would have finally realized Kamuz's feelings. You know, she must like me if she kept my shirt for this long. But no. If you're looking for romance, you've come to the wrong story. This is an action series, people. Vikir truly lived up to his reputation as a blockhead. He thought to himself, she returned it without even washing it? I honestly don't even want to imagine how Kamuz would react if she could read his mind. She'd probably cough up blood from rage before roasting her block-headed future husband alive. Getting back on topic, Kamuz said. The Manji have been attacking the ruby mines, looting slaves and crops. The reason they steal slaves is to sell them for a high price elsewhere. This is the wall, built by mages over the course of a month. As they spoke, Vikir and Kamuz went to inspect the fortress wall. It was built to be incredibly sturdy. The base of the wall was lined with sharp spikes pointing outward. Vikir was impressed. Truly, the work of the Morgia clan's mages. In 1 month, they can do what would take hundreds of ordinary men a year. That's right, isn't it? Kamuz replied with pride. Those are the marks from the arrows shot by the Bake tribe. Vicky asked about the deep craters in the fortress walls. That's right, each of their arrows carries a powerful aura. At night, countless people have died after being hit by those arrows. They can break through walls 2 to 3 meters thick. Their power is not to be underestimated. Each arrow can shatter magical energy, which is how my uncle got injured. Luckily, he survived, but his pride was terribly wounded. Come to think of it, our clan chief went through something similar. I heard his nose was broken. Vicky looked sympathetic. It seems the Manji have some skilled people on their side. Do you know who it was? I think it was a woman, but they paint their faces black, so it's hard to tell their gender. As the two were deep in discussion, a soldier ran up to report to Kamuz. Vice Captain, I think you need to come quickly. The scouting team has captured someone from the Manji. Hearing this, the two of them hurried back to the Mo clan's encampment tent. Inside the tent, a bald barbarian, covered in strange tattoos, was kneeling on the ground. He wore only a cloth around his waist, his hands bound tightly. He was staring this way with a hostile gaze. Vicky identified him. He's from the shaman tribe. Did you get any information? Camus turned to ask a guard. He hasn't said a single word. What about mind control magic? It's no use. They're powerful shamans. Reading their minds is impossible, the guard replied helplessly. Camus approached the shaman and interrogated him. A few days ago, you raided the Mo clan's fortress. Do you remember how many people you captured? The shaman remained silent. It was then Vicky noticed that it wasn't just this one man, but 4 others who had also been captured, kneeling in the same state. Camus continued. Among the victims was a girl from the Mo clan. Her name was Jose, my 6th cousin. What did you do to her? Suddenly, the shaman looked up. A disgusting grin spread across his face, his eyes wide as he stared at Camus. Then, he whispered something in a language no one could understand. It's the Manji's native tongue, Camus said, turning to the guard. Translate it. What is this barbarian saying? I can only understand a little. Something about how when they attacked, everyone was killed and taken away. That's all, Vice Captain, the guard said, scratching his head. So no one can translate his words, Camus said impatiently. I know a little of the Fang Ro tribe's language. Vicky spoke up. You do? Is there anything you don't know? Camus asked, astonished. I'm not fluent. I just know a few basic words. Then can you ask him where my cousin is? She was captured during the raid. She's only 12 years old, with red eyes, red hair, and fair skin. Vicky stepped forward and translated Camus' question for the shaman. The shaman let out a vile laugh. He smiled as he answered, his eyes filled with malice. Vicky closed his eyes and sighed. She's dead. Hearing the answer, Camus' blood began to boil. She stepped closer to the shaman. The head of the court is not here. The head of the temple is on the other side of the territory for an inspection, so all decisions will be made by me, Camus of the Mo clan, a member of the family and vice captain of this fortress. I sentence you to immediate execution. Instantly, a flame engulfed the shaman. Then, a sharp earthen spike shot up from the ground, piercing straight through the shaman's heart, making him scream in agony. In his agony, he let out another stream of words in his native tongue. By now, Camus no longer cared what he was saying. She watched him struggle with her blazing red eyes and declared coldly, Go on, say your piece, because after this war is over, your language will only be spoken in hell. The other shamans in the back recoiled in terror at the sight. Camus turned and gave the order, Let's go. Vicky paused in thought, watching Camus' retreating figure, and a moment later, he too left the tent. In the twilight, Camus stood with her arms wrapped around herself, sobbing. Vicky thought that despite her tough act, she was still only 15 years old. He spoke up to comfort her. It seems you two were very close. Yeah, she was always following me around. She was such an innocent child. She never fit in with this cold-blooded Mo clan. Camus recalled the innocent smile of her ill-fated cousin. Don't be too sad. I'm sure she passed peacefully. Vicky consoled her. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm a genius. Even if I can't speak that language, I can understand a little of it. Camus glanced at Vicky, her brow furrowed. Tell me, that was what I heard true? Vicky thought to himself. So she noticed? The old shaman's words were too horrific, but though he didn't want to, he told her the truth. He said, We ate her. Hearing this, Camus trembled and collapsed, clutching her chest as she let out a devastating wail. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, she sobbed, covering her face in self-reproach. Death was truly too painful and cruel for a 12-year-old child. Vicky stood beside her. He started to reach out to touch her shoulder in comfort, but his fingers stopped mid-air before he pulled his hand back. He decided to just let Camus cry her heart out. This was such a sad sight. After crying for a long time, Camus wiped the tears from her face and said, It's not that big of a deal. If someone is a beast, then I'll just have to take their life. It's as simple as that. This is no time for grieving. I need to pull myself together so I can get my revenge. Vicky smiled, spoken like a true queen. He reached out his hand, right in front of Camus. That's right. Camus froze, then gently reached out to take Vikir's hand. Just then, a bell rang out, grabbing both of their attention. What was that bell? Camus shot to her feet and explained that it was the signal warning of an attack by the Manji tribe. Looks like her time for revenge has come sooner than expected. Outside the fortress where Camus' troops were stationed, a deep moat had been dug all around, leaving the main gate as the only way in. All was quiet, when suddenly, the paws of some animal approached. It was the barbarians of the Bak tribe. 3 women, their arms covered in tattoos, rode in on 3 white wolves, bows in hand. The woman in the lead held a bow that glowed with a pale blue light. She raised it high and took aim. An arrow flew toward the fortress wall, where two mages from the House of Mo were standing. The two of them were so busy chatting, they didn't even notice the danger. By the time they turned around, the arrow had already struck, blasting a hole through the fortress wall. Stone fragments exploded everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, the female leader signaled for her troops to charge. The Bak warriors surged forward on their wolves, mercilessly slaughtering the soldiers of House Mo. Another barbarian threw a lasso around a soldier's neck and dragged him across the ground. It was at that moment Vikir arrived. The ground was littered with corpses. The barbarians were still pouring in. Did I get here too soon? Vikir wondered, surveying the scene. Suddenly, a lasso flew through the air and looped around Vikir's neck. Then, another one followed. Two barbarian women laughed. Look what we caught! A handsome one. The husband hunt is going smoothly. A husband hunt? They're hunting men to take as husbands. All to create a new race superior to the natives? As the thought crossed his mind, Vikir grabbed the ropes and gave a single, sharp tug, sending the two women flying toward him. Sorry, but I have no intention of being your husband. I already have a fiancé. Such an important declaration, and Camus wasn't here to hear it. What a shame. Seeing their tribeswomen thrown to the ground, two other barbarians quickly drew their bows and aimed at Vikir. He's an enemy? Vikir calmly drew his sword, watching the 4 arrows fly towards him. Hugo told me not to act rashly. I can't start a full-blown battle before I rendezvous with the main forces. Should I just wait for the main army to arrive? With a single slash of his sword, Vikir deflected all 4 arrows. A crimson light flared from the path of his blade. While the barbarians were still reeling in shock, a destructive fireball formed behind them and shot forward. What are you doing? Why didn't you kill them? As the barbarians screamed in agony within the sea of flames, Camus emerged from the smoke, fire still blazing in her hands. Filled with hatred, she launched several more fireballs. Die, you barbarian scum. Is she planning to turn this entire place into an inferno? Vikir thought to himself. Camus walked up to him and asked, You just used liquid aura, didn't you? So, you're a grand mage? I knew you were the only man I could ever acknowledge. I received orders from my patriarch to avoid engaging until we rendezvous with the main forces. Vikir explained why he hadn't killed them. Orders from the patriarch of the Baskerville family, is that it? As she spoke, Camus deployed her magic, forming 4 massive circles. In that case, a member of the Baskerville clan shouldn't interfere, because I'm going to eliminate all of them myself. And then, like a terror attack, countless flames shot towards the barbarians, as if to raze the entire area to the ground. Vikir recognized the spell as Quadra. She had amplified its destructive power. Camus conjured another fireball. I will avenge my little sister. Just then, a warrior from the Bak tribe appeared and shot a tranquilizer dart into her neck. She collapsed to the ground, her entire body paralyzed. Only her mouth could move. It seems I've been hit with a paralysis poison. I can't move my body. Vikir broke into a cold sweat. This future wife of his was a real handful. The man who threw the dart rushed forward with a rope, intending to tie up Camus and carry her off. Vikir quickly grabbed the rope. He was only holding it, not even using any force. Yet the man found he couldn't pull it back. Vikir turned to Camus and said, I think it's best we retreat. But what about the farmlands and the people who were captured? It's better not to engage in any more battles until the main Baskerville forces arrive. No, I have to avenge my sister. She was taken by those barbarians. Camus struggled to get up, try to make a rational decision. At that very moment, a sharp object glowing with blue light flew toward Vikir. Luckily, Vikir reacted quickly, letting go of the rope and arching his back to dodge the hidden weapon. What a coward. Who resorts to sneak attacks like that? He turned, looking for whoever had the guts to launch a sneak attack on the main character. A barbarian woman with a bow stood on the roof of a nearby tent. Her entire body radiated blue energy, identical to the energy from the arrow just now. Vikir thought to himself, that destructive power. Could that be the person Camus mentioned before? Taking advantage of his opening, the dart thrower rushed behind Vikir, hoisted Camus up, and slung her over his shoulder. Completely immobile, Camus panicked and called out Vikir's name. He remembered, before his regression, when Camus of House Mo was still a young girl, she had been captured once before. Of course, her capture didn't last long. Afterward, she had single-handedly wiped out the barbarians and returned on her own. Model. After that incident, she became known as the Queen of Leru Aleno. Have things really taken a turn for the worse? He needed to do something to change the situation. As he was lost in thought, the tribeswoman flew towards Vicky. The arm holding her bow swung down for a strike. Vicky hastily dodged the blow, and the bow slammed into the ground, creating a blinding flash of light. This tribeswoman's fighting skills were top tier, and her speed was lightning fast. The moment Vicky dodged, she had already kicked him square in the stomach, sending him stumbling back several meters. Vicky noted her movements were different from the others. Was he going to have to use his full power? Suddenly, Vicky's eyes widened. The tribeswoman seemed to be saying something. I told you, you and I, we'd meet again. She pointed at him, and then at herself, her eyes glowing with a vibrant green light as she gave him a mysterious smile. I told you before that you and I would meet again. Hearing those words, Vicky suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the person he'd met at the slave auction? The tattered tribeswoman he had saved? Are you repaying kindness with betrayal? Ah, this slave is taking revenge on her kidnappers. The Mo tribe, not you, the tribeswoman explained calmly. With that, she leaped onto her wolf's back, turned, and left with her fellow tribe members. Revenge, just like what was done to me. We're going to capture the woman in charge. You can follow me if you want. Vicky was contemplating whether he should reveal his true power. Just then, Adob Mo, vice chief of the Mo tribe and Camus' uncle, charged in with his legion of mages. Adob immediately launched an attack. You dare! Give me back my niece! As he spoke, he unleashed a devastating earth spell. From below, massive bursts of green energy tore through the ground, creating an earthquake that shook the entire city and sent dirt and rock flying everywhere. But the barbarian tribe's wolf cavalry was incredibly agile. They weaved through the debris and magic, like street racers dodging cops in a high-speed chase, swerving past the onslaught. Before long, they had escaped Adob's attack and fled the city. Adob watched them go, seething with rage. Damn it, I can't believe they slipped through our fingers. Vicky stood to the side, thinking, I don't think they could have ended their raid in just 3 minutes after the alarm sounded. Things are getting more complicated, all due to Camus' carelessness and inexperience. A soldier ran up to report. I think they've headed for the Forbidden Zone on Mount Leroux Eleno. The Forbidden Zone on Mount Leroux Eleno? Adob grew anxious. The Forbidden Zone was an uncharted area fraught with danger. Entering it at night is nothing short of suicide. My niece has been captured, but what can I do? Wow, what a loving uncle. For one of the most powerful mages on the continent, he's a real coward. We can go after them. A voice rang out, causing Adob to whip around in surprise. I've been in that forest before. Vicky raised his hand, volunteering. It was true. Before his regression, he had traveled through that very place while scouting and hunting. Adob grabbed his shoulders, his expression dead serious. Are you serious? Sir, heading to Mount Leroux Eleno now is suicide, a soldier said nervously. If you're scared, go home. There will be no punishment for it. Adob cut in. He turned back to Vicky, his hands still on his shoulders. I know this boy is no ordinary child, but I have no other choice but to trust him. I'm counting on you. Please, save my niece. Just like that, night fell, and a pale moonlight filtered through the clouds. The group had arrived at the Forbidden Zone of Mount Leroux Eleno in the Baskerville territory. This was the home of marrow-sucking mosquitoes and poisonous spine cucumbers, as well as assassin spiders and many other dangerous things. A normal person couldn't survive here. That's why this place was called the Forest of Living Flesh. The group was now heading straight into it. Adob's men trudged along behind, while Vicky flew ahead to clear the path. He leaped so nimbly that the rest of the group couldn't keep up. Adob was astonished. Can all children from the Baskerville family do that? Of course not, Stozer replied. The young master is a special case. Just then, 2 demon mosquitoes flew toward Vicky. He drew his sword and, with 2 basic slashes, vaporized them. The trio running behind watched this, their eyes sparkling, and couldn't help but think one thing. So cool. He was getting so many fans they'd have to start a fan club. When they arrived, Vicky crouched down behind a tree, observed the area ahead, and signaled for the group behind him to be quiet. There's an orange glow up ahead. Looks like the barbarians' campfire. I've heard that 3-leaf hunters scatter dry leaves around to hear anyone tailing them. Vicky warned, we need to be more careful from now on. Adob began casting a spell at his feet. Silence, he chanted. Instantly, a glowing magic circle enveloped Vicky's feet. This spell will silence your movements. From here on, I'm counting on you. I won't forget this, son-in-law. Vicky thought to himself, son-in-law, my ass. He sure changes his tune fast when he needs something, huh? Meanwhile, at the barbarian camp, they were discussing the battle. Exhausted, they had stopped to build a campfire and rest. They gathered around the fire, talking amongst themselves. Camus was tied tightly to a tree. She screamed, you savages, once I get out of this, I'll burn every last one of you to a crisp. I'll show you my magic. Just you wait. It seems the savages don't really care. They can't understand a word of whatever language Camus is screaming in anyway. Two of the barbarian women are standing around, talking to each other. I really like that guy from earlier. She's talking about how they failed to catch Vikir. I guess the husband hunt was a failure. Camus is exhausted as hell from screaming for so long. She stops, gasping for breath. Asterisk. They aren't listening to me. Asterisk. Asterisk. I think they were talking about husband and wife hunts earlier. Is that why they ambushed us? Asterisk. Just then, a figure steps up to Camus. It's the tall, brawny barbarian, the one with the rock-hard abs, who shot the dart and captured her. He strokes his chin, staring at Camus with a lecherous grin. Heh. Now that we've captured this woman, every man in the tribe is going to want a piece of her. You psychos! What are you planning to do to me? Just kill me, Camus screams. I have no idea what she's saying. The barbarian nonchalantly digs in his ear, then turns and grabs Camus' face. But just one look in her eyes is enough to tell he's got a defiant one on his hands. I think this arrogant little slave needs to be taught a lesson. After saying that, he raises a weapon that looks like an arrowhead and, holding it close to her face, gives it a long lick. So handsome, yet such a creep. Just then, the female leader of the Balak tribe approaches. Ahun, get your hands off my slave. What is it, Chief An? I'm the one who caught her, Ahun protests. You idiot. Watch your tone. What's that supposed to mean? I'm the one who shot the dart and set the trap. Ahun says, absolutely furious. Oh really? And who was it that brought home the prize? If I hadn't stopped that sword-wielding brat, you'd be dead by now. So, you're saying this wench is times your times spoils of war? Of course, An replies, crossing her arms. Camus can't understand a word they're saying, but from the tense atmosphere, it's obvious those two are arguing about something. She guesses that the woman arguing must be the chief, Ain. That woman went toe-to-toe with Vikir, a graduate. Asterisk. If I want to escape, I'll have to get past her. Asterisk. Meanwhile, the two are still at it. But she's a woman, chief. What are you gonna do? Play some S&M games with her? So what? Ain replies coolly. I'm not going to let you do whatever you want, just because you're the chief. Ahun seethes, pointing a finger right in Ain's face. Asterisk. This little punk is getting way too bold. I've been playing nice, but does he think just because I'm not roaring, I'm some kind of harmless kitten? Asterisk. Ain's eyes flash as a blue aura erupts from her body. If you object, feel free to come at me whenever you're ready. I'll put you in your place, Ahun. Startled, Ahun flinches like a dog with its tail between its legs. He slowly backs away, his tone changing in a hurry. I don't object. Asterisk, that's better. You know your place now, boy? Asterisk. Yes. I give up. You can do whatever you want with her. The guy tries to defy his boss one time and nearly gets himself sent to an early grave. He walks away, muttering something under his breath. Ain turns to Camus. You have sharp eyes to match your skills, just as I'd expect from someone of noble blood. The next head of House Moraine. Then, she lunges forward and kicks Camus hard in the chest. I was captured by your damned family and sold into slavery. However, I was lucky. Someone helped me. She flashes back to Vikir, helping her at the circus. Thanks to him, I was able to escape that life. But you won't be so lucky. She glares daggers at Camus, her eyes burning with pure anger and hatred. I'm going to drill this lesson into your very bones. From now on, your daily chore will be to get on your knees and lick my feet. But before she can finish, asterisk. Boom! Asterisk. A massive explosion erupts behind her. Ain whips around, not yet understanding what's happening. Was that an explosion? Ambush, one of the tribesmen reports. Just then, another one, engulfed in flames from a magic attack, screams in agony. You filthy savages. A man's figure appears, standing defiantly amidst the sea of fire. I'm here to return the favor. Camus is overjoyed when she hears that familiar voice. It's her uncle's voice. Adob stands there, fire magic blazing in his hands, and bellows, "Release my niece, or I'll burn this whole place to the ground." The barbarians are thrown into a panic by the surprise attack. They never imagined they'd been followed so relentlessly. And just like that, a battle breaks out between the barbarian tribe and Adob's men. Swordsmen from the Mastiff Knight Order leap forward, cutting down the barbarians like weeds. Meanwhile, Vikir watches the situation unfold from a nearby tree branch. Asterisk. Something about this is strange. Why are the Balak hunters, who were so professional during the ambush, falling apart this easily? Asterisk. He sees the tribesmen fleeing in a panic. Almost none of them are even trying to fight back. A few of the women are even trying to escape on their wolves. You bastards! How dare you stir up trouble in my forest? Adob shouts. then gives the order. They're on the run. Don't let a single one of them live. Camus smirks victoriously. That's right. Are you scared now, you savages? As she's gloating, she suddenly flinches, feeling something move against her ropes. She glances behind her and sees a familiar face. Overjoyed, she calls out, Vikir. He immediately puts a finger to his lips, signaling, asterisk, keep your voice down, asterisk, asterisk. I went through all the trouble of sneaking over here to rescue you, and this is how you act? Why are you shouting? Asterisk, but Camus doesn't seem to get the hint. The moment he cuts her ropes and puts an arm around her to help her away, she asks at a very loud volume, Are you here to save me? Asterisk. Did you not understand the signal for be quiet? Asterisk. And right on cue, the consequences of her blunder appear. Ain is standing right in front of them, as if she appeared out of thin air. The talented swordsman. I knew you'd come for her. Your excellent physique that let you find your way here so quickly. Your sharp mind that allowed you to see through the forest's darkness. And a passionate love that drove you, risking your life for a girl. I won't ask about your past. You've passed. Vi was completely lost, having no idea what the hell was going on. Past what? But Camus had already sensed a love rival in the air. Wherever their gazes met, sparks flew. But how would a dense guy like Vi notice something like that? He just casually slung an arm around Camus, pulling her close and making her blush crimson. Vi tried to remember, but it was impossible. Why can't I recall anyone like her from my past life? Don't tell me she's someone who could evade Hugo's detection. The three-leaf night fox archer. She's too young and unskilled to be that times person. Or maybe she shares the night fox's bloodline? As the three of them faced off in the night, a wooden dart surrounded by a green aura suddenly appeared. It seemed to be aimed right at Camus. A throwing knife suddenly flew toward them, and Vi threw out his hand to shield Camus. Ain was shocked. How could that kid react so fast? How could she have known? Vi swept Camus into his arms, saying, Things are getting messy. Hang on, I'll get you to your uncle. The fire-breathing lioness, Camus, was now like a little rabbit nestled in Vi's arms, blushing as she replied. Okay. Seeing Camus suddenly so gentle, Vi didn't think much of it. She's probably just acting normally because she's worried about the poison. And with that, the two of them leaped away, making their escape. Ain stood there, stunned, then lowered her head and rubbed it in frustration. Damn it. I wanted you to come with me quietly. You just had to do things the hard way. Meanwhile, as Vi flew through the woods, he asked Camus about her condition. Is the poison bad? I think so, Camus answered shyly. Just as they were escaping, two assailants leaped out from a hidden corner to ambush the young couple. Vi quickly used his sword to block the attack. Elsewhere, Ain had already knocked an arrow to her bow, the same one that radiated a green aura, and took aim. Asterisk. Should I just get rid of that little brat? Asterisk. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. The arrow shot forward, flying toward Camus and Vi as they turned to run. They had no time to defend themselves. By the time they turned back, the arrow was inches from Camus' face. In that critical moment, a wall of ice suddenly shot up from the ground, blocking the arrow just in time. Thankfully, Underdog had intervened. Are you all right, my dear niece? He asked anxiously. After checking Camus' condition, Underdog began chanting a detoxification spell. He said, This is a powerful poison. I can't remove all of it. We should head to the Holy Quavadas Church when we get back. But in the middle of his healing, Camus suddenly pushed her uncle's hand away. Excuse me for a moment, uncle. And then, she leaped up and threw her arms around Vi in gratitude. You saved me. Again. Was Vi shocked? You bet he was. All that doting, all the life and death situations I've saved her from. And she thanks this boy before she even thanks me. Where's your shame? Underdog was on the verge of tears. Your uncle tried his best, you know. Then his own niece turned around and scolded him. What took you so long? I'm telling Mom. Oh, the ingratitude. Suddenly, a familiar lasso flew through the air, tightening right around Vi's neck. From behind, Ain pulled with all her might. Vi was only startled for a split second. Otherwise, he didn't even budge. Ain frowned, thinking to herself, asterisk, he didn't move back an inch? How did he get so strong all of a sudden? Asterisk, she spoke impatiently. It would be best if you just let yourself be captured quietly. I don't have time for this. With his bare hands, Vi tore the rope from his neck, wondering, asterisk, why did she say she's out of time? Is there a reason the three-leaf fox is in such a hurry? Asterisk. Suddenly, a roar echoed throughout the forest, so powerful that birds and beasts scattered in terror. Ain panicked. Damn it, did it notice us? At the same time, the amulet on Vi's hand suddenly appeared, emitting a strange, persistent sound. It seemed to be warning him that something was approaching. The others spoke up. she's coming. The eight-legged madam. Their expressions turned to sheer panic at the mention of her name. Just then, in the distance, something that looked like a razor-sharp pillar shot dozens of meters into the air, radiating a mysterious purple aura. The barbarians cried out in fear, "It's the madam! The madam is here!" Even the wolves tucked their tails between their legs in terror. Vi and Camus, still not understanding what was happening, continued to watch the situation unfold. The pillar suddenly stopped, then unexpectedly burst open, sending out numerous branches in all directions before they folded and slammed down onto the ground like the legs of a spider. Adob was stunned. Impossible. How could a monster of this size be hiding in the forest? Vi also broke out in a cold sweat, never imagining he would encounter this beast here. If my memory serves me right, this monster is an S-rank disaster. The eight-legged madam. Slowly, from out of the darkness, a giant spider emerged, its eyes glowing red above a grotesque face. It let out a roar and began to slowly advance toward Vi's group. Vi's group was frozen to the spot, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, dominating size of the eight-legged madam. In a panic, Camus cried out, "What is that?" Instantly, Vi slapped a hand over the little lady's mouth. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't make a sound. Its eyesight is poor, but its hearing is incredibly sharp." The eight-legged madam was now turning its head from side to side, searching for its prey. Vi remembered something an old native man had told him before his regression. It was about the accidents heard of and witnessed on Mount Leru Eleno, a legend that was no different from a horror story. The story told of a creature called the eight-legged madam who dwelled deep within the damp forest. In the Empire's Monster Encyclopedia, which had been revised and amended several, records still exist of the exploits of Lady Eightlegs. This is an S-rank monster, dangerous enough to destroy an entire nation in a single day. Its danger level is classified as a catastrophe. The monster opened its drooling maw, green smoke billowing out, and spewed a disgusting glob of green acid all over the forest. The acid splattered onto some nearby branches, and wherever it touched, the wood was instantly corroded. What horrifying acid. Vikir's group was struggling just to dodge the acid rain pouring down. Vikir was leaping back and forth, while Adob deployed a magic protection circle to shield Camus as well. Suddenly, a Hun screamed in panic. Turns out his braided hair had been hit by the poison. It was eating through his hair and threatening to spread to his scalp. Ain immediately rushed over and cut off the poisoned section, scolding the idiot. "You moron! How dare you scream in front of the madam? It's true what they say. You don't fear a strong enemy. You fear a teammate as dumb as a pig." Ahun finally felt like he'd escaped death, collapsing to the ground and panting in fear. Ain looked up at Lady Eightlegs, which was lumbering towards them. "Damn it, if you weren't the shaman's nephew, I would have killed you myself long ago." Then she turned and signaled for her tribe to retreat. On the other side, Adob, carrying his niece, led his group and quickly told them to get the hell out of there before they all got wiped out. For now, Lady Eightlegs seemed to be standing still, observing. Its vision was poor, but it wasn't blind. Through its light-sensing eyes, it could perceive two groups, one blue and one red, splitting off in two directions. The blue group, the Balak, retreated in small, scattered units, while the red group, the Baskervilles and Morgies, moved as a herd, forming a round, red cluster like a ball. There was a small difference in the way these two groups retreated, but that very difference was what would decide who Lady Eightlegs would chase. Yep, you guessed it. Lady Eightlegs immediately shot off on its 8 legs, hurtling towards Vikir's group. Adob exclaimed in shock. "Damn it. Why is it coming after us?" A mage in the group turned back and conjured a fire spell with a confident smile. "Sir Adob, leave it to me. The weakness of all bugs and insects can only be fire." With that, he launched a fireball straight at the spider, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A mage in the group, thinking the monster was defeated, also stopped to watch with a smirk. "It worked, Adob. Did you see that?" But before he could finish his sentence, one of Lady Eightlegs' legs shot out. The guy in the hat who had just stopped was skewered like a piece of meat and sent flying. The other one stood frozen, staring at the bloody scene. He was stiff as a board, unable to run, unable to speak. Adob ran while trying to think of a plan. Nothing works on it. God, what the hell is that thing? Vikir thought for a moment, then suddenly turned around to face the approaching monster. Everyone was startled by his action. A mastiff knight asked in alarm, "Young master, what are you doing? At this rate, we're all just marching to our graves. Someone has to stay behind and be the bait." The knight volunteered, "I can't let the young master take the brunt of this." Vikir looked back at him. "You think your skills can stop that 8-legged thing? We can't let it chase us all the way back to our territory. Among everyone here, the most suitable person to be the decoy is me." Everyone's eyes went wide at Vikir's words. The protagonist's back looked so imposing right then, with an aura shining in all directions. A perfect design, the epitome of cool, the kind women just love. He urged Sir Adob, "There's no more time. The decision is yours." Camus was in shock, while Adob hesitated, a fierce internal battle raging within him. "Go, now!" Vikir roared, giving him no more time to think. Adob bolted, and tears welled up in everyone's eyes at Vikir's great sacrifice. "Don't let my nephew's sacrifice be in vain." Camus reached a hand back, calling Vikir's name. "Vikir, come back." "Camus, you lie still." Adob held his niece tightly. Kama obviously wanted to stay and fight with him. If she hadn't been injured and lying motionless in Adob's arms, she would have stayed. Everyone took the chance to run as fast as they could, leaving Vikir's lone figure behind them. Vikir made a motion as if to draw his sword, then waited until everyone was completely out of sight before lowering it. He looked at the approaching monster. "It's not because I'm worried about the Baskerville territory being destroyed or anything. The main reason is that there's no way our allies could be a match for that monster, especially since it hasn't even revealed its full power yet. However, this is a good opportunity for me. If I fake my death, I can escape the Hugo family's surveillance and have plenty of time to learn and master the 10th secret technique. When I'm strong enough to break free from the Hugo's control, or when I've completed the skills that can conceal and control my powers, I will return to the family." While calculating his future moves, Vikir summoned the sword Beelzebub. Instantly, a torrent of crimson power appeared in his hand. The red streams of light wrapped tightly around Vikir's hand, and Beelzebub materialized. Vikir's arm was also enveloped in black, with red lines glowing around it. "If I don't use everything I've got, I'm a dead man." Vikir stood straight, his eyes locked on the monster as a red aura flared to life around him. His blade was ready. Vikir had received a massive amount of mana from the blessing of the river Styx, and now, he was channeling that entire aura into the advanced swordsmanship of House Baskerville, specifically through the demon sword, Beelzebub. He would now use all of it to strike down the eight-legged lady. Vikir shot forward, leaping off tree trunks, using them as springboards to launch himself high into the sky. The eight-legged lady had spotted him now, and it let out a blood-curdling roar. Vikir raised the demon sword. He summoned its power into the blade. The demon sword Beelzebub began to glow. Then, as the light became blinding, Vikir dove at an incredible speed, aiming straight for the eight-legged lady. The 5th secret technique of House Baskerville. Vikir gritted his teeth, focusing all his power into this one devastating attack. The eight-legged lady's 8 legs trembled before they buckled, and the monster's entire body collapsed to the ground. The resulting tremor sent earth and rock flying in every direction. The attack had found its mark. The red aura flashed, swelling until it illuminated the entire dark forest. Snatched up into her uncle's arms, Camus saw a colossal pillar of deadly red light erupt behind them. Camus' eyes widened in realization, welling with tears, as she screamed into the darkness in despair. "No, Vikir!" Back in his memories, before he regressed to the final moments of his life at the guillotine. He had once been the most loyal hunting dog of House Baskerville, but despite his loyalty, despite risking life and limb for them, they decided to get rid of him simply because he knew too many of their secrets. They mercilessly discarded their hunting dog, determined to send Vikir to the chopping block. Vikir lifted his head to look at the scene before him one last time. With blood-red eyes, he vowed to burn the image of that old bastard Hugo and the rest of the Baskerville clan into his very soul as they stood by and watched him be executed. Under the moonlight that night, the old man Hugo raised his hand, his eyes glowing with that same vicious red as he gave the order to begin the execution. The cold blade fell. Even as his head was severed from his neck, Vikir forced his eyes to stay open, engraving the faces of his enemies into his memory. He swore that if there was a next life, he would have his revenge on that cruel bastard, Hugo. So this is the end. Through a hazy consciousness, Vikir slowly opened his eyes. He had been unconscious for days since the great battle with the eight-legged lady. The first things he saw were the unfamiliar wooden beams and ceiling. Vikir was lying on a white mattress, his entire body covered in bandages. There was a strip of bandage across his face, around his head, and over his left eye. A strangely familiar rope was tied around his neck. Vikir lay there, trying to remember. Yesterday. Wait. How many days has it been? Did I survive the fight with the eight-legged lady? If she hadn't suddenly stopped, blinded by the explosion, I would have been killed. Vikir tried to move his body. Bones, muscles, even my veins. There wasn't a single spot that didn't ache. To think one hit could injure me this badly. I underestimated her. Damn it. It was then that Vikir noticed the rope around his neck. Is my neck sore because of this thing? This is what kept me alive. Everything is going according to plan, right? First, I've escaped Hugo's surveillance. Besides Adolphe and Camus, there were plenty of other witnesses, so I don't need to worry about my death. After a moment of thought, Vikir pushed aside the tent flap and stepped outside. A bustling crowd of people was moving back and forth. Looking at their attire, Vikir could guess where he was. Is this the camp of the Babuk tribe? Am I being held hostage in the Babuk camp? I'm in the middle of the stronghold of House Baskerville's mortal enemy. This is bad. I can't escape in this pathetic condition. Just then, a voice barked from behind Vikir, "Get a move on." A group of bare-chested, muscular guys in tattered pants walked past with their hands tied, heads bowed. Behind them, a barbarian woman holding the rope urged them on. "Hurry up, unless you want to be eaten by wolves." So, soldiers from Baskerville and other families captured as prisoners? I recognize them, Vikir thought to himself. But why haven't I been executed? Vikir wondered. Just then, a pair of feet stopped behind him. "So, you're awake? You understand the Babuk language, don't you?" a Hun said with a smirk. Vikir glanced over, recognizing him as the guy who tried to shoot Camus with a poison dart, back on the day of the attack. "You should be grateful you didn't end up like them. How's it feel, watching your comrades die?" He suddenly leaned in close to Vikir's face, a contemptuous sneer spreading across his lips. "You must feel pretty helpless, just watching, in that pathetic state of yours. If you weren't the commander's obedient little dog, I would have boiled you alive by now." That smile is disgusting. He's tall and handsome, but I can't stand that vile smirk. The moment Vikir heard the words obedient dog, he was instantly reminded of old Hugo's face and the chains that had bound him for so long, both before and after his regression. A murderous aura exploded from Vikir's entire body. A Hun flinched, startled by the look in the man's eyes. Vikir's bloodshot eyes burned with a hatred as crimson as his aura, making him look like a vengeful demon from the depths of hell. Scared out of his mind, a Hun swung his fist and punched Vikir hard. "You arrogant bastard. Stop standing there scaring the crap out of me and go find your master at the end of that rope." He stormed off in frustration. The trembling Vicky sat up and watched him go. "I'll remember your face. When I recover, you will pay the price. Just because the tiger isn't roaring, you think it's a kitty cat? You have eyes but can't see Mount Tai?" He pushed his anger aside. Vicky was also wondering where this rope had come from. He followed it to the other end. But the rope was ridiculously long. He walked from one end of the village to the other, and still hadn't reached the end. He even got lost in the forest, but still couldn't see the person on the other side. "Why is this rope so long? I've been walking forever, and it's still not over. Is my owner at the end of this?" He pulled, and suddenly, the rope went taut. Vicky was surprised. He had reached a lake at the end of the path. A head popped up from the water. Ah Yen calmly looked at Vicky. Vicky stared back at Ah Yen. Their eyes met, and he just wanted to gaze at her for a long, long time. Ah Yen smiled and breathed out one sentence. "Get down." Before Vicky could understand what was happening, she yanked the rope hard, pulling him to the ground. An arrow flew past, embedding itself in a nearby tree. She stood up and yelled at a group of kids holding bows and shields. "Go practice somewhere else, you brats." They just laughed and ran off. Vicky lay still, his face parallel to the ground, too frustrated to speak. Ah Yen glanced at Vicky. "Thanks for letting me go at the slave auction. We always repay kindness twice over, and vengeance 10 times over. Since you saved me once, I'll save you twice." She pointed at Vicky. "Twice?" Vicky asked, confused. How the hell did she save me without me even remembering? "I came back for you. If I hadn't, you'd be dead as a doornail. You should be grateful for my stubbornness." "You tied this rope?" Vicky asked, holding it up. "Why did you keep me alive? You seem to hold a pretty high position on your side." She tugged on the rope. "I wonder how much they'd pay to get you back." Vicky lamented internally. "Oh, I'm so screwed. If they try to negotiate a ransom with the Baskerville family, my plan to escape Hugo's surveillance will be completely ruined. What should I do now?" Ah Yen watched Vicky's expression, then gave a sly grin. "What are you thinking? See a glimmer of hope? Too bad for you. You're not going back over there." With one hand holding the rope, she slowly drew the knife strapped to her thigh with the other. With a single slash, she cut the rope. "You're going to be my slave." Hearing that, Vicky let out a silent sigh of relief. "Thank God. That's exactly what I wanted." Ah Yen pointed the knife at Vicky. "We should decide what to call each other first, right? Call me master." "Ha ha, this girl is a true wildling. That form of address feels a little too familiar, like something from the real world." Vicky stood in silence, frowning at Ah Yen. "Ha ha, I like that defiant look in your eyes. I'm going to tame you, but before that, there's a place we need to go. Let's move." She turned and sheathed her knife. "Go where?" Vicky asked. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Ah, Yen turned back with a radiant smile. The sunlight at that moment made her face glow. If it weren't for all the talk of killing, I would have thought this was a couple playing around in the forest. When you enter someone else's land, you have to pay your respects. We're going to visit the village chieftainess. The chieftainess of the Balak tribe appeared then as a majestic warrior queen. She was surrounded by the corpses of ferocious beasts. Every single one had an arrow shot straight through its head. After walking for a while, they reached the center of the village. The people living here seemed very peaceful. If you can't find a place to sleep, you can just borrow a friend's hammock. And if you're hungry, you can take food from those who are wealthier. That's how we Balak people live together. To outsiders, it might not be much, but to us, this place is our simple, unpretentious home. No frills, no fancy airs. You'd do well to get used to the pace of life here. She introduced her village with a voice full of pride. It seems the Balak people don't have a concept of private property. We're here. Just then, the two of them arrived at their destination. This is the chieftainess's tent. At a tent that looked more prominent than the other homes, decorated with the skulls of two massive beasts on either side. Another one was stuck right on the roof, as if to intimidate visitors. Stepping into the tent, Ah Yen called out, "Mother, we're here." Vicky was stunned. She called her, "Mother?" The chieftainess, dressed in incredibly sexy and wild attire, slowly stood up. "You're here? Did you bring that young man you've been talking about every single day?" "Mother, when have I ever done that?" Ah Yen screamed in embarrassment. "If you keep talking like that, my value is going to be lower than the fish at the market." Vicky stood to the side, observing the situation. So, she's the daughter of the Balak tribe's chieftainess, which means the chieftainess is the night fox, the Balak warrior who left that scar on Hugo's nose. The reason I could never get past the Lerueleno mountain blockade was because of her. I wonder what would happen if my past self had to face her. A direct confrontation? 0% chance. Assassination? 0%. But if I ran, it would be 20%. And that 20%, of course, is the survival rate. Vicky looked warily at the woman before him. The chieftainess was now observing him with a scrutinizing gaze. She scanned him like a radar from head to toe, carefully assessing his expression. I've seen this face before, the chieftainess mused. Could she instinctively recognize that I share the same blood as Hugo? Vicky worried. If this tribe finds out he's also a Baskerville, it'll be a total disaster. All you noblemen look the same anyway. What do you plan to do with this male? He looks no different from a cripple. Once he's recovered, he'll be useful. Yes, Ein replied. After all, he's the one who defeated Madame Eight Legs. Acting without considering your position could bring you harm, child, the matriarch warned. But still, whether he's disabled or not doesn't really matter, as long as he's good stock. Whoa, Mom, that's not what I meant. Ein hurriedly denied. I'm going to make this guy my slave. Huh? That's what you said last time. Before the matriarch could finish, Ein shouted, "It only makes sense to have a slave to assist me during hunts." As if sensing her daughter's true feelings and having teased her enough, the matriarch chuckled and patted the girl's head. "All right then, how do you want to handle this slave of yours? It's all up to his master." Ein blushed, sneaking a glance at Vikir, who was now inspecting the wooden pole in the center of the tent. As they walked out of the tent and through the village, Vikir turned to Ein. "Let me ask you a question. What's your name? Why so blunt? How dare a slave ask a question like that?" Ein stammered, flustered. "I have no intention of calling you master, so just tell me your name." Vikir clearly couldn't care less about titles, nor the status the tribe had assigned him. "It's Ein," she answered awkwardly, scratching her head. "See, she talks a big game about him being a slave, but folds after just one question. What a paper tiger. My name is Vikir, so, what do you want me to do from now on?" "Ein, how dare a slave call his master by her first name?" "Fine. I'll give you your first task. Build a house. A house for times you times to live in from now on." Pointing straight at Vikir, Ein smirked smugly, thinking to herself, just some lowly slave, and he has the nerve to act so arrogant. Noblemen like him definitely don't know the first thing about building a house. Ordering slaves around is a master's prerogative. I have to use this opportunity to show him the clear class difference between us. Meanwhile, Vikir stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. "Build a house, huh?" He smirked. "This should be interesting." A moment later, Ein stood frozen, staring at the result before her. Vikir pointed at the mini tent and announced, "I've completed your order." To give you a better picture, the tent our hero built looked just like a modern-day camping tent. It was a triangular tent with a white mat laid out on the ground, held up by a large piece of wood, tied with a rope to serve as the main pole. Ein thought to herself, how is this guy so good at setting up tents? I thought he'd struggle since he's injured. At this rate, the stuff I brought will be completely useless. Ain glanced down at the bag filled with an axe, wood pieces, and other building supplies that she had hidden behind her back. Turns out, she was worried he wouldn't be able to do it, so even after giving him a difficult challenge, she had secretly brought along tools to help him build the house. Vikir smiled nostalgically. It had been a long time. During the Age of Destruction, swordsmen who were only good with a sword obviously had a hard time surviving. So, in order to make it through such harsh conditions, it was only natural to learn as many survival skills as possible. Ain inspected the ground and praised him. Even the drainage trench is perfect. Just then, Vikir turned to give Ain a heads up. Ah, that reminds me. I noticed earlier that the matriarch's tent doesn't seem very sturdy. Huh? My mother's place? Ain asked, shocked. Yeah, the rainy season is coming soon. The ground around the center of the tent will easily crack or rot, and water will leak inside. If you'll allow it, I'll mix crushed limestone, yellow sand, and gravel from over the hill to make bricks. I can also reinforce the support beams in the tent by coating them with tree sap and then heat treating the outer layer. Ain was stunned by the proposal, unable to process all the information. All right, I think so too. After that, Ain followed Vikir, watching him mix, process, and heat the raw materials to make bricks. After getting a decent number of bricks, they pulled a cart to the matriarch's tent. Ain stepped forward to explain Vikir's reinforcement idea to her mother. After the work was done, the matriarch looked at the pole, extremely pleased. I've been having headaches over this problem for a while now. No matter how many times we repaired it, the ceiling kept leaking. So, the problem was the support beams all along? Good work, the matriarch praised. It seems my daughter has brought back a rather useful boy. From now on, you'll go around the camp and take care of odd jobs like this. Vikir nodded. Ain, however, turned to look at him with concern. A while later, as Vikir was washing clothes by the river, Ain approached him. Hey, aren't you tired of being exploited for labor like this? Don't you want to become an official member of our tribe? Not really. The work isn't so bad. Vikir focused on washing the clothes, thinking to himself, this is way more peaceful than living in the Baskerville household or the city of Underdog. Judging by the way you talk, you seem to have been well educated. Well, it's understandable that a slave wouldn't dare to complain. There's no way it's not tiring being ordered around to do all these difficult chores. No, I really don't mind, Vikir said nonchalantly. She had no idea about the hell he had been through. Stop being like that. Come with me. I'll help you. I'll help you get accustomed to the tribe and survive here. If you do well, I might even take that rope off you. How tempting, Vikir said, turning his head, his voice completely flat. So what do I need to do? See? Isn't it better to be honest like that? Ain said, satisfied. Go hunt and bring back a huge beast. Hunting? Vikir asked. Lately, the tribe's warriors haven't been able to catch any big game, so the children in the tribe haven't had much meat to eat. In other words, if you can hunt something, bring back a big beast, then shedding this slave brand won't be some distant dream anymore. Besides, it looks like you're carrying the light stuff now. Huh. The girl smacked Viki hard on the back. All you have to do is support me. You should be grateful you get to be the slave of a Balak tribe, hunt leader. The blow landed right on his wound, making Viki wince in pain. He couldn't understand it. Why was he always surrounded by women as fierce as lionesses? He glanced back at Aen. All right, let's go. Hearing this, Aen happily clasped her hands behind her back, her face blushing. Let's head out tomorrow. Fine, but why are you smiling so brightly? I'm not, Aen quickly denied. Lady, you're grinning from ear to ear, and you're still denying it? Lost in their cheerful conversation, they didn't notice a figure eavesdropping from behind a nearby tree. Ahun ground his teeth, his eyes burning with jealous hatred. He watched Ayen, happily joking around with Viki, and cursed under his breath. You disgusting bastard. In the next scene, a hand wrapped in white cloth reaches into a nearby jar, pulling out a handful of black powder. Turns out, it's the shaman of the Almond tribe, performing a ritual before the tribe sets out on a hunt. All right, all hunters gather round. It's time for the welcoming ceremony. They lined up, waiting for their turn, to be blessed by the old man. Receive my blessing, or you will not find peace. Balak hunters feel guilt for killing their prey, so before a hunt, they smear this on their faces to hide from the god of death. So even a warrior tribe like the Balak has a shaman, Viki thought to himself. Ahead of him, a man and a woman were muttering to each other. He's spouting nonsense again. Just ignore him. A shaman's gotta act all high and mighty sometimes. But haven't his blessings failed tons of times? That's why we only come to get his blessing every once in a while. Hearing their chatter, Viki thought, is she saying he's useless? Seems like this place isn't much different from any other. Aen was finished with her face paint, and for some reason, It looked like the shaman had a personal grudge against her, drawing extra wrinkles on her forehead. He even threw in a full goatee around her mouth and dark circles under her eyes that made her look like she hadn't slept for 3 straight days. Walking next to Anne with her flawless makeup, Vicky pointed and gave a sarcastic compliment. "Looks great." This just pissed her off and she wiped it all away. "Shut up, he and I don't get along." Then, Anne handed Vicky a choker-like necklace. The outside of the collar was covered in spikes. Vicky examined it. "A dog collar? We wear these so the prey can't bite our necks," Anne explained patiently. Vicky stared at the collar for a moment, then touched the rope around his own neck. "Now that I'm here, I guess I should try to fit in." No assimilation points for our main character. The two of them were settled on the back of the wolf. Anne turned back to remind him. "I told you to hold on to me. Are you sure you'll be okay?" "I'll be fine," Vicky said, sounding weary. The guy was already weak, but still so proud. "Well then, let's go." At Anne's word, the wolf shot forward, causing Vicky to fly backward before he could even brace himself. Anne turned back and snickered. "You should have held on to me, shouldn't you? Serves you right. This is what you get for not listening to me." Vicky lay, sprawled on the ground, thinking dejectedly. "My whole body aches. Can I even get up?" Just then, a dark figure appeared before him. When did Ahun and his wolf get behind him? Ain also noticed his arrival. Ahun frowned. "Ain, you've got too much time on your hands, playing around with a slave. This time, I'm going to catch bigger prey. So in the next joint hunt, I'll be the team leader. I will bring honor to him," he said proudly as he slung on his bow. "How are you going to bring him honor when your grandfather's just the shaman?" Ain was sick of the guy's arrogance. Suddenly, like a madman who couldn't do anything to Ain, he turned and kicked Vicky straight in the head, making Ain cry out in shock. "God damn it, I just want to curse this bastard out, folks," Ain screamed. "You son of a bitch, what do you think you're doing?" Ain roared furiously. "You even gave him a hunter's neck guard." Ahun turned back with a contemptuous smirk. "Why would you make this walking pile of injuries your assistant? Think about it, Commander. He'll only drag you down." Ain froze for a second, then she smiled. "Is that so? You should probably look at your own belt before you talk." Ahun looked down. When had his weapon gone missing? The strap for his weapon was loose, hanging at his hip. He flinched. "What?" Vicky spit out a mouthful of blood and said with disdain, "Tsk. You should guard your weapon as carefully as you guard your lover, don't you think?" With one hand, he held the quiver of arrows, using the other to push himself up. "Be careful, or you might get robbed." Ayan covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Ahun gritted his teeth, glaring at Vicky with pure rage. He lunged at him, his fist already cocked back. "You insolent slave." Just then, a bow hooked onto his arm, stopping him. "That's enough. Whose slave do you think you're picking a fight with?" Ain stared him down. "He's a slave. How dare he humiliate a Balak warrior? You were the one who started it. But he's a slave. Why are you protecting him?" Ahun demanded. "Don't tell me you like him or something." Ayan paused for a moment, then said wearily, "Fine. A slave is a slave. When they do wrong, they must be punished." "Yeah, that's right," Ahun agreed. "But you don't have the right to punish him. He is my slave." Ayan walked over to Vicky, and then swung a powerful fist right into his face, so hard that Vicky coughed up blood onto the nearby grass, and even onto Ain's hand. Ahun was stunned, probably not expecting Ain to strike so forcefully. Vicky collapsed to the ground, lying completely still. Ayan turned and glared at the son of a bitch in front of her. "Are you satisfied now? I know you're upset you couldn't catch any girls." Ain clenched her blood-soaked hand. "But if you ever pull that crap with my slave again, I'll beat you down. Got it?" Ahun was so scared he almost pissed his pants. Trying to mess with Ain's man got her this riled up. Yeah, I'd get the hell out of there too. A while later, after they'd traveled some distance, Ain glanced guiltily at Vicky. Vicky's face was swollen, and he sat silently behind her, expressionless. Ain finally spoke. "Does it hurt?" No reply. "Are you angry?" Still silence. "I had to do it. Ahun is a petty and stubborn man. I had to do that so he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Why won't you answer me?" Anne was getting frantic now. She had been so apologetic, yet Vicky hadn't said a single word. After a moment, Vicky finally spoke slowly. "Because it hurts too much. You punched my mouth until it was swollen, and now you keep insisting I open it to talk." Hearing this, Anne's eyes went wide. She immediately flipped around on the wolf's back to face Vicky. She cupped his face, pulling him close as she asked, "Does it hurt that bad? How much? Are you dying?" "It hurts to talk," Vicky explained patiently. "I've been injured like this many times before." Before he could finish, Ain leaned in close and planted a kiss right on his lips, leaving him completely frozen. After the kiss, Ain's face was beet red. She quickly turned away, avoiding Vicky's gaze, and changed the subject in a flash. See, I knew I was right. You have a lot of potential, even for someone from the Empire. Our protagonist truly never disappoints with how dense he is. He gets a kiss from the tribe's princess, and all he can think is, do these people just lick each other's wounds? That kind of licking is dangerous. What if it gets infected? You can tell that even after 2 lifetimes, our main character knows nothing about love, or any of the actions related to it. What an absolute waste. Ayan peeked back at him. Is there anything you want from me? Just say it. If I can do it, I will. Can I ask for this? Vicky replied instantly, startling Ayan. Of course. A 3-leaf warrior never goes back on her word. Hearing this, Vicky fell into deep thought. This made Ayan even more anxious. She couldn't sit still. Why is he thinking so hard? Don't tell me it's something impossible. I don't know how far our female commander's imagination was running, but the more she thought, the more her face flushed. A moment later, Vicky spoke. If it can be anything, then I guess this would be fine. Ayan waited anxiously for his answer. Teach me how to shoot an arrow, Vicky said calmly. Oh, an arrow. Sure. I don't know about you, but I can see a hint of disappointment and boredom on Ayan's face. Haha. All right then. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin your special training, Ayan said, her enthusiasm returning. Okay, Vicky replied quietly. Just like that, the next day arrived. True to her word, Ayan took Vicky to a spot to teach him archery. It seems that even after 3 or 4 shots, he still couldn't hit the target. Ayan teased him. Oh my slave doesn't know how to shoot a bow? Didn't I tell you to aim with the arrow you already have knocked? Vicky gritted his teeth and glanced behind him. Hey, do you really have to teach me in this position? Right now, Ayan was standing face to face with Vicky, but in a rather awkward posture. One of her hands was wrapped around his waist, while the other was looped around his arm holding the bowstring. Her left leg was hooked around Vicky's right, and her right leg was pressed against his left. Didn't you ask me to teach you archery? Ayan said with a mischievous smile. This is how all the kids here are taught. Your body is too wrecked to use a sword for a long time, so you better learn how to shoot a bow. You need to catch some big prey to preserve your honor. Now, arch your back a little more. As she spoke, she used her hand to adjust Vicky's back and shoulders. Vicky trembled and bit down hard. His bones were at their limit. Just then, Ayan's wolf charged over. She turned to look at it, forgetting she was adjusting Vicky's back, and with a loud crack, she pushed too hard. Vicky collapsed limply to the ground, clutching his back. Man, that's exactly how I look when I clutch my own back, guys. Ayan turned to her wolf. Bakira, did you find anything? The wolf replied with a bark. Ayan turned back to Vicky, who was lying in agony on the ground. Get up. We're moving fast from now on. A short while later, they arrived at a stream. The water was roaring. The current was incredibly swift. Beneath the surface, sharp rocks jutted out like blades. Ayan and Vicky stood on one side, observing. Ayan explained. This is where the river meets the sea, so it's all saltwater and sea creatures here. The old woman told me this. Salmon believe that if they can swim up the waterfall, they can transform into giant beasts. But most of them fail and fall onto the rocks below, and those fish become a tasty meal for the bull bears. Just then, a massive bull-like creature appeared, its eyes glowing red as it stared at the salmon before it. Vicky asked, Is that a bull bear? It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. That's no ordinary bull bear. It's one with a high-grade bloodline, and it has survived many chaotic battles. So, you want me to catch that thing? Of course not. I didn't have Bakira find a female that strong to start with. Our targets are the males that follow her to compete for the right to mate. At that moment, 2 or 3 more male bull bears arrived at the stream bank. They stared at each other for a moment, and then suddenly, the female lunged forward and smacked a nearby male. Then the next 2 met the same fate. Vi stared in a daze as the male bull bears turned and walked away. She rejected them. Just how strong of a male was she looking for? You're thinking about it all wrong. The female isn't looking for a strong male. Just then, another bull bear approached, looking significantly smaller than the previous ones. If the last few were like bear antelopes, this one looked more like a pig antelope. To top it off, its fur was pinkish. Shockingly, the female bull bear lowered her head to nuzzle this one. Vi was amazed. She chose the weakest one. She's looking for a mate she can order around. When the powerful males get excited, they can end up killing their partners, so they aren't very welcome. That's why the female wants to find a smaller, weaker partner. So, even bull bears have a thing for powerful older females looking for a young stud, just like how the 3-leaf warriors choose their mates. Do you know what type gets chosen the most? A young one with good genes. And if they're weakened from an injury, that's even better. So only the genes matter. Vi thought with a sigh, realizing her words were subtly directed at him. As the two animals headed deeper into the forest, Ain said, "Now we wait. The female will completely suppress the male's power." A moment later, a roar echoed throughout the forest. Following the sound, Vi and Ain arrived before the entrance of a cave. Vi stared wearily into the pitch-black cave, from which sounds continuously emerged, the kind of sounds everyone knows two beasts would make. As time passed, Vi looked at the pile of fish and fruit in front of him with disgust. "I've been standing here listening to these bears moan for 4 days. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Have you left food for them yet?" Ain reminded him. "Yeah," Vi replied. "I've been supplying those bears with food for the past 4 days, to keep them mating. Damn, this beast has it made. Getting it on while having food delivered right to her mouth. Even a king doesn't have it this good. This fruit enhances physical strength." Ain picked up a pink fruit and explained, "But it's not good for them, because it affects their lifespan. A smarter female would have figured out our plan. The male probably understands too, but he has no choice but to eat it to satisfy the female. I see now why she needed such a dominant female for this plan, so she could drain the male's strength as much as possible." Vi broke into a cold sweat, thinking about the male's pathetic ordeal over the past 4 days. Ain poured 2 bowls of soup she had just cooked. "Here, eat up so your wounds heal faster." "They're really going at it hard," Vi commented. "Isn't that normal?" Ain's casual reply made Vi snort soup out of his nose. "Are all 3-leaf men like that? Are the men from the Empire different?" Ain covered her mouth with a wicked smile. "Coming from such a boring place, you probably can't handle it." Then she pressed on. "Can you do it?" Vi stared at her in silence, watching as she slowly crawled closer in a very provocative pose. She asked teasingly, her voice rising an octave. "Can you?" Suddenly, a roar echoed out, completely different from the ones they'd heard for the past 4 days. Ain immediately stood up, grabbing her bow and getting ready to go. It seems the female's pregnant. Inside the cave, the female bull bear had just shoved the male to the ground. She let out a terrifying, horrifying roar. The poor male bull bear, having just finished his duty, and not even having a moment to catch his breath, was kicked right out of the cave. He scrambled to run away, terrified the frenzied female would catch him and tear him to shreds. Why is she chasing the male away? Once a male bull bear has finished mating, he's treated as an enemy in her territory. She's warning him to never come back, Ain explained. Sounds like a classic pump and dump. I guess every species has its femme fatales. He's exhausted from using all his strength and hasn't slept in 4 days. Vi guessed it would hide somewhere far away and safe. From here, we'll tail him silently. When he falls asleep, we'll start the hunt from the trees. Vi and Ain quietly laid out their plan. After walking for a while, night fell. The two arrived in an area filled with overlapping ice mountains. The wolf had slowed down. They were in the middle of a narrow ravine. He's exhausted, but he still came this far. Vi looked around, puzzled. He's looking for the place with the fewest dangers. It's so cold here that blood-sucking mosquitoes can't survive, Ain explained. He knew that. So he came here? The intelligence of these bull bears is pretty high. Its knowledge is far beyond simple animal instinct. Vi shivered and hugged himself. He wasn't wearing a shirt and couldn't stand the frigid air. He cursed quietly, "I'm freezing my ass off." "Cold? If you're cold, then scooch closer to me." Ain felt him trembling and turned to speak to Vi. "No, I'm fine," Vi said politely. "If your body temperature drops, you'll stiffen up, and if you're stiff, you'll just drag me down when I'm hunting. You don't want to drag me down, do you?" Vi thought for a moment. That's actually a logical reason. She can even come up with logical excuses like that? Well, if it's logical, I might as well. Vi scooted closer, wrapping his arms around Ain from behind, making her face flush bright red. "I'm just concerned about my slave's health," she reassured herself. "A master has to take care of her slave. Lady, please, this is the first time I've ever seen such a kind master. It's a world first to see a master have to convince herself like this." Suddenly, Bakira seemed to sense something. It stopped and began to growl fiercely. Ain, surprised by the wolf's reaction, looked down at the ground and spotted footprints. The bull bear had vanished. She cautiously scanned her surroundings. Where did it go? Then, from a dark corner to her side, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged. Startled, Ain spun around just as the bull bear shot out from the dark crevice in a frenzy. Its razor-sharp claws came crashing down on Ain. Meanwhile, back in the village, everyone was buzzing with excitement over Ahun's prize. Whoa, look at the size of that wild boar. Everyone crowded around the cart Ahun had pulled in. On it lay an enormous wild boar, easily twice the size of a man, its body riddled with arrow wounds. They cheered and showered him with praise. "This much meat is enough for the whole tribe to feast for days, and all I managed to catch were 3 measly rabbits," one woman lamented. "That boar is the best kill we've seen all season. Isn't that right, Hun? Hun was soaking it all in, looking incredibly smug. The more they praised him, the wider he grinned, practically from ear to ear. He planted his hands on his hips, chin held high, basking in the adoration. So, does this mean Hun will be the new hunting leader? That's the rule. As talented as Ain is, even she has her limits. And isn't she dragging some slave around with her? Yeah, a guy like that will just be a burden, completely useless. Just then, he finally spoke up, his voice dripping with scorn. So what? Is she coming back empty-handed? Now, back to Ain, the bull bear, its eyes glowing red and its form a mask of pure aggression, lunged forward. Its massive paw was about to strike Ain, who was frozen, unable to react in time. But then, an arm wrapped around her waist from behind, yanking her backward and pulling her clear of the monster's claws. Its sharp claws had already sliced through a few strands of her hair, a hair's breadth from death. The two of them tumbled off the back of the wolf. Vikir cried out in pain. Bakira immediately took a battle stance, baring its sharp fangs, its eyes glowing a dangerous shade of gold. With a ferocious howl, it leaped toward the enemy. Meanwhile, Vikir, still on the ground, checked on Ain. Are you all right? You just saved my life. Thank you. Is it targeting us, or something else? Observing the two beasts tearing into each other, Vikir noted, it's far more cunning than the others. Now I see why the female chose him as her mate, Ain explained. I'm afraid we're in for a brutal fight. Vikir fell silent, calculating their next move. Ain, however, was preoccupied with the embarrassment of being saved by a mere slave. Ugh, and I'm supposed to be his master. How humiliating. With that thought, Ain decided she had to save face. My slave, fall back and rest. I will show you the true dignity of a master. Ain readied her bow and arrow, her eyes locked onto her target. A moment later, Vikir sat in a nearby crevice, bewildered. Why did she tell me to rest? In this tribe, the slaves rest while the masters do all the work? What a strange tribe. Meanwhile, Ain, riding Bakira, leaped up the cliff face in pursuit of the bull bear. She fired 2 arrows, each one imbued with her signature blue aura, straight at the bull bear. The beast roared in pain as the arrows found their mark. Combined with days of exhaustion, it could only rampage mindlessly instead of launching a proper attack. Ain yelled, "You dare act so brazenly in front of my slave. You'll pay for that, you overgrown beast. For embarrassing me, this princess, you deserve to be torn to shreds." Reaching a large boulder, the bull bear quickly ducked behind it for cover. Ain drew her bow from behind. Do you really think hiding behind that rock will save you from my arrow? A good arrow can pierce steel when needed, but when it's not, it won't even harm a single leaf. With that, she infused her bow with mana, causing it to glow a brilliant blue. Taking precise aim at the boulder, she let the arrow fly. Thunk. The arrow embedded itself in the rock, and a stream of blue mana shot out from the other side, piercing straight through the bull bear's body. The beast roared in agony, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Vikir was stunned. It got hit, even while hiding behind the rock. The wave of aura from the arrow had passed straight through the boulder and hit its target with pinpoint accuracy. Her archery was more than just a skill. It was an art form, a hunting technique that could eliminate any target with flawless precision. In terms of pure skill, she was leagues above Kamor. Ain shot a proud glance at Vikir. Did you see that, slave? The bull bear was gravely wounded, blood gushing from its mouth. It abandoned its cover and charged Ain, looking like a demon bent on taking her life. Ain fired 2 more arrows. You really think you can stand against my shots? But even though both arrows hit their mark, they had no effect. The monster seemed to have gone completely berserk, letting out blood-curdling roars as it charged. Ain knocked another arrow. This next one has everything I've got. It carries enough power to shatter a castle wall. The amount of mana she poured into this shot was clearly far greater than before. The blue aura surrounding her bow and arrow intensified to a deep, vibrant hue. The arrow shot forward, carrying an immense amount of power. The bull bear froze in its tracks. It stared at the arrow, hurtling toward it, and then, unexpectedly, it sidestepped the attack. The arrow slammed into its right horn instead. The horn shattered into pieces. Ain clearly hadn't expected this, and had no time to react. The beast crashed into her and Bakira with terrifying speed. They were sent flying several meters. Ain lay still amidst a thick cloud of dust and smoke. As she struggled to her feet, she squinted, remembering her mother's words. They say that when a beast is on the brink of death, it focuses all of its killing intent on one person. I was careless. I'd pushed it too far, and I thought firing one last arrow was the right move. Ain struggled to her feet, but the beast was already right in front of her, staring her down with murderous eyes, a low growl rumbling in its throat. The beast looked smaller than others of its kind, but to a human, it was still 2 or 3 times her size. Then it let out a roar, preparing for the finishing blow. Ain squeezed her eyes shut, unable to move. Damn it. Are you done showing me the dignity of a master? Ain's eyes flew open to see Vikir leap in to shield her. His right arm was already cocked back. Now, it's my turn. Vikir's eyes glowed crimson as he faced the beast, and he thrust his hand forward, aiming straight for its gaping maw. Black marks began to appear on his arm, and then the demon sword ball materialized, launching a fireball at the oxbear, sending it reeling backward. Ain was stunned. Was that fire? The monster was severely burned. It looked up and let out one last agonizing cry before collapsing. The air was filled with fluttering white bandages, now scorched black from the fire Vikir had unleashed from his fist. Vikir stood there, a towering figure, and Ain couldn't help but blush as she stared at him. And he whispered, "I knew it. Using that skill is too much for this body." Vikir staggered and then collapsed right in front of Ain, sending her into a panic. Ain screamed his name. A short while later, deep in the night, the Balak tribe held a celebratory feast in the center of the village. In the flickering firelight, On's wild boar was set off to one side, while the hide of the ox bear was hung in the center as a place of honor. The villagers danced joyfully, eating and drinking around the bonfire. A few stood admiring the hunter's spoils. Huge pots of soup bubbled constantly over the flames, ensuring everyone's food stayed piping hot. The hunter who catches the largest prey earns the respect and admiration of the village, becoming a hero. So, how does it feel? Ain and Vikir were also at the celebration. They wore headdresses, characteristic of the Balak people, shaped like a human face with sharp teeth and a crest of green feathers in the back. Vikir replied, "It's nothing special. Slave, your problem is that apathetic reaction of yours." See? Ain was completely fed up with his attitude. It was such a great honor, yet he acted totally indifferent. The ox bear isn't just strong, it's also incredibly cunning. That's why catching one is such a great honor, and it's also why we were chosen as representatives for this plundering ceremony. Unlike a certain slow, cowardly wild boar that poops itself while it runs. Isn't that right, On? Ain took the chance to jab at the pathetic little man just as he walked over, making him burn with anger but unable to do a thing. Turns out, he was bringing Vikir a bowl of soup. "Here you go, slave." "What's this? Why isn't there much meat?" Vikir asked. After all the work he did, hunting such a huge beast, they gave him a watery soup with just a few scraps. "What do you mean, you slave?" On yelled in frustration. "Because you are worthy. That is the tradition of the Balak tribe. The one who contributes the most to the hunt receives the least amount of meat, but the greatest amount of honor. Damn it. I wanted to give you more meat, just so you'd stop your damn whining," On muttered under his breath as he turned away. Less meat means more honor, but meat is worth way more than some useless honor, Vikir thought to himself. He needed to fill his stomach to recover quickly. What the hell did he need a title for? I've got no shortage of titles back home. Heh, that bastard On. He looked absolutely furious. Ain smirked with satisfaction as she watched On's retreating back. Oh well. Meat wasn't what I wanted from this hunt anyway. What I wanted was the 600 kilograms of weight I gained from Baal after capturing the ox bear. The A-rank, 1,000 kilogram ox bear skill was now the number 2 ability of the demon sword Baal. My body gets 600 kilograms heavier if I hold my breath. Not only that, Baal also absorbed the ox bear and healed my body. Vikir looked down at his hand. The absorption had caused his wounds to heal with incredible speed. "Hey, slave." Ain called out and handed him a bowl of soup. Inside was a long, slender, reddish object hooked over the edge of the steaming bowl. "Are you full yet? I stole this from the shaman and brought it for you. The hunter has the right to eat more, after all." Ain's face was beet red as she gave the bowl to Vikir, unable to look him in the eye. "I've already had a portion of meat, a bowl of blood soup, and a plate of entrails," Vikir said, about to refuse. "Yeah, right, but you have to eat this too," Ain insisted, shoving it at him. "Eat eyes to strengthen your eyes. Eat heart to strengthen your heart. Eat feet to strengthen your feet. Is this long thing an intestine? Does she think my guts are weak or something?" Vikir wondered, examining the intestine-like object in his bowl. Suddenly, a group of villagers came over, protesting loudly. "That's favoritism, Commander. Why would you give that part to a slave? It's so obvious. I can see your motives from a mile away." "Shut up," Ain yelled, her face flushing. Vikir didn't really care. He chewed on the thing and made a quick assessment. "What the hell is this thing? It's as tough as leather. My jaw is getting tired." Seeing him finally swallow it, Ain's face lit up with joy. "Good. Now you'll be able to fulfill your duty." "I already fulfilled my duty with the hunt." What more does she want? Vicky thought as he chewed, completely baffled. Early the next morning, just as the sun began to rise, Vicky stepped out of his tent and stood before the massive stump of a felled giant tree. In one corner was a long gash, still smoking as if it had been burned by green acid. Vicky observed it and thought, so, what she said yesterday was true. I remember leaving a pile of meat on this tree yesterday. So why did she leave all the good stuff here? Haven't I told you? Our village is running low on food. We're offering this to the eight-legged madam as a plea for her favor. She's the one who allows us to live in this jungle. They say if even the eight-legged madam runs into one of these, she won't make it out alive. Seeing how the Balak villagers revered it, Vi realized just how reckless he'd been. What a damn nuisance, he thought. The sun was high in the sky when Vi approached the chieftain's tent, only to find a long line of people waiting to get inside. What's going on? Another ceremony? Vi wondered. Just then, a few people in line turned to chat with each other. I've been standing here since dawn. Good thing it's almost my turn. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Based on yesterday's ritual, I bet I can become a commoner, right? Does that mean one of the village girls will get to be his wife? He must be incredibly strong to hunt a bull bear. As the girls chattered excitedly, a heavy footstep approached, followed by a voice like a lion's roar. Listen up, you vultures. I was the one who gave him the soup yesterday, so how dare you try to take what's mine? Ain walked up, a freshly hunted deer slung over her shoulder. Then you should have used him first and shared with the rest of us. You're being too greedy, the lead girl protested nervously. Delicious things should be shared by the whole village. If you don't like it, go set your own traps. Ain didn't care. We've traveled far and wide, all the way to the Empire's border, and we've never found anyone like him. Ain's face darkened, and she glared at the three little brats who dared to fight her for a man. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to check in hell, won't I? Seeing this, the terrified group scattered and fled. Ain clutched her head, exhausted, and muttered to herself. The moment he recovers, these hyenas are going to try and snatch him away. I fed him the bull bear's precious essence, so I have to make him perform his manly duties. As she said that, she seemed to sense something and whipped around, her eyes locking with Vi, who had been standing there the whole time. Vi's face was murderous as he thought about what he'd devoured yesterday. Ain gave a forced laugh. Huh? You? Heard all of that? Well, I heard my mother call a meeting with the elders last night. Ain immediately tried to change the subject. Since you're an honorary hunter, you get to ask for one thing from my mother. When she calls for you, I've already figured out what you should ask for. As Ain said this, her face turned bright red. You should ask for. At that moment, the scene cuts to the meeting taking place inside the chieftain's tent. The highly respected elders sat on one side, while the new generation of nobles like Ain and An sat on the other. Vi knelt in the center. Greetings, chieftain. The chieftain sat majestically on her wooden throne, an eagle perched right above her head. She praised him. You're the one who caught the bull bear, aren't you? Thanks to you, I had a delicious meal. I only did what was necessary, Vi replied humbly. No need to be so modest. You did an excellent job. It seems your wounds have healed quite a bit, too. Your recovery speed is truly remarkable. Thank you for your concern, Vi said, looking up at the chieftain. How interesting, he thought. Ayla the Night Fox, a master archer who struck fear into the Empire. Even though she only led the three-leaf tribe of less than 300 people, she had the dignified air of Hugo, but was also warm and gentle. The chieftain smiled and continued. And you saved Ain as well? I ought to reward you. For your great deeds yesterday, I will change your status. You are no longer a slave. You will become a part of our family. A sharp cough echoed through the tent, and Vi glanced over. The elders were not pleased with this change in his status. The old man with ash smeared on his face was the tribe's shaman, a human, so he must be On's grandfather. Seeing Vi look his way, the old man glared daggers at him. What are you looking at? The chieftain stood up and slowly walked toward Vi. Since you are now a member of the Balak tribe, tell me what it is you desire. I may not have birthed or raised you, but you are a member of this tribe now. She extended her hand toward Vi. I will grant your request. If you want a beautiful girl from the village, I will give you both my blessing. If you don't want a partner, you can also choose a slave. Off to the side, Ain was frantically making a series of hand gestures. You haven't forgotten what I told you, have you? Vi glanced at her, sighed, and then closed his eyes. I have one request. Speak. The chieftain glanced at Ain, who was still waving her arms and legs around. Does she really want this guy that badly? If you would grant it, Vi continued, then I wish to bathe in the spring of heroes. Vi's words left everyone utterly shocked and stunned. The old shaman exclaimed, What did you say? Ain, however, was beaming, while the chieftain's face grew serious. The Spring of Heroes. Do you have any idea what you are asking for? The air in the tent became thick with tension as the shaman screeched. You bastard. Do you know who you're standing before? How dare you be so arrogant? Chieftain, only high-ranking warriors of the Three-Leaf tribe are permitted to bathe in the Spring of Heroes. Please, do not listen to another word from this piece of trash. On chimed in to support his grandfather. That's right. Only heroes who have proven their strength are allowed to enter the Spring of Heroes. How dare this guy demand such a thing? Hey, wait a minute. It's really just this grandfather-grandson duo who are objecting. Ain spoke up. V has already proven his strength. Was he not the one who captured the bull bear? What about it? The chieftainess stared at Vikir. You ask that, but do you even know what the Hero's Spring is? I do, Vikir replied. The Hero's Spring is a sacred shrine. Only the strongest warriors of the Balak tribe are permitted to enter. Just by soaking in that hot spring, any injury, internal or external, can be healed. But Ain said it takes a very long time for the spring to fill, and only warriors who have made exceptional contributions are allowed to use it. The chieftainess was lost in thought, while the elders beside her had sharply conflicting opinions. One of them said, "We can't let an outsider who just became a commoner go to the shrine. But the boy does have a lot of potential. Letting him go just once as an encouragement should be fine, right?" Another elder spoke up. What? Is the Hero's Spring a public bath now? Anyone can just walk in? His body is injured. Now that we consider him family, we should treat him as such. Hearing this, the chieftainess considered it. I want to agree, but it's true that it's not right. The shaman and the guards also objected vehemently. Suddenly, a bell rang from outside the tent. Vikir wondered, does that bell mean a fight is about to break out? It's a guest. No fool would dare start a war with the Balak tribe right in the middle of our own forest. The chieftainess turned away. We'll discuss this later. Everyone returned to their positions. The old shaman glared at the chieftainess's retreating figure, seething with anger and grinding his teeth. Vikir and Ain stepped out of the tent. The villagers were already gathered around the center of the village. Those are the guests? Yeah. They're a group of merchants. They brought provisions like wine, food, fruit, bread, and vegetables, which now filled an entire courtyard. Those merchants bring things that can't be found in the forest. We all eagerly await the day they arrive, Ain explained. Vikir observed them in silence. The symbol of a green scale on a yellow flag caught his attention. That symbol. One of the 7 great merchant families, the Under Oath clan. To get here from the imperial capital, they would have had to pass through the territory of House Baskerville or House Morgue. How did they get here? There's no way those 2 families would have let them pass. Could they be smuggling illegally? A bushy-bearded old man smiled brightly. Greetings. Hello, everyone. The 5-day market is now open. If you have anything you want to trade, just bring it on up. A few villagers carried out items to barter. They had been waiting for this day for so long. Other stalls were just as enthusiastic. This is a crystal orb that helps you have pleasant dreams when you place it by your bed. We even have cosmetics. We've got rice over here. The villagers immediately swarmed the stalls. Vikir watched them. These merchants were bringing food and common necessities found all over the empire. They're trading these trivial items for rare goods from the jungle. There's no way those merchants don't know the value of these things. Are they taking advantage of the Balak tribe? Well, this is something they have to realize on their own. If I interfere and get recognized, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Vikir turned to leave. Just then, Ain was roaring at one of the stalls. Wait a minute. This makes no sense at all. Trading a diamond for a single ear of corn? What is this? Vikir sighed in relief. Thank goodness. There's at least one sane person here. But the moment he finished that thought, Ain's next words were, I should get at least 2 ears of corn for this. After getting them, he even turned to Vikir and struck a pose to show off. Vikir turned away in exasperation. Seriously? He's just like the rest of them. At another stall, 3 Balak tribesmen were also yelling, how is 1 pearl worth the same as a single turnip? It should be at least 2 turnips. You're only giving me 1 cabbage? I'm not giving you the other deer antler. 1 is enough. The sleazy-looking merchant frowned, feigning anger. Fine, I can't win against Balak warriors. I'll throw in some more. After getting the extra items, the 3 men struck a pose, looking just as pleased as Ain had been. The merchant sneered to himself. These stupid, ignorant Balak people don't even know the value of the things they're trading. At that moment, a little girl from the tribe approached. Mister, can I have a crystal orb, please? I have plenty. What do you want to trade for it? A beetle grub. The little girl eagerly held up her item. It's rare, delicious, and very nutritious. The merchant scowled and smacked the grub out of her hand. Why would I eat something like that? The heartbroken girl slumped to the ground, staring at her bug. The bastard turned away, silently sizing her up. For a barbarian, she's actually quite pretty. I could probably get a good price for her as a slave. What a shame. With tears welling in her eyes, the girl looked at her bug when a hand gently stroked her head. Hey merchant, this trade isn't fair. Vikir glared at the vile old man, speaking in the imperial tongue. Ain, standing beside him, didn't understand a thing, nor did he recognize the language Vikir was speaking. Seeing this, the merchant quickly laughed it off. Oh, you speak the imperial language? This is all just a misunderstanding. The part about you planning to sell this Balak child into slavery? Vikir sneered, leaving the old man speechless, unable to come up with an excuse. Vikir continued, that's not important right now. You need to cancel every unfair trade you made today. Unfair? What's unfair about it? The merchant vehemently denied. You're selling these items at prices completely out of line with the market rate. You talk as if you know the market price. This is a sacred trade, permitted by the Balak shaman, the representative of the forest god. The merchant leaned in close to Vikir's face, trying to intimidate him. But deep down, he was thinking, he seems to be the only one here who knows the imperial language. A snot-nosed kid like him, you shouldn't be sticking your nose in this. The man pointed to a basket, rattling off the prices so flawlessly, it stunned the old merchant. The corn you brought is worth 100 gold coins per ear, but the diamond you received is worth about 2 million gold coins. If you grind a bull bear's horn into an orb, it'll fetch 1 million, the same price as a goblin head mushroom, which is a new medicinal ingredient. The merchant's heart pounded in his chest, sweat pouring down his face. How could this guy possibly know the exact market prices? The man picked up a crystal orb. This orb of pleasant dreams. If you place this next to your bed, you'll be drugged and only dream of wonderful things. There are tiny holes on its surface that release the drug. The substance inside is a cheap potion that's harmful to the body with prolonged use. And I know for a fact it's banned in the Empire, yet you seem to be selling it for a much higher price. As he finished speaking, the man clenched his fist, and when he opened it, only shattered fragments and a fine white powder trickled to the ground. The terrified merchants whispered among themselves. What's going on? One of them found out. The hook-nosed man reported. Did you just say that stuff is harmful to the body? Ayan ran over and asked. Yeah, the man confirmed. Ayan's face contorted with rage as he glared at the merchants. Don't tell me this drug is the reason so many people here have suddenly gotten sick. The old merchant knew things were getting ugly and looked for a way to bolt. It seems there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Then, an arrow slammed right into his left shoulder. Ayan stared at him with pure hatred, his hand still on his bow. The commotion drew everyone's attention. The old merchant stumbled back towards his cronies. You bastards, how dare you trick us, the Balak tribe. Everyone looked down at the goods in their hands, unable to believe the items they'd been using all this time were actually harmful. The old merchant gritted his teeth. Damn it, everyone, grab your luggage and run, he ordered. The merchants scrambled onto their horses and fled. The man turned and asked, why did you let them go? Someone replied, merchants never return empty-handed after a loss. I would never just let them go. When hunting animals that travel in herds, injuring one and letting it go is a valid technique. They have a habit of returning to the herd when they're wounded. Elsewhere, the merchants gritted their teeth and cursed, those damn Balak. They had just made it back to their camp. The hook-nosed man yelled to his men, the Balak took all our stuff. Prepare to fight. They failed to notice a large eagle circling high in the sky. After completing its reconnaissance, it flew back and landed on Ayan's arm. Ayan and the man stood in the darkness. Ayan's eyes burned with hatred. Anyone who messes with the Balak tribe meets the same fate, utter annihilation. The merchants set off, heading back to the Balak tribe's camp. A one-eyed man turned and laughed at the hook-nosed merchant. Mr. Smuggler, you seem quite surprised that those Balak stole your goods, eh? What did I tell you? You can't trust those savages. You should kill them and enslave the rest. Since this is your first time in the jungle, you probably don't know, but the Balak are not easy to defeat, the hook-nosed man warned. If you were so scared, why'd you bring us mercenaries along? Didn't you want us to kill them if the deal went south? The one-eyed man flipped open his pouch, struck a match, lit a cigarette, and passed it to the man next to him. Since our protection fee is part of the total profit, this little robbery means we get to take everything. He let out a gravelly laugh. He handed the matchbook to the hook-nosed man. The old merchant looked at them with concern. Just do whatever you want. Are they really that tough? We just need to ambush them at night and burn them all to the ground. Just then, the two men walking beside him started arguing. The guy who had just lit his cigarette was about to put out the match when his companion with the center-parted hair shouted, "Don't put it out. Let me light mine first." A single match should only light 2 cigarettes. Haven't you ever heard of that battlefield rule? The other guy didn't care and held the match to his own cigarette. I'm not that superstitious. No sooner had the words left his mouth than times, an arrow flew out of the darkness and embedded itself squarely in the top of his head. Asterisk twip times. A second arrow struck the man beside him. The one-eyed man was still busy boasting. I used to capture these forest people and sell them as slaves all the time. Before he could finish his sentence, a third arrow, not missing its mark, shot straight for his head. The hook-nosed man was horrified by the bloody spectacle and spun around, screaming, "It's the Balak! Put out your cigarettes!" The mercenaries panicked, raising their swords and shields as they scanned the darkness. On the other side, An commanded, "You are permitted to take nothing from them but their heads. Show them the terror of the Balak." The Balak hunters stood in a line, drawing and firing their bows at the merchants in perfect unison. The man thought to himself, every Balak warrior can shoot an arrow anywhere they want. The tiny embers of their enemies' cigarettes are more than enough for them to aim at. Just then, a Balak warrior approached carrying 2 wooden barrels. "Hey, slave, the thing you asked for is being prepared. I've been freed, so I'm not a slave anymore," the man reminded him. "Haha, don't be so petty." A bald man holding a shield began commanding his formation. "Mages and shield bearers, block their arrows. Mages, prepare a counterattack." At that moment, 2 arrows tied to a rope shot out, dragging a wooden barrel behind them and embedding themselves deep into a nearby tree trunk. Then came another. Dozens of arrows carrying wooden barrels streaked over the mercenaries' heads. The bald-headed leader still had no idea what was happening. "Are they trying to sell us barrels?" He took a closer look, noticing the barrels seemed to be leaking something black. Just as he was about to figure it out, a volley of fire arrows shot forward, embedding themselves in the barrels. Boom! An explosion like an earthquake erupted right over the mercenaries' heads. Engulfed in a sea of flames, they screamed in horror and agony as their flesh burned. "They're lighting us on fire." The pointy-bearded man hid behind a nearby tree, frowning as he assessed the situation. Did they just shoot barrels of oil over by tying them to arrows? Since when did these guys get so smart? From behind, Vikir slowly approached. Hearing the noise, the bearded man spun around. He recognized the familiar face and snarled, You're the lying bastard who ruined my plan." Vikir drew closer, his eyes glowing red with an overwhelming murderous aura that terrified the bearded man. "You'll regret it if you kill me. This is an exploration permit I received from the city of Underdog. This is the seal of the new vice-consul. If you kill me, the Baskerville family will hunt you down." He held out a piece of paper with a seal on it. "The vice-consul you're talking about. You mean Vikir?" Vikir asked nonchalantly. "That's right, the infamous Vikir. That's strange. I don't remember authorizing this." Vikir glared at the black-bearded man, forging a document only to show it off to the very person he was impersonating. The universe itself was signaling that this man had to die today. The bearded man panicked. "How are you so different from before? Impossible." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by 3 of Vikir's arrows. One pierced his head, another pinned the document, and the last one slammed into his gut. The penalty for forging the Baskerville family seal is death. Just then, Ahian rushed over on her wolf. "Slave, we have to run." "I am not a slave." Vikir still despised that word. Even in a fiery, life-or-death situation, he still had to correct her. Suddenly, the battlefield fell silent. The mercenaries stood with their shields raised, sensing something was off. "Why can't I hear arrows anymore? The liars ran away," one of them shouted. The fact that they used fire means they aren't confident in their fighting skills. "After them. Damn barbarians. I'll kill every last one of you." But as the men screamed their murderous threats, the familiar purple pillar of light appeared once again. And then, 8 familiar legs unfurled, slamming into the ground. The men screamed, "It's a monster!" What followed were screams of pure chaos. Vikir glanced back over his shoulder. Ahian praised him. "To think you even anticipated the lady's appearance and used fire to attack. You've become a true Balak." He felt the same way every time he saw her, but it was truly a horrifying disaster to see those 8 wriggling legs. In the chieftainess's tent, during a meeting with the elders, she stroked her chin and smiled. "I will grant you entry into the hero's spring. You solved the food shortage by capturing the Taurus bear, and you won the last battle without a single casualty by using oil barrels. You discovered the cause of the Balak warrior's illness was counterfeit medicine. You are truly a brave warrior." The chieftainess placed a hand on Vikir's shoulder. Across the way, the shaman was silent as a stone, his face dark with fury. "And tonight is a full moon. So Ahian, take Vikir to the hero's spring," the chieftainess commanded. "Yes, mother." Ahian stood up quickly. "Serves him right," she said. throwing an arm over Vikir's shoulder. Look at the furious expression on Amu's face. He claimed the reason the warriors were sick was because they were cursed, but thanks to you, his words carry no weight anymore. Vikir recalled what the merchant had said. This is a sacred transaction, permitted by the Balak shaman, the messenger of the forest god. He silently pondered the curse the old shaman had mentioned. As the night grew late, Vikir soaked in the hot spring. Rabbits and ducks were swimming around nearby. Vikir relaxed, leaning against the rock wall, sensing his own body. My mana is approaching a state of purity. I can feel my broken bones and torn muscles healing. That old shaman wouldn't stir up trouble for no reason. With his self-righteous attitude, he's bound to come here himself. Although it's not as effective as the river sticks at the Baskerville estate, the fact that there's no age limit makes it much better in some ways. He suddenly spoke up. Also, won't it be less effective if you're in here too? I'm pretty sure the chieftainess only told me to get in. Ahian, who was also soaking in the spring, brushed her hair back and replied, "Does it really matter? A true Balak wouldn't be so petty. It's all thanks to Sir Adonai that we found this hot spring." Adonai? Vikir asked. He's the only one who could fight the lady who dwells deep in the forest. He is the greatest warrior in our tribe. Now that you're a Balak, you must remember to respect him. If he really fought that monster, then he certainly deserves respect. It's true, Ahian said loudly, confirming it. Oh my god, talking to an outsider is so difficult. Suddenly, Ahian went quiet, remembering her mother's words. He is now a commoner with a good reputation in the village. Once he recovers in the hero's spring and is back to his old self, he'll probably make for a fine husband. She blushed as she turned to look at Vikir's chiseled, six-pack abs, looking irresistible in the hot spring. Tonight, I will make Vikir mine. In the hero's spring, Vikir and Ahian were bathing together. Ain turned and said, "Actually, I knew those merchants were making a huge profit. I had my suspicions. So it was a good chance to get some revenge on them. If you hadn't done it, I would have." "I see," Vikir replied with a smile. "Don't smile like that. I really knew that diamonds are more expensive in the Empire." Ain was embarrassed, remembering how she'd acted. She crossed her arms and looked away. "How much more expensive?" Vikir turned to her with a smirk and asked, "Like 20 gold? Or 30? Wrong. In the north, you can buy a whole lot with just 1 diamond." Hearing the number, Ain shot to her feet, stunned. "Huh? You can buy times that times much?" Then, realizing she'd let her surprise slip, she covered her mouth. "Slave, of course I knew that. You imperial fools are so stupid. What good is a rock like that, anyway?" "It doesn't matter," Vikir replied indifferently. "One moment you're calling me by my name, the next you want to call me slave. What do you want to call me now? I don't like things that are unclear. What do I want to call you?" Ain swallowed softly and stepped closer to Vikir. "You don't like things that are unclear, huh?" She reached out and lifted Vikir's face. "Then I'll be perfectly clear. I don't want to call you slave or Vikir." Vikir's face turned red. "I want to call you mine." She leaned in close to Vikir's face, about to make her move when asterisk, splash, asterisk. From behind, a bunch of kids rushed in and jumped into the stream. Ain froze, then turned to stare at them. "How did you kids get in here?" The children swarmed them. "Commander, Brother Vikir. Commander, come play with us." Meanwhile, Vikir was in the back, thinking to himself, "She doesn't want to call me by my name, but she doesn't want to call me slave either. So what does that little brat want to call me?" He really was as dense as his reputation suggested. Even in such a tense, intimate atmosphere, he still didn't get it. Her moment ruined. Ain slammed her hand on the water and yelled, "You little brats! If you get in here, the effect will be cut in half. Didn't you say you wouldn't hold a grudge against us?" The children, now hiding behind Vikir, chimed in together. "That's right. You're being so stingy." This only made Ain even angrier. Just then, Ahun joined the scene. "It's an order from the chief. Because of the medicine the merchants brought, he told all the sick children to come bathe in the hero's spring." Ain gritted her teeth. "Damn it. Don't tell me Mom is trying to make me lose face." Ahun cleared his throat and spoke to Vikir. "Hey, thanks for helping my sister," he said, scratching his head. Next to him was the little girl whose worm had been removed by the merchant. The little girl smiled brightly. "Thank you, mister." "Oh, and I'm sorry for misunderstanding you all this time," Ahun continued. Vikir glanced at him and replied, "Yeah." That indifferent attitude ticked Ahun off. "I just apologized." "What's with that attitude?" "Ahun, you're too hot-headed." Ayen, who was watching from the side, smiled to herself and thought, "Oh well, whatever. There's still plenty of time." Then she called out his name with a brilliant smile, surrounded by the cheering children. "Vikir, congratulations on officially becoming a true Balak." Time flew by, and about 2 years later, Ahun took a punch to the nose and went flying. Both he and the guys standing next to him were stunned by the sight. "You're weaker than I thought, Ahun." Vikir pulled back his fist, casually assessing him. Vikir was now 17 years old. Refusing to accept defeat, Ahun clutched his nose and stood up, his two friends helping him once more. "That's enough for today," Vikir said, turning to leave. "Vikir, are you running away?" Ahun still wanted to fight. "I'm going for a walk," Vikir replied, turning his back. He walked straight into the forest. Ahun and his buddies watched that troublesome guy go. He'd gotten even stronger after he healed up. "I heard his archery skills are already on par with the commander's. But how can you even compare him to the commander? Even I can make Ahun's nose bleed." "I didn't get hit," Ahun said, wiping the blood from his nose. The other two didn't understand. "His punch didn't even touch me. It stopped right in front of my face." "Wait, don't tell me he made your nose bleed just from the pressure of the punch?" In a corner, deep in the forest, Vikir wiped away beads of sweat. Asterisk. Phew, asterisk. I can finally execute it perfectly. Vikir admired the result of his diligent training. A deep hole in the cliff face was proof of his words. The 6 fangs. I can withstand the 6th fang now. Though I'm still a long way from reaching the 10th fang, but achieving the 6 fangs at only 17 is pretty impressive. Vikir glanced at the demon sword. Beelzebub. I also have 6 mana circles. At this rate, I can become a high-level grandmaster, and I have the blessing of the river sticks. With the demon sword Beelzebub, the archery and assassination techniques I learned from the Balak tribe, I can already fight against a top-tier grandmaster. He turned his head and looked at the forest. I've been in this jungle for 2 years now. I guess I'll say goodbye to the Balak tribe once I'm ready. A while later, along with Bakira and Ain, they were examining tracks on the ground. Bira, meanwhile, was busy playing with a butterfly. Vikir touched the ground and assessed the tracks. These are the tracks of a musu, a large, ancient jungle snake. Is that so? Ain had grown into an incredibly attractive and beautiful young woman. If we catch it, the village will have enough food for 4 days. Is that so? Ain repeated unconsciously. Vikir noticed, glancing over at her. Ain, what's on your mind? Ain jumped, her face flushing red as she hastily denied it. Nothing at all. Oh, right. The other hunting party told me to ask you something. Vikir looked at her with a weary expression. She was hiding something. Ain pulled out a dagger with intricate carvings on its handle. The other party bought this dagger from some guy. The Empire has entered the forest. Do you recognize this symbol? Yes. It's very well known. Vikir looked at the knife. This is an extremely famous family, Leviathan. An important clan among the Empire's 7 great families, along with Baskerville, the iron-blooded sword clan. We thought this was the knife of a mercenary group we killed 2 years ago, but thankfully it wasn't. Ayen. One thing that still bothers me is that they poured a red solution into several places upstream before they retreated. That group of soldiers had also captured someone, but he bit down on a poison pill in his mouth and died. The only thing left was that knife. And I wanted to ask you something. Ayen looked away, flustered. Don't you want to go back home? Vikir, why the sudden question? And with that look on your face, Vikir narrowed his eyes and asked, I don't like secrets or lies, so just tell me. Ayen looked down, her expression quite sad. Actually, there's another person from the Empire who has entered the forest. I think you're her target. Hearing this, Vikir was startled. Ayen continued nervously. She has entered the Camus Moor jungle. Vikir was shocked to learn that Camus was entering the forest to find him. Ayen lowered her head and continued. The truth is, 2 years ago when you fought the madam, she entered the forest with a rescue team to investigate. I think she's looking for any trace of you. Will you go with her? Ayen hugged her bow tightly, her eyes filled with sorrow, her mind racing. Will he hate me for hiding this? If he says he's going with her, what am I supposed to do? Should I use the tribe's laws to stop him? Would that even work? Vikir was silent for a moment, then said coldly, I'm not going back. Really? Ayen couldn't believe her ears and asked again. Yeah, Vikir confirmed. Ayen broke into a radiant smile, hugging Bakira and jumping for joy. Vikir isn't leaving. Meanwhile, Vikir rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I thought the Empire knew I was alive, but it seems that's not the case. I'll go back when I can completely hide my power from Hugo without being discovered. The woman Ayen mentioned must be Camus Moor. Has she still not forgotten that I saved her? This trip must be some kind of diplomatic event. For the Baskerville family to allow the Moore family's rescue team into the forest means their alliance is very strong. Did the 2 families form an alliance because of my death? I need to investigate what's been happening outside the forest. Just then, the nearby water surface started bubbling, and with a splash, a giant fish thrashed its tail, leaped onto the bank, and lay there. It flopped around in the mud, making strange noises. Ian observed it and said, "A lungfish." Lungfish have a habit of hiding during the dry season and coming out during the rainy season. For it to jump out of the river like this, the rainy season must be coming soon. Looking at its size, this year's rainy season will probably be a long one. Suddenly, Vikir noticed something and said, "Wait, I see an arrow, but it looks like it was shot from the times of the fish." Vikir used his sword to slice that spot open, revealing an entire human skeleton, still fully clothed, inside the fish. Ian guessed. Judging by the clothes, it looks like one of those Rococo scumbags. Rococo is the name of a tribe known for their colorful clothing and jewelry. He was stabbed by an arrow, and there are signs of a struggle. He must have been so surprised when he was eaten. The lungfish is a stupid scavenger fish. This is strange. Vikir jumped down from the fish's body. He must have been so weak that this fish thought he was already dead. So why would someone so weak be out hunting? Could it be that his tribe's situation is that dire? Vikir glanced at Ian. Something must have happened in the forest. It probably needs to be investigated. The sky had darkened, with only a faint red glow of sunset remaining. Ian and Vikir had arrived at the Rococo tribe's territory. Ian raised her hand to cover her nose, shocked by the sight before her. In front of them were scattered corpses. It looked like they had been poisoned, with sores all over their bodies, and a yellowish residue on their mouths, as if they had just vomited. Are all the Rococo warriors dead? Signs of vomiting and diarrhea, along with a rash. Don't tell me. Vikir knelt to examine the bodies. Look, Vikir. Ian suddenly pointed in one direction. It's past dinner time, but there's no smoke coming from the Rococo village. Vikir's group immediately set off for the village. By the time they arrived, it was dark. Human bones and skulls were hanging from the nearby trees. The entire village was shrouded in a chilling, deathly silence. Vikir, Ian, and Bira checked each house. It's strange. There's no sign of life at all. No one has cleaned this place up in a long time. Vikir glanced at the overgrown weeds on the ground. You can tell by looking at this grass. Ian lifted a tent flap and turned back to ask, did the Rococo tribe move somewhere else? As soon as she lifted it, a swarm of insects flew out, startling Ian. Inside, the tent was a decomposing corpse, sitting propped up against a pole. The stench of the rotting body was so overwhelming that Ian had to cover her nose. Vikir, there's a dead body here. There's one over here too. Vikir frowned. He looked at the corpse, analyzing it. This body with the red rash. Now I remember. In my past life, there was a plague in the jungle around this time. It was called the Red Death. It was a first-class infectious disease that killed almost every tribe and creature here. Their bodies would be covered in red rashes, along with vomiting and diarrhea. Then, they would fall into a painful coma and slowly die. This disease is contagious. So fast, it had spread across the imperial border. Ain urgently said to Vikir, "We need to get out of here. Now. This is a curse. A divine curse. Don't worry. It's just an infectious disease," Vikir said calmly. Huh? That's even worse. Calm down. It's not that serious, Vikir reassured her. Are you sure it isn't a curse? Ain needed to be absolutely sure. If you're scared, just go back. What if you die from the curse? Ain was extremely agitated. Then I die. Vikir's attitude was as indifferent as ever. Ain snapped. You can just die? What the hell kind of way is that to talk? My way, Vikir thought to himself but didn't say it. He couldn't be bothered to argue. Judging by the number of bodies, it doesn't look like they were all wiped out. They probably moved somewhere else and left the sick and the dead behind, Vikir concluded. I'm going into their camp to grab a few things. You can rest somewhere over there. They brought this on themselves by using necromancy, Ain grumbled as she watched Vikir walk away. God, he's so insensitive. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps behind her made Ain jump and spin around. Hearing Ain scream, Vikir rushed over. What is it? He found her sitting on the ground in a state of shock. Drenched in sweat, she stared at one spot. It's the curse, she said, her hand trembling as she pointed to a disheveled child standing nearby. It's a cursed child. We have to run. Vikir, you go first. I'll be right behind you. Vikir looked up. He saw the child, too, while Ain clutched her leg and wailed from behind. Ah, my leg cramped up. Vikir paid her no mind. He walked closer to the child, crouching down to get a better look. From her appearance, the child didn't seem to belong to the Rococo tribe. She was only about 5 years old. He glanced at the pile of stones beside her, where a single flower lay. She was building a grave for someone. He asked gently, Who are you? Rococo. Slave. Kitchen helper. The child said, word by word. So she was a slave of the Rococo tribe. What's your name? Pomerian, the girl obediently answered. A name from the Empire. Was she a child kidnapped by the Rococo? Vikir wondered. La Baskerville, the child added slowly. The name made Vikir jolt. What did you just say? The little girl pointed to herself. Pomerian La Baskerville. At that moment, she finally lifted her head, and her tangled hair parted to reveal the crimson eyes, the unmistakable trademark of the Baskerville bloodline. Within the Baskerville family, there were 3 different middle names. The middle name Van was given to descendants of the collateral branches, and the middle name La was given to descendants of the direct line. And though it wasn't used much in the Baskerville family, since the clan was mostly male, there was also a middle name given to female descendants of the direct line, La. And the child before him had clearly stated her name was Pomerian La Baskerville. Vikir tried to remember. The middle name, La. What was that again? I'm pretty sure not many people in the family have that middle name. Just then, Ayn came closer and pointed at the girl's neck. Vikir, look, isn't that your family's crest? What she was pointing at was a necklace with a pendant bearing the Baskerville family crest. Vikir took the necklace to examine it. Excuse me for a moment. He opened the locket, and inside was a photograph of 3 people. Vikir was utterly stunned by who was in the picture. No way. Hugo La Baskerville. This was a photo of him in his younger days. Next to him was a woman and a child who looked to be in their teens. Vikir couldn't understand why Hugo was in this photo. His hand trembled as he tugged on the chain. Frightening little Pomerian. He glared at her, demanding, "Who are the people in this picture? What is your relationship to them?" The little girl was terrified. She backed away, wanting to run. Ayn grumbled, "Do you really think a child is going to answer you if you ask like that? What's with the attitude? You need to smile when you ask." I can't control myself, Vikir thought. This is just too shocking. But this child hasn't done anything wrong, Vikir told himself, trying to regain his composure. He then softened his voice. Who are the people in this photo? He asked, looking at the little girl with a gentle smile. Ayn moved closer, surprised. Slave, you actually know how to smile like that? Vikir sighed in annoyance. This woman is something else. The little girl stared blankly for a moment. Then, she pointed at the picture. Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, she introduced each person. Vikir was astonished. Grandpa? Does that mean what Butler Barry told me might actually be true? He had once told him a story. You may not believe me, sir, but the patriarch was once in a very passionate and profound love. Who knows how many people in the Baskerville clan would believe such a thing? Truthfully, the patriarch was deeply in love with his first wife, Rosanna, and he always cared for her tenderly. Although Lady Rosanna passed away from a sudden illness, that wasn't the reason the patriarch's personality changed. It was when their only child, born to the patriarch and Lady Rosanna, Lady Penelope, was stolen away by the barbarians. That was the final straw. The patriarch immediately went to search for Lady Penelope. Because of this, the emperor transferred him to the front lines, and the Baskerville family, who once lived on the peninsula, relocated to the Uru Eleno Mountains, where the barbarians resided. But no matter how many hounds he sent out, he could never find a trace of Lady Penelope. And as time went on, he still couldn't find her, couldn't even confirm if she was alive or dead. The patriarch gave up. After that incident, Lord Hugo's hatred for the barbarians reached its absolute peak. After the Manji drove him to the brink of insanity, he became a cold, calculating machine, living for the sole purpose of destroying the Manji and their demonic kin. I had dismissed that story, thinking it was just some wild tale. But this kid, she's undeniable proof. Penelope was the daughter of Rosanna, the only woman Hugo ever loved. And Lady Penelope's daughter is named Pomerian. If my guess is right, this is Hugo's direct granddaughter. Hugo, a man who currently treats his own children as nothing more than tools to fight the Manji. If he saw his own granddaughter with Manji, blood flowing through her veins, I wonder what kind of face he would make. Vikir thought for a moment, then patted Pomerian's head. It seems the Rococo tribe didn't treat you very well. Come with me. The little girl looked at him hesitantly. Vikir tried to put on that same gentle smile again. He secretly wondered if he was even smiling correctly. If I look too scary, she'll run off, and that'll ruin everything. The girl pointed at Vikir's face and said, word by word, hair, eyes, like Mom. That's right. The Hounds of House Baskerville all look quite similar. You can call me Uncle, Vikir explained slowly. Uncle? The little girl repeated the word, then looked toward the freshly made grave, remembering her mother's words before she died. Pomerian, if you ever meet someone with eyes that gleam red, follow them. The girl whispered Mom one last time, as if saying a final goodbye, then grabbed Vikir's shirt. Uncle, I'll go with you. This was the moment that the two abandoned hounds of the iron-blooded swordsman clan had their fateful meeting. The next morning, a small figure poked her head out of Vikir's tent. "Uncle, where are you going?" Pomerian had been washed and was now wearing the clothes of the Balak tribe. "Your uncle has to attend a meeting. The chieftain is calling for me." The little girl ran after him, holding up her arms and whining. "Take me with you." Vikir picked her up, lost in thought. Is she afraid of being left alone? It's good that she's opening up to me, but taking care of a child seems more tiring than I thought. Still, what can I do? Vikir glanced at the child resting comfortably on his back. I can't raise her in the Balak village. This place is outside of Hugo's reach. I need to raise her somewhere that at least has the culture of the Empire. I might have to ask Chihuahua for help. I need to get out of this deep forest and head to the city. The girl on his back had already fallen fast asleep. After a short walk, he arrived at the chieftain's tent. At the meeting with the elders, the female chieftain crossed her arms and asked, "So, there's a plague spreading nearby? The rainy season is almost here, too. This is a huge problem. If the epidemic continues through the rainy season, the impact will be enormous." The old shaman screamed, "Chieftain, that's no plague. It's a curse. Everything will return to normal once we break it. Now is the time to offer a truly valuable sacrifice." Ain shot back. "There's no way it's a curse. We need to leave the village immediately and find another place." The elders protested vehemently. "How can we abandon the sacred land where our ancestors are buried? Leaving is not an option. This is the land of Balak, where we have lived in peace for 200 years. But the young general wouldn't back down. "Then, what do you plan to do when the plague kills all the children? Who will carry our future then? The sprouts of our future could be wiped out completely. All for the sake of protecting the relics of our ancestors." The two sides clashed fiercely, defending their opinions. "It's a curse! It must be a curse!" the shaman stubbornly insisted. "You'd probably say the same thing if you ate a weird-looking mushroom," a warrior retorted. "The shaman has lost all credibility in this village. The spirits of our ancestors are angry at how we've neglected their tombstones. It's definitely being spread by some kind of bug. Chieftain, please, make a decision." The chieftain frowned, thinking for a long moment. Vikir sat in the corner of the room, behind the young warriors. Pomerian was sleeping soundly on his lap. Vikir remembered the Red Death. It was as feared as the Black Death, for it had inflicted irreparable losses on the Empire in the past. The pandemic had spread like wildfire, even reaching the Empire's territory. The only reason the Empire remained safe was because the Magic Clan had created a wall of fire to stop the spread. And Saintess Dolores, sent by the Kovadi's Holy Clan, used her abnormally strong holy power to eradicate the pathogen. But the cure was only used within the Empire, and most of the Manji in the Leru Eleno Mountains and the deep forests had died. This was exactly what the Baskervilles had hoped for. With the Manji, the rulers of the deep forest, gone, the low-level demonic beasts began to rise up. They flooded into the Empire, harming its people. House Baskerville was given the order to exterminate these monsters. In the end, House Baskerville succeeded in protecting the border, and Hugo's influence spread far and wide. Not this time, Hugo. After a moment of thought, Vikir raised his hand and said, "I know a way to stop the Red Death." After hearing Vikir's suggestion, that very afternoon, the Balak tribe went out and successfully hunted several goblins. They tied its hands and feet, hung it upside down from a tree, and dunked it into a container of water below, like they were dipping it for hot pot. While conducting the experiment, everyone wore a mask to prevent infection. After the dunk, they pulled it up, and all of them stared intently at the creature, waiting. "Whoa, it actually caught the Red Death!" one of them yelled, as if he'd struck gold. Red spots had broken out all over the goblin's face and body. When they were done, they casually tossed the goblin into the large fire nearby. Man, these guys play dirty. After all that experimenting, they don't even pay for the labor and just cremate the guy on the spot? Ain turned to Vikir. "The goblins we pushed into the contaminated water all contracted the Red Death. Just like you said, Vikir. Does it really spread through water?" "Yes, contaminated water is the biggest cause of the disease, but if you boil the water, it's no longer a problem. So, boiled water is fine," Ain said, glancing at the three goblins tied up and kneeling beside them, which made them flinch. Not keeping them waiting, they tied up another one and plunged it into a pot of bubbling hot water, making it scream in agony. Now this times is a real hot pot experience. Naturally, the goblin died instantly from the burns. Ain pointed, horrified. "It's dead. Stone cold dead. Put it in cold water," Vikir replied calmly. "All right, got it." After that, the two goblins were dipped in cold water. A moment later, they woke up, and everyone gathered around to observe them again. That's it. Some time has passed, and they still haven't gotten sick. We've found a way to beat the Red Death. It's boiled water. So, if we boil the water, we can stop the disease from spreading? The chieftainess praised him. Well done. Because of you, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I am so grateful. We can't let our guard down just yet, Vikir reminded them. It can't be spread through our eyes or skin, but it might be airborne, so be careful during the morning fog. Ain didn't miss the chance to take a jab at the fake shaman. Ah, didn't someone say it was a curse? Ain gritted his teeth as the old man spoke. Humph, so we have to avoid water now? The rainy season is almost here. How are we supposed to avoid water? Hearing this, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. That's right. When the rain comes, the river will overflow and the air will become humid. It'll be difficult to boil water and keep clean, which is why we have to move the village. At this, the old shaman roared, What? Didn't I say that we cannot abandon the land where our ancestors fell? Are you just ignoring the words of an elder? Vikir then spoke up calmly. There is a way for us to stay within the Balak territory. A short time later, the rainy season swiftly arrived in the forest. The floodwaters rose, and what was once a plain had now turned into a swamp. In the deep forest, even the elders had never witnessed a flood of this scale, and so everything in the woods was submerged, except for the Balak village. It rained day and night, and the young men of the Balak were shouting to one another, pulling ropes to build a bridge between the tree trunks. Pull and tie it tight, hoist it up, secure it, don't let it fall. The Balak people had successfully moved their homes into the large trees nearby, creating a seriously impressive treehouse ecosystem that also protected them from the floods. They looked at their work with satisfaction. Even with all this rain, the village isn't flooded. It's all thanks to him. Then two of them called up to Vikir in his tent above. Vikir, it's thanks to you that our village didn't get flooded. Thank you. We're lucky we listened to you. Vikir thought to himself, it's a good thing the Balak territory has so many tall trees. We should be able to make it through this rainy season. From the tent, Bomarian kept poking his head out, crying that he wanted to be outside with Vikir. Suddenly, Vikir spotted two glowing eyes and a giant shadow in the rushing water below, approaching the two young men. Vikir yelled out a warning. Hey, it's dangerous! At that exact moment, the shadow rose from the water. It opened its massive mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and lunged toward its prey, leaving the two men no time to react. They were frozen in fear, staring helplessly as the fish closed in. From the side, Ain immediately drew her bow and fired, hitting the fish and knocking it away. She frowned. Get lost, you damn catfish. Is that a musu? Vikir wondered. That thing's been the king of this region for 1,000 years, Ain explained. We call it K. Man, that thing is painfully, horrifyingly ugly. Its body was like a dragon's, but its face was some kind of snake-catfish hybrid. The creature was wounded by the arrow, but instead of dying, it flew into a rage. It swung its tail, smashing the platform the two men were on and sending them into the water. Seeing this, Vikir leaped down. How dare you destroy the home we worked so hard to build? I'll teach you some manners. With that, he summoned the demon sword Beelzebub to his hand, jumped straight at the catfish, and unleashed the sixth form of the Baskervilles. 6 serpentine slashes that formed perfect, beautiful curves. The catfish roared in agony, but it seemed Vikir only wanted to chase it off, not kill it, so he didn't cut it in half. Terrified, the catfish dove back into the water and took off, tail between its legs. The two young men, having just escaped death, clung to a tree trunk, their faces still pale with shock. The people watching from above cheered. Whoa, Vikir chased Ka away. How many times has he saved us now? Vikir, you are the hero of the Balak tribe. Vikir couldn't care less. He nonchalantly blew on the last remaining tassel of Beelzebub. Elsewhere, the old shaman clenched his fists in fury. How is it that the more I hate that bastard, the more he accomplishes? How infuriating. Beside him, Ahun was deep in thought, his face etched with worry about something. Meanwhile, Ain's eyes were sparkling as she mentally gave him a thumbs up. That's my future husband, you guys. So damn cool. She was hopelessly smitten. It was a masterpiece, truly. A moment later, a rich aroma wafted from Vikir's tent, revealing an incredibly tempting plate of snails. They were freshly cooked and still steaming hot. Bomian tasted one, clutched her face, and squeezed her eyes shut with an expression of pure ecstasy. Oh my gosh, the flavor. It's so good, so rich, it's absolutely soul-shaking. Beside her, Ain wore the exact same look of longing. The two of them, one big and one small, showered him with praise. This is amazing, mister. Right? My little bro is such a great cook. Vikia gave them an exasperated look. I don't remember inviting you. Feeding one extra mouth is hard enough. Now I have to take care of you, the freeloader too? When I smell something delicious, I just have to stop by and mooch. I didn't make a portion for you. A slave's property is his master's property. So what's yours is mine. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a slave. I told you not to be so petty. Ain wasn't backing down. Bomian watched them for a moment, then said, You and Ain are just like a married couple. Ain was thrilled to hear that. She blushed, smiled, and swooped in to hug the little girl. You think so? Oh, you're so cute. Vikir just sat there, wondering when these two had gotten so close. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in from behind him. Vikir turned to see someone pulling back the tent flap. Ain frowned at the uninvited guest. Why are you here, Ahun? Ahun was standing in the rain at the entrance, trembling. Vikir, I came here because you've saved our village so many times. A flash of lightning revealed Ahun's face, drenched in tears. I'm begging you, Vikir, please, save my sister. Ahun's little sister was lying unconscious in bed. She was struggling to breathe, and a red rash had started to spread all over her body. A short while later, the whole group had gathered at Ahun's house. The little girl was sweating profusely. Vikir observed for a moment, and then asked, When did the symptoms start? Since yesterday. I think she waded into the swamp while we were chopping wood. Ahun is the kind of kid who always wants to help people. Vikir, have you figured anything out? Ain asked worriedly. Just then, the old shaman suddenly walked in, raising his eyes in a mocking sneer. Serves her right for daring to disobey her grandfather and wander off. This is just karma. It's what happens when you listen to that damn imperial spy. A flustered Ahun stepped forward to stop his grandfather. Grandfather, that's going too far. Shut your mouth, the old man roared, and the sharp sound of a slap echoed. Even Ain frowned at the sight. You useless brat, you're just like your parents, the old man snarled. Ahun clutched his cheek, too stunned by the pain to speak. The shaman opened his umbrella and turned to leave. He glanced back at Vikir's group and said, I've told you over and over. This is a divine curse. We must perform the ancient ritual. It's the only way to stop it. Don't disgrace the Balak tribe by listening to an imperialist. Now that things have come to this, I'm sure the chief will grant her permission. Ahun bowed his head in helplessness, while Ain clenched her fists in fury. She was probably cursing the old man's entire family tree back 18 generations. Ahun burst into tears, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. But mostly, it was filled with worry for his little sister. Vikir spoke up. There is one way to treat her. Ahun, use boiling water to disinfect everything Ahun has used. Then, burn charcoal to drive away all the insects and bats from around the house. We need to create the best possible environment for Ahun to fight this illness. This will buy us some time. Can you do it? Ahun wiped his tears and immediately turned to get it done. Ain rushed over excitedly. Vikir, can you really save Ahun? Yes, but to do it, I need your help. Vikir looked directly at her. Me? I'll do anything. Get me out of this forest. His answer made Ain's eyes go wide. Clearly, this was the last thing she expected. So I can get the medicine, Vikir said, watching her. Ain suddenly screamed, startling even Ahun outside. Don't say that. Even if you're considered a member of the Balak tribe, there are still rules about entering other territories. My mother would never allow it. Correct. And the chief will probably abandon Ahun, Vikir replied. If everyone keeps it a secret, I can sneak out and return without being discovered. Will you let me go, Ain? Vikir's gaze became incredibly serious, leaving Ain flustered and unsure how to answer. She crossed her arms, her expression troubled. A while later, the rain was still pouring down, and the floodwaters were raging. Vikir, with Bomian on his back, leaped across the logs floating in the torrent. He moved nimbly, jumping forward. After a while, he stopped and looked back. Why are you following me? Didn't you already agree to let me go? Ain, now soaked to the bone, looked at him with sad eyes and pleaded, Let's go together. You'll only slow me down, Vikir refused. Then tell me where you're going. No, Vikir said flatly. Then why did you bring Bomian with you? At this question, Vikir fell silent. Ain lowered her head and continued, When you drew that sword, and when you knew about the Red Death, I never questioned you. I knew it from the moment we met, that I would always be powerless against you. Ain recalled every moment they had spent together, from the first time he saved her at the circus, to when he was injured, and she brought him back, making him her slave. Then their first kiss, when she had to punch him just to protect him from her own tribe. And all the times they were together, when you hunted the bull bear, you rushed out to save her life. Then, during that impossible ordeal, you protected the little one in the tribe. When you bathed in the hero's spring, you glanced at her, and then you smiled. I didn't ask you anything, because I knew you'd disappear the moment you answered. Just answer one question today. You will come back, won't you? Ain Yen asked, not daring to look up at Vic. She closed her eyes, as if she already knew the answer. But then, I will come back. Ah, only then did she look up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Vic was already gone, leaving only his footprints in the mud. You have to keep your promise. The scene changes to the vice consul's office, where Chi-Hoa sat leaning back in his chair, rubbing his tired eyes, and letting out a deep sigh. Ugh, it's already dark. No matter how many documents I process, the pile never seems to shrink. He got up and opened the window to gaze at the night sky outside. Everything was so great back then. When the vice consul was here, it was exhausting, but it was fun. I still can't believe he's really gone. I miss him, he muttered, looking up at the sky. Just then, a voice asked, "You called for me?" Vic was hanging upside down from the ceiling, in perfect Spider-Man fashion. As their eyes met, Chi-Hoa was too stunned to react, shocked into absolute silence. His eyes were wide as saucers, staring at the person before him. It's a good thing the manager didn't have a history of heart problems, or he would have dropped dead right then and there. Vic landed gracefully on the windowsill with a smile. "You all right, Manager Chi-Hoa?" A little while later, after he had composed himself, Vic said to Chi-Hoa, "Sit down, have some cake, drink some tea, and I'll tell you a legend." After listening for a while, Chi-Hoa summarized, "So, you fought that monster in the forest, were seriously injured, and have been living with barbarians?" "Yep," Vic confirmed. "So, you're not a ghost?" He had to ask again, just to be sure. "You were that shocked because you thought I was a ghost?" Vic asked, taking a leisurely sip of tea. "You haven't changed a bit, Manager Chi-Hoa." Chi-Hoa froze for a second, then burst into a flood of tears. His sobbing was a bit dramatic. "I'm so glad you're alive," he choked out, burying his face in his hands. "But that child, who looks just like you, who is he? Is he your son, with one of the barbarians?" Chi-Hoa's attention had now shifted to Pomerian. "We share the same blood, so we look alike. But it's not what you think," Vic explained. Chi-Hoa wiped his tears, thinking to himself, "Now that's a clever non-answer. Same blood, but not what I think. Color me intrigued. While I'm away, can you look after him? His name is Pomerian. Since it's come to this, it'd be good if you taught him a few basic things too," Vic said. "It's been a long time since I've received an order from you like this. Please, leave it to me," the manager replied enthusiastically. "But isn't handling all the work in Underdog City by yourself a bit much? If you need help, go find Cindy Wendy. Isn't Cindy Wendy the criminal you released 2 years ago?" "But how am I supposed to find her? Do you remember when I was still in office and gave a certain young girl 10 billion? I do. You gave it to Judy, the flower seller. She has no one backing her, so she's easy to approach. She's probably with that child by now. If Cindy Wendy won't cooperate, just tell her I'm still alive. She owes me a debt, so she'll definitely help." "Yes. Understood. But, Vice Consul, when will you return?" Outside the window, the first light of dawn was breaking. Vic took another slow sip of tea. "I'll be back when I've finished what I need to do. I have to fulfill a promise first." A sad image of her in the rain flashed through his mind. Vic walked to the window, thinking about his next move. Awen's illness can be easily cured with a single drop of holy water from Time's family, so I know what I have to do. Behind him, Pomerian was playing happily with Chi-Hoa, which gave him some peace of mind as he prepared to leave. He looked up at the sky. "I'm going to the House of Quavadas." The scene changes to the gate of Green City Mecca, where 2 guards stood in full armor. On duty guarding the city gate, they saw a horse-drawn carriage loaded with wooden barrels approaching and moved to block its path. "We're just going to do a quick inspection of your cargo. You're Mr. Joseph, the manager of the oil shop on the first floor." "What are you carrying?" one guard asked, recognizing the driver. "It's oil. It's all listed right here on my travel permit." Mr. Joseph smiled broadly, holding out his permit. "Mind if I check inside?" the other guard asked, tapping on a few of the barrels. "I come through here all the time." "Is it really necessary to be so thorough?" Mr. Joseph asked, a little nervously. "Our superiors are very strict about the rules." It was clear the 2 guards had no intention of letting anyone slide. The guard approached the cart full of oil barrels, wondering which one to check. Then, he picked one at random. Mr. Joseph's face went pale. Asterisk. Of all the barrels. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. He had to pick that one. Asterisk. He was clearly hiding something and was terrified of being found out. The guard lifted the lid and looked inside. Nothing unusual, just oil. "You're clear to go," the guard said with a smile. "Welcome to Green City Mecca." Mr. Joseph let out a silent sigh of relief and drove through the gate to a secluded spot. He leaned over and whispered to one of the barrels behind him. "You can come out now, sir." Suddenly, the lid of one of the silent barrels shot into the air. The heavy lid had been launched with enough force to dent it. Vic, wearing a mask, stood up, completely drenched and dripping with oil. He stepped down onto the road. Mr. Joseph said nervously, "I've gotten you into Green City Mecca, so I'll be on my way now." "Wait." Vicky told the old man, "Here is the ox bear fang, as I promised. Thank you." Joseph took it with a trembling hand, then watched Vicky's figure disappear into a dark corner. The man exclaimed, "He actually stayed in that well for 2 whole hours. How could he possibly be human?" Vicky stood atop the clock tower, watching the sun set over the city of Zan Mecca. He took off his mask and let out a sigh of relief. "That's the longest I've ever held my breath. My previous record was 7 minutes in the St. River, but I've successfully infiltrated Quatis territory now. Zan Mecca, the central city of the Quitus clan, with a population of 160,000 people. Lust and greed are strictly forbidden here due to the church's influence. People here would walk right past gold, lying on the ground. Because the citizens are deeply aware of order and peace, they strictly follow the law." Suddenly, the clock tower bell rang out. Vicky looked up at the bell, just now remembering that when the bell rings, they all stop to pray. So weird. Down on the streets, people dressed in white with their heads completely covered all stopped, clasped their hands, and began to pray. It looked just like some kind of cult ritual. Dressed all in black, Vicky casually walked past the crowd, engrossed in prayer. How can anyone live in such a suffocating way? He thought to himself, "It's dark now. Everyone has gone home." Vicky put his mask on and stood beside a well. He took a vial of purple liquid from his pocket, uncapped it, and slowly poured the solution into the well. This is the infectious bacteria of the Red Death, found in On's blood, sweat, and tears. It's highly contagious, so pouring this into the well will infect everyone instantly. It's a bit extreme, but this is an urgent situation. Every second counts. This is a devout region, so they'll try to save people before any casualties occur. As he was working, 3 children approached. The one holding a ball asked, "Who are you?" They whispered softly to each other, "There's a suspicious person by the well. Forget it. Let's just go." The kid next to him was scared and didn't want any trouble. "He looks dangerous." Seizing the opportunity, Vicky slowly turned around, his eyes glowing red, and spoke in a horrifying tone. "You children, listen closely. This well has been cursed. Anyone who drinks its water will die. Heed my words." The kids were scared out of their wits, screaming and scattering in terror. "A ghost cursed the well. I'm never drinking water from there again." In their terror, the children even left their ball behind. Vicky was relieved for the moment, scaring them like that would keep them from drinking the water. With that done, he plunged a dagger he had prepared beforehand into the ground. A dagger belonging to the Leviathan clan, infamous for their deadly poisons. Given the circumstances, the one spreading the Red Death in the forest could be none other than the Leviathan clan. The Devout clan and the Poison clan have had a peaceful relationship for a very long time. This will definitely cause a major conflict. Vicky smirked deviously. Preparations are complete. It's almost time for them to pour the holy water. I suppose I should go see Saintess Dolus. Late at night, a magnificent castle was surrounded by people. This was the castle where Saintess Dolus resided. The crowd at the gate was full of people hoping for an audience with her. They clamored over one another, shouting, "I heard the Saintess is resting here. We want to send her our greetings. Please open the gate. Saintess, please look at my illness. Please, we want to see your face. Saintess." A voice echoed from within. "It is so late. Why have you all come to see me now?" The crowd erupted. "It's the Saintess's voice." A lord spoke up. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord of the Doss territory. I am also the eldest son of the Jonathan clan, a family that has frequently sent many soldiers to fight for the kingdom. And I am also the son-in-law of the Alphonse family." A man with long hair also introduced himself. "I am the manager of the Ipsen Guild, the organization that oversees the trade exports of the Bua Jury clan. I am also an honorary knight, serving Count Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, and I will be his personal guard for another 2 years." Another man promised, "If you can cure my illness, I will reward you with a fertile granary. I will also reward you with a mansion on the warm southern coast and magnificent, exclusive carriages." It was louder than a marketplace. They were all either bragging about their titles and positions or making all sorts of promises. The Saintess spoke again. "Please, stop. Surely your identities and fortunes are not enough to convince me to open the gates this late at night. Please, all of you, return to your homes." The crowd lost hope and dispersed dejectedly, each going their own way. Vicky stood still, lost in thought for a moment. Before I regressed, I often saw the Saintess on the front lines of the battlefield. I saw her covered in blood, desperately healing the wounded. Her pristine white clothes were stained with red, and the light from her divine power shone ceaselessly. The saintess I know despises money and power. Vicky stood silently before the castle gate. The saintess's voice called out, "And who are you to come seeking me?" Vicky knelt on both knees, bowed his head, and replied, "I am merely a lost sheep." Vicky waited in silence. The saintess said nothing more. A moment later, the gate slowly creaked open, revealing a golden light. "Please, come in." Vicky slowly entered the castle. The interior was magnificent, glowing with a faint golden light. In the center stood a statue of an angel, pouring water from a jar. Vikir had reached the middle of the room when a voice spoke from the statue. "Why have you gone astray, my little lamb?" Vikir thought to himself. Asterisk. So, she's not going to meet me in person? Asterisk. Tsk. Well, she has no reason to meet someone dressed as suspiciously as I am. Vikir approached the fountain. He placed a bag on the stone basin. "I came to report that a plague is spreading through the slums. I've brought water from their well. If you possess divine power, I am certain you will be able to detect the dark energy within this water." The saintess was silent for a moment, then suddenly screamed, "You lie to me!" Instantly, the main doors slammed shut. The thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor. The castle's soldiers, clad in gleaming white armor, had assembled in force. A man who looked like the commander spoke up. "You claim to be a lost lamb, but your words are quite aggressive. Who are you?" The commander, holding a book, frowned at Vikir. From behind his mask, Vikir stared back at the man before him. Asterisk. It's been a long time since I've seen that face. Pho Quavadis. Before my regression, he was a soldier I trusted on the battlefield. Asterisk. Asterisk. He never compromised with injustice, even when it was done in the name of righteousness. Asterisk. Asterisk. He was a merciful man, but he could also be more vicious than any demon. The interrogation methods I used on the seventh son back in Underdog City, I learned them from him. Asterisk. After a moment's thought, Vikir spoke. "It's certainly interesting to meet you here. I heard you came to report a plague, but your attire is quite suspicious. Unless you remove your mask and show your reverence, you will not be granted an audience with the saintess," Pho said. Vikir turned around. "I'm wearing this plague mask for a reason, so I can't take it off. And I've reported everything I came to report, so I'll be taking my leave." Suddenly, something flew past Vikir, a page infused with a pale blue divine power. Pho had enchanted his book and spoken. "I cannot allow such a suspicious individual to walk out of here." Vikir glanced at the page, which had lost its divine power, becoming just an ordinary piece of paper. Asterisk. Did he just throw that page after infusing it with holy power? He always did use interesting weapons, didn't he? Asterisk. Pho leaped down from the corridor to face Vikir. "I can sense a dark energy emanating from the bag of water you brought. If there really is a plague, then times you. Times are the one spreading it. If I were the culprit, why would I come here to report it?" Vikir retorted. "I don't know. Perhaps it's a ploy to lure out the saintess. Asterisk. What has he been eating? Damn it, he's completely right. Asterisk. Vikir thought. "I'll hear your confession after you're locked in the dungeon." Pho opened his book once more, sending more pages flying toward Vikir. Vikir dodged relentlessly, jumping from side to side. He held back from attacking immediately, opting to calculate his next move. Asterisk. If I use magic, they might realize I'm from the Baskerville family. Asterisk. He kicked off the wall and flipped backward through the air. Flying directly over Pho's head, he brought a crushing stomp down on him. Pho was stunned. Asterisk. So heavy. It feels like a boulder is crushing me. Asterisk. Asterisk. How can someone with such a small frame possess such immense power? Asterisk. He then forcefully shoved Vikir away. The plan had worked. It was the skill he'd obtained after defeating the Oxbear 2 years ago, the strength of 600 kilograms. This was the first time he'd ever used it, but the skill wasn't half bad. Vikir landed and immediately rushed forward. Pho raised his book to block. Vikir lifted his hand, and a reddish-gold light began to glow around it. He unleashed the A+ rank flame, incinerating the book in his enemy's hands. Startled, Pho dropped the burning book to the ground. "Still want to continue?" Enraged, Pho plunged the hand that had touched the flames into the water and gritted his teeth. "Using magic, are you? I knew you weren't a devout follower." He slammed his fists together, preparing to launch a lightning punch as he charged at Vikir. "I won't let you escape." Vikir calmly kicked the burning book high into the air, positioning it between the two of them. It completely blocked Pho's line of sight. Vikir then ducked down and unleashed a devastating uppercut into Pho's chest. The mana-infused punch sent him flying like a bird, crashing through both the statue and the wall behind it. Pietro coughed up blood and lay motionless. The soldiers above were in a state of shock. Sir Pietro, lost? No way. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? They immediately jumped down, surrounding their commander. Protect Sir Pietro. Vikir adjusted his hood, if you want to know the whole truth. Before he could finish, a figure with golden hair that reached her heels appeared on the corridor. Stop. The Saintess is here. She wore a white dress with golden patterns, like that of a Greek goddess. 2 small wings adorned her head, and her golden hair shone like the morning sun. She was a true, peerless beauty. The Saintess spoke. Are you the lost little lamb? It is the Saintess, Dolos. Vikir bowed his head respectfully. Yes, though you seem more like a puppy than a lamb. A puppy covered in wounds. A soldier spoke up. Saintess, that man is no helpless puppy. He's a bloodthirsty wolf. But the Saintess didn't seem to care. She ordered tea to be brought up. For us. The guard couldn't believe his ears, but the Saintess spoke again. I need to speak with him. In the Saintess's reception room, tea and snacks were quickly brought out. Vikir sat across from the Saintess, with Pietro standing behind her, now recovered from the earlier blow. He scowled at the suspicious-looking stranger before him, while the Saintess calmly took a sip of her tea. Vikir quietly observed the Saintess. So, this kid is 16 years old now? Saintess Dolos Liquavadis. In the future war against the demons, she would treat the wounded soldiers on the front lines, saving countless lives. She was a living example of compassion. In those desolate times, like everyone else, any warrior who met her, including me, had to show her respect. Suddenly, Dolos spoke first. I've been under a lot of stress lately. I don't know if you're aware, but I am a student at the Colosseo Imperial Academy, and since it's a holiday, I'm taking a break from my studies to handle family matters. Vikir wondered to himself, why is she suddenly making small talk? But, as you can see, Dolos looked out the window and continued. Nobles and merchants are constantly seeking me out. Their illnesses are all just the consequences of addiction and sexually transmitted diseases. None of them are seriously ill. Justice, righteousness, virtue, and equality are all the will of the gods. But why do people only see what's right in front of them? Dolos took another sip of tea. Theology is essentially the process of understanding humanity, so that's inevitable, Vikir replied. Verse 9, Chapter 6 of the ancient Asmo, scripture says so. I'm surprised someone knows of the existence of those ancient texts. More importantly, a plague is spreading through the slums of the holy city of Mekh. Is your information accurate? Dolos asked skeptically. This is a flask of contaminated water I collected from the well. Vikir held out the flask. Are you certain you're not involved in this? Dolos stared intently at Vikir. If I were, why would I come here in person? Vikir replied calmly, then thought to himself, I guess I can't avoid being a suspect. In that case, I'll have to pull a trick. Thinking this, he reached into his pocket. Pietro noticed the strange movement and stepped in front of the Saintess. Saintess, get behind me. A shimmering golden object suddenly appeared in the air, and then that sparkling light enveloped Vikir's hand and body. I don't like to harm innocent people, especially not in my own homeland. The Saintess and Pietro were stunned, realizing it was holy power. Are you a follower of Lun? She asked urgently. Vikir withdrew his holy power. Now, are you willing to hear what I have to say? I discovered suspicious individuals pouring liquid from a glass bottle into the water stream in the slums. They are the culprits. If what you say is true, then what is their motive? Dolos asked. The culprits likely desire the fall of the Quavadis family and are the ones who stand to benefit from it. Vikir took out a scroll and unrolled it in front of Dolos. He pointed to the map. First, the one who benefits the most is the Leviathan family, and the powerful arms-dealing clan has a stake in it as well. The Leviathan family will use the plague to collect samples from countless patients and use them for their research. Furthermore, once the Holy Quavadis family is crippled, it will be the perfect opportunity for their long-standing rivals, the Leviathan family, to strike. As for the arms-dealing clan, their treasures don't simply vanish during a plague. When the laborers die, landowners will go bankrupt, and fields, factories, and shops will be abandoned. A vast amount of land and property will fall into their hands, allowing them to acquire even more wealth. To concoct this story, Vikir was drawing on the truth he had pieced together from the merchants who had deceived the Balak tribe. I am certain that the ones who caused the Red Death are those bastards from the Leviathan family, and their accomplices are the arms merchants. The natives in the deep forest were made scapegoats so that both families could profit, Vikir continued. For that reason, I believe they are closely connected to this pandemic. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. This speech left the Saintess and Pietro wide-eyed, sitting in stunned silence. Dolos thought it all made sense. She couldn't believe someone could predict the future so accurately. She asked, "Who are you?" "Just call me the Night Hound." "That name is a bit strange," Dolos said. "It suits your outfit." "Truly blasphemous," Pietro added. However, everything the Night Hound said could very well be true. "Pietro, I need to go to the slums. We must investigate this pandemic and report back to Father." "I understand," Pietro acknowledged. Vikir thought, "I was lucky to meet the Saintess. This will speed things up significantly." As for the Saintess, she was also observing the man sitting before her. "I have no idea who this is. How can the one who defeated Sir Pietro and the Holy Knights look so small and pitiful?" Dolos's eyes seemed to pierce right through him, as if seeing into Vikir's very soul. His spirit reeked of beasts, of blood, oil, and steel. In that whirlwind of countless emotions, there was a profound sadness. Who on earth is this person? Night had fallen. Vikir, Dolos, and the Holy Knights arrived at a church in one of the slums. The nuns here were desperately awaiting the Saintess. "You've come, Saintess. Please, save us from this terrible plague." Behind them was a long line of patients, lying strewn about, all afflicted by the disease. Dolos looked on, her heart aching at the sight. What the Night Hound said was true. Vikia looked at the rows of sick townspeople with immense guilt. "Forgive me, but I was short on time, so I had to rely on the townspeople. Fortunately, no children were infected. So, the fear I instilled in the children at the well, making them too scared to go near it, actually worked. It's a good thing their illness is still in the early stages. I have no choice but to leave the rest to the Saintess." Dolos knelt, looking at the line of people, and began her spell. "You poor things, do not worry. The boundless compassion of the divine will always heal you. My light, the fire of my life, my sin, my soul. I bear witness to the suffering of these poor people." Dolos cried, her tears pattering down into the mystical water. Instantly, her entire body began to glow, illuminating the whole church in a brilliant light. A man who had been struggling to breathe, his body covered in red rashes, was healed in a flash. The rashes were completely gone. The nuns who witnessed this were stunned, their eyes welling with tears. He was cured, and so were many others. "Oh, Saintess, thank you, thank you. Oh, dear God, she is everyone's savior." Vikia thought, "That's right. That's the power. I have to bring the magic of that holy water into the forest." Back in her room, Dolos meticulously marked the areas where the plague had spread. "Healing with holy power is only a temporary solution. I can't stop the number of patients from growing. The reason the sick keep increasing is that there's a contaminated well somewhere in the slums." She turned to look at a test tube containing the contaminated water. "From the fluid taken from an infected person's body, I can see the incubation period is very short, and it takes a very long time for the patient to pass away. It's so cruel. It forces the sick to suffer for a long, long time. To stop the plague from spreading further, I have to purify the deepest well. If only I could condense my holy power into a single, pure drop." After a moment of thought, Dolos stood up. "This is no time for my mind to wander. I should go heal more patients." Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her, and she collapsed, grabbing the table for support. "Is this anemia from using too much holy power?" Dolos gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand. "But I can keep going, if I can ease the patient's pain sooner." When she reached the door, 3 men were already waiting, the same 3 who had introduced themselves the night before. "There's the Saintess. Saintess, we're coming with you, so please don't worry." "Why have you come here?" Dolos asked. "We came to help you, Saintess. How could we possibly let a noble lady like you stay in this poor, wretched place all alone? We've brought 3 cartloads of relief supplies and donations. These people here really hit the jackpot today." Hearing these words, Dolos's expression turned cold. "We thought the people in this slum would be all sickly and skinny, but they look somewhat human." They laughed amongst themselves. "Did we give them a little too much? We're just worried that if we keep giving them handouts, they'll become lazy." Ignoring their nonsense, Dolos turned to leave. "After all, protecting a lady is our duty as men. We will follow you, Saintess. We think we've done a pretty good job so far," the 3 men said confidently. "Then, I'll be in your care." Suppressing her disgust, Dolos forced a smile and turned back to them. The smile made the 3 men's hearts flutter as they blushed. A little while later, the group arrived at the field camp for the infected. Inside the tents, patients lay everywhere, groaning in pain. Priests with holy power were tirelessly at their sides, providing treatment. The 3 nobles grimaced with disgust, unable to stand the stench of sickness. "This smell is horrendous," they complained instantly. Ugh, I stepped in trash. These shoes are expensive, you know. They're a limited edition. Priest, heal me first. I think I've been infected. Tell them to get away from me. I have to get out of here. Those 3 useless fools. They came to help, but all they do is whine. Dolos looked back at them with loathing. I knew this would happen. How dare they bring their vile intentions to a place like this? Do they have no sympathy for the sick at all? What a bunch of hypocrites. Righteous sacrifice and compassion are the things closest to God's love. Dolos walked straight towards the tent at the very back. From here on, things will be even more horrific. The most severe cases are all in here. Patients and priests alike were drowning in pain. I'm sorry for not coming sooner. With every step Dolos took, a golden light radiated from her. But now that I am here, Dolos pulled back the tent flap and entered. A familiar voice reached her ears. Hurry, bring more saline solution. Vikir was using a knife to make an incision on a patient's rash. A priest nearby exclaimed, Impossible. Aren't we only supposed to use holy power? How long has he been in here alone, with the patients? After making the cut, Vikir placed his hand over it and drew out a line of holy power. The rash vanished instantly. The priest continued to speculate. He isn't blessing the skin. Is he letting the blessing spread through the infected area on its own? If so, we could focus our holy power more efficiently. I can't believe a method like this exists. Dolos recognized him. Then it was that night hound, Vikir, his clothes now torn and ragged. He was helping a patient drink medicine. Dolos marveled. Amazing. He's skilled in both medicine and holy power. Just like that. Vi didn't even notice the Saintess had arrived. He was completely absorbed in using his holy power to heal a patient. You see, holy power is essentially a prayer from a priest that God has heard. God accepts the prayer and grants them strength. The amount of holy power depends on one's devotion to God, and the power required is equal to the power needed to create a single miracle. 1 unit of holy power creates 1 miracle, and 10 units can create 10 miracles. But I know a way to create 10 miracles with just 1 unit of holy power, and 100 miracles with only 10. That autumn, when the monsters invaded our lands, the clerics looked at the dead at their feet and knew their holy power wasn't enough to stop the disaster. God had already decided. Thanks to the clerics' sincerity and determination, they were able to exchange their holy power to create miracles. Solve the problem now, face the consequences later, create the miracle first, figure out the rest after. Even though that holy power would accrue interest, they used every last drop they had. People called this phenomenon advanced holy power, and that was the moment when killing monsters became considered a religious act. Even if you weren't a cleric, you could use advanced holy power just by killing monsters. That's why someone like me, with a soul burdened by the karma of a past life, can use holy power as long as I'm in a sacred area. Nearby, a little girl burst into tears, helplessly calling out to her unconscious mother. Vi comforted her. I'll heal your mother soon. She's both sick and severely malnourished. Take this, go buy some food and firewood, and take care of your mother. Vi handed the girl a gold coin. A nearby pastor tried to stop him. You mustn't provide material aid. They will make endless demands. If you do that, you'll end up giving them all your money. Why endless? Vi replied calmly. The money in my pocket is limited. I don't mind giving them all of it. Then, turning back to the woman groaning in pain before him, he whispered, I'm sorry. Hearing this, she placed a hand on his chest. He was just apologizing to someone else. So why was he saying sorry again? She recalled Vi's words from when they had tea. Theology is a necessary process to study humanity, so there's no other way. Could it be that he was apologizing for the same reason she was? Because he couldn't heal any more people. Dolos turned away. The young, innocent, 16-year-old girl, Saintess Dolos. Her heart began to pound because of the mysterious man before her. When dawn broke, Vi went outside to rest, breathing in the fresh air to clear his head from the stuffy atmosphere. He lifted his mask just enough to tilt his head back and drink some water. It was hard to breathe, having to wear that mask all the time. Hearing footsteps approach, Vi pulled his mask back down and asked, What is it? It was Dolos. She came and sat beside him. Can I talk to you for a moment? Of course. Thank you for your help. Because of you, we were able to treat all the injured. I only did what I had to do, Vi said humbly. I knew you'd say that. Vi didn't reply, and Dolos clutched her dress as she confessed her feelings. Someone as strong as you should have been born with divine power. To be honest, I was very lucky to be born with it. But my body, my mind, and even my faith are not strong. Why would God choose someone as weak as me to be the saintess? There are so many people with strong faith, even if they weren't born with divine power. Why would God give me the title of saintess? The very fact that you are drowning in suffering and sin is the reason why God chose you, Vi said. What the world needs is a light that can shine even in the darkest, most terrifying places. Hearing these words, Dolos's eyes welled with tears, and her body trembled. Can I become someone who can say those kinds of words? Yes, you can, Vi affirmed. Sometime later, the priests of the entire Quatis family gathered and prayed together, successfully completing the process of creating holy water, a divine essence that could purify all those infected in the slums with just a single drop. 3 drops of concentrated holy water were created, including the drops that were already in reserve. Its name was Pleni Zelja, the Tears of the Saintess. In the main cathedral, Dolos knelt before a stone pedestal where 3 vials containing the Saintess's tears were placed. She clasped her hands and began to pray. Let everyone witness the only woman with a son standing here. I, who had the misfortune of raising the child of God, have groaned night after night. Suddenly, the spot where the Saintess sat began to glow. From it, ribbons of golden light flew through the air and wrapped around the stone pedestal. My heart cannot bear this immense pain. Today is the most painful and sorrowful day for me. A surge of power flared up, shining directly onto the 3 vials of tears. Once it was done, the Saintess placed the 3 vials into a sealed box and entrusted it to the Holy Knights for safekeeping. Thank you for your hard work, Saintess. We guarantee we will store it safely in the vault. I'm counting on you, Dolos replied. She looked out the window, thinking, now for the next task. A short while later, outside the cathedral area, Dolos went to meet her father, Cardinal Hambloon Quatis, who was praying before a statue of the Saintess. Father, I have something to report regarding the Red Death. She bowed her head, holding a white cloth scroll. Come closer, my fairy, my daughter. You have made a great contribution this time. He placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder. That's my girl. Mine. You are far too merciful, father. All right, tell me what happened. First, I plan to use the Saintess's tears that we created to purify all the water flowing beneath the city. Saintess Dolos said, So you've found the source of the plague? The cardinal asked. Yes, it started from an unidentified well in the slums. The children testified that a spirit had cursed the well. The well was heavily contaminated, and we found a glass vial that the culprit used to store and spread the plague. After investigating the area, we found a suspicious object. Dolos unwrapped the cloth for her father, revealing a knife and a crest. The cardinal was stunned. Where did you find this? At the well, father. The cardinal's face darkened, his eyes flashing with rage. The symbols of Leviathan and Bua. Was it them? How could they create an artificial plague like this? How dare those vile, lowly creatures blaspheme the divine? A powerful aura erupted from the cardinal, a testament to his fury. We shall launch a holy war. His eyes blazed. Dolos looked at her father, helpless. A war was the last thing she wanted. Suddenly, Ham spoke up. The man calls himself the Night Hound. He's highly suspicious. Apprehend him at once, and make him confess every last thing. He's innocent. Dolos immediately spoke in his defense, stunning Ham. Daughter, what are you saying? Dolos clasped her hands tightly, her gaze resolute. He did everything he could to treat the injured. Thanks to him, there were no casualties. There's no way he could be that cruel. I see. My daughter has never once talked back to me, but now she speaks like this. He frowned, raising a hand to the sky and unleashing a powerful torrent of holy energy into the air, causing Dolos to cry out in shock. I will have to interrogate him myself. The holy power Ham unleashed lit up the entire city. Daughter, it's useless for you to oppose me, because I've already dispatched a team of holy knights to hunt him down. At that moment, a squad of holy knights in full armor stood before Vicky's inn. They thundered up the stairs, located Vicky's room, and kicked down the door. They roared, Night Hound, you are a suspect in the cause of the Red Death. Before they could finish, they realized Vicky was long gone. The room was completely empty. Just then, a priest ran over in a panic. Your Eminence, it's terrible. What is it? That, the priest stammered. One of the Saintess's tears has vanished from the vault. Hearing this, Dolos was shaken. Don't tell me that's why he came here. At that moment, atop a distant tower, Vicky stood opening his bag, looking at the vial of the Saintess's tear. Seeing the prize he had worked so hard and schemed so much to obtain glowing in his bag, he smiled in satisfaction. Thanks for the gift. With that, he turned, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the tower. In a hazy, black and white world, an image of a young Aeon appeared. The little girl stood trembling, holding a bow. This was the hunt for the 3-headed mastiff of the Balak tribe. Its back was already riddled with arrows, but they had no effect. It snarled, cornering little Aeon against the cliff face. Behind her, everyone watched anxiously, trying to draw the monster's attention by firing arrows. but it only had eyes for its prey, Ain. It slowly advanced on the little girl. Suddenly, the rock beneath Ain's feet cracked, and losing her footing, she plummeted into the chasm. Along with the stone, she fell for what felt like forever, her body hitting several tree branches below before she hit the ground. She passed out, faintly hearing voices by her ear. Ain slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw were two men in imperial clothing, leaning in close to inspect her. They kept muttering in a strange language. It turned out a group of passing merchants had found her lying unconscious. But these merchants held no goodwill for the Manji people. They took the little girl back and treated her wounds. While she was still recovering, they forced her into an arena to fight for the amusement of the nobles. Now, a terrified Aen clutched a sword, surrounded by jeering, masked nobles. Her opponent was a bald-headed brute, his body rippling with muscles, standing a meter taller than her. His face was covered in scars as he flashed a cruel smile. He let out a roar and charged toward the scrawny little girl. Aen's face was a mask of fear as she hastily leaped aside. Just as he reached out to grab her, she managed to slash his shoulder with her sword, but little Aen's body wasn't fast enough. The brute grabbed her leg and hurled her against the wall. Above, the nobles cheered as if watching a delightful show. Aen coughed up blood in agony, tears welling in her eyes. The roaring laughter of the nobles and the bald brute cut deep into the little girl's soul. Aen lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She thought of the Balak tribe, of her mother, of her people. Then, Aen pushed herself up from the ground, slowly rising to her feet. She smeared the blood on the ground across her face, ready to fight again. She slowly remembered the contemptuous eyes of the nobles, the bastards who traded her like merchandise, the whips they used on her, the disgusting gazes of the men. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred as she stared down the enemy before her. When the match ended, win or lose, she was always returned to an iron cage, back to her prison, to continue being treated like cargo sold from one place to the next. Years passed. After such a long, long time, the image of the Ba tribe had faded in her mind. She thought she would have to live her whole life in captivity, and her hope of returning home had dwindled to almost nothing. She closed her eyes, drowsy. Suddenly, a sound echoed in her ear, and a red liquid appeared. When Ain jolted awake, she saw a test tube rolling beside her, with a little of the red liquid spilled nearby. She backed away, looking at the person in front of her. His face and his eyes, gleaming with a crimson hue, were like a ray of light in her life. Her black and white world now had his brilliant red eyes in it. "Go," was the first thing he said to her, in her own language. Waking from the dream, Ain opened her eyes, a tear still lingering in the corner. Queen Aquila stroked her child's hair. "Daughter, did you have a nightmare? You kept calling for that Vikir in your sleep." Ain breathed with difficulty, her face flushed with fever. "Mother, the pain is even worse than before. My chest hurts, and my whole body feels like it's on fire. It feels like my heart is being wrung dry. I'm going through the Red Death. I can't do it. It hurts so much I regret ever being born." The queen took her daughter's hand, full of pity. "My child, a very long time ago, your father and I buried a seed in the ground. Your father planted the seed, and I watered it every day. Before long, the seed sprouted, and after a few months, it grew into a beautiful, healthy flower. After we cut that flower, extracted its sap, and smoked it. And we got high and had a great time together. And that is why you were born." "Oh, Grandma, great-grandma, I thought you were describing her pregnancy and birth. It sounded so poetic and profound. Who knew you were actually describing how you and Grandpa used to grow and smoke weed back in the day? That went from heartwarming to stone cold in an instant. I'm on my knees. This plot twist is just, wow." The queen continued. "Your father committed a crime, so your grandfather executed him. Your body is getting worse and worse. You never know what life is going to throw at you. You just have to live and endure it. Try to wait a little longer. When Vikir comes back after finding the cure, I won't need to console you." Ain said through her tears. "He's not coming back." Just then, someone outside yelled at the top of their lungs. "He's back. Vikir is back in the village. Vikir brought back the medicine." The queen smiled. "See, daughter, I told you so." She leaned down, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw that the shadow of the girl who was just bedridden had vanished. The girl who was weak as a snail a moment ago had shot up and bolted out the door. The queen's face just screamed, "I'm speechless. It's so hard to keep a grown daughter around." The moment her crush comes back, she completely forgets about her poor mother. So, was the pain really that bad? Were you really suffering from the Red Death? Ain was now running as fast as she could. Her mind flashed back to the scene of her escape from the burning circus. She had sat and cried for a long time on a nearby cliff. Honestly, Ain had been terrified back then, but when she saw Vikir standing ready to face the eight-legged madam, he showed her how to face her fears, and she was able to pull herself together. That day, even though she was terrified of the madam, when she saw Vikir beaten unconscious, his clothes torn to shreds, she recklessly threw a rope to pull him back, risking everything to bring him to safety and treat his wounds. Ain arrived and pushed through the crowd to see Vikir with her own eyes, to confirm for herself that it was real. "You're here. I heard from the warriors just now that you have the Red Death." Hearing the voice she had longed for, she didn't hesitate. Ignoring the stares of the villagers, she threw herself into his arms. The tackle was a bit too forceful, knocking Vikir flat on his back. Vikir yelped in pain. "Ain, if I hadn't used mana, my back would have been broken. Aren't you supposed to be going through the Red Death? You're supposed to be weak, but you just rammed me with the force of a wild buffalo. I didn't know that hearing you were back would make my body feel so light. I guess I was just sick with longing for you. The Red Death had nothing to do with it. Don't blame the poor disease." "So, that means you're okay?" "Yeah, you were faking it, weren't you?" "Yeah." With tears still welling in her eyes, Ain hugged him tightly and softly called his name. "Vikir, welcome back." Vikir smiled in relief. "Yeah, I'm back." As dusk fell, everyone gathered at Ahun's tent to witness the miracle Vikir had brought back. Ahun wrung his hands worriedly. Ahun was still unconscious. Vikir knelt and opened a pouch containing a vial of the saintess's tears, which shimmered brightly. He brought the vial near the little girl, and instantly, all the red marks on Ahun's body completely disappeared. Ahun was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed beside his sister. "Wow, the red spots on Ahun are gone." The villagers were also in awe. The light radiating from what Vikir brought is so powerful, it made the Red Death disappear. Vikir really cured the disease. It's amazing. Vikir turned to Ain and asked about the epidemic. "How many more patients do we have?" 30 people. Ahun chimed in eagerly. "What about the other tribes? The situation is terrible. Many tribes are hanging on by a thread. So, about 10,000 people. Tell the other tribes to gather their sick." Vikir took off his tattered cloak. "The other tribes? You have that much of the antidote?" "Yeah. So don't worry. Let's use this chance to show off in front of the other tribes." The surrounding villagers murmured in amazement again. "The other tribes, too? Vikir, you're truly incredible." Vikir continued. "That swamp monster. What was its name?" I killed it on my way here. You guys can go bring it back for food." The crowd of villagers erupted like fans cheering for their idol. "He's on another level. His skills and wits are far beyond my own." Vikir turned back and snapped at them. "There's no time for screaming. Go tell the other tribes to gather around the river basin." A short while later, the moon was high in the sky. At the river, the barbarian tribes had gathered just as Vikir commanded. They packed the entire riverbank. Vikir took the vial of the saintess's tears, opened it, and poured it all into the river. Divine power immediately erupted in a flash of golden light. It spread through the river and then gradually flowed into all the nearby streams. The entire mountain region shimmered with a mesmerizing, magical golden light. The surface of the river before Vikir looked as if it were plated in glittering gold. Everyone stared, speechless, and captivated by the beautiful sight. The air fell silent. He turned back to the crowd and said, "All you need to do is drink this water." At that, people began helping the sick members of their tribes to the river's edge. They cupped the water and gave it to the sick to drink. As soon as they drank the miraculous water, their entire bodies glowed with a golden light. The red rashes vanished completely, and they became as healthy as ever, all their pain disappearing. The crowd erupted in cheers and danced with joy. "My body feels so light. The Red Death is gone. I'm alive," Vikir then said to the chieftainess. "From this river basin, everything is being purified. The plague will soon be over. Vikir, I hereby appoint you the shaman of my tribe." The chieftainess was incredibly pleased. "I must refuse." But before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud echoed as a single footstep cracked the ground. Vikir turned to see the leader of another tribe. He was tall and burly, his body covered in scars, both large and small. He was the one who had just stomped the ground. Just as everyone thought he was about to repay kindness with hostility, he suddenly roared, "Children of the deep forest, answer me! Who is the hero that purified this forest?" His entire tribe stomped their feet and roared back, "Vikir!" Another female chieftain shouted, "Who saved our families?" "Vikir." "Who has brought a bright future to the deep forest?" "Vikir." The name Vikir was chanted throughout the entire forest. Anyone watching this would have thought it was a presidential election. Vikir stood by the riverbank, watching as everyone chanted his name, silently thinking how the tribe's deep-seated plot with the deadly poison had been turned into a blessing. The Baskerville family had pioneered the conquest of Mount Leru Eleanor. Their enemies were the indigenous people of this mountain. If I can persuade and repay them, I can build enough power to stand against the entire Baskerville family. I can use this opportunity to deal a huge blow to Hugo. Vikir covered his mouth, a smirk on his face as he plotted. The chieftainess announced in a loud voice, "Starting today, the festival begins. Prepare for a grand celebration. But before that, I have one more thing to do," Vikir said. Both the chieftainess and An looked at him, puzzled. Vikir continued calmly, "Shouldn't we find the one who poisoned the forest in the first place?" The scene changes to a cave, its entrance decorated with a skull, and the path inside lined with sharp, jutting rocks. Inside the dark cave, "It's been a while. Everyone must be infected by now. I will not negotiate with those drug-addled royals. This is all because of that damn nobleman. At the moment of their deepest despair, I will cure the plague with a single antidote." A familiar face flickered in the darkness. "And then, the entire tribe will have no choice but to respect and revere me." The old shaman slowly broke into a sinister smile. "I knew letting a Hun get infected was a good idea. No one would ever suspect me of poisoning my own granddaughter." The shaman walked to the cave entrance, smiling as he imagined the bright future he had so painstakingly arranged. It truly is the perfect plan. But it seemed things weren't going as he'd imagined. Hiding behind a tree, he watched as people walked around cheerfully, laughing and talking. "What is this? Are they all healthy?" I'm sure they were on death's door from the Red Death, right before the ancestor worship ceremony began. And Ahun, too. He saw his granddaughter nearby, stirring a pot of soup. "What the hell is going on? Impossible. This is impossible." The shaman ran frantically toward the riverbank. After being purified, the river had become crystal clear, so much so that he could see his own reflection. Why are the fish in the river still alive? Has the river been purified? Not only that, but the water is even clearer than before. The old man clutched his head in a state of crisis, when suddenly, a face appeared right behind him. "The river water is even clearer than before, isn't it, old shaman?" The shaman whipped around in terror. You damn noble bastard. You little punk. When did he get back? How long has he been standing here?" Behind Vikir, the people of the Balak tribe appeared one by one. They stared at the old shaman with suspicion and contempt. The shaman was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Vikir confirmed his suspicions. "You were the one who spread the Red Death in this forest, just as I thought. It was him, Ulman. Before my regression, the story of an old man living in the forest and his crimes was quite famous. A horror story about an old man who spread an infectious disease among his own tribe out of a twisted ambition to become a hero. In the end, he couldn't cure the plague and ended up killing almost his entire tribe. So it was this son of a bitch all along." "Ahun," the old shaman tried to act calm. "Has everyone come here to greet this old shaman?" But inside, he was panicking. He wondered to himself, wait, how does he know everything? Just then, the chieftainess stepped forward. Behind her were Ain and Ahun, their faces grim. "Are you finished with your work, shaman?" the chieftainess asked, crossing her arms. "Of course. The plague will soon be eradicated," the old shaman said. "I heard that because of the Dadi Red Death, the tribes have declared war on each other in that kingdom. The cause of this disease turned out to be man-made and was spreading everywhere. But isn't that incredibly strange? Between the royal family and the deep forest, I really don't know how the plague was transmitted." The old shaman, sweat pouring down his head, stammered, "How would I know something like that? I only came here to perform the ritual so the tribe could fully recover. Then why are you out here and not in the village?" The question made the old shaman freeze. The chiefess turned to Vikir. "Vikir, just as you said, Alman really did come to the river basin. Let's see if you're right about what happens next." "What are you talking about?" the shaman shouted, so startled he was about to go mad. The chiefess recalled Vikir's words, that Ulman wanted to use this incident to become the tribe's hero, so he would definitely be holding on to it. She glared at the old man. "The antidote for the Red Death. Omen, I want to see what's in your bag." Hearing this, Omen's eyes went wide in shock. She remembered asking Vikir about Omen's background the other day. "You want to know about Omen's origins?" "Yes. It would be better if I understood him well. That old man isn't a native Balk. His origins are undisclosed, but a long time ago, he was a slave to a Saman and came to Balk. But he killed the Saman who was planning a rebellion. After killing him, he stole his power. For his contribution in stopping a rebellion, he was promoted from a slave to a San. After that, to adapt to bulk, I heard he had to do everything, including cleaning up dung and urine. He did all the dirty jobs in the village. He was even used as bait to hunt dangerous prey. However, he's now recognized as a member of the tribe, and as he got older, his hair began to turn silver white. Vikir mused. Now that he's a village elder, does he want all the privileges he didn't have when he was young? Is that why he's overstepping the chief's authority and trying to seize control of the forest? The chiefess had run out of patience. Omen, what do you think you're doing? Show me what's in your bag now. She held out her hand in front of the old man. Omen swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. Yes, ma'am. He pretended to slowly take out the bag. This is some flour I saved to eat after the ceremony. He then put on a terrible act. He flung his hand, letting the bag drop, and it fell perfectly right into the river. The white powder in the bag spilled out, mixing with the current. This old man's hand was shaking so much that he accidentally dropped it in the river. The chiefess covered her face. You were right again. He threw the bag into the river, just as you said. Ayla looked at Vikir. However, we can't see what was inside Omen's bag with that method. Vikir glanced at the old man. I have the antidote. The old shaman screamed. Do you think I'm the one who spread the poison throughout the entire forest? Chiefess, you must punish that wicked bastard. He slandered me and defiled the pride of Asan, he said, looking completely wronged. What a promising actor, the chiefess said calmly. Yes, you cannot accuse someone without evidence. Since you say you are innocent, I will help you protect your honor and self-respect. Hearing this, the wretched old man gave a cunning smile. That's right, even if she is the chiefess, without evidence, no one can do anything to me. The chiefess raised her hand and gave an order. I demand an Ilias. At those words, the color drained from the shaman's face. An Ilias is a ritual for when a disagreement cannot be resolved. The Balk tribe will side with the victor of the Ilias because the loser is deemed incompetent. Ahun then stepped forward. You always say tradition is important, and the Ilias is a Balk tradition. Why don't you show us how you protect our traditions? Alman ground his teeth as he looked at his own nephew, standing with the opposition. That cowardly bastard, he thought. He pointed a finger at Vikir's face. Fine. 4 days from now, on the night of the full moon, I will formally propose an Ilias duel. Vikir calmly approached him. 4 days, my ass. The one who is challenged to an Ilias is the one who decides the date. That's the tradition. Old man Alman was absolutely livid. Vikir gave a crazed smile, staring the old man down. To be honest, all this evidence and verification is meaningless, Omen, because forcing you into a corner where you had no choice but to accept an Ilias duel was my plan all along. Do it now, Vikir proposed. Evening had arrived, the sunset slowly sinking behind the mountains at the Balk tribe's mountaintop arena. The chiefess shouted, the duel will begin now. The Ilias will take place only within the circle formed by the warriors. Warriors, execute any coward who tries to escape the circle. The warriors roared in response. The chiefess continued, behind me is the mountain of warriors, where our ancestors rest. Because our ancestors are watching, I will not tolerate any wrongdoing. Our ancestors will be the judges of what is right and what is wrong. Therefore, they will choose the victor. As a Balk warrior, prove that you are right. Vikir and Alman readied themselves for the duel, as everyone roared and cheered. Just finish that kid, Vi, already. The old shaman gritted his teeth. Why aren't any of these worthless brats on my side? With that thought, he bit his hand, dripping his blood onto the ground. Tisk. Once I'm victorious, they'll all shut up. Because weapons aren't the only thing I can use in a fight. Ilias. From the place. The old man's blood gave rise to a skeleton. Then 3 dried skeletons clawed their way out of the earth, their eyes glowing with a purple light. The old man commanded, watch my blind spots and tell me when you see him. With that settled, he confidently hid behind a tree, listening for any movement. For a newcomer who's only been here 2 years, this is completely impossible. You cannot stand against me. You've spent 7 years in this forest, but you can't possibly know the terrain better than I do. The moment you show yourself, I'll shoot you down instantly. All that careful planning. The old man had no idea that Vikir was already hanging like a bat from a nearby tree, looking down with contempt at the old man's arrangements. The silent heal skill I acquired after killing the master of the swamp. It's a Mushin skill that allows the user to silently target a prey's openings. I like how it eliminates surrounding sounds. I'm perfect for assassination. Alman. It seems your title of shaman isn't just for show. Seeing how you made those undead rise. You must be from Loco, a tribe of shamans. But that doesn't change anything. After a moment's thought, Vikir leaped down between the 3 skeletons that were scouting behind Alman, and with a single slash, sent all 3 back to the earth. And yet, Alman remained completely oblivious, still watching for any movement from behind the tree, a smug smile on his face. That kid must be too scared to make a move. Before he could finish his sentence, a blade pierced through his back, causing him to cough up blood. Vikir appeared behind the old man, his expression utterly calm. Alman was stunned. Since when? How did I not hear any sound from him? Not even a falling leaf. Vikir flicked his hand, ending the thrust. Alman collapsed to the ground, lying motionless, his mouth still agape. Calmly, Vikir collected the items. The battle was over. From a distance, Ain ran over joyfully. The warriors standing in a circle were filled with awe. The winner was decided in an instant. That's because the ancestors determined that what Alman said was not to be trusted. Ain frowned slightly. Alman's entire body was now trembling. It hurts so much. It feels like my wound is on fire. I don't want to die. To survive in the Balak tribe, I had to endure a shameful past. Watching everyone surround Vikir, admiring and praising him. This outcome is so unfair. Why can't I have the things that he has? I will never forgive him. He clawed at the ground. That bastard took what should have been mine. And all those damn Balak who looked down on me. And the Loco tribe that abandoned me. All of them. Vikir then turned to Ain. Ain, how about you end this with your own hands? No. Ain turned his face away, refusing. If you just leave him there, he'll only continue to suffer. I almost lost you, Ain, to that Red Death. Ain roared in anger. That damn old man even harmed his own granddaughter. Even if he is my grandfather, I will never forgive him. It's only natural for a coward like him to suffer. He doesn't deserve any pity. Lying on the ground, Alman heard his grandson's words. His rage peaked, and with his last ounce of strength, he drew a magic circle on the ground with his own blood. As his trembling finger completed the final stroke, a nearby coffin instantly began to emit a purple light. Then, the coffin lid slowly creaked open, leading from the cave entrance to the ancestral tomb of the Balak tribe. The purple light flared. In the sky, dark purple clouds began to gather, blanketing the entire mountain. The chieftainess and Ain looked up at the strange phenomenon, stunned. What is that? There's a deeply ominous energy coming from the tomb. As if realizing something, Ain whipped his head back towards his grandfather and saw him trembling as he stood up. Vikir was also startled and turned around. Impossible. I'm sure I stabbed him through the lung. Alman. Don't tell me he's the one doing this. Someone else shouted. He dares to desecrate the tomb? Do you not fear the wrath of our ancestors? Ancestors? Alman retorted, his voice defiant. The old man tilted his head back, his eyes now a demonic, dark, black. Should I be afraid of the ancestors? Vikir was in shock. No way. He then dashed towards the old man. We have to kill Alman right now. Just then, a blast of purple power slammed down between Vikir and Alman, forcing him to leap backward. Vikir gritted his teeth. Damn it, am I too late? An arrow? Ain ran up to see what was happening, staring in disbelief at the arrow embedded deep in the ground before him, radiating a purple light. Alman laughed demonically. You said to let the ancestors decide, didn't you? A purple light flashed from the mountainside. Well, from now on, let the ancestors decide your punishment. A figure appeared from the cave containing the ancestral tomb of the Balak tribe. The light flared, revealing a woman with orange hair flowing in the wind, her eyes pitch black, her flesh slowly being filled in by black smoke. This was introduced as the Death Knight. Risk assessment, A to S class. Size, unknown. Place of discovery, unknown. Also known as the Knight of Death. A being that has died, only to be corrupted and transformed. Using the souls and bodies of others, they gather black mana in their muscles and blood vessels until it overloads. Ain stared in shock at the figure on the mountain. She's an ancestor? Aen? And that girl Vi is with her. Unbelievable. He actually used a resurrection spell on a Balak ancestor. A shaman like Alman shouldn't be able to do that. Did he turn himself into one of the undead? Alman summoned more skeletons from the ground. You think I'd dare to be a shaman among the Balak tribe without a few tricks up my sleeve? It's far too early to be surprised. There isn't just one grave on this mountain. One by one, the ancestors of the Balak tribe appeared before their descendants. A few skeletons then carried Alman away and fled. Have fun fighting your ancestors with all you've got. Ain raised her bow and yelled, how could you be so despicable? Just then, an arrow shot down from the mountain, shattering Aen's. The figure on the mountain let out a ferocious growl. Suddenly, a blue arrow shot up from the ground, piercing the creature's head. That settled it. It was an arrow from Chieftain Aquila. She commanded everyone to prepare for battle. These are nothing but Omen's puppets. We will deal with them, then apologize to our ancestors. Survival is our top priority. The Balak people grit their teeth and charged forward into a battle for their lives. Each took on an enemy, neither side backing down. Some used swords, others bows. But of course, how could the descendants possibly match their warrior ancestors? Everyone was getting injured, some lightly, some severely. On one side, a young man was cut down. On the other, a young woman was struck by an arrow. A zombie approached, letting out a roar, when suddenly an arrow flew and struck it right in the head. Then, 3 more zombies met the same fate. Each arrow was fired with perfect, deadly precision. A figure leaped up, firing arrow after arrow into the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Vi, having just skewered another zombie, surveyed the battlefield. 1 arrow, 1 undead. She's killing these formidable creatures with a single shot. Like a master butcher. That was the Night Fox, Aquila. The rumors of her protecting the forest from the Empire weren't just rumors after all. Vi turned to An, who was still fighting, and said, "With Chieftain Aquila here, everything will be fine. Follow me." Huh? An was confused. "We're going after Omen. That wretched old man was currently being carried away at top speed. You'll regret chasing me, you bastards." Suddenly, the old man gave an order to one of the zombies. I need you to take care of something." The zombie heard the command, turned, and ran off to do his bidding. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even though I've resurrected them, as long as Aquila is here, I still need to be careful. She's the strongest chieftain in history. A genius." But as he thought of this, a cunning smile spread across his face. A genius? Even a genius will be helpless against what's coming. A short while later, Vi and Ain caught up to Alman. They hid behind a tree to scout out the situation. "He's over there," Ain said. They saw the old man sitting inside a circle, his back turned to them. A sinister, dark purple light enveloped him. Vi asked, "He ran all the way to this place with these pillars? Why is he chanting here?" Ain charged out, raising her bow. "I can't let him do anything else suspicious. I'll kill him." Ain's eyes blazed with light. The blue arrow shot towards Omen, closing in on him in an instant. The old man flashed a triumphant grin. "It's done." Instantly, a massive hand rose from the earth, catching the arrow between 2 fingers. Vi and Ain froze in disbelief. Auman, on the other hand, was laughing like a maniac. "I've successfully summoned him. Legend says he slumbers deep within the forest." An orange-haired zombie slowly emerged from the ground. The purple light coiled around his body. "I am the only one who discovered you." The zombie's hair began to grow longer. The holy archer, Adonai. The zombie's form was gradually completed. He held a bone bow in his hand, his eyes glowing crimson. Flesh slowly filled out his face. Aen was horrified. "No way. Is that Adonai?" Vi was also stunned by the scene. "That's Adonai, the legendary archer of the Balak tribe?" Adonai raised his bow and fired a shot at Aen. V quickly jumped in to block it, deflecting the arrow, which then shattered a huge boulder nearby. Vi's eyes widened. "An arrow made of aura. I managed to block it, but that damage." Aen collapsed to her knees in pain. Vi turned and saw the wound emitting a reddish-purple smoke. "My leg. It feels like it's on fire." Aen trembled. "Poison? Is it because she made contact with Adonai's arrow? Then the legend about him fighting that monster? It must be true. The arrows he's using are made from the corpse of the 8-legged Madame," Vi thought to herself. Just then, the zombie Adonai raised his bow and fired a volley of arrows at them. Vi struggled desperately to block the attack, all while protecting Ain behind her. Adonai's arrows flew from all directions, creating a tremor wherever they landed. Ain watched anxiously as Vi struggled, clutching her arm after blocking the powerful arrows. "Vi, stop protecting me. Just run. Just leave me here." Auman laughed maniacally. "You disgusting filth. Did you really think I'd let you leave here alive?" "Adonai, kill them," the old man commanded. Adonai obeyed, firing a deathly arrow towards V and Aen, their faces pale, braced for the attack. When a figure rushed in and stopped the arrow with their bare hand, she clasped her hand shut. The arrow vanished in her grasp, but luckily, I arrived in time. Ahuman was stunned. After all, he was still terrified of this matriarch. Ayen cried out in worry. "Mother, that arrow was poisoned. You need to get treated right away." Aquila looked at the hand blackened by the arrow. "Poison? Humph." She clenched her fist, circulated a bit of her inner energy, and a small amount of blood shot out from between her fingers. Then she opened her hand, which was now completely covered in blood. Avi stared, dumbfounded. Did she just force the poison out with her own aura, along with the contaminated blood? To think someone could actually do that. Once that was done, Aquila looked up and stared daggers at the old man before her. "Ahuman!" Her voice made the old man jump, and he screamed defensively. It's come to this because you cornered me. You forced me to do this. I don't care that you betrayed me. You just need to answer one question for me. Aquila said calmly, is this man truly the holy archer, Sir Adonai? Yes, this is the legendary Adonai himself, someone you would never dare to face. A human replied arrogantly. Aquila smiled. I see. The old man was gravely mistaken again. You did well, Avi, both of you, get behind me. Sir Adonai, the holy archer, it is an honor to meet you, even under these circumstances. Let's see who the strongest warrior truly is. Aquila flashed a thrilled smile, her eyes blazing with excitement. A gust of wind rose between them, signaling the start of the battle. Adonai and Aquila stared at each other for a moment, then vanished. Aquila attacked first. She leaped to Adonai's left, drew her bow, and fired 5 arrows in quick succession. 5 streams of blue light streaked toward Adonai. He ducked nimbly to evade the attack, then quickly raised his own bow to counter. The black and purple arrow shot like a rocket toward his opponent. Aquila flipped through the air with clean, graceful precision. The moment her feet touched the ground, she had already drawn another arrow, preparing for her next attack. On the other side, Adonai had just fired another volley of arrows. 2 arrows, 2 streams of energy, yet their power and destructive force were so immense they tore through the forest, creating countless tremors. Avi, carrying the other on his back, turned to look at the battle. This is a fight between those with master-level aura. I can't believe I'm witnessing it. A truly rare sight in this age of decline. A yen watched her mother anxiously, her eyes never leaving her. In a nearby corner, old Ahumen left an eye on a tree to conveniently watch the battle, while he himself hid away to avoid any stray arrows. The old man sighed in admiration. As expected of Aquila, the night fox, fighting Sir Adonai is no easy feat. But then he shrieked, "You'll never be able to defeat Sir Adonai, because Sir Adonai is already dead. He can use the tidal aura from hell indefinitely. You know the power of an arrow with no limits, don't you?" By now, Aquila had a small scratch on her shoulder, and blood was trickling out, but she paid it no mind. She thought to herself that in a long-range battle, she would be at a disadvantage. She observed her opponent's speed, power, and agility. He's a perfect archer, with no weaknesses, but he's missing one very important thing. Aquila drew and fired an arrow. From the other side, a black and purple arrow was also hurtling toward her. The 2 streams of power clashed, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sent dust and smoke everywhere. From within the cloud, Aquila's face emerged. She launched a kick straight at Adonai's face. He dodged it swiftly, and that was the opening for their close-quarters combat. Adonai swung his blade in a wide arc, slicing through nearby trees in an instant, cutting them down like sugarcane. Aquila leaned back to dodge, while simultaneously pulling a dagger from her belt, throwing it and striking his hand, sending the blade flying. She used her momentum to kick Adonai's leg, causing him to lose his balance and kneel. She immediately spun, focused her power, and fired her bow, scoring a direct hit. The stream of blue energy shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire region. She flew backward, landing and looking up with a furrowed brow. Great ancestor, is the reason you have no will to fight because you are already dead? Or is it because you have no desire to harm your own descendants? Adonai had been struck by Aquila's last arrow. The flesh on his shoulder and part of his face had disintegrated into dust. She knocked another arrow and continued. Either way, the only thing I can do for you now is to free you from your current state. With that, she focused her power again, and the blue arrow shot forward. Adonai stood perfectly still, unmoving. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the approaching arrow. But just then, a purple arm appeared, snatching the arrow when it was just an inch from Adonai's face. Aquila's eyes widened in shock, while Adonai growled, as if he were fighting against something. From the flesh that had been vaporized by Aquila's arrow, a new, dark purple arm grew out and snapped her arrow in 2. A black demon, with glowing red eyes, peeked out. Its arm was slithering toward Adonai's. Gradually, its arm seemed to merge and become one with Adonai's. The old man Ahumen spoke up again. Who would have thought he could resist the necromancy spell? A legend is a legend for a reason, but Sir Adonai, I will not tolerate such half-heartedness. The old man formed a hand seal, and black smoke coiled around his arm. Now, you will fight with all your strength, until every single person who threatens me is sent to hell. Aquila gritted her teeth in fury. You old bastard. Alman deserves to die. Adonai was being slowly consumed by that black demon. He threw his head back and let out a roar. A torrent of dark purple energy erupted from him. Aquila frowned at the sight before her. Adonai's form was gone, a clear sign that the black demon had completed its possession of his body. You couldn't even call him Adonai anymore. His face had completely transformed. a demon whose eyes and mouth glowed with an eerie purple light. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the creature as a giant monster appeared. At the same time, several other giant monsters showed up, drawn by the commotion. Alman, watching through his eye, wondered, "Are those the monsters that live in this forest? Was the disturbance enough to draw them here?" In a flash, the black demon spun around and fired 3 shots at the 3 monsters menacingly creeping up behind it. All 3 were direct hits, blowing their heads clean off. Poor things. They just showed up to see what was going on, and before they knew it, they were sent to the afterlife. The demon flashed a crazed smile. Aquila was horrified. I couldn't even see the arrows. Alman laughed triumphantly. "Ha, this is the true power of Lord Adonai. To think he could kill all those monsters in a single blow. Please, kill that woman standing before you as well, Lord Adonai." The black demon turned and unleashed a barrage of attacks at Aquila. She dashed forward, dodging the onslaught. I can feel the immense killing intent from those arrows. Every time I get hit, the poison from Madame Eight Legs spreads further, making my body feel more and more exhausted. Aquila's legs were covered in fresh cuts as the poison gradually spread through her body. I need to end this, and fast. Aquila stopped short, knocked 2 aura-infused arrows, and fired them at Adonai. He leaned back to dodge the first arrow, then created a mysterious circle that absorbed the second. Once it was done, the circle vanished. Aquila gave a mysterious smile. The first arrow suddenly curved back, plunging into the back of the demon's neck and piercing straight through. Aquila chuckled and said, "The first arrow misses, but the second one finds its mark. However, the moment your opponent blocks the second arrow, the first one returns to pierce through their head. It's a skill that gives the arrow maximum rotation in the air. Once it reaches its apex, it boomerangs back to strike the enemy. This is my own archery technique, one I personally developed after hearing about your battle with an Imperial Knight." Adonai froze for a moment, and then pulled the arrow out, completely unharmed. Aquila was stunned, while Alman's eye in the tree let out a laugh. "Haha, Aquila, no matter how strong a warrior you are, you've never fought an undead before, have you? Lord Adonai is already dead. He won't be defeated by a mere arrow through the throat." Aquila braced for the next attack. The fight had become incredibly difficult. From high above, Ayn watched the continuous tremors in the forest, deeply worried for her mother. "Mother, the forest is shaking. I have such a bad feeling. Please just wait until Vikir handles this." She recalled Vikir's words before he left. "Hide here. I'm going to stop Alman's summoning ritual and kill him." Vikir was now rushing through the forest, calculating his next move. Alman is terrified of Aquila, so he's most likely hiding behind Adonai to use him against her. That cowardly old bastard. He glanced toward a dark corner of the forest, and Alman's figure came into view. There's the old man. Vikir stopped, then launched himself straight toward Alman. His steps were completely silent, leaving the old man unaware of the presence behind him. "I'll take him down in one blow." Just as he was an arm's length away, a zombie suddenly flew in for a sneak attack, forcing Vikir to leap back and dodge. Jumping back, Alman heard the noise and whipped around. "You again, you damn brat. I knew someone would be tailing me. That's why I summoned my Death Knights. These guys are strong enough to have earned a burial in the warrior's cemetery." All 3 Death Knights, swords drawn, leaped in to make mincemeat of Vikir. Meanwhile, an arrow grazed Aquila's side. The poison from its power source made her cry out in pain and collapse to her knees. Alman laughed like a madman. "Ha ha ha, you finally have to kneel before me. Soon, the guardian of the forest, Aquila, will die here, and I will rule this entire forest. This will be my reward for a lifetime of unfair treatment. First, I'll kill every single clansman who ever dared to look down on me. Guess the old man's never heard you shouldn't celebrate too early. It's not over till it's over." If he'd just shut his mouth, he might have had a chance. The Hound of Baskerville cut him off. That's going to be a problem. Vikir unleashed Baskerville's 6th form. In a single slash, the 3 zombies were cut into 6 perfectly even pieces, 2 for each. Not a single piece was bigger than another, because the people of this forest will soon become my support system. Alman's jaw dropped at the sight. Impossible. To defeat the Death Knights, the ones who could. He's even stronger than a Grandmaster Swordsman, so this punk is even more powerful than a high-ranking Grandmaster Swordsman? Vi glared at the old man, his blood-red eyes terrifying. "Did you get to dream of everything you ever wanted in that moment?" Sweat poured down Omen's face as he screamed. "Sir Adonai, aren't you being a bit pathetic? You're just like a little brat who got bullied and ran home to tattle to his mommy." Adonai whirled around, firing an arrow straight at V. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was distracted, Aquila ran up and kicked Adonai hard in the back. making the demon stumble. The arrow flew off course, tearing through a nearby tree. It flew right over V's head. V charged straight for Old Man Alman, his red eyes looking demonic. Alman formed a hand sign and hastily gave an order, Adonai, again, but before he could finish, a red slash sliced both of his hands off. The cut was so clean and fast that the old man didn't even have time to process what happened. Then another slash cut the geezer's head clean off his body. The old man only managed a few gurgles before his entire body collapsed. Meanwhile, the Balak villagers were still locked in a 300-round brawl with their zombified ancestors, both sides seemingly evenly matched. The losses were about equal. A female warrior was knocked down by a zombie, her bow and arrow flying from her grasp. She couldn't back away in time. Her eyes widened as the zombie approached, raising its sword to finish her off, when suddenly, part of its arm disintegrated into dust. She stared, stunned, swallowing hard as she came to her senses. On the other side of the battlefield, a whole group of zombies suffered the same fate. They all reverted to skeletons before fading away completely. Akila panted, clutching her wounded waist as she looked at Adonai. The black demon faded away, revealing his original face and form. His face was now filled with helplessness and remorse. The hand clutching the bow trembled. Akila walked over, placing her hand on his as if to comfort him, and also as a final goodbye. And then, Adonai slowly vanished into thin air. Rest in peace, great ancestor. What a tragic fate for the ancestor of the Balak tribe. After resting in peace for decades, even centuries, he gets summoned by that old bastard just to serve him. The old man was now screaming on the ground even without a head. This guy could still run his mouth. Damn it, my chance was right there. I was about to take over this entire forest. And it's all because of you. You imperial brat. Vi stood with his back to the man, then glanced back at him slightly. Come to think of it, he wasn't just some pushover. He turned himself into an undead and used spatial magic with his voice to control dead warriors, including Adonai. If only Alman had put that much effort into becoming a true mage. Suddenly, the old man burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, don't you think it ends like this? You'll regret doing this to me. You and the Balak tribe. Even if I die, I will curse you all. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow flew through the air. It struck him right in the head, killing the old man instantly. His mouth was still hanging open. Vi turned around. It was Ahun, panting heavily, his face filled with rage, his bow still raised. Ahun blamed himself. I'm sorry, V. If only I had listened to you back then. And killed Alman. V paused for a moment, then walked over and patted Ahun's shoulder, who was trembling with a mix of emotions. It's not your fault. You did well. Alman's corpse faded away along with his zombie army. The battle was finally over. The villagers cheered their victory. Akila held Adonai's bow, lost in thought. Ahun ran over, her eyes welling up with joyful tears. The sunset stretched across the entire forest. V let out a sigh of relief. All right, time to head back to the village. Vi and the Balak villagers walked slowly back to their home. Chieftain Akila had to be supported by someone due to her severe injuries. Ahun ran ahead and reached the village first. She was horrified by the devastated scene. Everyone's tents were in tatters. It's destroyed. Our village. What happened here? The chieftainess and the villagers were also stunned. Did someone come here? Ahun, crying, ran over and grabbed her arm, her face still full of fear. Was it the eight-legged madam? She came to our village? Akila asked loudly. Ahun ran to his sister and hugged her. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Vi glanced at a corpse pinned beneath a fallen tree. So, while I was dealing with Alman, the madam came to the village? Why would she do this when everything was peaceful? Ahun, her eyes still watery, pointed in one direction, that way. Before she arrived, there was smoke rising from the ceremonial hall. The place our tribe uses for ancestor worship rituals. After that, the madam appeared and stormed around everywhere as if she was venting her anger. Vi and the others went to check the place Ahun had pointed to. On the ground were the remnants of a fire. Someone pointed to a nearby skeleton. This is the corpse of an orangutan. V examined the half-burnt leaves. It looks like someone burned a type of grass that attracts insects here. Alman. I never thought he could have prepared something like this. The chieftainess furiously punched the cliffside, shattering a large chunk of it. Alman. Damn it. That rotten old man. Someone spoke up worriedly. Chieftain, your wound. Because she was already injured, the forceful movement had reopened her wound despite the bandages. Black blood trickled out, but the chieftainess brushed it aside. I still have to rebuild the village and find food. Warriors, gather the remains of the dead and rescue any survivors, the chieftainess commanded. Everyone, move out. Ahune sorrowfully ran to her wolf, which was now lying flat on the ground, trembling. One of its legs. It was hit by the madame's acid. It's turned green and isn't moving. Bakira, your leg. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I left you alone. Ayla sobbed, clutching her friend. The calamity demigod, Madame Eight Legs, was the terror of the tribes, a malevolent creature that was nearly impossible to deal with, for she carried a dark core within her. They viewed Madame Eight Legs as a natural disaster, so they had no desire for revenge or anything of the sort. Vikir watched from behind a tree, deep in thought. That evening, inside Ayla's cave, Vikir went to see the chiefess. Chieftain, I have something to ask you. What is it? Vikir, the chiefess asked. Please tell me about Madame Eight Legs. Vikir's expression was dead serious. You want me to tell you about the Madame? Akila wondered. This is a record about the Madame that was discovered in the Rococo tribe's village. Vikir held up a scroll. It described the power contained within the Madame's venom, all the way to her battles with other types of monsters. A great deal had been recorded, including the Madame's whereabouts, but after reading it, I felt that something was off. I don't understand why the tribes here are so terrified, yet they refuse to join forces to defeat the Madame. Akila was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Just like the Rococo tribe's document, the Balak tribe also has an ancient record of her. It's a scripture that tells of the battle between the holy archer Adonai and the Madame. During the battle, Adonai fired an arrow that pierced the Madame's leg, and they thought they had finished her. But in reality, that was only the beginning of the disaster. The destroyed leg grew back instantly, and then it doubled. As they continued to destroy them, her legs multiplied infinitely. The more they tried to destroy them, the stronger her legs became. Not even a divine arrow could pierce that hardened body. The record states that everyone present at the battle was struck by the Madame's poison. They looked at the arrow and understood the venom's power because traces of it remained. Akila glanced at her own wound. According to the legends, the Madame is a demon god created from countless evil spirits. So if you're trying to find a way to fight her, just give up. I don't want anyone else to die. Vikir bowed his head in thought. My chances of defeating Adonai or Akila are incredibly low, but a demonic beast, that's a different story. Although monsters like the Madame who invade the human world are rare these days, during the Age of Ruin, it was common to encounter demonic beasts with power on par with the Madame, and I have countless experiences fighting them. No matter how strong she is, she's still just a demonic beast. And of course, demonic beasts have habits and weaknesses. I'm going to find that weakness. Vikir turned and left the cave. I can kill the Madame with my own 2 hands. Vikir pulled his hood up. A light glinted in the forest darkness, his resolve hardening to tear that old spider to shreds. Having scouted Madame Eight Legs' lair, Vikir spent the next several days hiding not far away, monitoring her every move. One morning, as usual, the Madame stretched her 8 legs out of the cave. The moment she lifted her body, she let out a deafening roar, as if announcing to the entire forest, "Mommy's here for her little snacks." Then, she stretched her legs and moved down into the forest. Vikir, hiding behind a large tree, looked up at her. Every time she wakes up, she causes a huge ruckus. After observing the Madame's lair for several days, I've discovered something. She hunts for food at a specific time. She'll return to her nest in 2 hours. After making sure the Madame was out of sight, Vikir put on a face covering and used his agility technique, leaping from one mountain peak to another to approach her lair. He performed a spectacular flip and landed on the peak where the Madame lived. The place was covered in webs. This is the Madame's lair. From the outside, it looked like a solid rock mountain, but it was hollow inside. Vikir summoned the demon sword, Beak, cut out a piece of rock covered in spider silk from the peak, and held the silk, examining it carefully. This is a cross-section of the spider silk. Not even the mana of an archmage could cut through it, so it's better if I use the web itself to descend. He looked at the tangled mess of silk before him. Wasting no more time, he put his plan into action. Vikir kicked off the silk strands and jumped down into the cave. The entrance didn't seem wide enough for the Madame to pass through, but the deeper he went, the wider it became. For the Madame's size, this place was a perfect hiding spot. He stopped on one level, where the walls above were covered with corpses wrapped in spider silk. Vikir scanned the scene. These are the prey the Madame has captured. Both humans and monsters. Some of the bodies looked untouched, but they were already decaying. Is she doing this to warn others? Or does she enjoy toying with her prey for fun? It seems the Madame is well aware of her position at the top of this forest's food chain, but I don't have time to think about that now. Before the Madame returns, I have to investigate more. Then he turned, his attention drawn to a sack filled with many small, egg-like spheres. Those are the Madame's eggs. Vikir snatched one up to get a closer look. So this times, is why so many spider monsters appeared when the world was destroyed. I'll take this back for analysis. Just then, a massive shadow fell over him. The matron has returned. It peered into the cave, using its legs to sense if anyone dared trespass in its lair. After scouting the cave entrance for a moment, the matron backed away and left. Below, Vikir quickly hid beneath a thick web, managing to stay undetected. He flinched, his breath catching in his throat. With the instincts of a demonic beast, could she have sensed an intruder in her nest? If I didn't have Musu's sound-dampening skill, I would have been a dead man. I should get back as soon as possible. Back at the Balak tribe's village, everyone was busy rebuilding their homes. As they worked, they gossiped about Vikir's mysterious comings and goings. Do you guys know where Vikir is? Or what he's up to? Vikir? He finished building his tent, but I haven't seen him come out in days. Well, I saw him heading to another tribe early in the morning, but you haven't smelled any smoke from his tent, right? What the hell is he doing in there? Another piped in, curious. He might be planning or working on something, but the strange thing is, he hasn't even gone to see the chief. And just as they said, Ayen was standing in front of Vikir's tent, her expression a mix of confusion and deep thought. Ayen spoke up. I heard from my mother that you asked her about the matron. The matron is a monster that no warrior has ever been able to defeat. You're not foolish enough to try and fight her, are you? Bira had to have his leg amputated yesterday. I don't think he'll ever be able to run like he used to. If something happened to you too, Ayen's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, a voice called from inside the tent. Ayen, I have something to tell you. Come on in. Stepping inside, the tent was pitch black. Ayen saw Vikir busy at a table holding 2 test tubes. An oil lamp provided the only light. The walls were covered with papers and documents. Ayen was astonished. What is all this? It's information on the matron that I've gathered from the other tribes in the forest, Vikir explained. Right now, I'm studying the webbing and skin I took from her lair. I even got one of the matron's eggs. Ayen was shocked and worried. You went to the matron's den? You're really planning to fight her? She clenched her fists. If you are, then I'm going with you. You're still limping from your fight with Adonai. You just get in my way, Vikir interrupted. Soon I'll be leaving this forest. I still have things I need to take care of, so I'll be returning to the Baskerville estate. Ayen lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness as she whispered, I know. But after I've finished everything, I'll come back here, Vikir continued. Then he took the oil lamp and shone it on the nearby wall for Ayen to see. It was covered in sprawling text, analyzing the matron's characteristics. Right now, I'm making a plan to protect the place I intend to return to, and I've already figured out a way to hunt the matron. What happened to Bira won't happen to me. Vikir said it as if to reassure Ayen. She ran her hand over the wall, looking at his notes. You're talking about hunting the matron? That's so reckless. Over this past while, you've helped us, stopped the forest from being poisoned, and even defeated a boss monster. You've always faced problems that seemed impossible to solve. But you always managed to bring about a good outcome. She took Vikir's hand. Everything you say, I always believe in you and look forward to what you'll do. Her eyes were shimmering with tears. And this time will be the same. You'll be all right, won't you? Of course, Vikir replied earnestly. On a night of heavy rain, Vikir stood before a giant green monster that looked like a cross between a frog and a dinosaur. It raised its claws at him, but with a single basic slash, Vikir severed both its arms. The limbs dissolved into black smoke before instantly reattaching themselves. So, as long as its head is intact, it can keep regenerating. Vikir slashed down at the water. Looking up at the monster, he smirked. The last thing I need to hunt is the matron, so give me the power to do it. Fire dragon. Of course, Vikir didn't even break a sweat as he sliced the monster to pieces. He successfully acquired the A+ rank skill, Swamp Super Regeneration, from the fire dragon. Meanwhile, Ahun had just finished building a rather sturdy-looking house. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Phew, and done. The house was built on a raised platform with a ladder leading up, looking both charming and solid. 2 others standing nearby came over to admire it. What? Ahun, you can build a house this well? Is this the house for Vikir? Vikir is like a younger brother to me. Building a house for him to live in is my duty as his big bro, Ahun said proudly. Brothers? Weren't you the one who hated his guts before? Do you guys have to be such smartasses, or you'll die? Ahun snapped, annoyed. You should look to the future, not dig up the past. Now shut up. They looked at the completed row of houses. Finally, the village was starting to look like its old self again. Isn't this all thanks to Vikir? Well then, let's go tell him the good news. The 3 of them went to Vikir's tent. Opening the tent flap, they found he wasn't there. Vikir's not here. He must have gone out again. I really wanted to see his reaction. When she heard this, Anne scratched her head regretfully. Meanwhile, A stood behind her with his arms crossed. Her face was filled with worry. So, today's the day. Spirit of the forest, please grant your blessings to the great warrior. He was about to face this catastrophe. Over with Vikir, he looked up at the dark sky as strong winds began to howl. It's about to rain. Vikir stood on the mountaintop where the madam had her lair. She's probably still sleeping right now. This is the perfect time to hunt the madam. I've already considered all the variables that might come up during the hunt. That's why I've prepared multiple strategies to handle every possible situation. And now, it's time to execute them. No time to waste. He instantly leaped down into the depths of the cave where the madam was sleeping. The hunt begins. The madam was sleeping soundly. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, hung open as drool dripped to the ground below. It slept hanging upside down, a familiar posture for its spider species. Vikir followed his plan, jumping along the sturdy webs to descend. As he neared his target, he summoned Beelzebub. A red aura flared in his eyes as he aimed and swung, slicing deep into the spider's leg. The sixth form of the Baskerville style, crushing kick. Startled, the madam's eyes snapped open. It roared with rage, glaring at the uninvited guest. The leg that had just been severed immediately grew into two new ones. Vikir calculated silently. According to Adonai, for every leg that's cut off, the number of legs that grows back is doubled. The madam raised its leg and lunged straight for Vikir. He dodged the attack and charged forward, preparing for his next assault. It's time to execute Plan A. Vikir unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes against the madam's body. The head, the mouth, the legs, no spot was spared. The madam immediately retaliated, spitting a glob of destructive acid at its foe. Vikir dodged nimbly, but since it was a liquid, one unlucky drop splashed onto his arm. He gritted his teeth. The madam's poison was spreading fast. His hand began to tremble. I didn't want to have to do this, but now. Vikir took a deep breath. Then he raised his sword and decisively chopped off his own injured arm. From the wound, a mass of flesh coiled and squirmed, forming a brand new arm for Vikir. The madam was completely shocked, as if to say, "Whoa, he can do that too? Since when can normal humans get an upgrade like this?" Vikir said, "Don't look so surprised. Right now, my power is on par with yours." The madam roared again. The sound was deafening. Vikir did a flip, using the opportunity to slice off a few more of its legs, then continued his pattern of slashing and dodging. He cut on one side, then dodged on the other, fighting with all his might. But then, a sweeping leg attack from the madam sliced off Vikir's right arm and right leg, sending blood gushing everywhere. Writhing in pain, Vikir rolled across the monster's leg, and luckily, he managed to grab onto an edge of its leg. The flesh of his arm and leg immediately began to regenerate. The skin would take a bit longer. The madam didn't hesitate, continuing its assault, and Vikir just kept relentlessly chopping off its legs. The two were locked in a brutal stalemate. After a while, the ground was littered with the madam's severed legs, as well as Vikir's own dismembered limbs. He panted, exhausted. How many times have I regenerated now? Each time takes a massive amount of stamina. That monster, on the other hand, just doubles its legs without losing any energy at all. After catching his breath for a moment, he suddenly smiled, leaped onto a nearby web, and then jumped a few more times, nearing the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the madam tried to raise a leg to attack, but it froze. Its own legs made it incredibly difficult to reach Vikir. He gave a triumphant smirk. "I knew I couldn't beat you. Forcing you to multiply your legs was all part of my plan. You can double the number of your legs every time one gets cut off." At first, that sounds like a miracle granted by some god, but it can also be your greatest weakness, because the more legs you have, the harder it is to move. Just then, the madam shot a web line at him. Vikir dodged it. The web was still connected to the spider. "Before I came here, I knew you'd use your webs. After studying them, I discovered a fatal weakness." Vikir raised his sword. "Beelzebub, your webs can't be burned by normal fire. But if they're touched by the purple flames of hell, they'll burn like kindling. And conveniently, my Beelzebub happens to have those very flames." Vikir looked down at the monster with contempt. "What's more, this whole place is filled with flammable gas, leaking from all the corpses. Wouldn't you say that's the perfect condition for an inferno?" Vikir landed lightly on the corpse of a Taurus. "Blinded by your own power, you've sown far too much bad karma." Like an envoy from hell itself, Vikir delivered his judgment. "All right, now it's time for you to pay the price for all of it." Vikir plunged his sword straight into the Taurus's head. From its eyes, mouth, and entire body, a ferocious purple flame erupted. engulfed the entire cave, he remembered. While researching the madam in his tent, Vikir had a realization. While out training to improve his skills, he had run into a pack of Cerberus, the three-headed hounds from hell. That species of monster had been driven out of the Black Mountains, which made me ask myself a question. Why do the tribes have to drive their enemies away, and dangerous monsters out of the Black Mountains like that? The answer is that they wanted to claim the territory for themselves. The tribesmen had been defeated by the matron and driven into the Black Mountains. And now, I understand the hidden motive behind her actions. The truth is, she used the Suha tribe to drive out the hell demons for her. She did it to stay away from hellfire. That's her weakness. You can see how the threads in the test tube are burning fiercely. I never thought her weakness would be something so familiar to me. Vikir plunged his sword into the Taurus bear's corpse. Hellfire erupted, racing along the threads, and the entire spider's nest went up in a violent blaze. The flames crept toward the eight-legged matron as she thrashed in agony. A moment later, Vikir was out of the matron's cave. He walked down the mountainside, the flickering glow of the fire still visible from the cave entrance above. Now I know the thing the matron fears most is hellfire, so all I need to do is find a way to keep her from escaping this web-filled cave, and it's over. With those massive legs, she won't be able to jump out, and she can't even use her own webs to move around. A cloud of purplish-black smoke billowed from the volcano. In short, there was no way for her to escape. Under the intense heat of the flames, the surface of the matron's skin will melt away. Then Vikir turned to look back at the mountain. Before the fire dies out, I have to get her skill. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. Vikir spun around. What the? He saw the mountain shaking violently, and the flickering fire at its peak was suddenly extinguished. The mountain seemed to split in two with a purple flash, and rocks rained down below. Vikir was stunned to see the eight-legged matron emerge from the rubble. What? Did she just destroy the entire mountain? The eight-legged matron crawled out, panting heavily, then opened her mouth and shot a massive amount of acid into the sky. The acid sac reached its apex before bursting like a firework, creating an acid rain that poured down on the forest below her. The matron must think Vikir ran down into the forest, not noticing he was still standing on the mountain nearby. Vikir thought to himself, it seems she can't see me because her eyes and skin were burned by the flames. Her destroying the mountain isn't necessarily a bad thing for me. Her body already shows signs of injury. Her iron-like hide is showing signs of cracking. Vikir stepped on her leg and leaped up, performing a clean flip before raising his sword toward the matron. What I need to aim for are the cracks that were created when she destroyed the mountain. The sixth secret technique of House Baskerville. He plunged his sword straight into a crack on the spider's body and unleashed hellfire from his blade. The eight-legged matron writhed in agony, its violent thrashing sending Vikir flying back into a tree. A single blow won't be enough to finish it. I'll have to do it again to have any chance. But just then, the hard, scorched shell of her body cracked open. The matron's eyes lit up once more, staring directly at Vikir. He was horrified. Her eyes. Oh, crap. No sooner had he thought it, the eight-legged matron landed a direct blow on Vikir. Caught off guard, he took the full force of the kick and was sent skidding across the ground. Vikir lay motionless in pain. I made a mistake. I never expected her eyes to regenerate after her outer shell fell off. Both of my legs have been blown clean off. Perhaps due to exhaustion, my regeneration speed is slower than before. Vikir struggled to get up as the eight-legged matron searched for him. Come on, grow back already, he urged himself impatiently. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Why are you here, fighting that monster? You should have left this forest long ago. A faint figure stood right next to him. If you want revenge on Hugo, then you should only be thinking about killing Hugo. Vikir's eyes widened as he stared at the figure before him. It was his own face, from before he regressed, with blazing red eyes. That was supposed to be your only desire in this life. But because of what's happening in this forest, that desire is fading. A disembodied head appeared, floating opposite him. Wake up and think about it, the apparition screamed. Tears of blood streamed down its face. You must kill Hugo. Put a knife to his throat for me. The eight-legged matron was getting very close to Vikir. Vikir remained still as the two apparitions continued to lecture him. Vikir Van Baskerville, the only reason for your existence is to carry out the mission your master gave you. You were to complete it even if it cost you your life. Because from the moment you were born, you were raised to be that way. It became your reason for living, and it was the only thing that gave you a sense of pride. But even after all your loyalty, in the end, your head still fell to your master's blade. And in that moment, you realized you had wasted your entire life. That's why you have to make Hugo taste that same pain, that same utter despair. The head below him shrieked again in accusation, its eyes filled with rage. But now you're ruining everything. Kill Hugo and annihilate the Baskerville clan. That is the only reason for Vikir Van Baskerville to exist. Kia's eyes shot open, feeling as if an iron chain had been clamped around his neck. The last thing you remembered before your head was chopped off was the cruel sight of Hugo's back in your past life. A reason to live? In my past life, did I ever once think of defying Hugo? Yes, I did. It was the time I wanted to leave the squad. And in the end, I just accepted the pull of the chain. I was nothing more than a hunting dog, expertly tamed by Hugo. Vikir gritted his teeth and shot back. Don't you dare try to force me anymore. Whether it's to obey Hugo or to get revenge on him, *I am the one who gets to decide. That's right. Only after Hugo's head is lopped off will a worthless hunting dog like me avoid being put down. I made the wrong decision in my past life. What I truly wanted was to be set free. Just then, Lady Eight Legs found Vikir. She opened her maw wide, letting out a deafening, ear-splitting shriek. Then she thrust a sharp leg forward to finish off her prey. Vikir dug his hands into the dirt, desperately trying to twist his body away from the attack. He put so much force into it that he rolled several more feet away. Revenge and protecting the place I live. They're both what I desire. Images of Hugo and the peaceful villagers of Balak flashed in his mind. Vikir gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the ground, and tried to crawl forward. I want to live my own way, so get up and fight it, so I never have to live under anyone's control again. Behind him, the spider's leg lunged toward Vikir again, just as it was about to successfully impale Vikir as he struggled on the ground. Swoosh! A blue arrow flew in, knocking the monster's leg away. Vikir was stunned. From above, several more arrows were raining down, aimed straight at the monster. On an opposing mountain peak, Yen had arrived with the Balak warriors. She screamed, "You ugly monster, get the hell away from my husband right now. Vikir, I'm here to fight with you." The Balak warriors were there too. Yen yelled again, "Why would you try to handle this yourself without saying anything to me? Vikir is fighting the lady. Everyone, get ready. Assist the hero of the forest." With that, another volley of arrows flew toward the lady. Though the blows were little more than an annoyance, they drove her into a rage. She roared out savage cries. By now, Vikir had grown 2 new legs, and he leaped onto one of the spider's limbs. Even if I had told you, everyone would have just told me to give up. But, thanks to you, I'm still alive. As he spoke, Vikir raised his sword and plunged it into the crack on the spider's body once more. In agony, it used its leg to fling Vikir away. Still not dead? Then I'll do it again. Vikir gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red with unwavering determination. Lady Eight Legs now began to rampage wildly. Its legs struck out far and near, stomping indiscriminately throughout the forest. The Balak tribe dodged the attacks, shouting to each other, "Be careful, she's on a rampage now." Vikir really made her mad. Yen shouted, "Everyone, don't fall back, keep fighting." Akila stood on a cliff, staring intently at Lady Eight Legs, her brow furrowed. For a long time, everyone had considered the lady a natural disaster, with no intention of ever fighting back. Every cell in their bodies felt that way, but that young warrior was different. She watched as Vikir, despite being knocked away time and time again, refused to give up. He would just grit his teeth and leap back into the fight. He was overcoming his fear and facing the calamity head on. "Even if I vomit blood, or my wounds tear open." The matriarch's eyes flashed with a green light. "I have to land a blow to open a path for that warrior." With that thought, Akila drew her bow, pouring all her mana into an arrow, and aimed it straight at the crack on the spider before letting it fly. Taking the critical hit, the spider shrieked in agony. Vikir seized the opportunity, running in a zigzag pattern before launching himself straight at the crack on its body. He swung his sword, carving another line into the crack and tearing the wound open even wider. Once inside, Vikir began to unleash the first secret technique of House Baskerville. The first fang, sharp teeth. Yen cried out in alarm. Vikir went inside the lady. "Over there," Vikir continued with the second technique. The second fang, bite down. The third fang, hold fast. The fourth, tear apart. The fifth, chew and swallow. The monster was being shredded from within its own body. It constantly coughed up purple blood, its eyes flickering erratically, one dim, one bright. Vikir had become like a wild beast, his eyes a furious bloodshot red. "Let's end it. This life bound by chains. I will no longer live the life of a hunting dog." On one side, countless slash marks appeared across the lady's eye. The sixth fang, pulverize. With that single slash, It felt as though Vikir had poured his entire soul into the strike, severing the iron chains that bound him, both in his past life and in this one. He shredded Lady Eightleg's internal organs, then slashed his way out with another swing of his sword. The Balak villagers who witnessed this could only stare, their jaws hanging open in astonishment. Did Vikir just burst out of the lady's eye? The lady collapsed. The people cheered. "She's down!" Dust and smoke filled the entire area. Vikir lay sprawled out, surrounded by the severed body parts of the lady. He gritted his teeth in pain, his face and body covered in her blood. "The poison is spreading through my body. Her blood is poisonous too. And it looks like the lady is finally about to die." The eight-legged creature was on its last breath, letting out weak, whimpering groans. Vikir's strength was completely gone. He forced his eyes open for a moment, then closed them again. I have to get all this poison out, and fast." He raised his hand, and the demon sword Beelzebub's long proboscis extended, plunging straight into the madam's body. In her delirium, the madam's eyes shot open. She was in a blood-red space. Then, from the void, Beelzebub, the demon fly, the three-headed mastiff, the swamp lord, and the fire dragon slowly emerged. They lunged forward to tear the eight-limbed madam apart, but all she could do was writhe in agony. When the feast was over, Beelzebub appeared to finish its task, and everything plunged back into a dark, empty space. A moment later, Vikir thought he heard someone calling his name, but also someone else stopping them. "There's poison here. It's dangerous. Don't get close." Vikir cracked his eyes open to see Ayn. Crying again, of course. How does she have so many tears? "Let's go, Vikir. You can't die." "I still haven't." Vikir closed his eyes again as Ayn continued to speak. He spoke, startling everyone. They all turned to look. "I'm fine. Keep it down. You're screaming so loud I can't get any rest," he said, his face calm. Ayn felt a wave of relief, and everyone smiled brightly. But she started crying even harder than before. "Vikir, do you have any idea how worried I was?" "This idiot." At Vikir's side, Beelzebub licked its tongue in satisfaction. Today's main course had been incredibly filling. The #1 skill slot now belonged to the madam's lethal poison, an extremely high-grade S-rank ability. And so, after returning and healing, the Balak tribe officially began a week of feasting and drinking to celebrate Vikir's heroic deed. They sang and danced all day, passing out on the spot whenever they got drunk, their legs propped up wherever they pleased. On top of the spider's head, the Balak chieftain and another clan leader sat, draining their cups in complete relaxation. Looking at the scene before him, Vikir sat on a platform with a garland of flowers around his neck. Right in front of the eight-limbed madam, he sighed, exhausted. "Whew, so the days of celebration are finally over. The people of this tribe really love their festivals." He observed the scene of people sleeping scattered everywhere, with food spread out in front of them. A little later, he went to visit Bakira. Seeing him, the wolf happily wagged its tail, welcoming its young master. In its den, another wolf was sleeping. "Bakira, how's your health? Even after losing a leg, you still managed to defeat the others and find a mate. I'm proud of you. I made the madam pay the price, so from now on, you don't have to worry anymore," Vikir whispered, as he petted the wolf. Bakira clearly enjoyed the attention. Vikir looked down at his hand. "After killing the madam, I've become able to use the 7th fang. It's not perfect, but at least I gained an achievement after killing her, and I got more real combat experience from life or death battles. How was Hugo ever able to use the 7th fang? Besides, my 7th fang isn't even complete yet, so attacking a swordmaster like Hugo would probably be very difficult right now. But I'm much stronger than I was before." He reached for the garland around his neck and yanked it off, his eyes glowing red. "Now that my goal in this forest is complete, it's time to return to the House of Baskerville." Inside a hut, Ayn stood silently, not making a sound, not showing her face. A few days later, Vikir, dressed in the Empire's clothes and carrying a large bag, was ready for his return. The matriarch and the Balak villagers all came out to see him off. "Thank you for allowing me to leave," Vikir said gratefully. "I have no reason to keep you here," the matriarch said with a smile, crossing her arms. "Once family, always family. No matter where you are, we will always be as one. No matter when or where, you will always be the leader of the Balak hunting party. Don't you forget it." "Thank you," Vikir replied, with a smile of his own. He looked through the crowd, wondering why he couldn't see Ayn. But then he guessed the reason. She probably didn't want him to leave. Vikir turned to say goodbye to everyone. "Well, I'm off." The villagers, teary-eyed and reluctant to see him go, offered their parting words. "Vikir, whenever you need us, we'll be there. Don't forget us. Have a safe journey back to the Empire. I will pray for you." The brothers, Ahun and Ayun were also incredibly emotional. Brother, you have to come back. We'll always be here waiting for you. Vikir, make sure you stay in touch. Goodbye, Vikir, our hero. Vikir's figure slowly faded into the distance. He smiled, a warmth spreading through his chest. When he reached the edge of the forest, by a field of reeds, he suddenly stopped. Ayan was standing there, holding something wrapped tightly in white cloth. She had been waiting for him all this time. A gust of wind rose, swirling leaves around them. He called out her name, Ayan. Ayan looked at Vikir, her eyes filled with sorrow. Are you really leaving? Vikir remained silent. Ayan bit her lip, then rushed toward Vikir, shoving the object into his hands. Take this with you. This is Anubis. It's Lord Adonai's bow. I rarely use it, so you should take it. Vikir looked at the bow, so that's why she wasn't there earlier. Ayan then placed a dog collar with a broken chain around his neck. Seeing his confused and baffled expression, she explained, It's because when you were unconscious, you kept muttering about a leash and hunting dogs and things. So I made this for you. Vikir, you're not a hunting dog. A hunting dog could never be like you. You're a wolf, and a wolf can never be chained. Vikir smiled, closing his eyes and bowing his head. This is a surprise. Thank you. Before he could finish his sentence, An moved closer, grabbed the chain, and pulled him toward her. Then, Ayan stood on her tiptoes and gave him a farewell kiss. The moment she pulled away, tears were streaming down her face. Blushing bright red, she quickly turned and walked away. I hear that's how people in the Empire say goodbye. You really were smaller than me back then. But you've grown up so much. Have a safe trip. Vikir glanced back at her retreating figure and smiled. And to think I didn't know the Empire had a farewell like that. I'll see you later. She walked a few steps before stopping dead in her tracks. She raised a hand to wipe away her tears, tucked her hair behind her ear, and turned back with a bright smile that shone in the wind. See you again. Vikir, his head completely obscured by a hood, stood on a cliff overlooking the Mog family's castle, the Red Fang Fortress. It's been a while since I've been back. Is the M family still mining Crimson Ori, I wonder? Vikir glanced at the two flags of the Baskerville and M families flying side by side in the wind. So, they're still working with the Baskervilles. I wonder if she's still here? Vikir thought of Camus. I have no idea what she'll say to me when we meet again, but damn, I'm exhausted. Vikir leaped down to the ground and looked around. It's getting late. I need to find a place to stay. Where's an inn? He walked past a giant golden statue. It was the statue of a young man, his hand pointing forward, but it was too dark for Vikir to make out the face. A golden statue? When was this built? To create a sculpture like this, you'd need the approval of both families. Did Hugo actually allow this? As Vikir stared at the statue lost in thought, a voice rang out, What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare touch the hero's monument. If you so much as scrape off a piece of that gold, I won't let you get away with it. A guard walked over, pointing a finger threateningly, and don't even think about touching it. Back up. A hero? Vikir wondered. What? Are you a foreigner or something? You seriously don't know who that hero is? The guard looked stunned for a moment, then began to speak with a starstruck look in his eyes, like he was talking about his idol. I can't imagine there's a single person in the Empire who doesn't know him. I saw him fight with my own two eyes. In a single blow, his power completely wiped out the Magi. With the true spirit of a knight, he risked everything to save the young lady of the M family. He fought that giant monster all by himself, allowing his comrades to escape with their lives. The story of his sacrifice is so moving and tragic that the M family built this golden statue to express their eternal gratitude. Vikir's face went completely blank. What the hell? Why does this story sound so damn familiar? Why do I get the feeling I'm the main character in this story? No, that's impossible. Not letting him wait long, the guard continued. You'd do well to remember this. 2 years ago, that great hero lived in this very place, and his name was, as the face on the statue was gradually illuminated, Vikir Van Baskerville. After finishing his tale, the guard looked up at the statue with an expression of pure worship and adoration. Vikir froze, quickly whipping around and using his cloak to hide his incredibly complicated expression. Seriously, how the hell do I disappear for a while, only to come back as a national hero with my own golden statue? A little later, at an inn, the three sisters of the M family sat drinking beer and reminiscing about the first time they met Vikir. We can still remember the absolute thrill of meeting Vikir for the first time. That's right, he was devastatingly handsome. From the moment we laid eyes on him, we knew his true worth. Exactly. The stories about Vikir were spread by the people from the fortress. The M family soldiers nearby were also listening in, enjoying the conversation. The trio continued, their faces flushed. He was so charming. And you know what they say? Beautiful things are often just out of reach, right? And yet, even though we had just met, we got to talk with him for such a long time. Even though those three little brats from the Baskerville family tried to interfere, just looking at his gorgeous face made all our fatigue melt away. Even that golden statue can't fully capture his beauty. As the trio's voices grew louder, Vikir, sitting nearby with his hood still pulled low, shot a contemptuous look over his shoulder. When I met those three, they were like psychos who'd escaped an asylum, hell-bent on killing me. How the hell is the story they're telling now so completely different from back then? Were the achievements of the M family and the Allied forces that day really all thanks to me? I mean, it's true I fought their matriarch. But now I'm hearing some truly unbelievable things from those triplets. They said that ever since I disappeared 2 years ago, Hugo became so furious that he came to harass the M family several times. And even though the M family gave the Baskervilles a fortune, it seems Hugo still hasn't cooled down. Then again, it's understandable. He'd be pissed about losing such a valuable hunting dog. Vikir downed the rest of his beer. Or maybe the M family's compensation just wasn't enough. Across the room, the three sisters continued spinning their tall tales. If he were still alive, he would have become a worthy rival for me by now. What are you talking about? If he were alive, I would have killed him myself. The middle sister turned to protest. Stop fighting. We should be united. What's the point of arguing? He's dead anyway. Vikir stood up, paid his tab, and started heading upstairs to rest. I've heard everything I need to hear. Time to get some sleep. I really can't listen to any more of this crap. But just his luck, the trio's gaze landed on the mysterious brown cloak in his direction. Two of the sisters shot to their feet and yelled, "Hey, you, in the suspicious outfit, get over here," causing everyone in the tavern to turn and stare. "Even those barbarians aren't this loud when they drink," someone muttered. "That girl's drunk again. My gut tells me this guy is suspicious." The woman gets annoyed. "Why won't you turn around?" Seeing that he wasn't making a move, the sisters attacked. "How dare you ignore us?" she yelled, unleashing her wood magic. A swarm of vines shot out, trying to bind Vikir's legs. But Vikir simply did a light flip, effortlessly dodging her attack. Everyone was stunned by the stranger's agility. As he landed gently, the others all took a defensive stance. The three sisters finished preparing their next magical assault. A soldier growled, "Who are you? Take off that hood and cloak." Vikir frowned. This is a hassle. But he thought, it doesn't matter. I was planning on announcing my return to the Baskervilles anyway. Vikir removed his hood. The moment the three sisters saw his face, they blushed, all their earlier aggression melting away. They swooned over how handsome he was, but still didn't recognize him. Oh my God, he's gorgeous. Suddenly, a soldier next to them gasped in shock. What? That face left the three sisters completely bewildered. He's a little dirty, but that cold aura, the black hair and red eyes? No way. The three girls finally realized that the hero they'd been lying about wasn't dead, but was standing right in front of them. The three of them stammered, unable to even say his full name. To think they were making up stories this whole time, and the man himself was standing right there without them knowing. The cringe was real. So real. We're a trio of morons. Finally, in an agitated voice, they managed to say his name. It's Vikir. The next morning, the trio saw Vikir off at the city gate. You could stay in the castle's VIP area, one offered. It's fine. I'm not paying for room and board anyway. Vikir refused. I can't believe Vikir's alive. You came to see us first. Were you looking for us? The trio chimed in over each other. We already spread the news that you were back, just like you asked yesterday. I only asked you to inform House Baskerville. Vikir mounted his horse, then looked back at them. I figured such special news should be spread far and wide, right? The trio was confused. Vikir thought to himself, man, these three airheads are a real pain. I asked them to do one thing, and they go and do 10. Then they offered, we'll take you there. You're busy. I can go on my own. Vikir turned to leave. We're not busy. The only thing we're busy with is sleeping. But the three kept pleading. Vikir sighed. I'll have to report how lazy House Mog's subordinates are when I get back. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back. Camus Mog. What's she doing now? She's in seclusion, training. The three of them suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She suddenly left Sir Adop's Legion and joined the Dark Legion. She's concentrating on her magic research now. Vikir was startled. The Dark Legion? he thought. Before I regressed, her relationship with Snake, the leader of the Dark Legion, was terrible. Did I change the future? With that thought, he spurred his horse. Before riding off, he gave the trio a message for Kama's Mog. Tell her I want to see her, and that she should leave the Dark Legion. The trio stared blankly after Vikir. What did he mean by that? Their relationship was always good, so I guess he just wants to see her, right? In the blink of an eye, news that the hero of the Red Fang Mountains had returned spread like wildfire throughout the empire. Manager Chiwa, along with Cindy and Wendy, were overjoyed to read the news. Adop, however, sat in a dark corner, his expression unreadable as he took in the report. At the Baskerville estate, one of the hounds rushed in, panting as he delivered the good news. Patriarch, the young master has returned. Hugo and Barry were utterly stunned, unable to believe their ears. Is it true? Has Vikir Van Baskerville truly returned? In the Underconsul's building, Chihuahua smiled. Last time, you had to sneak in through a window, but now you can walk right through the front door with your head held high, Mr. Underconsul. Vikir was standing by the window, rubbing his temples. But, Manager Chihuahua, why is such a large crowd gathered out there? Below, a massive crowd of people, old and young, men and women stared up at the Underconsul's office. They held up signs and banners, like fans waiting for their idol to appear. The story of the Underconsul's life had spread across the entire empire, Chihuahua calmly explained. They heard you had returned, so they came to welcome you. How exhausting, Vikir sighed. Just then, the door burst open and an ecstatic Pomerian came flying in. Daddy! Vikir bent down and patted her head. Pomerian, I'm not your dad, I'm your uncle. But the little girl wasn't listening, holding up a white mouse to show him. Sam Chun, Daddy, its name is Sam Chun. I caught a mouse. It's a rodent, but it is pretty cute. Just be careful not to catch any diseases from it, okay? Vikir advised. Okay, Pomerian replied cheerfully. Then, he turned back to the manager to ask about the city. Mr. Chiwa, have all the issues in Underdog City been resolved? Thanks to you introducing me to Cindy Wendy, everything has been taken care of smoothly. She's incredibly competent. However, there is one case that even she can't find a single lead on. Chiwa's face grew tense. He pulled a file from his desk drawer. Recently, children in the slums have been disappearing, one after another. Their parents haven't heard anything about what happened to them. We've checked the black market and found nothing, so the motive behind the abductions is unclear. It doesn't seem like monster attacks, either. The children vanished without a trace. There's no concrete evidence, but I believe it's all the work of a single culprit. Vikir read the file, his brow furrowing in anger. Confused, Chihuahua quietly called out, Mr. Vice Consul. At that moment, Vikir was lost in memories of his past life. This case of the missing children in Underdog City felt connected to the false accusations he'd faced before. No, that's not right. That incident happened much later. Could it really be related to what's happening now? Just then, Pomerian cried out, Daddy, look at this. Vikir looked up, about to tell the girl, Pomerian, I'm busy right now. But then she happily held up a mouse for him to see. This mouse. It came back to life. Vikir was stunned, while Chihuahua shuddered. Vikir turned back and asked, Pomerian, did you bring it back to life? Yes, Pomerian confirmed. Vikir thought to himself, this is clearly necromancy, a form of dark magic that uses mana from the nether dimension, isn't it? Then he asked aloud, since when could you use that kind of dark magic? Pomerian held up her fingers to count. 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights ago. I secretly watched others in the tribe do it and copied them. Pomerian was discovered in a village of the Rococo tribe. Vikir speculated. Could she have learned the black magic and necromancy of the Rococo? Children from the Baskerville and Mo clans are considered geniuses. They can usually sense mana by the time they're 8. On the other hand, Pomerian is using mana from the nether dimension. How could a 5-year-old possibly do that? A magical prodigy from the iron-blooded Baskerville family and a genius of dark magic has been born. How would Hugo react if he found out about this? Vikir imagined Hugo's face contorted with insane rage. Dark magic? And with the blood of those Manji savages, no less? An immediate death sentence. Yeah, he was definitely that kind of cold-blooded man. It's better if he never meets her. At that moment, a carrier pigeon flew to the window. Chihuahua stood by the window, read the letter, and gasped in alarm. Vice Consul, we're in trouble. What is it? Vikir asked calmly. It's the head of the family. Chihuahua pointed at the letter. I don't understand. Calm down and explain clearly. It's the Patriarch. At that same moment, a carriage pulled up. Hugo and his butler, Barry, were already standing outside the consulate. A short while later, in the consulate's reception room, Hugo and Vikir sat facing each other. 2 cups of hot tea were placed on the table. Behind them, Chi-Hoa was a nervous wreck, while Barry remained composed. The father and son stared at each other for a long moment before Hugo spoke. "You've returned." "Yes, I have returned," Vikir replied. Chi-Hoa let out a sigh of relief. The silence had been so heavy he hadn't dared to breathe. Finally, they were talking. Still, Vikir felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. "Because Hugo's visit was so sudden, I only had time to move Pomerian to the next room. I just hope nothing goes wrong." "How have you been?" Hugo asked. "I was adrift on the river. I lived among the Manji people to focus on healing my wounds," Vikir explained slowly. "During that time, I pretended to befriend the Manji, and now, I've devised a plan to destroy them." Hugo smiled. "Ho ho, is that so? We can control the Manji by providing them with the Empire's products. To them, glass beads and handicrafts are cheap trinkets. What they truly value are things like food and fresh produce. If we exploit this, we can easily manage them." "So, you're simply saying we can subjugate them through trade?" Hugo questioned. "No. In the process of trading, they will have to shed blood." A cunning expression appeared on Vikir's face. "We will do this by demanding that they hunt monsters in exchange for the Empire's goods." "You're saying you'll have them kill monsters for us? And when they shed their blood, it will help us expand our territory. What a brilliant scheme. You are truly my son." Hugo broke into a smile. "I've already prepared the necessary infrastructure." "Good. I'll leave it in your hands," Hugo said, pleased. Sweat poured down Chi-Hoa's forehead. Was this really the conversation for a father and son reunited after so long? Nearby, Barrymore's eyes quietly welled with tears. "I can't believe it. The patriarch is smiling like he used to." In the 2 years since Vikir disappeared, he hadn't smiled even once. Vikir lowered his head and took a sip of tea, thinking to himself, "I can't let the Balak people be slaughtered by the Baskerville family." From Hugo's perspective, the tribesmen will be shedding blood to kill monsters, but in reality, they'll just be returning to the matriarch's lands. This way, I can temporarily prevent a war and buy time for the Balak to build up their strength. Hugo has no idea the matriarch even exists, so he'll think the Balak are easy to deal with, completely unaware that his enemy is growing stronger by the day. "Ah!" Hugo exclaimed. The teacup in front of him suddenly began to boil, and a murderous aura exploded from his body. "We will not times, negotiate with the Rococo tribe. I will annihilate them with my own hands. You should know that." He ground his teeth. Seeing this, Chi-Ho felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Vikir remained calm. "Yes, I understand." Then he thought, "Just as I suspected, his hatred for the Rococo runs deep. I have to make sure he never, ever meets Pomerian. My son, from now on, you don't have to overwork yourself anymore. After rescuing the young lady of the M family and going missing, you will receive special privileges from their house. The royal family has heard the news and has also bestowed a reward upon House Baskerville for your noble chivalry. But if I had lost you, all of that would be meaningless to me. The only thing that matters is that you're alive. So please, try not to push yourself so hard." Hearing those words, Vikir trembled inwardly. "Lies. Before I returned, I was framed by you. I felt the blade sink into my back, and the cold, sharp eyes of the hunting dogs I had bled with were all pointed at me. In that moment, I knew without a doubt that I was being abandoned by my master. You didn't even give me a chance to explain. That's how you treated me, Hugo Le Baskerville." Thunder cracked outside, and a flash of lightning illuminated Vikir's emotionless face. "Thank you for your concern, father." Suddenly, a series of footsteps came running. The sound of Pomeranian's voice startled Vikir and Chihuahua. Pomeranian rushed towards Vikir, crying loudly. "It's cold and rainy out, and the thunder is so loud." The little girl hugged Vikir tightly. "I'm so scared." Vikir gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Damn it. I didn't want Hugo and Pomeranian to meet." He glanced at Hugo. His eyes filled with alarm. He saw Hugo stand up, his face darkening as he stared at the child before him. How can this be? That face. Hugo Le Baskerville, master of the iron-blooded sword of Baskerville, one of the 7 great families of the Empire, was the man who drove the Manji horde from our lands. He was the greatest swordsman, having slain hundreds of monsters. Once he made a decision, he would see it through to the end. He was also known, quite literally, as a man of iron blood. Iron blood referred to someone with a tough, cold, and decisive personality. But now, Hugo's emotions were beginning to waver. He stared, stunned, at the small face before him. Pomeranian was still nuzzling into Vikir's chest, frightened by the thunder. He whispered softly, "Penelope." Hearing the name, the girl glanced at him and then started crying even louder. "Ah, so scary. That beard. It's so scary." Vikir raised a hand to intervene. Father, please calm down. This is just a child I personally brought back to run some simple errands. When I saw her red eyes, I also thought she might belong to our family. But after investigating, I learned she's from a tribe on the border, so there's no way she could be a relative of yours. Hugo was dazed for a moment before regaining his composure, clutching his head wearily. If Penelope were still alive, she wouldn't be this young. I must have been mistaken. Hugo stood up, holding his head as he walked to the door. I'm tired. I'm going home now. Travel safely, father. Vikir stood to see him off, pondering Hugo's recent expression. For a man with the spirit of a sword master to make a face like that, it's baffling. Something is definitely up. Oh, I almost forgot. Hugo turned back to remind him, be sure to attend the grand banquet tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow evening, father, Vikir replied. Behind him, Chihuahua heard about the banquet and began to wonder, if it's a grand banquet, then only a select few from the family will be allowed to attend. It was an event that everyone in the family longed to be invited to. Before leaving, Hugo glanced one last time at the small face in Vikir's arms, and then he was gone. Late that night, Vikir lay shirtless on the floor. It's strange. Even though I've bathed in warm water and have a soft bed with a down blanket, I still can't fall asleep. It seems the habits I developed while living with the Balak tribe will take some time to change. Come to think of it, Hugo's reaction earlier was truly surprising. Should I tell him the truth about Pomeranian and the pendant? His reaction back then gave me a clue to work with. I should observe Hugo's actions during the banquet tomorrow night. If I can take advantage of this, Pomeranian's presence could become the perfect piece of the puzzle to defeat Hugo. But I also have to figure out a way to avoid hurting Pomeranian. Vikir closed his eyes. A gust of wind blew the curtains open. He snapped, his eyes open, on guard. A dark figure had appeared at the window. The intruder was dressed in black from head to toe. They slowly drew a weapon and approached Vikir's bed. I haven't even been back for a full day. Word travels fast, doesn't it? The intruder flinched, their green eyes wide with shock. Vikir launched himself up from the floor, kicking the intruder so hard the sword flew from their hand. The blade embedded itself deep into the wall. As Vikir prepared to strike again, the intruder stammered, "Wait, I was just joking, just a little joke." Vikir looked at them suspiciously, then recognized the voice. "It's you. Next time you visit, use the front door. I might not recognize you and attack for real, you know. Not sleeping in a warm bed but on the floor instead? You're so weird. You came back from the dead and you're still the same, huh?" The stranger pulled down their face covering. "It's Cindy Wendy. Long time no see. Vikir Van Baskerville. Couldn't you have used the front door?" Vikir grumbled at Cindy Wendy. She stuck her tongue out teasingly before walking over and sitting on the bed. "By the way, did you have that old man Chihuahua following me? How did you know I'd be at the place with the girl who won the 10 billion coin prize?" "I did my research on you," Vikir said, slowly putting his shirt on. "To gain a client's trust, you first help them get rich, and then you bleed them dry." "Such harsh words," Cindy replied casually. "That's just the work of a professional, just a financial planner like me. If it weren't for me, Judy would have wasted that entire 10 billion, wouldn't she? That's why I sent bodyguards with her, to stop that from happening." "But what kind of bodyguard could possibly do that?" Surprise. I snuck a financial expert into the bodyguard team. His mission was to get rid of any fraudulent merchants. But she wondered why none of the bodyguards did anything to me. "That's because I ordered them not to approach you. Let me get this straight. So, you had me in the palm of your hand from the very beginning?" Vikir was incredibly bitter. He didn't want to waste words and got straight to the point. "More importantly, do you have the documents I asked for? I brought them right here." Sheen pulled a stack of documents from her coat. Seeing the crumpled roll of paper, Vikir sighed in frustration. "You haven't changed a bit in 2 years, have you? Next time, remember to put them in a folder. As promised, I'll help you trade with the natives." "Looks like I'll be calling you boss from now on," Shin replied with a laugh. Vikir bowed his head to examine the papers. "This is the information on everyone attending tomorrow night's banquet. Just being invited to such an important party is enough to confirm one's position in the family." He looked at the card on top. Hugo Le Baskerville, position, Patriarch. Noble title, Marquis. Marshal title, Swordmaster. Other information. A direct line son from the main branch, raised by a single mother. He has many children, including illegitimate ones, children from branch families, and abandoned children. There was nothing particularly noteworthy in Hugo's information. He looked at the next cards. These people are attending the banquet too? The second card belonged to his uncle, Boston Le Baskerville, captain of the Pitbull Knightly Order, and a member of the upper house. His noble title is Count, and his martial title is Peak Level Graduate. Other information. Hugo Le Baskerville's half-brother, hates being tied down, has an aggressive and hot-tempered personality. The third card, Dadan Le Baskerville, captain of the Mastiff Knightly Order, member of the Upper House. His noble title is Count, and his martial title is Peak-Level Graduate. Other information, Hugo Le Baskerville's half-brother, dislikes associating with anyone but has a special relationship with Count Boston Terrier. Vikir was puzzled. Normally, they don't attend these family banquets, do they? So, what's going on? Shin answered nonchalantly. Isn't it obvious? They want to meet the legend of House Baskerville, who returned from the dead. You think they want me to join their knightly orders? Vikir sighed. Tomorrow is going to be exhausting. He lowered his head and continued reading the cards. Osiris Baskerville, position, member of the lower house. Noble title, Viscount. Martial title, Peak-Level Graduate. Other information. Eldest son of Hugo Le Baskerville, and currently the most worthy candidate to inherit the position of Patriarch. So Osiris is coming too, Shin added, the eldest son of the Baskerville family, who is slowly starting to repeat Hugo's past. His swordsmanship is on par with the Count's, so everyone believes he will soon reach the level of a swordmaster. Vikir recalled meeting Osiris a few times before his regression. He was a quiet, cold man who didn't even bother to acknowledge his subordinates or his own direct-line siblings. Aside from the Patriarch and the White Count, he's the strongest in the family, right? Or are you stronger than him? Shin gave a forced laugh. Vikir frowned. I can read you like a book. Don't even think about trying to gauge my combat abilities. Vikir looked at another card. I heard he was in seclusion for training, but it seems he'll make a single appearance at tomorrow night's banquet. The person Vikir was talking about was Set Le Baskerville, position, consul of Underdog City, member of the lower house, noble title, Baron. Other information. Second son of Hugo Le Baskerville, currently the second candidate in line to inherit the position of Patriarch. Set Le Baskerville. His talent was always far inferior to his older brothers, and he suffered from a severe illness from a young age. His personality was different from other family members. He was gentle and kind. As a child, he was abused by Hugo for being weak. He was also the only one who mourned for the hunting dogs that were thrown away like trash. The only person in the entire family that I respected, if I meet him at this point in time. Lost in thought, Vikir looked down to continue reading. He slammed the remaining cards onto the table. The rest are all people not worth my time, because I already know all about them. On the table was information about the Baskerville trio. You're right. You really don't need to worry about those three. Vikir gave an eager smile. All right. Tomorrow's grand banquet is going to be fun. The next evening, Vikir, dressed in a sharp suit, walked towards the dining hall of the Baskerville estate. Golden light from the dining hall spilled out from the large window above. Vikir slowly pushed the door open. Inside, everyone was already seated and waiting. He introduced himself calmly. Vikir Van Baskerville. I have come to attend the banquet, as ordered by the Patriarch. Everyone turned to smile at the newcomer. His two uncles looked at him with keen interest. Vikir bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for inviting me. Hugo looked up at him, his eyes shining brightly. Go on and take your seat, my son. A moment later, once everyone was settled, the table was filled with food. A heavy silence fell over the meal. Everyone ate with their heads down, the only sound being the clatter of silverware. Suddenly, Boston, commander of the pit bull squad, cleared his throat. Ahem, it seems this meat is still a bit undercooked. Boston cut a few pieces, frowning. Hugo asked Boston, is the meat not to your liking? Oh, no. Brother. That's not what I meant at all. I was talking about the meat on the plate next to you. The Mastiff squad's captain, Grisden, stopped what he was doing, his scarred face showing his displeasure. You got a problem with me? No. I was just trying to give you a heads up since your steak looks a bit raw. Boston implied, it would be a cruel shame if your precious nephew had to eat raw meat. He really is an adorable boy, but he's my nephew too. As his uncle, I know what I have to do to guide him down the right path. The meal suddenly turned into a verbal sparring match between the two uncles. Boston asked defiantly, is letting the kid join the Mastiff squad what you call the right path? It's still better than letting him join a squad of slow-witted idiots like the pit bulls. Vikir had already realized what these two uncles were up to. It turned out they were here to fight over recruiting him for their squads. 2 of the 7 representative squads of Baskerville, the pit bulls and the mastiffs, had extended an invitation. In his past life, Vikir would have been thrilled to be recognized, but now, he simply saw them as a couple of fools. Hugo let out a soft chuckle, and the butler stepped forward to pour the Patriarch some wine. It seemed the Patriarch was in a very good mood. It appears seeing his less-than-close brothers show such interest in the young master brings you joy. Vikir looked up at Mr. Barrior. The head butler always had a way of explaining things in a positive light. Hugo was just enjoying the sight of his two brothers fighting each other. Suddenly, Boston turned to Vikir and asked, "So, what do you think, nephew? You spent the last 2 years adventuring on Mount Lavu Eleanor. How many manji and other monsters did you kill? Why not share some of your experiences with your uncle?" Den chimed in. "I'm also curious about what my dear nephew went through in that dangerous forest, but to be honest, I'm even more curious about his growth." Hugo then interjected, "Let the boy eat. Stop bothering him." Den questioned, "Brother, aren't you curious?" "I couldn't contain my own curiosity, which is why I rushed back." Boston added his voice. "Silence." Hugo's sharp tone made both men jump. "You both know I don't like to repeat myself." He glared at his two younger brothers. Boston scratched his head. "I'm sorry." Den remained silent. Vikir thought for a moment, then stood up from his chair and said, "It's not difficult to list my achievements." Hugo turned to him, his tone softening. "Son, you've had a long journey. Aren't you tired after visiting the training grounds?" "I'm fine, father. Skills can be demonstrated anytime, anywhere." He tapped his fingers on the table. "Shouldn't we be training every day?" Uncle Terror seems to have poured a bit too much wine in his glass, and Uncle Den's steak is still a little rare. Vikir closed his eyes. A red streak wrapped around his finger and shot straight towards the wine glass and the steak on the other side of the table. In the blink of an eye, the steak was sizzling hot, and the wine glass was steaming, the amount of wine in it having been perfectly reduced. Den stared in amazement at his perfectly cooked steak, while Boston laughed with delight, picking up his wine glass. He could cook meat and warm wine just by putting his hands on the table. A kid who's only 17 has already reached the level of an intermediate-level archmage. Just how much more powerful will he be by the time he's 37? You should be proud, brother. Your son has mastered all those skills. Hugo didn't reply, simply raising his glass and taking a calm sip of wine. Vikir turned to look at the three of them. Something was strange. 2 years ago, he had revealed he was an intermediate-level archmage when he fought with the Madame, and yet, no one knew about it. These guys know about my abilities. Right now, the three of them were looking at him with sparkling, admiring eyes. Why didn't they report it? "Well done, little brother." Suddenly, a compliment came from his side. "Very good. Keep up the effort," Osiris said, taking a sip of his wine. Vikir was stunned. Did Osiris just compliment me? "Thank you, brother." It was hard to believe. The current #1 heir of the Baskerville family, the one most like Hugo, had just complimented him. Is he sizing me up? Our poor protagonist had such a miserable, pathetic life before he regressed that now, even a simple compliment has him overthinking everything. Seeing his older brother praise their younger sibling was truly a surprise. The guy had dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in a week. Seth spoke up. "This is the first time I've ever seen Brother Osiris praise anyone, let alone with a bright smile." He turned to look at Vikir's emotionless face. "What, does this kid have a poker face just like you or something? Don't you recognize me? I know who you are. I'm glad you remember me," Seth beamed. "Because of my weak constitution, I usually had to stay in the infirmary or alone in the training tower. My training tower was very close to Underdog. I hear you're working as the deputy consul there. I was even thinking of visiting you to learn some survival skills for the forest." Vikir observed Set, thinking to himself, the way he was so open, his attitude completely different from the rest of the Baskervilles, hadn't changed at all. "I was always by his side, serving him that autumn, so we had our fair share of memories together. Amidst the chaos of war, he was the only one who visited and mourned the fallen hounds. He even comforted a wanderer on the battlefield like me, someone soaked to the bone in blood. Even when I was baselessly accused, he trusted me and took my side, promising to protect me until the very end. I'll be in your care, Vikir." Set was still smiling. He was the only person I wanted to see at this party. Vikir observed his second brother, but he fell silent. This disgusting, vile stench had been rising from him for a while. A disgusting stench that only I, who was there all autumn, would recognize. The stench of a demon. Among the people here, a demon was hiding in plain sight. He scanned the table. "Where are you? The source of that disgusting stench." Vikir closed his eyes, concentrating on pinpointing the smell, then glanced to his side. He saw his brother Set, still smiling. "Are you looking for something, Vikir?" Vikir was completely baffled. He always made small talk with me, worried I'd feel awkward. He even asked after the servants who brought the food. Before I returned, that was the kind of man he was. So, how could this demonic energy be radiating from him? Set was still chatting amicably with his younger brother. "I heard that before you disappeared, you held the position of deputy consul in the city of Underdog. Is that right? I also heard the people there loved you so much they protested, demanding you be reinstated for life. When I become consul, I hope we'll be able to work together. After a moment's thought, Vikir touched his glass to Set's. I hope so too. I'm greatly looking forward to the day we can cooperate. My regards. Set clinked his glass back at Vikir. Vikir looked into his glass. Just as he suspected, his brother's reflection wasn't in the glass. All he could see was Oris's image. Vikir speculated that Set might already be dead, and a demon had taken over his empty vessel. Should I expose him, right here and now? But Vikir thought again, now isn't the time. If I do that, they'll just demand proof. I need to gather more information first. But this disgusting stench is unbearable. Set, still oblivious, chatted on enthusiastically. Where have all the knights gone? When I was a kid, I loved the Doberman Knights uniforms because they looked so cool. Ceres interjected. Set, the party isn't over yet, and you're talking way too much. Don't interrupt our brother's party with your trivial chatter, and just finish your meal. Ceres glared, then wiped his mouth with a napkin, finishing his food. A flustered Set immediately fell silent. Vikir was silently grateful. Thanks to him, I finally escaped that disgusting stench. Hugo's gaze turned to Vikir. How are you finding the party? Vikir replied, It's wonderful, father. Good. Hugo was pleased. I have a few things to discuss. When we return to the mansion, come see me in my office. Vikir hesitated for a moment, then replied, I understand. After leaving the party, Vikir strolled through the courtyard, lost in thought. The party dragged on for 5 hours. Eating with those people. I could barely stomach it. I heard the official recruitment letter for the Academy's new cadets was sent to the Baskerville estate. Hugo, summoning me. He probably wants me to enroll. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. A surge of red aura shot towards Vikir. He recognized it as the 6th form of the Baskerville sword style. Vikir was torn, wondering if he should counter, but he quickly suppressed the urge. I can't. I'm only allowed to show the skill level of an intermediate graduate. I can't reveal anything higher. With that thought, Vikir drew his sword, using the 4th form of the Baskerville style, to swiftly turn and block the attack. The remaining fangs I possess are thanks to the blessing and spiritual energy of the river Styx. The sword tips met with immense force. From atop a tower, Boston roared with laughter. Ha ha, to think an abandoned pup could block my sword strike. My nephew has really grown up. He leaped down in front of Vikir, just as I suspected. Isn't that right, Den? Den stepped forward from behind. I never thought I'd draw my sword to kill family. You're no better than a barbarian. Terrier, were you trying to kill your own nephew? That's what savages do. If your brother Hugo finds out, you'll be on probation for months. Boston was completely unfazed. Don't criticize the affection I show my nephew. I adjusted the attack so it wouldn't be fatal. Stay out of the internal affairs of us, Peepoon hounds, and mind your own business. Peepoon hounds? Vikir is a mastiff. Vikir sheathed his sword, looking at his 2 uncles with disgust. Boston continued, So, should I have my nephew join the regime's hounds, like the pit bulls? Then they started threatening each other. If there's so much as a single scratch on his back, you'll be on your knees, begging me to spare you. Haha, your body must be tough not to have been ripped apart. Then again, that gash in your stomach is nothing to scoff at. Tired of just talking, the 2 drew their swords for a duel. Fine, so whoever wins gets Vikir? I'll do anything for the future of my beloved grandson. Vikir turned away, deciding to ignore these 2 crazy old men. Always acting like fools. It's exhausting. These old guys are such a pain. Vikir reconsidered the demonic slash from before. It wasn't as severe as he'd thought. The 6th form of the Baskervilles, unleashed by a top-tier graduate with the authority of a count. I'm also a high-ranking graduate, but I've learned the 7th form. With the blessing of the river Styx and my magic sword Vibhava, I can definitely defeat a count. No, I can defeat both of them. A wicked smile spread across Vikir's face. After walking a short distance, the Baskerville trio was waiting for him up ahead. Every single one of them looked suspicious. Now it's your turn? Vikir was too tired to even speak. The 3 of them drew their swords in unison, and Vikir's eyes turned crimson. He raised his hand, preparing to summon Vibhava. I guess the gap in our power is just too great. And of course, there's no other way. I'll have to kill these hunting dogs who don't know their place. Suddenly, the 3 of them dropped to their knees. Their swords pierced the tops of their feet as they bowed their heads. Vikir froze, not expecting this at all. He studied their posture. Is this an oath? Pinning the sword in place, letting it run through the top of your foot. That posture means you're entrusting your life to another. Vikir finally spoke. What are you doing? I want to repay my debt to you with my life, Hero answered. The other 2 felt the same way. When you attacked us before, I was terrified. I acknowledged you when you hunted Cerberus, the middle brother added. And I was shocked when you killed Chort. the last one continued. And finally, when you fought against that giant monster in the forest, we came to completely submit to and revere you. The day we managed to escape with our lives, the three of us made this decision. We swear to become the three spears of Vikir Van Baskerville. From this day forward, please become our master. We, your hunting dogs, will serve you for the rest of our lives. Vikir was stunned. Before his regression, these bastards were the ones who captured him when he tried to escape. They were known as Hugo's three spears, and he knew they were just hunting dogs following orders. But even so, that feeling of betrayal inside Vikir hadn't disappeared. Vikir walked past the three of them. The brothers thought he was refusing, and their faces fell. Then Vikir spoke. There's no need for an oath. His words startled them. I'm a bit tired, so let's save it for next time. We're on the same side now. Don't let anything about our future plans slip out. The three of them beamed, shouting in unison, Understood. Why refuse such a useful tool when it's offered to you on a silver platter? He would use them as much as he pleased. His thoughts turned back to Set as he calculated his next move. Set's body being possessed by a demon was something I didn't anticipate. I need to have Sinclair and Wendy investigate immediately. If all goes well, I'll kill that demon. But before that, there's something else I have to do. A short while later, Vikir arrived at Hugo's study. Vikir made a request that left both Hugo and Barrymore astonished. Hugo growled, What did you just say? Say it again. Vikir spoke calmly. Lady Rosanna, the first wife who passed away, and the daughter that you and she had together. Father, can you tell me the story of my sister, Penelope? Hugo's brows furrowed, his eyes filling with red. How do you know that name? Vikir stared directly at Hugo, beginning the first act of his revenge. A little while earlier, Hugo had presented a folder, a notice from the academy. Enroll in the academy, as you promised. Vikir took the folder and read it. Colosio Academy is recruiting for its 20th class, so this was why Hugo had summoned him. Just as he had guessed, it was a massive educational institution run by the Lecroc family. After graduating from the academy, you could take an advanced course with the royal family or join the upper echelons of various other fields. Before his regression, he had attended the academy as an attendant for the trio. Back then, his face was covered in scars, and he walked with a limp. The other students at the academy had only ever looked down on him. But those unpleasant memories of the academy no longer mattered. Hugo asked, So, you want to take that trio with you? If you want to bring anyone else, just let me know. Vikir changed the subject. Before that, my disappearance 2 years ago was a great help in your diplomacy with the Morgue family. I was told I would receive a reward for that, correct? Hugo smiled in confirmation and asked, So, what reward do you want? Could you tell me a story, Father? And after that, please allow me to ask you a question. Tell you a story? Hugo was confused. Vikir stared intently at him. I want to hear the story of Lady Rosanna and Miss Penelope. Butler Barrymore was stunned. Hugo couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Vikir repeated without hesitation. Rosanna, your deceased first wife, and the daughter born to Rosanna, Penelope. Can you tell me about them? Hugo's hands clenched into fists, his expression turning ugly. Why are you bringing up that name? He looked up, his eyes filled with a terrifying light. Furiously, why are you asking about that? Is it just out of idle curiosity? Vicky replied with perfect calm. Once the head of the house agrees, I will reveal my reason. It's definitely not because I'm curious. Please, believe me, Father. Still trembling with rage, Hugo spat out a single word. Fine, Vicky thought to himself. The first wife I met was from an arranged marriage. I need to know Hugo's feelings about the daughter who was kidnapped by the Manji tribe. This information is critical in deciding whether or not I should tell him about Pomerian. Everything I'd heard from Barry the butler was hard to believe. The butler had once told me that Hugo was a kind and warm person to his family. He said he deeply loved his first wife, Rosanna. Even though Rosanna died from an illness, I can't just take his word for it and let Pomerian meet Hugo. I have to see for myself. Hugo was silent for a moment, and then he began his story. Rosanna is the only person I have ever loved in this life. Hugo clutched his chest, his expression filled with anguish. Penelope was the greatest treasure of my life. Vicky's face went completely blank, his expression twisting like he'd just bitten into a sour fruit, practically screaming, "What the fuck?" Did those words really just come out of Hugo's mouth? I've officially lived long enough to see it all. Hugo lowered his head and continued. The truth is, Rosanna and I weren't in an arranged marriage or anything like that. She was just a commoner, with nothing to her name. I still remember the first time we met. I fell in love with her at first sight. Vicky listened with the rapt attention of someone tuning in for the latest gossip. Wow, starting right from the first meeting, huh? My old man's a real sucker, isn't he? Falling in love that easily? The story continued. Of course, our love faced countless hardships. She tried to avoid me because of her background, while I was ready to leave everything behind to be with her. I gave up everything for her, not just my body, but my very soul. Although Vicky was enjoying the drama, he noticed the story was starting to drag on, so he cut in. Father, thank you for your answer. So, the next part of the story is, but Hugo didn't seem to care. If you made me tell this story, you're going to hear it from beginning to end. He boomed. However, our love was obstructed yet again. They formed a surveillance team on Boskov Street to capture runaways like us. I fought with everything I had to protect her. The path we walked was full of thorns, and not a single person wished us well. Of course, there were times we thought about giving up, but in the end, we decided to focus only on the love we had for each other, no matter how cruel fate was. Butler Barry Moore was so moved he started to tear up. We got married, despite my parents' objections. And the result was the birth of Penelope, my beloved wife and daughter. I wanted to do everything in my power to protect the happiness I had fought so hard to find. But after giving birth, Rosanna's health rapidly declined. Fortunately, Penelope grew up to be a smart and cheerful child. She inherited my spiritual power and Rosanna's kind heart, so she was loved by everyone. That's right. I was so pleased with how well Penelope was doing. However, Hugo's voice filled with rage, veins popping on his hand as he gripped the table so hard it could have splintered. That incident happened. Penelope had just gone out for a walk when she was kidnapped by the Rococo tribe. How could those savages have penetrated so deep into Baskov territory? Why did they take Penelope? I just couldn't understand. To this day, not a single trace of Penelope has ever been found. Vicky listened, filling in the rest of the story in his head. And in order to expand his territory, he set out to find Penelope and conquer the Manji. When he felt his own power was limited, he increased his number of wives through arranged marriages. Hugo then sired children who shared his military talents. After all those years, a powerful clan was born, one that no one could surpass. Even on the frontiers, the iron-blooded sword clan, Baskerville. A cold-blooded man focused only on the glory of the empire and the revival of his family, but behind it all was the anguish of losing his loved ones. So what? Every villain has a sob story. All that's left in the end are their cruel actions. You're no different from those heartless men who continuously sire sons just to send them to the battlefield. However, I also realize just how important Rosanna and Penelope are to you. Hugo stopped his story. His face grew grim as he asked Vicky, "That's all there is to it. Now, you will explain your reason." Vicky took a necklace from his pocket and handed it to Hugo. "Father, please take a look at this." Hugo recognized it instantly. This is the locket I made for Rosanna. It was later passed down to Penelope. He opened the locket. Seeing the photograph of the three of them smiling happily inside, Hugo was flooded with emotion. Vicky continued. "So, father, what would you do if a direct descendant of Penelope appeared?" Hugo and the butler remained stunned, completely failing to grasp the situation. Vicky slowly walked to the door. "Penelope's daughter. In other words, you have a granddaughter." He opened the door. Tiny feet stepped inside. The sound was like a thunderclap to Hugo's ears. Another child. At that moment, Pomerian walked in and hugged Vicky tightly. Vicky continued, "But I lied to you, father. The truth is, I met her in the lands of the Rococo when I was still in the forest. She said the person who gave her the necklace was her mother." Hugo asked the little girl, "Penelope is your mother?" His hand trembled as he held the necklace. Then he looked up at Pomerian. Vikir thought to himself, "Go on, break, Hugo. The thing you despise the most is exactly what I want to see." Hugo slowly rose from the table. Was it impossible for him to keep his composure in front of a child like Pomerian? In an instant, Hugo was standing before the little girl who was discovered in the Rococo tribe's territory. Terrified, the child backed away toward Vikir. Hugo's eyes blazed a furious red. "You mean to tell me she's the child born from Penelope and those savages?" Vikir stared at Hugo's face and said flatly, "Yes, that's right." A voice echoed in his head. "That's it. Struggle in your despair and rage. The moment you begin to fall apart is the moment my revenge begins." Hugo's hand slowly reached for the child. The scene shifts to the next morning. The sun is high in the sky, and the garden is filled with cheerful laughter. "Haha, don't you think this mustache is interesting?" Butler, Barry, Vikir, and Osiris stood in the garden, silent before this bizarre scene. The adorable Pomerian was now sitting on Hugo's lap, playfully tugging on his mustache. Hugo was also laughing joyfully. It's fun to pull on it, isn't it? Grandpa's mustache is so messy. Pomerian replied cheerfully. Grandpa. Did you just call me Grandpa? Osiris, standing to the side, exclaimed, I may not have lived long, but this might be the most wonderful moment I have ever witnessed. Barry shared the sentiment. I've lived for quite a while, and I feel the same way, young master. Vikir was the most stunned of all. What is this? Is times this? Times the Hugo I'm supposed to know? The image of the cold-blooded Hugo shattered in his mind. In front of Vikir now, Hugo covered his face, bowing his head and whispering, Grandpa? He lowered his hands, and his face was streaked with tears of pure happiness. Has the day really come when I'm called Grandpa? Vikir watched this and lowered his head in frustration. What is wrong with you? Why are you making that kind of face? You're supposed to be a vicious, despicable, cold-blooded monster, so I can get my revenge. Hugo Le Baskerville. When I regressed to the age of 15 in the Baskerville house, a single thought flashed in my mind. I had to assassinate Hugo, but in the end, it was impossible. Those who reach the level of a swordmaster possess an unshakable spirit. Because of that, I could never find a single opening in Hugo, not even in his daily life. Many years after giving up on assassinating him, I met Pomerian. She was the daughter of Penelope, the child Hugo had loved more than anything. When Pomerian appeared, his emotions would surely be thrown into chaos. Even a swordmaster's heart of steel would waver, and I, a swordsman who had been honed to a razor's edge, had even overcome the poisons of Madame Eight Legs and Bill Poor. As time passed, the probability of a successful assassination gradually increased. With that in mind, today, I had planned to kill Hugo. But why? Why is Hugo smiling with such a happy look on his face? And why does that make me so confused? Vikir's eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him, remembering the night before when Hugo learned Pomerian was Penelope's daughter. He had moved toward the girl, about to reach out, when she suddenly grabbed his hand and mumbled, Penelope is Mommy's name. Hugo froze. Mommy always looked at her daddy and talked to him, on the necklace she passed down. I remember now. Pomerian looked up at him with innocent eyes. Are you my grandpa? An image of a radiant Penelope, smiling as she called him father, flashed through Hugo's mind. He gritted his teeth, crying out Penelope's name in agony. Then, trembling, he fell to his knees and broke down, sobbing for his poor, unfortunate daughter. Lost in thought, Vikir was pulled back when Barrymore turned to him and said, Thank you, young master. I never thought I would see him smile so brightly. It's a scene I couldn't even have imagined, like something out of a dream. At that moment, Hugo was holding out candy for Pomerian. He asked gently, Pomerian, do you like candy? The little girl stared in delight at the colorful pile of sweets before her. It's all thanks to you, the butler said gratefully. Vikir silently observed Hugo's gentle, happy expression, Pomerian's excitement, and the unconcealed joy of Barry and Osiris. Thanks to me? I don't know. His tightly clenched fist went limp. Was the Hugo in front of him truly the same man? The one who had no weaknesses? Why do I feel so helpless? After sunset, Vikir returned to the consulate building and lay motionless on his bed, exhausted. He stared at the ceiling, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. Vikir remembered the Hugo from his memories, the scene of his capture by Hugo and his hunting dogs. Pinned by two of them, he had screamed at Hugo, I'm innocent. Why won't you listen to me? Are you doing this just to pin the blame for everything that happened on me? Hugo had replied coolly, I have no desire to hear anything from a criminal who not only conspires with demons, but kidnaps children to offer as tribute to them. He had roared in anguish. Patriarch, I would never do such a thing. Hugo decisively swung his blade, silencing him with a cut across his mouth. Vikir. He looked at Vikir with pure contempt. Don't speak to me with that serpent's tongue of yours. It's nothing but trash. Hugo was the one who framed me for every crime and killed me in the past. So why am I hesitating now? Are you just going to lie there? Vikir was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice someone climbing in through his window. A voice asked, What's got you so worn out? You just lie there and order other people to do your work for you? The woman sitting by the window took off her hood and grumbled. Why are you here, Wendy? Vikir was too exhausted to even sit up. I came to deliver what you asked for. She held up a file tucked inside an envelope. Wendy then tossed the envelope right onto Vikir's face and casually sat down on the bed. You asked me to investigate Seth Le Baskerville, so why are you lying there like the world is about to end? Wendy was shocked that Vikir didn't even flinch, not even bothering to move the documents off his face. I'm busy, but I came all this way to report, so I'll make it quick. As you requested, I've spent the last few days investigating Seth Le Baskerville. It seems he's sponsoring several orphanages under a false name. As a sponsor, he's responsible for handling the adoptions. At this, Vikir finally stirred. He grabbed the file and began to read as Wendy continued. And the identities of the adoptive parents have all been erased. We can't find any information on where the adopted children are living, either. If he's the demon you claim he is, then this is a really serious problem. If a demon is kidnapping children, it's obviously for sacrifices. Or to eat them. Seth could also be connected to the children who've gone missing in the Underdog district. Vikir clenched the documents, cursing himself. Damn it, I can't believe I missed that detail. That means he's a full-fledged demon now. Before I regressed, the Seth I served was also a demon, the one who framed me, who tricked Hugo into killing me. It was definitely that bastard. He remembered the time Seth had visited him while he was locked in the dungeon. Back then, that bastard had covered his face, feigning regret, as if he was powerless to help. Oh, poor Vikir. Father wants you to take responsibility for all the crimes committed against the Baskerville clan. I think he's going to execute you. It's such a shame, but there's nothing I can do to help you. Because the dungeon was so dark, he hadn't been able to see the bastard's vile smirk at the time. Vikir gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes turning bloodshot. Impossible. Just then, in a dark corner, a child's voice asked, "Sir Sponsor, where are we going? This is the house where you'll be living." It was a desolate landscape, surrounded by nothing but dead trees. A man holding an oil lamp replied. The child was both confused and terrified. Huh? But the director said if I got adopted, I'd get to live in a much better place. This is just a cave. By now, they were standing before the entrance to a deep, dark cavern. Seth smiled, glancing at the child. Ah, there must have been some misunderstanding. And with that, his disguise began to crumble away. Of course, this cave isn't your home, it's your grave. The monster slowly revealed itself. The little boy was so terrified he was frozen to the spot, unable to let out a single scream. The monster manifested as a man-eating flower, with a single eye in its center and 6 blood-red tentacles writhing around it. The last thing the boy managed to cry out was, "Mommy." Then he was mercilessly devoured by the monster, leaving behind only a pair of shoes and a pool of blood. Finished, the creature reverted to Seth's form and muttered, "In the end, children's meat really is the best. How could I ever give it up?" This demon borrowing Seth's body was one of the 10 great demons, the 10th demon, named Andromalius. With that, he entered his lair and sat on a stone throne, sipping wine. A crow perched beside him as Seth mumbled, "It's still not enough. Looking at it again, the supply is still lacking. Should I start raising them in groups, like livestock?" "What do you think, 8th demon?" he asked, turning to the 3-eyed crow. The crow was the 8th demon of the 10 great demons. It spoke, "I think the opposite. The bigger we make this, the easier it will be for humans to discover our existence. Besides, all of our prey is young. Those hounds of House Baskerville have sharp noses, so we must be careful not to let them catch our scent." Seth rubbed his temples. "Nonsense. You don't need to worry. I've already created a barrier, so no one else can enter the cave." Hundreds of human skeletons littered the cave, and the air was chillingly desolate. Seth continued, "To increase our magical power and open the gate quickly, we need to drain blood for another 12.5 years. But we can't let the humans get suspicious." The crow added, "Is there anything special happening at the Baskerville estate?" "Nothing at all. Everything here is fine. The one you should be paying attention to is the daughter of House Mog." Instantly, the crow's form began to shift. "We are the 10 great demons. We are the ones who will open the gate connecting the human and demon worlds. Our sole objective has always been the era of destruction, to serve the interests of the 10 great demons and annihilate humanity." The crow melted into a stream of black liquid. Seth pondered for a moment, then spoke. "There is one unusual thing at the Baskerville estate. There's no way Hugo would be naive enough to believe some ridiculous story about having a granddaughter." Seth took a sip of wine. "To weaken the Baskerville clan and ensure they don't interfere with our plans, Hugo needs to remain the cold-blooded man he's always been. The Baskerville children must also be eliminated, just like all the others. If I eliminate the child, it won't be a problem. And it certainly won't derail our original plan. It seems the current situation is becoming unstable. Is it all because of that damn Vikir Van Baskerville?" Seth clutched his head, thinking. The guy's insanely strong. He even survived a poisonous snake bite. I thought I'd heard good news when he disappeared into the forest. Who would have thought he'd come back alive, bringing Hugo's granddaughter with him? Seth bit his hand in a rage. I've tried so hard to get rid of Hugo. But things turned out like this. A crazed look filled Seth's eyes. It's better to eliminate the threat before it grows. The scene changes to the Baskerville mansion, where Vikir and Hugo are walking side by side down a hallway. The two walked in silence, not a single word exchanged between them. Vikir thought to himself, he called for me, but we've been walking for 5 minutes already. Why did Hugo call for me? He glanced to his side. The man's posture was completely unguarded. An opportunity like this won't come again. This is the golden chance to kill Hugo. At least, that's what I would have thought in the past. Vikir closed his eyes, but now, suddenly, Hugo spoke, breaking the silence. Actually, I know that you despise me. Those words startled Vikir, throwing him into confusion. Can the old man read my mind? Yes. Hugo looked down at the ground, a remorseful expression on his face. I am a terrible father. I treated my own children like a pack of hunting dogs, and always sent them to their deaths. Deep down, I always knew you children would hate me. It must have been especially harsh for you. A child who was good at everything from a young age. I imagine you must hate me immensely. All of this was just because I wanted revenge on the barbarians, because of my own childishness. And so, I lived my entire life in a rage. Vikir was completely bewildered. This can't be. Hugo is talking as if he's blaming himself. Is he testing my loyalty? And then, I'm sorry. And, thank you. Thank you so much. Hugo bowed his head to Vikir. This shocked him even more. I heard from Pomerian that Pelopi passed away peacefully. The final days of my daughter's life weren't unhappy. This weight I've been carrying for so long. I finally feel a little lighter now. It's as if someone saved my life. I believe this is all thanks to you bringing Pomerian back. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I want to reward you to express my gratitude, not as a reward for a hunting dog. Vikir was thrown into a state of confusion and conflict by this display. A vague question began to form, one that had been lingering ever since he'd regressed. He recalled conversations they'd had when Hugo was sending him off on missions. Yeah, isn't the Hugo in front of me completely different from the Hugo I used to know? The cold-blooded Hugo I knew might not exist anymore. That's the most significant change since I returned to the past. But that just makes everything so much harder to decide. Should I forgive Hugo? Have I really only thought about revenge for the past 17 years? Even though it was Set who framed me back then, not Hugo. But he still chose not to believe me. And he killed me. Revenge. Or forgiveness. Which one should I choose? But there's one thing I know I have to do first. I'll decide what to do about Hugo after that. He finally spoke. Father, please raise your head. You said I can ask for whatever I want, right? Of course, Hugo replied. What I want is... Meanwhile, in the garden, Set was combing Pomerian's hair. He asked, Pomerian, are you happy here at the Baskerville estate? The little girl smiled brightly and replied, Yes, Uncle Vikir is here, and... You're here too. Do you not remember my name? The girl turned and thought for a moment. Uncle Set. Just then, the mansion's nanny approached and reminded him. Young Master Set, haven't you registered for the training session yet? Ah, I just wanted to see my niece's face before I went, Set said defensively. The head of the house instructed me not to let anyone near the young lady, the nanny said, looking troubled. All right, I'll keep it a secret that I came here. You'll keep it a secret for me too, right, Pomerian? The little girl happily agreed. Set continued to hold the girl's hair in his hand, praising it. Pomerian's hair is so beautiful. It really reminds me of my sister, Pelopi. The nanny was puzzled. Pardon? Young Master Set, you've met Lady Pelopi? If I recall correctly, what happened to her occurred before you were even born. Ah, Set said casually. From within his topknot, a monster lunged out. I remember my father was looking for a nanny for something. Wouldn't it be better if you left quickly? Before the nanny could even scream, she was swallowed whole. Pomerian, no longer hearing the nanny's voice, turned to look. Where did the nanny go? Set smiled reassuringly. I think she had something urgent she needed to do. Pomerian, do you like your grandpa Hugo? Yes, Pomerian beamed. Grandpa seems to love you very much. You're like the embodiment of the love he had for his lost wife and daughter. The monstrous, evil form of Set began to manifest behind Pomerian. He looked at the little girl like a delicious piece of prey, slowly reaching his hand toward her, his fingers morphing into maws filled with sharp teeth. If I kill you, I wonder how utterly destroyed Hugo will be this time. Just as Set's hand was about to touch Pomerian. Set, where's the nanny? Why are you here? Osiris appeared as if out of thin air, startling Set. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Then, he forced an awkward smile. I didn't see the nanny when I got here. Pomerian was all alone, so I was just playing with her. Pomerian turned around, happy to see her other uncle. Uncle, Osiris came to warn Set. If father finds out you were near this girl, he'll definitely be furious. It's best if you keep this a secret. He laughed confidently. Of course, I will. Set, you have to go back to your final training session now, don't you? Osiris asked, showing sudden concern. He was forcing a smile, but in his head, Set was thinking, one day, Osiris, I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. Osiris hesitated for a moment before walking over and gently touching Set's arm. Don't push yourself too hard, he said softly. If you ever need help, just let me know. Set was stunned by Osiris's gesture, silently grinding his teeth. Is he worried about me? Who's the reason father is always on my case? It's all because that old man compares me to you, the supposed genius. If it wasn't for you, seeing Set's silence, Osiris called his name, snapping him out of it. He covered his face with his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Those memories are coming back again. He quickly turned to leave. Sorry, since you're here, I'll take my leave. As Osiris watched Set walk away, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. That's the first time I've ever really shown my little brother I care. He thought back to his own past. Because I am the firstborn son of the family, I must, of course, be just like the patriarch. I was taught that under the shadow of my cold-hearted father, but even that man was truly capable of showing his emotions. He remembered the image of his father sobbing his heart out when Pomerian called him grandpa. Is it really so bad to live while showing your true feelings? He stroked Pomerian's head. Thank you. It's all thanks to you coming to the Baskerville family. Meanwhile, Set returned to his lair, stomping his feet repeatedly and biting his nails, showing extreme impatience. This is so annoying. Ever since that day, Hugo hasn't left Pomerian's side for a second, making it impossible for me to get rid of that stupid girl. This was my only chance, and now. His eyes darkened, his eerie purple pupils glowing intensely as his face twisted in a furious snarl. If only that damn Osiris hadn't interfered. It was just infuriating. Then he let out a long sigh, leaning back into his chair, exhausted. Well, there's still plenty of time until the gate opens. Do I really need to be in such a rush? It'll be even more effective to kill Pomerian after Hugo gets more attached to his granddaughter anyway. So, how should I get rid of Pomerian when the time is right? Should I poison her like Rosanna to make it look like she died of an illness? Or maybe use those barbarians to abduct her, like I did with Pelope? The bastard broke into a vile grin. Pomerian needs to die in a much, much more brutal way. While the bastard was busy scheming, Vikir was already standing before the entrance to Set's lair. He swung his sword, shattering the barrier with a single strike. Inside, Set whipped around in shock as a crack appeared on his barrier. He shot to his feet, sword in hand. Someone had gotten through the crack. Who the hell could it be? He didn't have to wonder for long. Vikir strode in, much to Set's absolute astonishment. His cold eyes stared down the scumbag before him. Just as I promised, I'm here to pay you a visit, Vikir said casually. To say Set was shocked would be an understatement. His face was frozen in a dumbfounded expression as sweat started pouring down. Vikir Van Baskerville, how is this possible? Seeing his confusion, Vikir was kind enough to explain his presence. I followed you the whole way, but you were too lost in thought to notice. In reality, it was because he'd used the sound-canceling ability of the Musu serpent. Set's face couldn't get any more contorted. A mid-level graduator managed to crack my barrier? More importantly, if he followed me. Does that mean he already knows my true identity? Vikir put his hands in his pockets, glancing at the pile of white bones beside him. I guess my sudden visit is a bit of an inconvenience for you. What are you doing in a disgusting place like this? It seems you're the demon behind the disappearances of the children in Underdog City. Ha! After a moment of stunned silence, Set broke into a demonic grin, deciding to drop the act. His eyes glowed a deep purple as he laughed. What? So you already knew everything? How did you find out? Vikir's presence was just as imposing. He glared at the man. It seems you have no intention of hiding your identity anymore. You demon. Set moved closer, his hand ready to draw his sword. No need for that. There's no one else here. He drew his sword. I don't know why you're so confident coming here empty-handed, but all I have to do is kill you, and this will all be over, right? Set raised his sword, laughing confidently. He swung it down in a clean arc, a wide grin still plastered on his face. Vikir looked at him with contempt. What are you smiling about? Before Set even knew what happened, his own arm was sent flying through the air. Set stared in utter disbelief, and the moment he saw his own severed limb, he reeled back. He clutched his stump, collapsing to his knees and screaming in agony. Vikir held up the sword, Beelzebub, his posture unchanged. Set gritted his teeth, completely bewildered. When did he even get a weapon? It felt as if my soul had been severed from my body. Don't tell me that weapon is, he suddenly roared as if waking from a nightmare. The gluttonous sword, Beelzebub, how did you get your hands on a relic of the ancient demon constellation and the Overlord? Vikir calmly confirmed it. As expected of a demon, you recognize its origin. To be precise, Set is one of the 7 demons who came to the human world to open the gate to the demon realm. You two are part of the 10 high demons, aren't you? Set shrieked in a panic. How could you possibly know that? Then he froze, unable to believe his eyes. What? The soul you possess. How can it be the soul of the great hero, Vi? Someone as young as you can recognize the scent of our demon blood? Have you been to hell before? Vikir stood tall, his eyes blazing red as he stared down at the bastard who backstabbed him in his past life. You're the one who set a trap for me, but that wasn't enough, was it? You tricked me, made me think you were my savior. And in the end, you were the one who executed me. At this thought, Vikir's demonic gaze sent a chill down Set's spine. He growled, "Awaken, you foul demon. Don't even dream it. I'll give you a comfortable death." Vikir remembered. Before he regressed, a catastrophe had struck the peaceful world. The gate connecting the human and demon worlds had opened, marking the beginning of the demon invasion. It was called the Age of Destruction. The ones who opened the gate were the first 10 high-level demons to descend upon the human world, the 10 high demons. In the long war against the demons, we once clashed with the 10th ranked of the 10 high demons. The result was pure despair. Out of the 671 people who joined the battle, 666 died. Of the 5 survivors, 4 were unconscious, leaving only 1 standing. The only reason he left that many alive was on a whim. The demons wanted to fix the death toll at exactly 666. The overwhelming power of the 10th ranked demon was its self-detonation ability. He looked down at the figure kneeling at his feet, his heart a storm of emotions. To think he'd meet that same demon again. But this time, it was 10 years before the catastrophe struck. He glanced around the cave at the piles of bones, some still stained with blood. Those skeletons. Was he hunting children? Suddenly, the bastard Set opened his mouth and laughed the laugh of a demon from hell. Heh, does the sight of children's bones make you angry? His eyes were pitch black. Don't worry, the children are still alive and breathing. All inside my stomach. He held out a hand, from which teeth, hair, and tiny limbs were sprouting. I can give them back to you if you want. From the hand, the faint voices of children could be heard. Mommy, save me. Mommy, I miss you. Enraged, Vikir decisively swung his sword again, severing Set's remaining arm. Wonderful, perfectly symmetrical. Set bowed down and screamed again, except this time, he had no arms left to hold. Vikir growled, "Nonsense. How can someone who is dead be brought back to life?" But Set was just wailing his eyes out. "My arm! Both of my arms!" Suddenly, he looked up and smiled, holding up 2 newly grown hands that glowed with a purple light. Then he stood up, brushing off his pants. "I know you have just as many secrets as I do. Even Osiris, who's hailed as a genius, only reached the level of an intermediate archmage at 30 years old. But you're only 17, and you've already reached it. That level. You're clearly not normal. That's something that shouldn't be possible in this world." His hand suddenly morphed into a crimson blade. "Moreover, you bear the remnants of the demon constellation, Beelzebub. You could become a threat to us in the future, so you must die right here." Vikir raised his demonic sword, glaring coldly at him. "You're the one who's going to die." They stared at each other for a moment before lunging forward, swords swinging. A battle to the death had begun. They relentlessly unleashed heavy, damaging blows, giving their opponent no room to retreat. Set laughed confidently. His middle name is Van, so there's a difference between him and a child with the middle name Les, like me. The Baskerville rule is that illegitimate and collateral children cannot learn sword techniques from the 4th form onwards. That little brat will never be able to defeat me, someone who has learned up to the 6th form. With that thought, Set unleashed the Baskerville's 6th form. Vikir calmly countered with the exact same move. Shocking. Set for the nth time that day. This kid, he can use the 6th form? Then, he smirked. But that alone is not enough. He swept his sword towards Vikir. Just as the blade was about to touch his face, Vikir used Beelzebub's stinger to block it with a downward slash, then unleashed the Baskerville's 7th technique. The dazzling sword stroke cut, Set in half. He flew backward, gifted with yet another surprise. The 7th fang? How can he use the 7th fang? That's something only the clan head should be able to do. Vikir then drove his sword straight through Set, pinning him against the wall and causing a world-shaking tremor. Dust and rock flew everywhere as Set coughed up a mouthful of blood. Vikir held the sword firm and said arrogantly, You demons always think you're a superior race and look down on humans. But you don't realize. The easiest being in the world to deceive is a cunning demon. He brought his face close to Set's. Even the heroes who closed the gate and ended the Age of Destruction couldn't find them, the 10 high demons, to punish them. But things are different now. The Age of Destruction hasn't even begun yet. The 10 high demons are in hiding, nurturing their power. This is the perfect opportunity to destroy them. He leaned close to Set's ear, growling each word. Your plan is to connect the human and demon worlds, isn't it? If I ruin that plan right now by destroying you and your comrades, I wonder if that would make me feel any better. Set's eyes widened in horror as he shuddered. He's just a human. How can he make me feel such fear? Set grit his teeth, unable to bear it. With that, it screamed the name of the damn human and transformed itself into a giant, bloody ball of spikes. Vikir had no other choice but to retreat and dodge the attack. He analyzed the situation. Sharp spikes made of blood? From inside the bloody thorn shell, Set no, the 10th demon emerged. It spoke, I never imagined the day would come when I, the great Andromalius, would reveal my true form to a human. Vikir remained calm as he looked at the creature before him. The demon had completely shed Set's corpse. Its true form had the upper body of a man, the legs of a horse, and a pair of horns on its head, one large and one small. Its eyes stared intently at Vikir as it smirked and said, I have appeared. All right, I'll admit your strength is a little surprising, but watch this. From the void emerged swarms of snakes, large and small, that lunged toward Vikir all at once. Vikir calmly unleashed a flurry of sword slashes, slicing through the first wave of snakes. Andromalius cackled. Feel free to chop up as many as you like. Another wave of snakes shot out, and while Vikir was distracted, a snake lunged from behind and sank its fangs into his shoulder. Startled, Vikir spun around and diced it into several pieces. The demon now grinned, baring its teeth. That's all it takes. What do you mean, that's all it takes? A little wound like this? Andromalius raised a hand that had a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth on its palm, and slowly said, Endless blood siphon. The moment it finished speaking, blood shot out from Vikir's wound and flew towards that mouth. Andromalius laughed maniacally. My power is to control the flow of blood. As long as my opponent is a living creature, my power is absolute. I will drain every last drop of your blood until you wither away and die. Vikir Van Baskerville. The demon, Andromalius, was one of the 10 greater demons. Danger level S+, size undetermined. It was formed within the destruction gate known as the Serpent's Womb. Its other name is the 10th Corpse. He is the natural enemy of mankind, one of the 10 great calamities, known for being incomprehensible and unkillable. At that moment, Andromalius was still enthusiastically siphoning Vikir's blood. Vikir glanced at his wound and let out a soft chuckle. The demon was completely baffled. Has this guy gone insane from impending death? Hey, what are you laughing at? This is actually pretty funny. Vikir politely covered his mouth as he laughed. It's a funny thing when you find yourself liking something, even without knowing what it is. At that very moment, Andromalius coughed up blood and once again fell to his knees before Vikir. What the? This isn't normal blood. Should I show you something interesting? Vikir touched his wound, then drew Bildebap and sliced open his wrist. A stream of dark red blood gushed out like a waterfall, and the ground it touched smoked as if it were being corroded. Andromalius struggled to look up, completely stunned. His blood is poisonous, but that's not all. Now, let's end this game. Andromalius looked up. Vikir's earlier wound had already sealed itself shut. The monster's last day was certainly full of surprises. Its eyes widened for the 10th time that day. How can a mere human possess such regenerative abilities? And how can this poison affect a demon like me? A poison this terrifying could only come from the spiders of the Black Mountains, the 9-headed hydra from the land of giants, or the colossal jellyfish from beneath the Black Sea. But he's just a human. How could he possibly possess such a horrifying poison? The poison spread through Andromalius's body, making him collapse and scream in agony. Vikir glanced down at him with contempt and held out a bloody finger. What's wrong? Isn't my blood what you wanted? He then licked his finger. Just as I expected. The poison from the 8-legged madam even works on the 10 greater demons. Even the 8-legged madam herself had screamed in despair because her own poison couldn't kill him. This proved that he, the most brilliant disciple, had achieved the 7th form of the House of Baskerville. Inheriting the power of Bildebap, he slashed at the writhing demon. Of course he could defeat one of the 10 greater demons in this lifetime. Andromalius ground his teeth in frustration. His power is incomprehensible. How can a monster like him possibly exist in this world? He stared at Vikir. I must survive. I have to warn the other demons about his existence. The barrier around the cave began to dissipate. Now I have to quickly absorb the magic being released in this cave. The purple barrier vanished, its energy concentrating entirely on Andromalius. Vikir also sensed that something was wrong. After gathering the power, Andromalius opened its mouth and declared, "I will turn all the water in this place into blood." As soon as it finished speaking, all the water in the cave froze in place, gradually transforming into a giant, crimson sphere of blood. Vikir turned to assess the situation. It can even turn water into blood. A high-ranking demon, indeed. Vikir cut his hand, letting his poisoned blood drip into the pool of blood below. "Even so, you won't be able to absorb this blood now." Andromalius casually replied, "If you think mixing your blood into it will stop me from absorbing it, you're wasting your time. My purpose was never to absorb that blood to begin with." He began to chant, "Awaken, my blood knights." The orbs of blood floating around them suddenly burst and poured onto the ground. Then, from the blood knights sprouted up like mushrooms and surrounded Vikir. "This blood knight can even imitate the sixth form of the Baskervilles that I've learned." Andromalius smirked. "No matter how outstanding your seventh form is, you can't possibly deal with all of these sixth forms at once. I'll kill you first," the demon's eyes turning wild, "and after that, I'll go after everyone you love. Now, regret ever opposing one of the 10 great demons." Vikir was completely at ease, putting his hands in his pockets as he spoke. "These blood clots can use the sixth form? Well, they'd certainly be dangerous. If I hadn't come prepared." Vikir pulled out the whistle he had asked Hugo for after their last conversation. He held the whistle up in front of Andromalius. "You've lived in the Baskerville estate for so long, you must know what this whistle is for, right?" Andromalius was 100 times more suspicious than he was prepared. He never imagined Vikir would have this whistle in his possession. He was terrified. He panicked even more when he saw Vikir bring the whistle right to his lips. He screamed. Vikir gave him a slight smile, then took a deep breath and blew hard into the whistle. The sound echoed throughout the entire region. In the darkness, the figure of Hugo was already standing on a cliff near the cave. He silently drew his sword. Back in the cave, Andromalius was going insane, launching an attack. "Damn it all, go, kill him for me." The Blood Knights all charged toward Vikir, but he remained perfectly calm. With his inherent power and the authority of a Baskerville knight, a single, blazing red sword strike swept across the battlefield. Half the mountain was blown away, followed by Vikir's next words, permission to use the full power of the Baskerville family. This single strike from Hugo was like a hurricane with Category 13 winds. The Blood Knights were sent flying everywhere. Andromalius had to raise both arms in front of him to block the terrifying gale. Outside, the Baskerville family's hounds were more than ready for battle. Andromalius could finally see clearly through the thick cloud of dust and debris. Outside the cave. It's impossible. Half of the cave had vanished. Hugo stood on the opposite cliff, with Boston and Osiris behind him. He announced loudly, "Someone has requested to borrow the full military might of the Baskervilles to hunt a demon. And that person is my son." He looked down at the demon. Vikir bowed respectfully to Hugo. Andromalius was absolutely livid. Hugo Le Baskerville brought his forces here too? And what's more, the one leading the army is the eldest son, Osiris. Could it be that every single member of the Baskerville family has gathered here? Before he had much time to guess, a line of people appeared, surrounding the entire mountain range in front of him. Hugo raised his hand to give the command. From this moment on, the person with the right to command the Baskerville forces for the next half day is the one who made this request, the owner of the whistle, Vikir Van Baskerville. Vikir closed his eyes, then slowly looked straight at Andromalius. "Everyone," he ordered, "tear this bastard demon to shreds for me." At that moment, one of the hounds had already snuck up behind the demon. It stabbed him from behind, sinking the blade to the hilt. Then they all charged in with their swords, tearing Andromalius to pieces. Dozens of sword points plunged into Andromalius's body, leaving no spot untouched, causing him so much pain he couldn't even struggle. Vikir raised his voice to remind them, "This demon has the power to restore its demonic energy by sucking blood. Anyone who's been injured, immerse yourself in that poison river. We cannot give this demon a single chance to survive. Therefore, all hounds must protect themselves and not get injured." The hounds, their killing intent soaring, replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Boston, standing on the cliff next to Hugo, watched the scene and let out a laugh. This has really boosted the knight's morale. Den, standing beside him, also nodded. "I never thought my grandson would be so skilled at commanding an army." Hugo, however, was filled with self-reproach. "What kind of father am I? I didn't even realize my own son had turned into a demon. Is this the current state of the Baskervilles? Andromalius, enraged, cursed them. Damn it, you goddamn dogs. With both hands, he summoned countless snakes to block the hound's path. But it was like throwing a pinch of salt into the sea. The countless snakes were quickly minced. The knights swiftly closed in again. They skewered Andromalius like he had never been skewered before. He was a bloody mess, continuously coughing up blood. Damn it, they clearly know my abilities. And yet, they don't retreat. So this is the Baskerville Hounds? Their strength is truly beyond my imagination. Even though I have a healing skill, if this continues, I'll just be wasting more demonic energy. I need to find another way. Andromalius glanced around and happened to lock eyes with Osiris. He had an idea. Surrounded, his arms pinned by two knights, Andromalius kneeled on the ground and yelled at Vikir, "Let's negotiate. If you let me get out of here alive, I'll leave Set's body immediately. Do you really want to abandon the second son of the family?" Vikir stared at him coldly. "You think the Baskervilles would agree to a deal like that? Do you really take this family for a bunch of fools?" Andromalius seethed. I knew that approach wouldn't work on this brat, but he wasn't the only one here. Andromalius turned to his main target. "What about you, Osiris? Do you want to let the little brother who treated you so well die just like this?" This demon was truly cunning. It had guessed that Osiris was the weak point, the softest heart in all of Baskerville. If it could play on Osiris's emotions, it might just be able to save its own skin. It smiled and continued. "This is your last chance to save your little brother." Osiris didn't answer. He simply leaped down into the cavern and began walking toward the demon. Vikir quietly warned her brother, "Don't let it fool you. That demon is trying to trick you." Osiris kept walking until he stood just a short distance from the demon. He asked, "If Set's soul is still in there, can I see him?" The demon acted as if it had already won. It lowered its head, revealing a treacherous smile as it transformed into the face of Set. Then, using Set's voice, it began to plead, "Brother, it's me. I'm still alive." Then, as if to stir up more sympathy, Set began to cry, tears streaming down his face. "I'm so sorry I sold my soul to a demon, all those days. Being compared to you, being judged by Father, it was so hard for me because I was just too weak. I truly regret selling my soul to that demon. I've caused so much chaos up to this point. Please, give me a chance to atone for my sins." Just as Set uttered his final plea, a sharp blade slashed right through his head. At that moment, a storm of emotions raged across Osiris's face. He looked at it. "Set, I don't think I have any other choice." He felt an immense sense of grief. Andromalius was frozen in utter disbelief. Osiris turned and sheathed his sword. Vikir comforted him. "You don't have to blame yourself. Set's soul is already gone." Those were just the demon's words and actions. Osiris's voice was heavy. "It's my fault for giving that demon an excuse to get close to Set in the first place. If only I had paid more attention to him back then. But now isn't the time to mourn the dead or regret the mistakes made by our family. Osiris looked at the heaps of white bones piled up around the cave. These children are the future of the Baskerville domain. It's a tragedy. So many of them lost their lives. I'm ashamed. As the eldest son of this family, I can't believe I'm only just now discovering this horror. I was being played by those demons without even realizing it." Suddenly, a man nearby shouted, "It's the demon's head. It's flying away to escape." Osiris and Vikir looked up. All they saw was the hairy head growing wings and soaring into the pitch-black sky. It even turned back to laugh arrogantly. "Haha, you foolish hounds. Opening the gate has been delayed because I've lost my power, but the other demons will finish the job. Just wait until I've recovered. I'll be back to kill every last one of you. Just you wait." "Haha." Vikir was furious. "Damn it, I can't hit it from that high up." Suddenly, a commanding voice spoke. "I taught you, son, that a swordsman must never reveal his weaknesses." Hugo glared coldly at Andromalius, his eyes glowing red, a look that was both icy and filled with a blood-curdling threat. Andromalius flinched. "Oh crap, I forgot this old geezer was here too, but what is this feeling?" It was certain Set's soul was completely gone, so why was it still feeling this fear? It was as if Set himself was terrified of Hugo. On the ground below, Hugo slowly drew his sword, his entire body enveloped in a blood-red aura. Andromalius finally understood what this feeling was. This was the fear of standing before an overwhelmingly powerful being. Hugo drew his sword and slashed powerfully through the empty air. Andromalius froze for a second, then roared with laughter. "Ha! I knew it! Even if you are a sword master, you can't reach the sky." Suddenly, the air shifted. A series of intersecting slashes materialized out of thin air, forming a giant net that shot towards it. Andromalius was completely stunned. Dark lines began to appear on its face as blood slowly oozed from the cracks. Then, its face disintegrated into dust. In its final moments, Andromalius managed to whisper, "Impossible. I died at the hands of a human?" Hugo remained in his stance, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Vikir was completely in awe. Is this the Sword Saint, Hugo Le Baskerville? And is that the power held within a swordmaster's blade? At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the entire sky, like a million stars twinkling in the vast expanse, chasing away the pitch-black clouds. A few days later, posters were put up all across the Baskerville territory. The truth behind the child kidnappings and a series of other incidents in Baskerville had been thoroughly investigated, and compensation procedures were being carried out. After reading the news, the citizens were all in shock. Although the involvement of a high-level demon wasn't revealed, the cruel actions of the second son of the Baskerville family were laid bare for all to see. Soon after, at the trial, Set's mother, Noose, was tried for releasing poisonous snakes into the children's room, poisoning the first wife, and conspiring to kidnap the family's eldest daughter, and for aiding and abetting Set's kidnapping of children. She was sentenced to death on the spot for a total of 1,642 charges. Surprisingly, Noose hadn't been brainwashed by any demon. She just screamed that she wanted to see Set. Afterwards, Set's followers received similar punishments. The person in charge of this entire project was Sogaju Osiris. He presided over everything and made all the final decisions. And there was one other person who was granted a portion of Osiris's authority, Vikir Van Baskerville. Among the stories of the battle against the fiends, the tale of her immense contributions spread widely among the people of the domain. And with that, the public's dissatisfaction with the family finally began to subside. It took Osiris and Vicky less than a week to complete their duty. The on-the-spot execution of a high-ranking member of the Baskov W family came as a complete shock to many residents of the territory. It showed that the laws of House Baskovdu were mercilessly strict, with no exceptions even for family. This renewed awareness of the law's severity made the people all the more cautious. Meanwhile, Hugo was in his room playing with Pomerian. He asked her, "Grandpa has a riddle for you. What's different about me?" Pomerian sat on his lap, thinking hard, when her eyes suddenly lit up. Your beard is gone." "I shaved it off. What do you think?" Hugo laughed heartily. "I hate it," the little girl pouted. Osiris and Vicky watched the scene in silence. Vicky thought to himself, "I can't believe it. This familiar sight is still here, even after the storm that just tore through our family. The purge of those connected to Set is finally over. Now, the remnants of the demons should vanish from Baskovvu territory. I've also had Wendy investigate the other demons. It'll probably take a little more time to get results." An image of Shin, completely fed up with his latest assignment, flashed through Vicky's mind. "What? Investigate the location of high-ranking demons? How many lives do you think I have? You guys are unbelievable. You'll order me to do any damn thing, won't you?" Suddenly, Osiris turned to his younger brother. "You did well, little brother. You too, big brother." Vicky replied, "You'll be late for the academy if you keep trying to solve everything. You should focus on getting ready to go." "But the family situation still isn't stable," Osiris reminded him. Vicky hesitated. "Don't worry about family matters. Father told me to have you go to the academy." Vicky was surprised. "He wants me to go to the academy. Now? Wouldn't it be better for Hugo to use me, someone with a good reputation, to handle the remaining issues? Why would he make a plan like this?" As if reading Vicky's mind, Osiris smiled and explained, "Father is just worried that family business will interfere with you, honing your strength. I've come to understand a lot about Father recently. He may seem cold on the outside, but he's very worried about you. I'm the one closest to him, so I'm passing on the message. You can rest easy." Hearing this, Vicky silently turned his face away. Barry was now instructing Hugo on how to braid his granddaughter's hair. "My lord, you need to braid it in the opposite direction." The legendary warrior Hugo, so renowned on the battlefield, was now breaking a sweat just trying to braid his granddaughter's hair. This is harder than it looks. A moment later, Pomerian happily touched the 2 braids her grandpa had made and burst out laughing. Hugo asked gently, "Do you like it, Pomerian?" "Yes, I love it." Vicky stood still, once again observing everything from the perspective of his past life. "Before my regression, my life was bound by a chain. All I knew was to follow that chain and stare at Hugo's back. So I never realized he was also being controlled by another chain. Everything I once knew has changed. The experiences, the relationships, the outcomes." And Hugo. He watched as Pomerian turned, hugged Hugo tightly, and said, "I love you, Grandpa." Hugo smiled blissfully, tears welling up in his eyes. "So this is what he's like. Once his chains are broken, I'm certain now." The Hugo I planned to get revenge on no longer exists. My past has been set free. Hugo held his granddaughter tightly, tears streaming silently down his face. Even the butler secretly removed his glasses to wipe his eyes at the touching scene. Osiris, too, smiled warmly. The silhouette of Vicky, the hunting dog of the past, slowly faded away. Vicky smiled, as if a great weight had been lifted. Brother, I'll go to the academy. Osiris nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's the right decision. An invisible chain materialized behind Vicky. He turned and picked it up. However, I'm not free yet. Vicky wrapped the chain, link by link, around his wrist. At the other end of the line, hidden in the darkness, demons were trying to pull the chain back, because my real revenge begins now. The scene shifts to a city street corner. In the silence of the night, a deafening crash echoed from the top of the clock tower as a bald man smashed through the wall and leaped out. The man's body was mutated, bulging with muscles, and his right arm was bizarre, looking as if 3 other arms had been grafted onto it for power. His entire body was also blue. Opposite him stood Vicky. Both had just landed on the ground. The bald man clenched his fists, his body glowing with a furious red aura. Damn it, who are you? How did you know I made a pact with a demon? Vicky couldn't care less, calmly adjusting his clothes. Seeing this, the man was absolutely infuriated. This damn brat dares to look down on me. He let out a roar, "You little punk," and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Vicky. Vicky summoned his weapon. Who am I? He swung his sword in a few basic motions, dicing the blue-skinned loser into several pieces. The man coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Vicky leaped high into the air and stomped down hard on his face. The bald man mustered his last ounce of strength, raising a hand as if to wave goodbye to the world before meeting his maker. Vicky casually turned and walked away. Only then did he properly introduce himself, the Night Hound. Under the moonlight, Vicky's eyes flashed red as he smiled. I am the enemy of all demons. One morning, crowds of people swarmed the water city of Vine, the capital of the great Verk Empire. Today was the day of the entrance ceremony for Colosio Academy, the most prestigious school in the world. The first day was absolute chaos, filled with countless clubs trying to recruit new members. On one side, greetings. We have something wonderful to tell you about our small meditation group. The other side was just as competitive. Hey, freshman, could you stop by and fill out this survey? You'll need to use your seal and fingerprint to join right here. 2 upperclassmen stood observing the situation. The freshman recruitment drive is way more intense this year than last. That's because this year's rookies in both the fire and ice departments are the real deal. The other agreed. Colosio Academy was divided into 2 departments. The ice department consisted of students who used swords, bows, and spears, while the fire department was for those who used magic. During their 4 years here, in addition to mastering their respective fields, students would also learn a full range of general knowledge. The 2 looked at this year's student list. These are this year's noteworthy rookies. Tudor, from the famous John Quinn family, renowned for their mastery of the spear, and Bianca from the Ur family, famous for their archery. Both of them placed first in the ice department's practical exam and are the most sought-after recruits. Following them are the 3 Baskov siblings from the iron-blooded swordsman family, who took 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Well, you can't argue with the Baskovs, the guy with the buzz cut remarked. There's one more person who's getting the most attention, and she's from the fire department. An incredibly talented rookie named Sinclair. She ranked 1st in the practical exam and 2nd in the written exam. Her overwhelming scores are already legendary. There's one more. The guy who ranked 1st on the written exam, Vikir. Just then, Vikir happened to walk by, dressed simply, and wearing a rather unusual pair of glasses. The 2 upperclassmen grumbled, why would anyone want to recruit a bookworm who only topped the written exam? He'd definitely ruin the club's atmosphere. Besides, there are over 10 freshmen named Vikir, so finding him would be a pain anyway. Vikir walked past them, naturally overhearing their entire conversation. He thought to himself, to avoid drawing attention at the academy, I dropped my Baskerville family name and enrolled as a commoner. I can't believe I'm still standing out. I heard that enrolling as a commoner would make life difficult, so topping the written exam instead of the practical one completely backfired. I have to do my best to avoid attention. That's the only way I'll be able to move freely. Unbeknownst to the deep-in-thought Vikir, the 3 Baskov siblings were hiding at a nearby booth, watching his every move, ready to protect him at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a noisy crowd caught Vikir's attention. Senior, please look at me. Senior, I'm your biggest fan. I love you. I came to this academy just to meet you. So dignified and holy, you're so beautiful. A mob of students was surrounding a blonde student with wings on her head, the Saintess, Dolos. Here, she was the student council president and the vice president of the newspaper club. Sweating a little, she raised her hand and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Are you all interested in the newspaper club?" The crowd roared back, "No, we're more interested in you." Vikir thought to himself, Dolos, Loon, Quadus. I think she's the student council president. I need to avoid her. As if sensing a gaze from afar, Dolos turned, but only managed to catch a glimpse of Vikir's back. A short while later, Vikir arrived at the dorms to find his room. Walking down the hall, he stopped in front of a door. "Is this it?" Another figure walked up at the same time and asked excitedly, "Huh? You're in this room too? Then we must be roommates." "I'm PG," a small-framed boy with a goofy, chestnut brown haircut said, cheerfully greeting Vikir. Vikir turned and briefly introduced himself. PG replied, "It's nice to meet you." Vikir remembered him clearly. Before he regressed, PG had been a kind person who was always giving him things, even though Vikir was only there to support the three brothers. Back then, PG was bullied by their other vile roommates. That was the beginning of his string of misfortunes. I hope what happened back then doesn't repeat itself. The two entered the room. Vikir took off his shoes and threw his bag on the floor. PG pointed to the left. "It's a bunk bed, so you can take whichever one you want." Then he turned and asked Vikir, "Are you planning on going to the freshman welcome party after dinner?" Seeing Vikir's silence, PG scratched his head. "Ah, was that a dumb question? It's not mandatory, but all the freshmen will be there. If you can't make friends or get close to the seniors, your school life will be really tough." Vikir replied coldly, "No, I'm not going." PG was completely shocked. "You're not going?" "Yeah," Vikir confirmed. "No way. If you don't go, the seniors will totally isolate you." PG's face was covered in sweat. "You'll be alienated from your peers, too. A lot of well-known seniors will be at this party. The student council president, Saintus Dolos, will be there too," PG said in a rush. "Our year is amazing. Tudor, the eldest son of the John Quinn family, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Ur family. Have you heard of them? And that's not all. The three Baskov siblings will be there too, and they're incredibly talented. Not to mention Sancho from the guild. That northern mercenary turned down the top spot in Varangia just to come here, and Sinclair is coming too. She passed the Magic Tower's exam with the highest score. She's also the top of the fire department. I can't believe they're all in the same grade as us." Vikir stood silently, listening to P ramble on. He had always been skilled at gathering and analyzing information, even in his past life. After his long spiel, P took a breath. "So, you want to go now?" "No." The answer was still the same. P felt like he was about to get depressed. How could his roommate not care about such an interesting party? "I just don't like it." Vikir left him with that answer and walked straight out of the room, not forgetting to say goodbye to his friend. "Have fun." P was stunned. "Whoa, that indifference. I want to learn how to do that." As night fell and the moon rose, Vikir shed his student uniform and donned the gear of a night hound. In a place that looked like a factory, the darkness was suddenly illuminated by the light of a fire. Three mercenaries were sitting around, gossiping. The blonde one spoke up. "Glad I don't have to listen to those brats whining anymore." "Yeah." The storage room was packed with kids. A carriage came at sunset and took them away, the bald one said cheerfully. "But why were they all brought here?" the one with spiky hair asked. "Heard they're heading to an orphanage in Quavadas." "Hey, curiosity kills the cat," the blonde one quickly warned. Just then, a shirtless man with swords on both shoulders and a large X-shaped scar on his chest approached them. He did not look happy. "Stop your damn gossiping and guard properly, if you still want to get paid for those pathetic lives of yours." The three men jumped. The man who had just arrived was John Battison, also known by his nickname, the Meat Grinder. His eyes glinted with a fierce yellow light, and with the two scars on either side of his eyes, he looked every bit the street thug who'd kill you for looking at him wrong. The three mercenaries fell silent in fear, while John just walked on, muttering to himself, "Weakling trash. What good are pathetic, monolith mercenaries like you? Isn't there anyone strong enough around here? My hands are itching for a fight. I want to carve someone up. Are you John Battison?" A question rang out from behind him. John's eyes narrowed as he turned, his hand flying to his sword. "Huh? What gives a pathetic mercenary like you the right to bark my name? You must have a death wish to say something like that." But when he turned around, he saw his three men had already collapsed on the ground. Confused, John quickly drew his sword, looking around for the source of the voice. He didn't have to wait long. The voice spoke again. "John Battison, 4 years ago, you murdered your neighbor's family, sacrificing them to make a pact with a demon. After that, you joined the Northern Guild. You gathered information and exchanged it with demons. And finally, You extracted information from the Allied human forces. While on watch, you used a hand mirror to reveal your platoon's campsite. John frantically looked around. Who could possibly know so much about him and his evil deeds? Stop spouting baseless crap and show yourself. And that is how the Allied platoon was massacred. Vikir spoke as he landed softly behind the man, but John was no slouch. He sensed Vikir's presence and quickly spun around, slashing behind him. But when he turned, there was no one there. He stared, wide-eyed, confused, and then / two crimson lines of light severed both of his arms. It happened so fast he didn't even have time to react. He screamed, writhing on the ground, the pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead as tears streamed down his face. He stared at his muscular arms, now lying useless in front of him. All those days of lifting weights and doing push-ups, gone. Just like that. He screamed, "I don't know anything about the Allied human forces. Why are you doing this to me?" Vikir calmly replied, "Of course, you don't know, because it hasn't happened yet. But I already know about your pact with the demon." He grabbed the butcher's hair, pulling his face up to look him in the eye. "Give me information about that demon, now." John was stammering, about to say something, when his face suddenly tensed, twisting into a grotesque expression. Slowly, his face swelled up and then exploded right in front of Vikir. He sighed. Another one dead from an exploding head. Vikir opened his notebook. Inside, several names had already been crossed out. That makes 3. He spoke as he crossed out John's name with blood before closing the book. This book was a blacklist. Vikir had created it based on his memories from his past life and investigations by Cindy Wendy. It contained information on demon worshippers and traitors to humanity. Before autumn, the demons would kill them all, leaving none behind. Vikir recalled that these 3 demon worshippers had all died from their heads exploding. If this is the demon's ability, it means they're hiding in the capital. One of the 10 upper demons made a pact with them. In a dark corner, a figure raised a hand and removed a mask filled with a black liquid. A sinister black aura rose up around him. Church bells rang out in the night. On the balcony of a certain house, Vikir's cloak fluttered in the wind. Behind him lay 3 blood-soaked corpses. Vikir recalled Beelzebub, calculating in his head. That's 29 now, right? Either they die by my hand, or, if they mention the demon, their heads explode. It seems that's a condition of their pact with the demon. I can't get any more clues about the high-ranking demon's location. This is going to be a long and grueling war. He took out the blacklist and crossed off a name. In truth, he hadn't been expecting much from the start. What now? Vicky wondered. Should I even go back to the academy? With that thought, he took a running start, soaring across the rooftops before vaulting clean over the academy walls. He landed silently on a tree branch, peering into a brightly lit window. It seemed the welcome party for the new students was still in full swing. Vicky jumped down, straightened his clothes, and slipped on his glasses. Should I check it out? Inside the hall, the party was loud and cheerful. The Baskov trio in particular was partying hard. The moment Dolos entered, she was swarmed by a crowd of fans. Tudor and Bianca were also blending in smoothly. Bianca was even proactively pouring a drink for one of the upperclassmen. Vicky slipped into the room unnoticed, his eyes scanning the crowd. Tudor and Bianca. I had no idea they were the same age. They were 2 of the great heroes who, alongside Camus Moore, had led humanity to victory during the Age of Destruction. One of them, a trailblazer on the front lines, hailed from one of the 7 great families, the House of the Azure Sea. The genius of John Quiss, Tudor Lana John Quiss, and the legendary archer who took down countless demons, Bianca Foruzer, the prodigy from another of the 7 great families, the House of the Divine Bow. Besides those 2, I can spot so many familiar faces from the war. Never thought I'd see them all again under these circumstances. Speaking of which, Camus Moore should have enrolled here too. Just then, Vicky's attention was caught by the sight of his roommate, cowering in a corner. Shouldn't we have some music? An upperclassman sneered, leaning in close to Piggy. Speechless, Piggy just clutched a massive mug of beer, completely flustered. The upperclassman laughed mockingly. What, you didn't hear your senior? Get to it. Another upperclassman, a girl this time, joined in the fun. Everyone, our little freshman, is about to bless us with a song. Vicky watched as his short friend was cornered by a group of people who towered over him. One of them brought over a stein the size of a barrel, filled to the brim with beer. He shoved it at Piggy, saying, "Chug this whole thing in one go, and you won't have to sing." How am I supposed to drink all that? Piggy's eyes were already welling up with tears. The so-called seniors just laughed scornfully, demanding he drink it all. What, are you going to disobey your upperclassmen? Hearing that, Piggy grabbed the massive stein and started chugging. Look at him go! The bastards cheered, but of course, little Piggy couldn't take it. He collapsed to his knees, violently throwing everything up. The entire group just stood in a circle, pointing and laughing. "Ha, the freak is puking. How disgusting. Hey, you got it on my clothes," one of them shrieked. "From now on, your nickname is Pookie. Pookie Piggy." Utterly humiliated, Piggy could only cry as tears and snot streamed down his face. Suddenly, Vicky appeared. He took off his cloak and used it to cover the mess on the floor, stunning the bullies. "And who the hell are you?" Vicky glanced over at his friend. "Before I return to the past, Piggy dropped out of the academy because he couldn't take the constant bullying. He ended up becoming a low-level clerk, struggling to support his parents. I met him again on the front lines, after the Age of Destruction began. He was one of the few who willingly volunteered to fight. Thanks to his brilliant strategies and incredible ability to analyze intel, he saved countless lives. I was one of them. Piggy is a friend I deeply respect." Piggy looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. Vicky gave him a reassuring look. "Piggy, I'll handle things here. You go on back to the dorm." Vicky thought to himself, "I can't just stand here and watch my friend get humiliated like this." The lead upperclassman stomped over and grabbed Vicky by the shirt. "What do you think you're doing? Are you out of your mind? How dare you butt in while your seniors are talking? You must be blind, punk. You have no idea who you're messing with." He condescendingly patted Vicky's cheek a few times. "You're his classmate, aren't you? Department of Ice, Class B, right? You sure walked in here with a lot of swagger. You must be feeling pretty damn confident, huh?" Across the room, the eyes of the trio flashed, ready to rip this worthless piece of trash to shreds. "How dare he lay a hand on our master?" Vicky shot them a sharp glare, a silent warning that made all three of them freeze. He had warned them explicitly before they enrolled. "Inside this academy, I am a commoner. If any of you force me to reveal my true identity, I will personally take all three of your lives." A female upperclassman chuckled. Now, don't be so hard on the new kid. As his senior, you should be treating him a little better. I've got a better idea." She produced another massive stein of beer. "If you can down all of this, we'll let both of you go." Piggy whispered frantically, "Vicky, it's fine. Really." Without a word, Vicky calmly took the stein, tilted his head back, and started drinking, leaving the upperclassman completely stunned. The female senior smirked to herself. "That stuff is potent. It's mixed with vodka and rum. No normal human could drink over a liter of that concoction." But when she saw Vicky downing the entire thing without even breaking a sweat, the color drained from her face. Vicky slammed the empty stein on the table, casually wiped his mouth, and turned to lead Piggy out of the party. Later, humiliated and furious, the senior reached out and grabbed Vicky's shoulder. "Hey, hold on a second." Suddenly, the entire atmosphere in the room shifted, startling even Tudor and Bianca. Vicky turned back, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. In a chillingly calm voice, he asked, "Was there something else you needed?" The senior froze, trembling violently. Dolas approached from behind. "What's all this commotion about?" Her voice made the bully jump in fright. The group scrambled to explain. President Dolos, "It's nothing. A freshman just got sick. We were just about to handle it." But there was no fooling the Saintess. She admonished them sternly. "You can't treat new students this way. We have a reputation to uphold at this academy." Vicky turned and escorted Piggy away. From the back, the trio watched with faces full of admiration for their master, simultaneously giving him a unified thumbs up. Model, Tudor and Bianca were both skeptical, wondering if they'd seen the wrong person, while Sinclair had a supportive look on her face, smiling brightly toward Vikir. "Whoa, I found a good one." At Colossus Academy, the fire and ice departments almost always have classes together. This created a sense of competition among the top students and boosted class participation. Head Professor Venimo was lecturing on barbarian culture in his combat theory class. He closed his book and scanned the room. "Based on the locations where barbarians have been found so far, does anyone want to guess where their main base is located?" The entire class looked around, everyone trying to avoid the professor's gaze. Tudor scratched his head, searching through his book. First, the places where the Baroque and the Empire clashed are numbers 1, 8, and 75 on the Western Front. What else was there? Bianca was just as tense. She was lost in thought. All the battle points are in lowlands. Perhaps the barbarians settled in the basins? Sinclair eagerly raised her hand to speak. The professor looked up at the student. "You're the top student in the fire department, aren't you?" "Go ahead," Sinclair answered confidently. According to the information the military provided to the academy, the places where the barbarians encountered the Empire are numbers 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. Aside from location number 8, which is on a high mountain peak. Almost all of them are in low-lying plains. Vikir didn't really care about this information. He closed his eyes and thought back to the incident last night. I killed 29 of them yesterday. They all had the characteristic stench of demons, and their faces all exploded right before they died. Exploding faces. If this is the ability of a high-ranking archdemon hiding in the capital, I suspect one particular place. I need to report this to the academy so they can pay attention and investigate that place. Vikir was so lost in thought that he didn't notice P repeatedly calling his name next to him. P grew impatient and shook Vikir, calling his name a little too loudly. This caused the entire class to turn their eyes in their direction. The professor was annoyed. It seems the ice department students aren't as dedicated as the fire departments, are they? I can't believe a student would fall asleep on the very first day of school. Vikir looked up and adjusted his glasses. I wasn't sleeping, sir. The professor got even more furious. You weren't sleeping? What's your name? Vikir, sir. All right, Vikir, everyone saw you with your eyes closed. How dare you make excuses? Vikir remained completely calm. It's true that my eyes were closed, but I wasn't sleeping, sir. Is that so? Perhaps I misunderstood. Fine, everyone makes mistakes. Vikir was still completely relaxed. The professor was about to lose his mind. What kind of student enrolled this year? Then he sighed. All right. Just now, the top student of the fire department, Miss Sinclair, answered correctly and earned 10 points for herself and 1 point for the entire fire department. If you can answer my question, I will also reward you and the entire ice department. However, if you can't answer, remember that the entire ice department will have points deducted. That's a bit unreasonable, sir, Vikir protested. The professor was furious now, and he snarled out the question. All right, listen to my question. Tell me, where did the Barak barbarian tribe clash with the Imperial Army, and based on that location, pinpoint their hideout? Sinclair was bewildered by the question. It's even harder to find information on the Barak tribe than the others. The difficulty of this question is way too high. Bianca was fuming. Why should the entire ice department lose points just because of times him asterisk? Vikir was silent for a moment. The question about the barbarians reminded Vikir of his own Barak tribe, and he then looked up and answered with confidence. The battleground between the Barak and the Empire is the southern mountain region. The key is the land between the river and the southern ocean. That is all. The answer made everyone's eyes go wide. Vikir was still pondering. After the incident with Auman, the Barak people migrated, so it doesn't matter if I reveal their original location here. Professor Venemo's eyes were also wide with shock. That's correct. How did this kid know something that even the academy hasn't been able to verify? Wait a minute. If he's Vikir, then it turns out this is the brat who got a perfect score on the exam. 10 points for Vikir and 1 point for the ice department, Venemo said. However, even if you ranked first in the theory exam, I can't overlook the fact that you had your eyes closed during my class. I'm deducting 10 points from you. You need to pay attention next time, Vikir answered calmly. Sinclair thought to herself, I didn't realize it because the name Vikir is so common, but he's times that, times Vikir. The whole class started whispering. I heard that Vikir got first place in the theory exam. So what? Our entire department almost lost points because of him. Honestly, I just want to punch those bookworms who only know how to study. Ugh, you guys are all talk. Tutor looked at Vikir and smiled. So, a theory genius, huh? Let's see if that impressive brain can keep up in gym class. In the next period, they had Natali Ball. It's a ball sport where each team has 20 players, and the objective is to get the ball into the opponent's goal. The only things forbidden are the use of mana and weapons. In this game, you can use any means necessary to get the ball into the goal. Tutor, on the blue team, with his towering physique and agile skills, clutched the ball and charged forward, knocking several red team players out of his way. Natali Ball is my best sport. This is my kind of place. Tutor grinned confidently. In the stands, Tutor's female fans cheered wildly. Tutor is so cool. Bianca, on the other hand, looked disgusted. What a barbaric sport. The Baskerville trio rushed out to block his path. Hey, you little punk, where do you think you're going? How dare you? Tutor remained completely confident. So, it's the infamous trio from the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan. Tutor dribbled the ball right around all three of them. Sorry, but I have no intention of going head-to-head with the monsters of House Baskerville. The trio was stunned. How is this guy so skilled? We didn't even touch him. Furious, HRO leaped in front of him. Give me the ball, now. Tutor just smiled, channeled his internal energy, and slammed a strike right into HRO's gut, sending him tumbling to the ground. I said I didn't want a direct confrontation, but that doesn't mean I can't take you on. In the stands, the crowd erupted into murmurs again. Whoa, is that Tutor? He's amazing. He's that strong without using any mana or weapons. I heard everyone from the Yokwat family is a genius at physical combat. As expected of the top student in the ice department, Tutor basked in the praise. That's right. So, what if you know theory? A true warrior fights with their body. Then, Tutor's gaze landed on the figure of Vikia, standing in the goalkeeper's position. Isn't that the guy from Professor Ven's class? When Vikia saw Tutor charging toward him, he got annoyed. I told those 3 idiots not to lead this guy over here. What the hell are they doing letting him get through? Tutor turned sideways, preparing to body check him. Should I stir up a little trouble? Hey buddy, you should take this chance to get some real practice. Stop burying your head in books all the time. Vikia just stood there calmly as Tutor charged, not even bothering to dodge. Tutor slammed into Vikia with immense force, but it was like hitting a steel wall. Vikia didn't even budge, while Tutor was sent flying into the air before crashing hard onto the field. Seeing this, Bianca shot up from her seat. Vikia stood there thinking, I tried to avoid him, so why did he still crash into me on purpose? Guess I have to pretend to be hurt now. Vikia then flopped onto the ground in the most unconvincing way possible and let out a calm little, ouch. Dude, come on. If you're gonna act, at least commit to the role. Didn't you see the other guy is already knocked out cold behind you? After being unconscious for a moment, Tutor jolted awake to see everyone crowding around him. Seeing their worried faces, he tried to remember. What the hell just happened? Did I just pass out? Wait, don't tell me I fell asleep during the game? Wait, Vikia, the top student in theory. I was gonna shove him as a joke, but I don't really remember what happened. The moment I collided with that guy, was I the one who got sent flying? Tutor looked at Vikia, who was brushing off his clothes, looking completely unharmed. He just took me down? Me? The number 1 Tutor Jokwat? Tutor gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. I need to check this again. The second match was about to begin. Tutor held the ball, staring intently at Vikia. Something's not right. I have to try that again. But facing him this time were the 3 Baskerville brothers. The crowd was completely confused. Huh? The goal is over there. What are those 3 doing? Radiating an intimidating aura, Tutor charged forward at full speed. Vikia and that trio, huh? The 3 brothers were just as fired up. You're not getting past us. That was all talk. With just a few simple dodges, Tutor left the 3 brothers in the dust. Seeing Tutor rushing towards him again, Vikia was too annoyed to even speak. I told those 3 blockheads to keep this guy away from me. And why does this blonde dude keep charging straight at me? Tutor remained stubborn. This can't be a coincidence. He unleashed the Sunflash secret art of the Azure Sea Holy Lance clan. His eyes glowed with a blue light as he shot straight towards Vikia. Vikia's face got closer and closer, and then everything went black. He opened his eyes to the vast sky above him, with his gray-haired friend's face looking down. Tutor, are you awake? Tutor was horrified to find himself sprawled on the grass again, in the exact same position as before. Completely shocked, Tutor started rambling with 100 questions. Why? What the hell? Why did I pass out again? What the hell was that? Calm down, Tutor, Sancho soothed. After you hit him with that high-speed attack, he just knocked you right back. I can see why you targeted him. That guy is definitely hiding something. Sancho tightened the headband around his forehead. This time, I'll take him on. He's knocked my friend out twice. I can't just stand by and watch. This brawny, gray-haired friend with an 8-pack was Sancho Barasha, an exchange student from the Northern Mercenary Association. Because of his overwhelming physique, he wasn't allowed to fight people his own age. That's why he didn't participate in the competition. Sancho picked up the ball, his eyes burning with determination. In the frozen lands of the North, everyone fights fiercely, from newborn babies to the dying elderly. That means they are all resilient warriors. The trio lined up, gritting their teeth. We won't let you pass this time. But with a single blow, Sancho easily sent the 3 brothers flying out of his way. Vikia glared at the 3 useless blondes, who, with tears welling in their eyes, seemed to say, "We didn't mean to, bro. That guy's as strong as a bull." Sancho charged forward like a raging bull. He swung his arm to slam it into Vikia. Let's see if you can handle my full power. But even with his full strength, when his hand hit Vikia, it felt like striking a hard, unmoving mountain. As if turned to stone, Sancho's hands trembled, and soon his whole body began to shake. Damn, what the hell was that? Why does it feel like I just ran into a mountain? Vikir thought hard. Should I ham it up a bit? With that thought, he bent his knees slightly and jumped backward, sliding in a straight line across the ground. The announcer declared that Sancho had broken through the defensive line, and the crowd erupted with excited chatter. Wait a second, but the guy Sancho knocked down, He's not dead, is he? Who cares? At this rate, Class A is guaranteed to win. Sancho was still staring in shock at his own hand, which was trembling from the pain. What was that just now? It felt like he wasn't even human. In that moment, Hero snuck up on Sancho, successfully stole the ball, and made a run for the opposing goal. The referee blew the whistle, confirming the goal, and the red team jumped for joy, celebrating their victory. The score was 1-0. Class B had won. The whole team rushed over to cheer for the three Baskov brothers. Over on the side, Vikir quietly stood up and dusted himself off, when suddenly, Sancho walked over and poured a bottle of water over his head. Sancho said with a laugh, "You were a huge part of Class B's win. Don't just stand here by yourself." Tutor had also come up behind Vikir at some point, slinging an arm over his shoulder. "Cheer up, man. Your performance makes me want to retire. I was planning on teaching you a lesson because I was jealous of you in theory class. But now I realize how embarrassing that is. My apologies." Sancho asked curiously, "By the way, how do you train? Your body is seriously tough. I almost thought you were using mana." Vikir casually removed the headband from his head. "I'm just a commoner, so I can't use mana." "What a shame," Tutor laughed. "With a natural physique like that, if you trained properly, you could become a master just like me." A group of Tutor's female fans approached. "Tutor, we brought you a towel. Please, wipe off your sweat." Tutor happily walked over to them. "Thanks so much. My classmates are the best. He was such a sweet talker." The kind-hearted Sancho handed Vikir a towel. Vikir thought to himself, the hero of the Blue Sea clan, Tutor, and the ace of the mercenary guild, Sancho. One day, they would become the heroes who save humanity, hunting countless demons during the Age of Destruction. I never imagined they had a past like this. As Vikir thought this, he took off his glasses to wipe his face. The moment he did, everyone around him froze, and the girls' faces turned bright red. The sight of Vikir wiping himself down was breathtakingly handsome. Could it be that those glasses were sealing away his true appearance? Because of this one moment, Vikir had no idea that his life at the academy was about to get much more complicated. The scene shifts to a dark night at a certain mansion, where dead bodies lie scattered all around. Vikir slowly questions a man whose face is contorted with fear, cowering against a statue behind him. Lloyd Dolores, 52 years old, president of the Herald's Guild and the headmaster of the orphanage. The man who conspired with demons and sold off the children of high-ranking families. Did you really think no one would find out? A pair of crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. The terrified guild president stared at the radiant red sword. "Don't tell me. That kind of aura. Are you a sword master?" Vikir glanced at his own blood-red sword. "A sword master. My aura has nearly solidified, but it still leans toward a liquid state. To be precise, I've reached the highest level of a peak graduate." Then Vikir made an offer. "Join forces with me to hunt demons. If you do, I will reward you handsomely." Hearing this, the guild president was swayed. He was about to answer, when suddenly, crash, a nearby tower shattered, tilted, and came collapsing down onto the statue, right where he was slumped. Vikir quickly leaped back to dodge the debris. He looked up to see the culprit. Under the moonlight, a powerful figure stood atop the tower that had just been sliced in half. "I can feel that overwhelming energy even from this distance." Vikir frowned. "Are you an archdemon?" The man wore a rather patchwork mask on his face, with one exposed eye glowing a sinister red. He was dressed in a formal suit and gloves, and in his left hand, he held a gigantic hammer made from human skin, with countless faces stitched across its surface. The stranger took a powerful leap down, raising the hammer with both hands and aiming a devastating blow right at Vikir. Vikir jumped to the side to evade it. The hammer smashed into the ground, shattering the pavement and sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Vikir summoned Beelzebub to analyze his opponent, the aura of a high-level peak graduate using the Quo Vadis combat style. This is no high-level corpse. The stranger turned to face Vikir. Have demons already infiltrated the theocracy? Well, I suppose they have their corrupted zones too. I believe this thing is a subordinate of one of the 10 archdemons. With that thought, Vikir dismissed Beelzebub and said to the creature, "If I kill you, I might get to meet one of the 10 archdemons. Although cleaning up trash like you is a real pain. It has been a while since I've had a proper fight." The creature leaped up again, bringing its hammer down on Vikir. He kicked one leg up at a 180-degree angle, stopping the hammer dead in its tracks. The stranger was stunned. How in the world did this scrawny kid block his hammer strike, rendering him completely immobile? Using the momentum, Vikir twisted and drove a powerful punch straight into his opponent's side, sending him flying into a nearby building. Just as the stranger was scrambling to his feet, he saw Vikir leap into the air. The creature raised its hammer and charged, only to see a flash of red light. In an instant, Vikir was already behind him. He slammed his elbow into the creature's arm, sending the hammer flying, then executed a graceful flip, grabbed the opponent's suit, and hurled him headfirst into a spike on the recently collapsed wall. As Kai approached, the man let out guttural snarls like a cornered beast. A scrap of his shirt revealed a tattoo on his heavily scarred chest. Kai wondered aloud. "Is that your name? Who's your master? Who did this to you?" But the creature only growled and screamed, utterly incapable of human speech. Kai surmised, "Judging by your condition, it seems they even control what you're allowed to say. But there are other ways to conduct an interrogation besides words. I'm going to take you apart, piece by piece." He bent the very stake impaling the man's body, your organs, your bone structure, the freshness of the blood in your veins, and the density of your mana will give me plenty of clues. Ephibo, let's begin our little chat, shall we? Just then, a cry for help echoed from the rocky ground below. Kai instantly leaped down, heaving up a massive wall of stone.